The apocalypse has descended, with various natural disasters occurring in rapid succession, followed by the disappearance of electricity, a dire shortage of food, and human lives rendered as inconsequential as blades of grass. As the frigid cold enveloped the world, all flora and fauna began to mutate, and the souls of the deceased reemerged, yet they were no longer human in essence. However, Chen Yu has been reborn, transported back to a month before the onset of the apocalypse, vowing to exact revenge for past grievances. He is no savior, but rather a decisive force, utilizing a system space to hoard supplies and prepare for the impending doom. Chapter 1. Endless Regret. In the icy wilderness, a pungent odor slowly permeated the still air, the nauseating scent of charred flesh. A group of individuals huddled around a flickering campfire, their faces illuminated by its glow, yet the warmth failed to dispel the chill that enveloped them, accentuating the cold, numbness in their eyes. They tore at the pieces of meat suspended over the flames, resembling famished beasts, and beneath the licking tongues of fire lay the remains of Chen Yu. Not long before, he was merely a university student relishing his summer vacation. Residing in a quiet corner of the city, his modest abode was filled with the essence of life. Friendly exchanges with neighbors brought forth simple joys hidden within seemingly mundane days. On that fateful afternoon, the sun shone brightly as Chen Yu contentedly savored watermelon in his air-conditioned sanctuary, the sounds of gaming echoing from his computer. Suddenly, without warning, the sky outside darkened ominously, as if an invisible hand had swiftly drawn a black curtain across the heavens. Rolling clouds of ink engulfed the sun in an instant, followed by a howling wind that rattled the windows, while hailstones the size of eggs crashed down, scattering flowers and plants in the courtyard. Chen Yu, bewildered, gazed out the window, still reeling from this unexpected transformation. Even more terrifying was the rapid drop in temperature, plunging from the warmth of summer to the depths of winter within a day, plummeting to -30 degrees and continuing to decline. Fortunately, having spent his summer indoors, Chen Yu had stockpiled a considerable amount of supplies. Gazing at his well-stocked reserves, he mused that even if this calamity persisted for a month or two, he could endure. At first, he vigilantly guarded his provisions, though the cold brought myriad inconveniences. Life remained relatively stable. However, as days turned into weeks, he observed the deteriorating conditions of his neighbors. Children cried incessantly from the cold, and the elderly trembled in the harsh chill. Inherently kind-hearted, Chen Yu could not bear to witness their suffering and thus shared a portion of his food and warm clothing with them, believing wholeheartedly that this crisis was merely temporary, and together they would overcome the adversity. Yet, as a week passed, then too, the weather showed no signs of improvement. The cold clung to them like a shadow, and Chen Yu's supplies dwindled significantly. It was then that he realized the severity of this catastrophe far exceeded his initial expectations, and he was left wondering when, if ever, it would come to an end. After the neighbors endured a challenging beginning, they once again began to fret about their future survival. As thoughts of the supplies that might still be in Chen Yu's home crossed their minds, greed manifested like a malignant tumor in the darkness, growing wildly in the depths of their hearts, causing them to forget the assistance Chen Yu had previously provided. That evening, while Chen Yu pondered strategies within his home, a frantic knocking echoed at the door. He cautiously peered through the peephole and saw the neighbors standing at the threshold, their faces etched with urgency. Elder Wang's lips were tinged with purple from the cold, his voice trembling as he implored, "Chen, our elderly and children are truly at the brink of collapse. Please show us some kindness, even a little food would suffice." Though Chen Yu sensed something amiss, he opened the door out of compassion. The moment the door swung open, the neighbors surged in like a flood, their eyes frantic and desperate as they began to scour the room. All they found were empty cans and tattered clothing, and their expressions swiftly morphed from hope to despair, twisting into something fierce. A warning bell rang in Chen Yu's mind, and he shouted, "What are you doing? I have already given you all that I could. There are no supplies left." Yet the neighbors, blinded by greed, paid no heed to his words. Seeing their reckless advance, Chen Yu seized the opportunity while they were still unsteady on their feet and dashed toward his bedroom, remembering that he had a baseball bat for self-defense. The neighbors hesitated for a moment before pursuing him without delay. Rushing into the bedroom, Chen Yu grabbed the bat and turned to face the approaching neighbors, gripping it tightly as he shouted, Do not come any closer. If you dare to act recklessly, I will not hold back." The neighbors halted at the door, wary of the bat, but unwilling to retreat due to the allure of supplies. A burly neighbor scoffed, "Do you think that wielding a mere bat will stop us? We are determined to claim those supplies today." He crouched low, inching closer. Taking a deep breath, Chen Yu fixed his gaze upon him. As the neighbor entered striking range, Chen Yu summoned all his strength to swing the bat, landing a heavy blow on the man's arm. With a sickening crack, the neighbor cried out in agony, his arm falling limp. Rather than deterring the others, this act ignited their fury. The neighbors surged forward, some reaching for the bat, while others lunged at Chen Yu. He struggled fiercely, but in a moment of distraction, he was seized from behind, his arms pinned, and the bat wrested from his grasp. Desperately thrashing his legs, he found himself quickly overwhelmed by the sheer number of neighbors, who bound him tightly, rendering him immobile. With bloodshot eyes, Chen Yu hurled insults at them, condemning their ingratitude, but the neighbors remained deaf to his pleas. As his strength waned, his resistance became feeble. The neighbors dragged him into the living room and tossed him to the floor, ransacking every corner with wild abandon, but finding nothing of worth. "Where have you hidden the supplies? Do you intend to hoard them all for yourself?" Uncle Lee demanded, his eyes bloodshot and fixed on Chen Yu with malice. Trembling in fear, Chen Yu replied, "There truly are none left. Everything has already been distributed." Yet the neighbors remained unconvinced, forcefully pinning him to the ground once more. Chen Yu struggled with all his might, calling out for help, but in this apocalyptic world, no one answered. The neighbors procured ropes, binding his hands and feet tightly as they continued their search. Upon confirming that there were indeed no supplies in Chen Yu's home, their humanity was utterly twisted. "Since there's no food, don't blame us for being ruthless," Brother Zhang said coldly. Ignoring Chen Yu's pleas, they dragged him into the frigid, snow-covered yard, where amidst the biting cold wind, his cries gradually faded. Ultimately, the neighbors cruelly extinguished his life, igniting a bonfire in the icy expanse and roasting his corpse over the flames. The acrid smell permeated the air, a despairing sigh of humanity's annihilation in the face of the apocalypse. Chen Yu was dragged into the yard, the cold wind slicing across his face like a knife, drowning him in a tide of fear. His limbs were tightly bound, and with each struggle, the coarse ropes dug into his flesh like sharp fangs. The excruciating pain compelled him to emit cries of agony. "Please don't do this. I truly have no supplies left. I gave you everything." Chen Yu pleaded hoarsely, his voice trembling in the chilling wind, laden with infinite despair and terror. Tears streamed uncontrollably down his face, freezing into shards upon contact with his cheeks. However, this group had long since been consumed by greed and despair, resembling soulless husks controlled by demons. They turned a deaf ear to Chen Yu's desperate entreaties, their eyes gleaming with malice as they fixated on the burning pyre. The madness and cruelty reflected in their gazes suggested that Chen Yu was no longer the kind-hearted neighbor they once knew. Flames danced wildly in the frigid air, crackling as if heralding this tragic tale. Chen Yu watched helplessly as they dragged him closer to the fire, his heart filled with boundless regret and indignation. He lamented that his initial kindness had led to such a brutal conclusion, unwilling to accept that his life was to end in this cold world. "You will face retribution," Chen Yu shouted with his last ounce of strength, his voice echoing in the silent yard, yet failing to awaken even a flicker of conscience within them. As his body approached the inferno, the intense heat began to sear his skin, excruciating pain radiating throughout his being. His screams pierced the cold air, but all that met him were the indifferent gazes of the neighbors and the crackling of the flames. In his final moments, Chen Yu gazed upon the once familiar home, now transformed into his battleground. Tears blurred his vision, evoking memories of harmonious neighborly interactions, all of which had shattered like ephemeral illusions. Ultimately, his voice dwindled, his body succumbing to the flames, leaving behind only the acrid scent that lingered in the air, a testament to humanity's depravity and the cruelty of this calamity. Chapter 2. The pursuit of wealth. Chen Yu awoke abruptly from the abyss of darkness and despair, his eyes snapping open to behold the familiar confines of his room. The sun poured through the window without reservation, casting a mosaic of dappled light upon the floor. Everything within the room exuded tranquility and serenity, as if the horrors he had previously endured were not but an absurd nightmare. His chest heaved violently, his heart pounding like a frantic drum, relentless in its rhythm. The date displayed on his phone screen unmistakably informed him that there remained a full month until the apocalypse erupted. In that fleeting moment, the agonizing memories of his past life surged forth like a relentless tide, engulfing him completely. The grotesque visages of his neighbors during the end times, their cruel methods, flickered before his eyes like phantoms, each scene piercing his heart with the sharpness of a dagger. I will exact vengeance. They shall pay a grievous price. Chen Yu clenched his fists, his nails digging deep into his palms, leaving crescent-shaped imprints as droplets of crimson blood oozed forth. The hatred within him blazed like an inferno, spreading unchecked, as if it sought to consume the entire world. He paced restlessly within the confines of his room, his breath coming in heavy, rapid bursts, each step weighted down by the grievances and bitterness of his former life. In this lifetime, I shall not tread the same path. I will make them understand what true terror is. Chen Yu muttered through clenched teeth, his gaze glinting with a cold, steely resolve determination forged in the fires of hatred, an intense yearning for retribution. As he found himself ensnared in the whirlpool of his vengeance, a peculiar sensation coursed through his palm, akin to a subtle electric current dancing beneath his skin. Instinctively, he began to slowly open his hand, revealing a pentagram pattern radiating a mysterious, ethereal glow, quietly imprinted upon his palm. The light was gentle, yet possessed an uncanny quality. Startled, curiosity and bewilderment surged within him, momentarily displacing the hatred that had consumed his heart. His brows furrowed tightly as he cautiously extended a trembling finger to touch the emblem. In an instant, a blinding radiance erupted before him, so brilliant that he could scarcely keep his eyes open, illuminating the entire room as if it were midday. Simultaneously, an ethereal voice resonated within his mind. Spatial system activation successful. The host may freely utilize infinite space. Items stored within will remain. Preserved living beings are not currently supported. Due to initial activation, the host's physical attributes have been enhanced threefold. Chen Yu was momentarily taken aback by the system's announcement, but elation surged within him, nearly overwhelming his senses. He clenched his fists, feeling the sudden surge of strength coursing through his body, his muscles taut and brimming with explosive potential. Though uncertain of the extent of this threefold enhancement, the palpable sensation of power ignited a flame of hope within his heart. He took a deep breath to calm his agitated heart and attempted to inquire within his mind what specific aspects will be enhanced. As the words echoed in his thoughts, a celestial voice resonated once more. The enhancement of physical attributes encompasses strength, speed, endurance, reaction time, and recovery abilities, all elevated threefold. Subsequently, a series of data manifested within Chen Yu's mind. Following the tripling of his physical attributes, he experienced remarkable improvements across various domains, with the specific metrics detailed as follows. 1. Strength. An average individual can lift approximately 50 kilograms post-enhancement. He could effortlessly lift 150 kilograms, with a punch delivering a force of 1.5 tons, sufficient to shatter a 10-centimeter thick concrete slab with a single blow. 2. Speed. The typical sprint time for 100 meters ranges from 13 to 15 seconds enhanced. This could be reduced to around 6 seconds, with a maximum running speed reaching 70 kilometers per hour, easily surpassing the world's elite sprinters. 3. Endurance. Previously, he would become fatigued after 30 minutes of continuous exercise. Now, he could sustain high-intensity activities for 1.5 hours, with a significantly accelerated recovery rate, regaining stamina within half an hour to resume activity. 4. Reaction. The average reaction time hovers around 0.2 to 0.3 seconds after enhancement. It decreased to 0.07 to 0.1 seconds, enabling him to effortlessly catch a baseball traveling at 100 kilometers per hour. 5. Agility. He can execute a 360-degree turn and leap within 3 seconds, navigating through complex obstacles at 3 times the speed of an average person, and scaling a smoothly inclined wall of 30 degrees with ease. 6. Jumping ability. His vertical leap height increased from 0.5 meters to 1.5 meters, while a running jump could reach 3.5 meters, allowing him to clear obstacles of 3 meters in height and leap across a 12-meter-wide chasm. 7. Recovery. Minor wounds stop bleeding within 12 minutes, and abrasions heal within 12 days. The recovery time for fractures has been reduced from 36 months to approximately 1 month. 8. Metabolism. He can digest a lavish meal within half an hour, rapidly replenishing energy even in extreme cold at 20 degrees or scorching heat at 50 degrees. He can maintain stable bodily functions. 9. Cardiopulmonary function. His lung capacity expanded from 4,000 milliliters to 12,000 milliliters, while his heart rate during intense exercise remained steady at 100,120 beats per minute, ensuring efficient oxygen supply to his bodous organs. Upon witnessing these statistics, Chen Yu felt an overwhelming surge of strength. However, his initial astonishment swiftly transformed into exhilaration. This is a divine opportunity for revenge. I shall seize it wholeheartedly. Regaining his composure, he began to experiment with this extraordinary spatial system. Concentrating intently, he envisioned placing an apple from the table into the space. The apple vanished in an instant, and with another flick of his mind, it reappeared in his hand, its fragrance still intoxicating. Chen Yu excitedly waved his arm, feeling the powerful energy coursing through him. He understood that this time, he would command his own fate, and those who had once wronged him would tremble and beg for mercy on his path of vengeance. Standing resolutely in the center of the room, his gaze shimmered with determination and resolve. He glanced once more at the calendar on his phone. The date of July 15th loomed like a silent battle command, urging him to prepare with utmost urgency. A month, seemingly ample, yet in reality a race against time. Every step must be meticulously calculated. He murmured to himself, his voice soft yet imbued with an undeniable resolve. The safe house, his bastion against the perils of a post-apocalyptic world, stood paramount. However, constructing it demanded substantial funds, and only a month remained. He must amass a significant sum within a week. Where will the money come from? His brow furrowed, his mind racing. Investing in stocks? No, the market was capricious, and a mere month provided insufficient control. Suddenly, a spark ignited in his eyes. He could resort to exploiting opportunities, particularly in sports betting, a familiar territory from his past. Armed with the advantage of reincarnation, he vividly recalled the scores of football matches from a month prior, undoubtedly the swiftest avenue to substantial wealth. With this thought, a cold, steely smile crept across Chen Yu's face. Those neighbors continue to live in blissful ignorance, utterly unaware that doom approaches, and they cannot fathom the vengeance I will unleash upon them. This time, they shall pay an unbearable price for their transgressions. Lost in contemplation, he adjusted his attire and strode purposefully toward the door, ready to head down to the lottery shop. The proprietor, old Zhang, sat behind the counter, engrossed in analyzing a chart of lottery trends. Upon hearing the doors creak, he looked up and, upon seeing Chen Yu, broke into an affable grin. "Little Chen, what brings you down today?" Taking a deep breath to compose himself, Chen Yu replied, "Uncle Zhang, I've been feeling a bit adventurous lately and thought I might try my luck." Old Zhang chuckled, shaking his head. Lottery tickets are unpredictable. A small wager can be entertaining, but a large one can lead to ruin. As he approached the counter, Chen Yu pondered his betting strategy. He noted that today featured a series of matches, all of which he distinctly recalled ended in 1:1 draws. Calmly, he articulated his betting plan to Uncle Zhang, detailing an elaborate wager that left the latter astounded. Old Zhang frowned, his face etched with concern as he cautioned, "Little Chen, this is no trivial matter. Such a betting strategy carries tremendous risk, akin to tossing money into the abyss." Yet, Chen Yu merely smiled with feigned ease, replying, "Uncle Zhang, I know what I'm doing. Sometimes one must take a leap. Who knows? An old bicycle might transform into a motorcycle." In his heart, he understood that, bolstered by his memories from a past life, he already possessed knowledge of these match outcomes. What appeared to be a reckless gamble was merely a shortcut to accumulating wealth. Seeing Chen Yu's determination, old Zhang could only shake his head in resignation and proceed to fulfill his request. Observing Uncle Zhang deftly operating the lottery machine, Chen Yu's mind was awash with myriad thoughts. This pivotal move was crucial for his forthcoming plans. With such a substantial prize, the establishment of a secure hideout will be significantly fortified, and the path to vengeance would become more seamless. After placing a hefty wager on the lottery, Chen Yu withdrew an additional 2,000 yuan, casually selecting a few more tickets. He deliberately avoided combinations that he recalled to be lucky, aiming to ensure that his potential win did not appear overly conspicuous. As he perused the options, he engaged in seemingly casual conversation with Uncle Zhang about the current lottery market trends, all the while meticulously plotting his subsequent actions in his mind. When Uncle Zhang handed him the stack of tickets, Chen Yu carefully stowed them away, a subtle glimmer of excitement and anticipation flickering in his eyes. "Thank you, Uncle Zhang. They'll come find you once the results are in," Chen Yu remarked before turning to exit the lottery shop. At that moment, his heart brimmed with visions of impending wealth and aspirations for revenge, and his steps grew increasingly buoyant. Wandering through the neighborhood, Chen Yu scrutinized the surroundings, his mind incessantly contemplating the optimal location for his safe house. His gaze finally settled on the exclusive villa district within the community, revealing a hint of determination in his eyes. Each of these three-story villas exuded an air of opulence and tranquility, with a sprawling area of 500 square meters not only providing generous living space but also ample room for renovations. However, the staggering price of 30 million yuan was by no means a trivial sum. Chen Yu silently assessed his assets. Although his current residence was valued at 5 million, it paled in comparison to the villa's price. But that's of no consequence once the lottery results are announced this afternoon. Everything will change, Chen Yu mused, confidence shimmering in his gaze. He could almost envision the substantial prize being credited to his account, enabling him to secure the coveted villa and initiate the construction of a safe haven. It would serve as a formidable fortress against external threats in a post-apocalyptic scenario, as well as a critical foundation for his vendetta. Continuing to meander around the villa district, he meticulously observed the surrounding terrain and transportation options. He contemplated how to fortify the villa, rendering it impervious in an apocalyptic environment, reinforcing doors and windows, installing defensive measures, creating secret passages. Each plan gradually took shape in his mind. After hastily concluding his lunch, he set off towards the real estate agency. Upon entering, a young and vibrant girl promptly approached him, her face adorned with a professional and welcoming smile. Upon learning of Chen Yu's intent to sell a property, she became particularly attentive, diligently outlining the various processes and services available. However, the current real estate market, influenced by broader economic conditions, was sluggish, presenting numerous challenges for property sales. Chen Yu was acutely aware of the pressing time constraints. Each day of delay introduced further uncertainty. Resolutely, he made a decisive move, proposing a price reduction of 500,000 yuan. The agent initially paused in surprise, but then a spark of delight illuminated her eyes as she quickly assured him that she would expedite the search for a suitable buyer. After concluding the sale of his property, Chen Yu stepped out of the real estate agency as the clock silently struck 2 in the afternoon. His thoughts were immediately consumed by the lottery draw, causing him to unconsciously quicken his pace towards the lottery store. Just before entering, he heard Uncle Zhang's excited shout from within. "Incredible," shouted Chen. It turned out that Uncle Zhang had already learned of Chen Yu's winning news, his excitement palpable as if he himself had struck the jackpot. Inside the store, several other lottery enthusiasts were engrossed in their tickets, and upon hearing the shout, their gazes turned towards Chen Yu, a mixture of envy and jealousy flickering in their eyes. With a smile, Chen Yu approached Uncle Zhang and calmly stated, "Uncle Zhang, I will claim my prize first. When I return, I promise to give you a generous red envelope." With that, he turned and made his way to a nearby supermarket, selecting a few packs of cigarettes. Upon returning to the lottery store, he unwrapped the cigarettes and graciously distributed them among the patrons, saying, "Please, everyone, enjoy a smoke. I wish you all good fortune in winning soon." His gesture appeared generous and appropriate, yet he harbored his own ulterior motives. Amidst this seemingly harmonious atmosphere, Chen Yu was acutely aware that his path of vengeance was only just beginning, and these individuals were merely fleeting characters on his stage of reckoning. With excitement and anticipation, he sped towards the lottery center. After navigating through a series of meticulous yet somewhat tedious procedures to claim his prize, he finally held the check in his hands. Without pausing, He rushed to the bank, ready to cash in this newfound wealth and embark on the meticulously crafted plan he had devised. The bank teller attending to him was a strikingly beautiful young woman. Upon realizing Chen Yu's youth juxtaposed with the prospect of possessing 50 million, her eyes betrayed an unmistakable envy. Throughout the transaction, she occasionally cast him smoldering glances and subtly offered hints of interest. However, at that moment, Chen Yu's mind was solely occupied with how to utilize this money to construct a secure haven and execute his revenge plan. He could only decline her advances politely, yet firmly. After completing the cashing process, Chen Yu exited the bank, realizing that the funds he had were still insufficient to create the impregnable sanctuary he envisioned. Surveying his surroundings, his gaze settled on another lottery store not far away. Without hesitation, he entered and, leveraging his advantage of past memories, meticulously selected several upcoming UEFA Champions League matches. This time, he opted for a total goals betting style, maintaining the same multiple betting approach, but boldly setting the odds at 500 to 1. He understood, well, that should he win, deducting taxes would still yield over 100 million, a sum that would decisively propel his plans forward. To avoid raising undue suspicion, Chen Yu subsequently visited several more lottery stores, purchasing different combinations of tickets at each location. While the potential winnings from these tickets were significantly lower than his earlier UEFA bets, amounting to only around 10 to 20 million, they undoubtedly served as a multifaceted safeguard for his burgeoning fortune. Noticing the time was still early, Chen Yu decided to take advantage of this interval to check in at the sales office. As he stepped into the sales office, the expansive space felt particularly desolate, devoid of any prospective homebuyers. However, the moment he made his entrance, it seemed to shatter the silence, prompting several saleswomen to converge upon him, their faces adorned with exuberant smiles as if they had discovered a rare treasure. Upon learning of Chen Yu's intention to purchase a villa, their enthusiasm reached unprecedented heights. They eagerly extolled the various advantages and unique features of the villa, attempting to captivate Chen Yu with the most alluring rhetoric. Chen Yu, however, remained unfazed, attentively listening to their presentations while meticulously examining the villa's model and related materials, occasionally posing several pertinent questions. After a vigorous round of haggling, Chen Yu successfully acquired his long-desired three-story villa for a sum of 28 million. Although the price was substantial, he understood that this would serve as a vital fortress for his survival and vengeance in the impending apocalypse, deeming every penny spent to be well worth it. Regrettably, he was unable to finance the payment through a loan and was compelled to settle the entire amount in one go. Subsequently, the saleswoman guided Chen Yu towards the villa, pushing open the heavy grand door, through which a fresh yet subtly luxurious atmosphere enveloped him. The spacious layout of the three-story residence was both grand and inviting, with exquisite decor and high-end amenities that left a striking impression. Chen Yu strolled leisurely through the various rooms, caressing the exquisite walls and feeling the plush carpet beneath his feet, his mind already commencing plans to engage a construction firm to transform the safe house. This marked the inception of his path to vengeance, with countless challenges awaiting him in the future. Yet at this moment, standing within his very own villa, he envisioned those who had once wronged him trembling in the biting winds of the apocalypse, pleading for mercy on their knees. Chapter 3. Preparing the safe house. Chen Yu sat in the spacious and brightly lit living room of the villa, sunshine streaming through the windows and illuminating his figure, yet failing to dispel the gloom that hung over his heart. His brow furrowed in concern, as he was acutely aware of his abysmal knowledge regarding the construction of a safe house, practically a blank slate. Glancing around, he noted that while this luxurious villa appeared robust, it was woefully inadequate to withstand the horrifying onslaught of an apocalypse. In his desperation, he placed all his hopes on the vast expanse of the internet, yearning for valuable insights from the omnipotent online community. With practiced ease, he navigated to his frequently visited forum, his fingers dancing across the keyboard as he swiftly composed and posted a query. What should one consider when constructing a safe house? Barely had he sent it when the screen erupted with a flurry of varied responses. One user, Miracles from Hard Work, mockingly quipped, "Oh, is this for building a safe house for the apocalypse? What era are we in, still believing in such things?" Another, Sailor, offered a more objective viewpoint, stating, "That's not entirely accurate. Many affluent individuals abroad possess their own safe houses. Perhaps this person is just a rich second-generation heir with money to burn." To his dismay, some replies were even more frivolous, such as a young lady suggesting, "Hey there, let us meet offline, and I'll personally tell you what you need to know, okay?" Chen Yu perused these responses, his heart heavy with disappointment, as they offered him no tangible assistance, merely a string of pointless jests and banter. After a moment of contemplation, a flicker of determination ignited within him. He revised his post, adding a line, "Compensated responses are welcome, or referrals to reputable safe house construction firms will suffice, preferably top tier." This time, the effect was immediate. Soon, a user named Uncle on Horseback provided a professional response. "The foremost aspect of a safe house is security. Consider the energy supply during extreme weather, the durability of the building structure. Walls and roofs should be constructed from high-strength materials such as reinforced concrete or steel plates. Windows must be made of bulletproof glass and possess fireproof, frostproof, and waterproof capabilities. Additionally, there should be countermeasures in place to address external threats." A glimmer of hope surged within Chen Yu, as if he had glimpsed a ray of light in the darkness, filling him with exhilaration. Without hesitation, he privately messaged Uncle on Horseback, requesting a payment code and promptly transferring 10,000 yuan. Uncle on Horseback was equally straightforward, soon posting a screenshot of the transaction in the forum, provoking a chorus of lamentation from those who had previously made light of the matter. They could hardly fathom that someone would invest such a sum in pursuit of answers, and now it was too late for regrets. Chen Yu continued to engage in depth with Uncle on Horseback, eager to glean further detailed information and advice regarding the construction of a safe house. He understood that this expenditure was worthwhile. It could very well be a pivotal step towards realizing his vision of a perfect safe haven. To his surprise, Uncle on Horseback turned out to be a seasoned enthusiast in this field, and their conversation flourished. Subsequently, Chen Yu requested the contact information for a safe house construction company, carefully saving the number, as if grasping the key to unlock the hope of survival. After concluding his phone call and successfully arranging a meeting time for the following morning, Chen Yu rose and made his way towards the community. He had not walked far when he encountered several familiar faces, those very neighbors who, in his previous life, had participated in robbing him of his supplies and ultimately, in a cruel twist, had taken his life. At that moment, they were engaged in jovial conversation, laughter spilling forth as sunlight illuminated their carefree expressions, completely oblivious to the complex emotions flickering in Chen Yu's eyes. Instinctively, his fists clenched tightly, nails almost digging into his palms, a surge of hatred boiling within him, wishing he could leap upon them and rend them limb from limb. Yet reason persistently reminded him that this was not the opportune moment. Revenge required patience, and premature exposure would only endanger him further. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to steady his emotions, swiftly donning a facade of nonchalance. As was customary, he offered them a slight nod, a gesture of acknowledgement. The neighbors merely responded with casual indifference before resuming their idle chatter, discussing mundane topics such as family affairs and today's vegetable prices, wholly unaware of the tempest raging within Chen Yu's heart. Suppressing his revulsion and hatred, he walked past them with a deliberate gaze, each step appearing effortless yet laden with an unbearable weight. He silently admonished himself to remain composed. Vengeance must await its most favorable moment. The immediate priority was to establish a secure haven and stockpile sufficient resources, ensuring his survival amidst the impending apocalypse. Once he had distanced himself, Chen Yu glanced back at the retreating figures of his neighbors, his eyes betraying a cold resolve. He vowed silently that one day they would pay a harrowing price for their actions. He then quickened his pace towards his residence, for he had numerous plans to refine and implement. Time was of the essence, and every moment was as precious as life itself, allowing no room for complacency. Upon entering his room after ascending the stairs, Chen Yu stood in the center, surveying the familiar surroundings of his abode. Taking a deep breath, he began to gather his essential belongings. He retrieved a sturdy travel bag and meticulously organized various documents within, his identification card, bank cards, property deeds. These were the very foundations upon which he would establish his presence in this world. With great care, he also tucked away photographs imbued with precious memories. Images of family and friends, their warm smiles now occupying the softest corners of his heart, serving as the motivation to persevere in this harsh new reality. As for the furniture, he cast a casual glance, contemplating that with sufficient funds to create a brand new sanctuary, there was no need to concern himself with moving these old relics. They were merely testaments to a life once lived. While he was on the cusp of embarking on a journey filled with the unknown and challenges, as night descended, the city was shrouded in darkness. The neon lights flickering with a feeble glow, as if trembling beneath the shadow of the impending apocalypse. Chen Yu sat alone in his room, the glow of the computer screen casting a stark light upon his face, rendering his expression somewhat austere. He was intently immersed in the digital realm, meticulously perusing page after page of information regarding the construction of safe houses, the stockpiling of survival supplies for apocalyptic scenarios, and various defensive strategies, leaving no potentially useful detail overlooked. The mouse glided swiftly across the screen, while his fingers danced incessantly upon the keyboard, diligently recording vital information, preparing for the impending doom with utmost thoroughness. As time wore on, fatigue began to creep in. His eyes became bloodshot, and his body started to protest. Yet, he dared not allow himself a moment of complacency, mustering the strength to continue his relentless pursuit despite his weariness. Finally, in the early hours of the morning, he could no longer bear the strain and collapsed onto his bed, staring at the ceiling as the day's myriad experiences replayed in his mind, from winning the lottery to purchasing a villa, from encounters with neighbors to seeking advice on safe house construction in online forums, all of it unfolding like an absurd yet vivid dream. In a state of half-consciousness, he envisioned the apocalypse. Amidst a frigid landscape, he stood before a sturdy safe house, watching those who had once wronged him weep in despair against the biting wind. Morning light streamed through the gaps in the curtains, casting a warm glow on Chen Yu's face. He jolted upright, glancing at the clock and realizing time was of the essence. He quickly completed his morning routine, donning a neat outfit before hastily departing. His destination was a premier safe house construction company in the country. Although the concept of safe houses was still relatively unfamiliar domestically, the scale of this firm indicated significant capability. Inside the expansive and well-lit reception hall of Rock Security Company, various models of safe houses and displays of advanced protective equipment were showcased. Chen Yu was greeted by a vice president, appearing to be in his 30s. Clad in a sharply tailored suit, his tie impeccably arranged, and his shoes polished to a brilliant shine, exuding an air of astuteness and competence. The vice president warmly approached, extending his hand for a handshake that was firm yet friendly, and politely introduced himself. "Hello, Mr. Chen. My name is Chen. It is a pleasure to meet you. I have heard of your intention to construct a top-tier safe house, and our company will certainly strive to serve you to the best of our abilities." After the initial pleasantries, Chen Yu wasted no time and directly articulated his requirements. "Mr. Chen, the safe house I need must be capable of withstanding extreme weather conditions, including but not limited to severe earthquakes, hurricanes, blizzards, and floods. The structural design should utilize the most robust materials, and the strength of the walls and roof must endure tremendous impact. The windows must be constructed from the highest grade of bulletproof glass, equipped with fireproof, frostproof, waterproof, and radiation-resistant features. Furthermore, the interior must have an independent and stable energy supply system, whether for electricity or heating, impervious to external disruptions. Additionally, the safe house needs to be outfitted with comprehensive monitoring and defensive facilities, enabling prompt detection and effective counteraction in the face of external threats. Mr. Chen listened attentively, nodding frequently as he took notes, his expression gradually shifting to one of seriousness and focus, clearly recognizing Chen Yu's high standards and stringent requirements for the safe house. After Chen Yu finished speaking, Vice President Chen raised his head and looked at Chen Yu with unwavering determination, saying, "Mr. Chen, we fully understand your requirements. Although they are exceedingly challenging, Our company is confident that with our professional team and extensive experience, we can create a safe house that meets your expectations. However, such a project necessitates meticulous planning and organization regarding both cost and timeline. Chen Yu replied, Vice President Chen, here are the relevant details regarding my villa. Please take a look. He continued, its area is approximately 500 square meters, a 3-story standalone structure, located in the villa district of our community, with a relatively open surrounding environment. As he spoke, Chen Yu retrieved a file from his bag containing the detailed blueprints and related documents of the villa, and handed it to Vice President Chen. Vice President Chen accepted the documents and began to peruse them attentively, occasionally jotting down key points in his notebook. Subsequently, he slightly inclined his body forward, his gaze focused as he introduced, Mr. Chen, based on the existing structural characteristics of your villa, we have meticulously devised 3 distinct budget plans. The 20 million budget plan will establish a robust protective system capable of withstanding most common external threats, such as high-intensity earthquakes, severe hurricanes, flooding, and typical violent assaults, although it would not suffice against disasters of nuclear proportions. The 50 million plan, however, offers a qualitative enhancement over the former, with superior protective performance, premium materials, and refined facilities. As for the 80 million top-tier plan, it will be an all-encompassing creation, unparalleled in both the stability of the architectural structure and the sophistication of the protective facilities, effectively resisting all external threats except for nuclear weaponry. Chen Yu responded without hesitation. Let us proceed with the final tier, the 80 million plan. He contemplated internally, realizing that in the face of impending doom, wealth must be swiftly transformed into a safeguard for survival, lest it soon become worthless. At that moment, his gaze revealed a sense of resolution and determination, as if declaring to fate that he would survive this cataclysm and fulfill his revenge plan. Upon hearing Chen Yu's selection of the highest tier plan, Vice President Chen's face lit up with excitement, yet he soon adopted a more troubled expression, stating, Mr. Chen, the timeline for this top-tier plan may require 3 months. We must meticulously craft every detail, from the custom procurement of building materials to the precise installation and adjustment of protective facilities. Each step allows for no negligence, which extends the duration considerably. Chen Yu immediately frowned, responding with unwavering firmness. No, we can only allow a maximum of 20 days. He was acutely aware that, let alone 3 months, the chaos the world would descend into within a month was unfathomable. He had to race against time. Each day of delay could heighten the danger, and he could not afford to place himself or the future safe house in a precarious position. Vice President Chen's expression turned pained, furrowing his brow with several creases as he pondered for a moment before saying, Mr. Chen, 20 days is indeed exceedingly tight. It poses a significant challenge to our company's resource allocation and construction arrangements. We must coordinate a substantial amount of manpower and resources, while also ensuring the timely supply and quality control of materials. Any slight misstep during this process could potentially jeopardize both the progress and quality of the entire project. Chen Yu decisively proclaimed, I will add another 5 million. His voice was deep and resonant, and his gaze conveyed an unwavering determination. To him, money at this moment was merely a figure. As long as it ensured the timely completion of the safe house, he was willing to invest even more. Vice President Chen's eyes lit up with a flicker of surprise, and he quickly nodded in agreement, saying, Certainly, Mr. Chen, with your generosity, we will spare no effort. He immediately began arranging to cancel other orders, concentrating the company's superior resources to prioritize the renovation of Mr. Chen's villa, vowing not to betray his trust and expectations. Once all the details were finalized, Chen Yu and Vice President Chen swiftly moved on to the contract signing phase. In the spacious conference room, sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the conference table where 2 hefty contracts lay. Chen Yu and Vice President Chen sat on opposite sides of the table, meticulously reviewing each clause of the contract. When discussing the payment method, it was agreed that Chen Yu would first pay a deposit of 20 million. Without hesitation, he picked up the pen and inscribed his name on the relevant documents. His handwriting bold and vigorous, and then completed the transfer via mobile banking. For this safe house construction company, securing such a lucrative order was undoubtedly a monumental business opportunity. A satisfied smile perpetually graced Vice President Chen's face as he organized the contract documents, assuring Chen Yu that the renovation project would be completed on time and to the highest quality. Observing Chen's excited and self-satisfied demeanor, Chen Yu couldn't help but think, having taken advantage of you by several tens of millions, when the time comes, I will certainly compensate you with a few boxes of instant noodles. This seemingly humorous thought concealed his sense of helplessness and self-mockery regarding the future. In the face of an apocalyptic world, everything had become absurd yet painfully real. Politely declining Vice President Chen's enthusiastic invitation for a celebration, Chen Yu was acutely aware that he had more pressing matters to attend to. After departing from his safe house construction company, he hurriedly made his way to the Lottery Redemption Center. Should this endeavor prove successful, he would soon see over 100 million in funds. Sitting in the taxi, he gazed out at the rapidly passing streets. Yet his mind was preoccupied with another critical concern. A sturdy safe house was merely the beginning. He needed to procure the necessary weaponry through special channels. As he traveled, he mentally calculated the types and quantities of weapons required, ranging from melee tools like knives and clubs to ranged options such as bows and crossbows. Of course, acquiring firearms would be even more advantageous, ensuring that when confronted with those greedy and ruthless neighbors, as well as other unknown dangers, he would possess sufficient means to retaliate. It is essential to understand that in a world facing apocalypse, only the strong can survive, and he was determined to become that strength, ensuring that those who had once harmed him would pay a profound price. Chapter 4. The construction of a safe house. Chen Yu hurriedly arrived at the lottery center, skillfully navigating through the bustling hall, completing the procedures for claiming his prize. Surrounding him, people either excitedly discussed the amounts they had won or anxiously awaited the results. Yet Chen Yu remained utterly unperturbed. To him, the impending fortune was merely a means of survival in a world teetering on the brink of collapse. The light illuminated his stern visage, revealing a calmness and resolve that transcended the allure of wealth. Without pause, he made his way to the bank. The bright and tranquil bank lobby, with its polished marble floors, reflected his determined demeanor. Upon reaching the counter, the young bank teller regarded him with a familiar mix of envy and suggestion. Leaning slightly forward, she inquired softly whether he required assistance with any other transactions, her eyes shimmering with unspoken intentions. However, Chen Yu's mind was singularly focused on swiftly completing the cash withdrawal, so he remained impervious to her hints, responding politely yet succinctly, his gaze steadfast on the task at hand. After exiting the bank, he recalled his promise from the previous day to prepare a red envelope for Uncle Jean. Without hesitation, he withdrew 50,000 yuan in cash and neatly placed it into an envelope. Under the scorching sun, with the street bustling with traffic, he remained undistracted by the surrounding clamor, making his way directly to the lottery shop. At midday, the lottery shop was unusually quiet, nearly devoid of customers. The faint scent of ink permeated the air, and various winning lottery announcements adorned the walls. As Chen Yu stepped inside, the wind chimes overhead jingled melodically. Uncle Jean sat behind the counter, idly flipping through a lottery magazine, and looked up in surprise upon hearing the sound. Chen Yu approached and handed the envelope containing the 50,000 yuan to him, saying, "Uncle Jean, as I promised yesterday, this is a small token of my appreciation." His eyes conveyed sincerity, and a gentle smile graced his lips, exuding warmth. Uncle Jean quickly waved his hands in refusal, gesturing as if to dismiss the gesture. "What are you doing? Your kind intentions are enough. I cannot accept this money." His face bore a resolute expression, and his eyes reflected genuine humility. Yet, Chen Yu insisted, stepping forward once more to present the envelope. "Uncle Jean, if it weren't for your help in purchasing the lottery tickets, I would not have this fortune. You must accept this. You've always looked out for me, and now I wish to express my gratitude, so please do not decline." His tone carried an undeniable sincerity, and he fixed his gaze unwaveringly upon Uncle Jean. Ultimately, Chen Yu pressed the envelope into Uncle Zhang's hands. Overwhelmed with emotion, Uncle Jean gazed at the money, his eyes glistening and slightly reddened. He clutched the envelope tightly, his lips quivering, understanding that Chen Yu was a person of deep loyalty. In a world rife with material desires, such genuine affection stood out as exceptionally precious. After Chen Yu completed the task, a wave of relief washed over him. He knew he had fulfilled his promise and provided some assistance to Uncle Zhang before the impending doom. He believed that this money might offer a glimmer of hope for survival during future calamities. As for what lay ahead, it would depend on his own worth. Suddenly, Chen Yu's phone rang, the crisp chime shattering the tranquility of the store. He picked it up to find it was Vice President Chen calling. Upon learning that the transformation of the safe house had commenced, with truckloads of construction materials being delivered to the neighborhood, he hurried to the villa. Upon arriving, Chen Yu noticed a throng of neighbors gathered, animatedly discussing among themselves. The sunlight bathed them, illuminating their expressions of astonishment, envy, and jealousy. "Whose house is this? What a grand spectacle! How much must this cost?" exclaimed a neighbor dressed in short sleeves and shorts, holding a fan, his eyes wide, as if witnessing the extraordinary. "Certainly a wealthy individual. Just look at the quality of the materials." Another neighbor wearing glasses and a shirt responded enviously, his gaze betraying a hint of desire. "How wasteful to squander such wealth," muttered a slightly plump neighbor in slippers, his disdain evident in the downturned corners of his mouth. "This is utterly extravagant. What on earth are they planning? Are they constructing a castle?" A young girl with a ponytail speculated curiously, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Perhaps they have grand plans we cannot fathom. Nonetheless, it is undeniably enviable," an elderly gentleman with graying hair interjected, his tone tinged with resignation. As Chen Yu listened to the neighbor's chatter, a torrent of thoughts flooded his mind. He gazed at the familiar yet unfamiliar faces, the painful memories of being robbed of supplies in his past life resurfacing. Those grotesque visages and frenzied expressions seemed to loom before him. He mused, "Whether you envy or resent me, or even deem me wasteful, when the true apocalypse arrives, you will understand how astutely I have acted today. In that moment, you will lament your ignorance and short-sightedness, while I shall endure and execute my plan for vengeance within this safe haven. I shall ensure that those who have wronged me experience the bitter taste of abandonment in their despair." A fleeting glint of ruthlessness flickered in his eyes, quickly replaced by calmness. Observing that construction had already begun, he noted the bustling scene. Workers donned hard hats, navigating through various building materials, while the roar of machinery filled the air. Chen Yu swiftly approached Vice President Chen, his expression serious. "Mr. Chen, the walls of the first floor, including the basement, must be reinforced with 50 centimeters of reinforced concrete, and an additional 10 centimeters of steel plates should be added within. I insist on this to prevent anyone from tunneling in from below." His tone was resolute, his gaze radiating undeniable determination. Vice President Chen was momentarily taken aback, evidently surprised by Chen Yu's meticulous and stringent requirements, but he quickly regained composure and nodded in agreement. "Rest assured, Mr. Chen, this will pose no issue. We shall execute your requirements with utmost diligence, procuring the finest steel and concrete, and assigning seasoned workers to oversee this endeavor, ensuring that every detail of the safe house is perfected, thereby constructing an impregnable fortress for you." Upon hearing this, Chen Yu nodded slightly, a flicker of satisfaction evident in his eyes. After a moment of contemplation, he addressed Vice President Chen, stating that the roof's protection must also be reinforced. Employing high-strength blast-resistant materials and implementing camouflage measures to avoid easy detection in the impending apocalypse. The bulletproof glass of the windows must be capable of withstanding the impact of heavy weaponry, while also installing automatically retractable protective barriers. The entrance of the safe house should be crafted from the most robust alloy, equipped with advanced electronic locks and multiple security mechanisms to thwart any attempts at forced entry. Additionally, the basement must feature an independent air filtration system to ensure a supply of fresh air even under dire external conditions. As he spoke, he gestured towards the pertinent locations, his gaze revealing a meticulous attention to every detail. Vice President Chen regarded Chen Yu with grave seriousness, affirming with unwavering conviction, Rest assured, Mr. Chen, our company will undertake the renovation to the highest standards, from a selection of building materials to the precision of construction techniques. We shall strive for perfection in every aspect, ensuring that the quality and performance of the safe house are unparalleled. We understand the immense expectations you have for this safe house and recognize its significance during these extraordinary times. We will mobilize our finest team, employing the most advanced technologies and equipment, dedicating ourselves wholeheartedly to create a truly indomitable sanctuary for you. His eyes brimmed with confidence and commitment, as if pledging an oath of life and death to Chen Yu. Having concluded the discussions regarding the renovation of the safe house, Chen Yu wasted no time, promptly turning his attention to arrangements for international travel. He was acutely aware that domestic resources and channels were limited to acquire more formidable weaponry and additional survival supplies. He must look beyond borders. Time was of the essence, each moment slipping away, as the shadow of the apocalypse loomed ever closer. He had to prepare comprehensively for the impending disaster, seizing every fleeting second. Chapter 5. The zero-cost purchase in the beautiful nation. Chen Yu set his sights on the so-called beacon of freedom, the beautiful nation. It was said that the per capita gun ownership there ranked highest in the world, and although the gun-related mortality rate was similarly alarming in these apocalyptic times, the quest for self-defense seemed entirely rational. During the days leading up to his departure, Chen Yu devoted himself to the study and practice of his spatial abilities. Initially, he could only retrieve objects from a distance of 20 meters, but now he had successfully expanded that range to 100 meters. This remarkable enhancement inspired him to conceive a bold plan, envisioning a scene in which he roamed the land of the beautiful nation, unimpeded in his acquisition of necessary resources. The plane landed smoothly in the early hours of the morning. The night was dark as ink, and the city, shrouded in slumber, exuded an air of mystery and danger. Chen Yu had meticulously gathered numerous clues online, and upon disembarking, he hastened to Pennsylvania. There, he discovered a weapon store reputed to be the largest in the world, akin to a treasure concealed within the shadows, awaiting his exploration. As he stood in the shadows, several dozen meters from the storefront, excitement and determination flickered in his gaze. He closed his eyes momentarily, concentrating all his mental faculties to manipulate the enigmatic power of space. In an instant, the arms and ammunition within the store seemed to be seized by an invisible hand, vanishing without a trace. When he opened his eyes again, the once bustling shop lay desolate before him, and Chen Yu felt an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. A cursory glance at his collection revealed an extensive array of weaponry. Long guns, handguns, machine guns, all types were represented, with ammunition piled high in seemingly endless quantities. His attention was soon captured by several unique silhouettes in the corner. They were snow-tracked vehicles, their robust lines and spacious Western-style seating unmistakable. The clear tread patterns of their specially designed rubber tracks indicated their formidable grip in extreme conditions. In this frigid post-apocalyptic world, where resources were scarce and transportation nearly paralyzed, ordinary vehicles struggled to navigate the thick snow and ice, making these snow-tracked vehicles a veritable godsend. Chen Yu understood that these vehicles would be invaluable for future travel and resource transport. Without a moment's hesitation, a flash of resolve crossed his eyes as he activated his spatial ability. Accompanied by a subtle energy ripple, the vehicles vanished in an instant. This operation had proved far more successful than he had anticipated. His primary objective, armed weaponry, was achieved, and the snow-tracked vehicles were an unexpected boon. However, just as he reveled in his bounty and prepared to rest at a nearby hotel, his keen instincts alerted him to the presence of several shadowy figures stealthily trailing him. The neon lights of the old city blurred into indistinct spots through the rain, and Chen Yu switched the plastic bag from the convenience store to his left hand, his damp shoe soles brushing against the drainage grate, as three shadows emerged from behind the glass of a 24-hour laundromat. He was mentally cataloging the location of the desperately needed antibiotics on the third shelf of the display at the pharmacy across the street. A yellow-skinned man, adorned with tattoos, brandished a butterfly knife, its blade tracing circles mere centimeters from Chen Yu's Adam's apple. Two accomplices flanked him, sealing off any escape routes. As Martin Boots crushed glass bottles along the roadside, a quintessential scene of urban mugging, Chen Yu's gaze swept over the loose shoelaces of the assailant, noting the unusual bulge at the waist of the second thug. As the blade lunged toward his face, his right hand had already seized the tattooed man's wrist. Muscle memory guided his movements in a graceful arc, deftly disarming the second hoodlum, whose spring knife was sent flying. Cursing, the curly-haired thug staggered back, and Chen Yu capitalized on the moment, twisting the tattooed man's wrist towards a vending machine. The sharp metallic edge of the coin slot sliced into the robber's skin, causing him to loosen his grip in pain. In that instant, Chen Yu's knee struck the outer thigh of the man, rendering him as limp as a fish devoid of bones, incapacitating him for a considerable time. Taking advantage of the distraction, a third bald thug lunged forward. Chen Yu swiftly grabbed a rolling soda can and hurled it at the thug's knee. As the aluminum can rebounded off the damp ground, his shoe precisely connected with it, sending it crashing into the bald man's chest. The explosive force of the soda compelled him to choke and collide with a fire hydrant. The curly-haired thug drew a baton from his belt, but Chen Yu had already retreated to the side of a phone booth. As the steel rod came crashing down, he yanked the folding door shut. The rusty metal hinges screeched in protest, and the thug's baton became stuck in the door's gap. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Yu locked his grip around the thug's wrist, forcefully slamming it against the glass 3 times until the wrist swelled like dough left to rise. Damn Asian martial arts. The tattooed man grunted, struggling to rise. Chen Yu deftly hooked a takeout bag from the roadside, launching a scalding coffee cup into the air. The splattering liquid forced the thug to raise his hands in defense. This brief moment allowed Chen Yu to close in, applying just the right pressure on the sternocleidomastoid muscle at the side of the man's neck, inducing a fleeting daze. The bald thug finally regained his footing and reached for his lower back, but Chen Yu caught a glint of metal from the corner of his eye. He tore down an advertisement from the phone booth and flung it towards the thug, momentarily obscuring his vision. With reinforced leg strength, he leapt across 3 meters. As a shoe pressed down on the thug's wrist, the Beretta 92 FS concealed at the waist slid into a nearby drain. The wail of police sirens echoed from 5 blocks away as Chen Yu disposed of the 3 robbers' phones in separate trash bins, wrapping his hand in hamburger packaging to retrieve the handgun. Noticing a fluorescent mark inside the grip as the magazine ejected, it was clear this was not equipment typical of ordinary street thugs. As he disposed of the disassembled gun parts in 3 different drains, a sudden sting pricked his fingertips. Raising his hand revealed a bloody line from the tattooed man's butterfly knife. Frowning, Chen Yu pilfered some alcohol swabs from a pharmacy. While treating his wound, he noticed the faint outline of a spider tattoo on the nape of the curly-haired thug's neck, its 8 mechanical legs clearly bearing some gang insignia. As the rain intensified, Chen Yu donned his hoodie inside out and entered a convenience store to purchase a pack of gum. As the cashier scanned his damp pant legs, he covertly covered his fingertips with mint-flavored gel. The surveillance footage merely captures an ordinary Asian youth seeking snacks on a stormy night, if one overlooks his deliberately altered gait and the angle of his shoulders. The street corner camera is blurred by the cascading rain. As Chen Yu halts at the alley's mouth, stuffing a bloodied tissue into a homeless man's shopping cart. When the police car's red and blue lights sweep across the street, he has already settled on a bench at the subway station 6 blocks away, his soaked sneakers replaced by dry work boots, the shadow of his baseball cap perfectly obscuring his facial contours. As he exits the subway at the terminal station, the harbor, veiled in briny mist, heralds the dawn. Chen Yu casts a butterfly knife into the sea, the metallic splash swallowed by the surging waves. He realizes he has inadvertently crossed a perilous line, yet, compared to the impending bitter cold arriving in 30 days, the undercurrents of human society seem but trivial ripples. As he traverses the streets, the supermarkets and malls along his path have transformed in his eyes into repositories of free supplies. With each store he passes, he employs his spatial abilities to sweep their goods clean, be it food, drinking water, clothing, or medication. He spares none of the items he deems essential for survival in the impending apocalypse. It is as though an invisible tempest has ravaged the places he frequents, leaving them utterly barren. With the accumulation of supplies, his confidence burgeons. Yet, reflecting on the age-old wisdom of building high walls and stockpiling grain, he acknowledges that resources are perpetually beneficial in excess. At that moment, he feels increasingly that merely acquiring these items is somewhat of a loss. Resolute, he decides to push further. After all, these are merely products of the beautiful country. Why not seize them? His fingers glide rapidly across his phone screen. Google Maps revealing that the coordinates of Philadelphia's port are a mere 4 kilometers away. Upon observing the satellite imagery of the tightly clustered containers, his throat involuntarily constricts. Those gray-blue tops glimmering under the moonlight resemble a Noah's Ark, frozen in the apocalypse. Heading to the southern gate of the port, he prepares for the night shift of container vessels. He tosses $200 bills to the African-American driver, the taxi speeding down the highway at 2 in the morning. During the half-hour journey, Chen Yu carves 7 notches into the back of the seat with his tactical dagger, each mark representing an anticipated yield of 50,000 tons. In the shadows of the western wall of the port area, his night vision locks onto an orange light flickering 50 meters away. A burly white man, adorned with a secondary security badge, is relieving himself in a blind spot, the jingling keys at his waist betraying his movements. "Hey, can I borrow a light?" At the instant the man turns, a towel soaked in ether covers his mouth and nose. The last memory of the security guard, as he slumps, is the sight of his ID card being slipped into the tactical belt of the Asian youth, the nameplate James Carter glinting coldly in the moonlight. As he approaches the red light of the security checkpoint in Area C, a cold sweat drenches Chen Yu's back. Just as the alarm is about to sound, he swings a hydraulic cutter to smash the scanner's motherboard, sparks flying and scorching 3 marks into the uniform. The circuit is aging and malfunctioning. He roars at the guards rushing toward the commotion, pointing at the smoking device. As the crowd busied themselves examining the routes, the oil-stained canvas gloves silently wiped away fingerprints, while the rust-laden work boots left traces upon the ground, indicative of a night shift maintenance worker. In the refrigerated zone, C7, Chen Yu used a stolen universal key to pry open the lead seal of a shipping container, releasing a cloud of white mist at a chilling -30 degrees. The moment his palm struck the frozen meat pile, 3,000 tons of Australian beef vanished without a trace, leaving only the rapidly melting frost in the empty cargo hold. The retaining container shell was relocked, and he inserted a prepared dry ice canister into the temperature sensor. In the grain storage area, K3, the container holding 200,000 tons of wheat required 12 operations to access. Each time, he opened the door to collect 3 meters of grain depth, while the remaining portion was camouflaged with sandbags to simulate a stacked profile. When the unloading machine's claw broke through the filler for the 3rd time, Chen Yu had already relocated to the seafood section 300 meters away. In the seafood area S12, the moment the electronic lock alarm blared, Chen Yu swung a fire axe to cleave open the side wall of the container. As 1,000 tons of Norwegian salmon disappeared, splashes of seawater crystallized into salt frost upon his face. The arriving security personnel could only witness holes corroded as if by acid and the melting ice crystals on the floor. A ruse created by him using liquid nitrogen to simulate metal embrittlement. When the last batch of military canned goods vanished into thin air, the entire port alarm system resonated in unison. The screens in the control room displayed footage of containers being devoured by a black hole, as 17 cameras simultaneously recorded the goods evaporating into nothingness. The duty officer trembled as he pressed the red button, and the intercom crackled with a chorus of panicked exclamations. "My God, the beef has vanished from the footage. Good grief, the wheat pile has turned to sand." As Chen Yu kicked open the fire escape, 6 police cars crashed through the port's gates. He donned a uniform caked in sea salt and leapt into the sewage channel, the briny seawater mixed with industrial waste oil flooding his nostrils. By the time the attack dogs traced the scent to the estuary, the tide had already washed away all traces of life, leaving only a floating work glove concealing a waterlogged ID card. Loot summary: as the dawn painted the Philadelphia skyline in hues of red, Chen Yu sat aboard a long-distance bus 30 kilometers away, tallying his spoils. Basic grains, 320,000 tons of wheat, equivalent to the American consumption for 7 days. 180,000 tons of corn, 160,000 barrels of concentrated soybean protein. Protein reserves, 200,000 tons of frozen meat, beef, lamb, pork, poultry, 130,000 tons of seafood, salmon, tuna. King crab, 20 million military energy bars, processed foods, 5 million boxes of various canned goods, 800 tons of dehydrated vegetables, special supplies, 120,000 varieties of doomsday seed vault, 10 million bottles of medical-grade vitamin preparations, 22 million tablets of water purification as the sky gradually brightened. Chen Yu was acutely aware that lingering here was unwise. He needed to depart swiftly. He dragged his somewhat weary form back to the airport and boarded the last flight he had pre-purchased, embarking on his journey home. As for how the United States would conduct its investigation and whether they would trace it back to him, Chen Yu was utterly unconcerned. In his view, the impending icy apocalypse would plunge the entire world into chaos and despair, and he held little faith that anyone possessed the capability to traverse mountains and rivers to apprehend him. Chapter 6. A calculated approach. Chen Yu sat upon the plush sofa, his long fingers gently stroking his chin as he succumbed to deep contemplation. The recent decision to purchase lottery tickets must be temporarily halted. Winning consecutive grand prizes was far too conspicuous. Others would undoubtedly harbor suspicions, and no matter how eloquently he spoke, it would be challenging to justify his fortune, thereby inviting unnecessary complications. In his mind, Chen Yu was acutely aware that in the impending cataclysm, food and medicine would become the critical resources for survival. Having resolved to set aside the lottery, he devoted himself entirely to formulating a plan for securing these essential supplies. He was unwilling to adhere to conventional purchasing methods, as they were not only time-consuming and labor-intensive, but also likely to draw unwanted attention. Suddenly, a bold idea sparked in his mind. He intended to explore the western regions in search of warehouses and granaries stockpiled with vast amounts of supplies. Utilizing his extraordinary spatial abilities, he could gather all food and medicine within his line of sight that met his criteria without anyone being the wiser. This approach would not only allow for efficient resource accumulation, but also enable him to do so discreetly, an exquisite plan that yielded dual benefits. Chen Yu meticulously calculated that to amass resources swiftly and in substantial quantities, large storage centers, granaries, and pharmaceutical factories would be his primary targets. Within these storage centers, an abundance of daily necessities and food were piled high. The granaries, needless to say, were filled to the brim with grain sufficient to sustain prolonged demands, while the pharmaceutical factories housed a variety of urgently needed medications for the impending apocalypse. However, his ambitions did not cease there. Even the renowned Zhonghai port was included in his sights. As the largest port in the world, it contained millions of containers filled with an array of goods. Yet Chen Yu was not a fool. He understood the port's stringent security measures. Acting rashly at this moment would undoubtedly lead to his capture. Therefore, he resolved to wait until the very last day of the apocalypse, when societal order would collapse, allowing him to seize the port's resources without reservation. For the time being, he decided to initiate his resource accumulation from more accessible locations. While scrolling through Douyin, Chen Yu stumbled upon a video shared by a fisherman showcasing the densely packed river fish from a nearby location. Inspiration surged within him. He realized this was a splendid opportunity to stockpile food, and he could also collect river water for future use. Time was of the essence. Seizing the moment, he immediately booked the next available flight to the location depicted in the video. Upon arrival, his plan was to find a secure and discreet place to settle before promptly heading to the river to investigate. He would seize the opportunity to gather fish and water, all while remaining unnoticed. After several hours of prolonged travel, Chen Yu finally arrived in a foreign land. Exiting the airport, he set aside his fatigue and hastily enacted his predetermined plan. Before long, he discovered the river from the video. The sight before him left him in awe. The water teemed with fish, creating a seemingly moving ocean of black. He sought a hidden corner, ensuring that no one was around as the sun descended, and quietly activated his spatial abilities. The surface of the water rippled, as fish and river water seemed to be drawn in by an invisible giant hand, continuously being absorbed into the space. Observing the growing reservoir of fresh water and fish within, Chen Yu pondered. After all, the North Sea has been our territory since ancient times. Taking resources from one's own land is only just. This stored fresh water, even if it were to supply the entirety of Zhonghai City, would likely last for thousands of years without depletion. The fish collected were of diverse species, and their numbers were unfathomable. Chen Yu was acutely aware that gathering such an immense quantity of fish was not merely to satiate hunger. Once the apocalypse struck and the world order collapsed, food would become exceedingly scarce, and people would resort to any means necessary for sustenance. The fish he possessed would thus become a crucial strategic resource, akin to powerful bargaining chips. With these fish, he could compel those driven by hunger to serve him, whether it be assisting in gathering other supplies, guarding strongholds, or undertaking perilous missions simply in exchange for fish. Many would undoubtedly comply willingly. This would undeniably enhance his control during the apocalypse, providing greater security and assurance for his survival. After completing the collection of the entire Belga lake, Chen Yu promptly returned home. Upon arriving and browsing online, he noticed walnut wood for heating. After a brief contemplation, he decisively ordered 500 tons and instructed the vendor to deliver the goods to the large warehouse he had just rented. As the apocalypse loomed, heating resources would become exceedingly precious. Walnut wood, as a premium heating material, was undoubtedly an excellent choice, and ample reserves would allow him to endure the harshness of the impending cold. Once the order was finalized, he descended, lost in thought, preparing to check on the construction progress of the safe house at the villa. While immersed in contemplation of his future plans, Chen Yu unexpectedly crossed paths with Zhang Chong in the community. Zhang Chong was one of the assailants involved in his murder in his previous life. Chen Yu's brow furrowed instinctively, intending to ignore him and walk away. However, Zhang Chong took the initiative to step forward, blocking his path. He still bore the same disreputable, cocky demeanor, often taking advantage of others in the neighborhood. Now, his eyes glinted with greed and malice as he remarked sarcastically, "I heard that villa is yours. Looks like you've struck it rich, huh, kid?" Annoyed, Chen Yu retorted, "And if it is mine, what of it?" Unfazed by Chen Yu's cold demeanor, Zhang Chong approached with a forced smile, continuing, "Come on, brother, you've suddenly become wealthy. There must be some lucrative opportunity behind it. Share it with me. We're neighbors after all. Fortune should be shared." Chen Yu scoffed internally, thinking, does he really take me for a fool? Yet outwardly, he remained nonchalant, curious to see what tricks Zhang Chong would attempt next. Sensing Chen Yu's indifference, Zhang Chong's smile vanished, replaced by a menacing expression as he raised his voice. "Brother, you're really not giving me face. Do not presume that I am unaware. Your mere lottery winnings are nothing remarkable. I have ascertained that you possess no substantial backing. In this locality, what can you possibly do to me?" As he spoke, he deliberately puffed out his chest, embodying the audacity of a scoundrel. Chen Yu's gaze turned icy in an instant as he observed Zhang Chong's hand reaching out, attempting to rest on his shoulder. Without hesitation, he forcefully swatted it away, his voice laced with impatience. "I do not have time for your nonsensical chatter." Zhang Chong was momentarily stunned by Chen Yu's response, a flicker of anger crossing his face. He had never anticipated that Chen Yu would dare to treat him in such a manner. Just as he was about to retaliate, he was deterred by the frostiness emanating from Chen Yu's eyes, leaving him hesitant and unsure whether to persist in his pursuit. Meanwhile, a crowd of curious neighbors had gathered around. Zhang Chong felt his dignity plummet. He had always boasted of his dominance in the neighborhood. So how could he allow Chen Yu to humiliate him in front of others without retaliation? In a fit of rage and embarrassment, he disregarded the consequences, raising his hand to strike Chen Yu, cursing under his breath. "Humph, you ungrateful wretch, I shall teach you a lesson today." His stance suggested he intended to leave Chen Yu in ruins. Chen Yu remained composed. Having undergone physical enhancements, he was not someone Zhang Chong could easily provoke. Not only could he handle a punch, but even a blow from a steel rod would pose no challenge. Yet, he had no desire to take an unprovoked hit. So as Zhang Chang's fist, accompanied by the rush of wind, descended upon him, Chen Yu reacted swiftly, his arm blocking the strike with the force of steel. A sharp crack echoed through the tense silence, distinctly piercing to the ear, followed by Zhang Chang's agonizing shriek, resonating throughout the neighborhood. Clearly, Zhang Chang's hand had been fractured. Clutching his arm, his face drained of color, beads of sweat rolled down his forehead as he cried out in pain, devoid of any remnants of his earlier bravado. Appearing utterly disheveled, Chen Yu cast a glance at the writhing Zhang Chang, but did not linger. He turned and departed with purpose. His mind was consumed by the urgent task of procuring food. With the apocalypse looming, should circumstances shift unexpectedly, and he be unable to reach the storage center or port for supplies, he must ensure he has ample food prepared in advance. As he pondered, he exited the community. With over 100 million in savings, he could acquire an abundance of resources. After considerable thought, he set his sights on a noodle factory. In a post-apocalyptic scenario, instant noodles represent an exceptional food reserve choice, not only convenient for consumption, but also boasting a long shelf life, alleviating concerns of spoilage. Chen Yu understood that stockpiling these noodles was not for his own enjoyment, but rather to wield them as a potent tool. In dire times, instant noodles could compel others to assist him and serve as barter for other urgently needed supplies. From any perspective, they were the optimal choice. Upon expressing his intention for a bulk purchase to the factory owner, the latter's eyes sparkled with excitement, his face beaming with joy. The small factory was on the brink of collapse due to mismanagement, and Chen Yu's emergence as a substantial client was akin to a lifeline. The proprietor hurried over, his face adorned with a beaming smile as he introduced himself as Mr. Wang. Without hesitation, he inquired, "Mr. Chen, how much do you require?" Chen Yu, straightforward in his approach, asked, "What is the unit price?" Mr. Wang promptly replied, "Mr. Chen, for a bulk purchase, I can offer you 1 yuan per bag. This price is undeniably advantageous." Chen Yu, calculating internally, deemed the price reasonable and decisively declared, "Then I shall take 200,000 boxes of instant noodles, with each box containing 50 packets. Additionally, 1,000 boxes of ham sausages, each box containing 1,000 pieces." Mr. Wang quickly calculated in his mind. Realizing this amounted to a substantial order worth 20 million, his smile grew even more radiant. Chen Yu then stated with gravity, "I require these goods to be delivered to my specified address within 3 days. Time is of the essence. It must be expedited." Mr. Wang, not daring to show any sign of complacency, nodded vigorously, assuring, "Rest assured, Mr. Chen, I will arrange for the workers to work overtime to ensure timely delivery. Your significant matter will not be delayed." After finalizing the contract and paying a deposit of 5 million, Chen Yu departed from the instant noodle factory. He then drove swiftly to the port, where a bustling scene unfolded before him. Millions of containers stacked high, resembling a city forged from steel. Chen Yu gazed at this magnificent sight, feeling an exhilarating thrill. He quickly calculated the distance from his home to the port and was pleasantly surprised to find that it took only a few minutes by car. This discovery brought him joy, envisioning the ease of collecting supplies on the day of reckoning. Subsequently, he continued his journey to the suburban storage center. This storage facility was astonishingly vast, the largest in all of Asia, covering several million square meters. It was said to house a myriad of supplies, capable of fulfilling nearly all of life's necessities, provided they were not prohibited items. Chen Yu understood that the resources here were crucial for him, and he could not afford to miss this opportunity. He had already devised a meticulous plan to conceal himself near the storage center the day before the impending apocalypse. When the time was right, he would swiftly gather all the supplies within and then drive directly to the port to collect as much as possible. With his arrangements in place, he drove homeward. On his way, he noticed a pet store by the roadside. He thought to himself that, with the impending doom, solitude would be inevitable, and having a pet for companionship would be delightful. Thus, he entered the pet shop and spent 10,000 yuan to acquire a German Shepherd, along with several hundred bags of dog food, ensuring he was well prepared to welcome his new companion before continuing his drive home. While en route, Chen Yu's phone suddenly rang, displaying a call from the police. Confused, He answered the call only to discover that the altercation with Zhang Chang at noon had escalated to the police station. With no other option, he turned his vehicle around and headed towards the precinct. Upon arriving, he immediately spotted Zhang Chang, his arm in a cast. Zhang Chang's face was filled with rage, and as soon as he saw Chen Yu enter, he became agitated, yelling, "It was him who attacked me. Officers, you must ensure justice is served. He broke my arm. He must compensate me at least 5 million. The scene unfolded with a display of petulance. Utterly disregarding the fact that they were within a police station, an officer promptly intervened, attempting to soothe Zhang Chang's agitation while signaling to Chen Yu to refrain from speaking for the moment. The atmosphere became somewhat chaotic. Chen Yu, exhibiting an air of indifference, appeared oblivious to Zhang Chang's erratic behavior and approached the officer, ready to cooperate in resolving the matter. Zhang Chang, feeling ignored, was consumed by a surge of anger. Sensing his dignity slipping away, gritting his teeth, he disregarded the officer's attempts to restrain him and lunged toward Chen Yu, demanding his attention. However, Chen Yu merely raised a hand in a gesture of halting, which caused Zhang Chang to recoil in fear. Retreating behind the officer and peering out with a fierce glare at Chen Yu, muttering profanities under his breath yet daring not to advance. A comical display of bravado masking his insecurity. Chen Yu remained composed, methodically recounting the events to the officer. I was walking normally in the community when he suddenly blocked my path. I intended to disregard him and leave, but he persisted, becoming agitated and raising his hand as if to strike me. Out of instinct, I raised my hand to defend myself. This was entirely an act of self-defense. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chang erupted in fury, shouting, "Nonsense! You emerged unscathed while my arm is broken. Can this be deemed self-defense? You did this intentionally, and you won't evade responsibility." His voice rang with indignation as he waved his uninjured hand, his face contorted with rage and resentment. Chen Yu paid no heed to Zhang Chang's outburst and continued to address the officer, maintaining a steady tone. "Officer, if you have doubts, you may review the community's surveillance footage. The truth will be evident. I trust the footage will reveal the facts." He then stood quietly to the side, awaiting the officer's response. The officer nodded in acknowledgement and said, "We have already reviewed the footage, and it corroborates your account. However, he has filed a report, and we must follow protocol to inquire about the situation. This is a procedural formality. We kindly ask for your cooperation in taking a statement, after which you may leave. We apologize for any inconvenience caused." The officer's demeanor was courteous, as the circumstances were clear. Chen Yu's actions constituted self-defense, and they were merely adhering to regulations. Relieved, Chen Yu responded, "It is my duty to cooperate with the police. I will gladly assist in providing my statement." He then followed the officer to the designated area for documentation. Meanwhile, Zhang Chang, overhearing the officer's words, wore an expression of utter dismay, glaring at Chen Yu with resentment, yet feeling powerless to alter the situation. Chapter 7. Some people just don't know better after concluding matters at the police station. Chen Yu let out a sigh of relief, feeling as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly drove to the wholesale market. Along the journey, apocalyptic images filled his mind, further solidifying his resolve to stockpile as many resources as possible. Upon entering the bustling wholesale market, he was immediately engulfed by the lively atmosphere, completely forgetting his initial intention of utilizing his spatial abilities for a zero-cost acquisition. Chen Yu, with singular focus, headed straight to the spice section, instantly entering a frenzied purchasing mode. Without batting an eye, he added hundreds of boxes of essential condiments such as oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar to his shopping list. The vendors around him were left in awe at the magnitude of his purchases, casting astonished glances his way. Yet, Chen Yu remained unfazed, solely intent on acquiring as many necessities as he could, as if he were determined to empty the entire spice section of the market. Next, he made his way to the staple foods area. Rice, noodles, and flour, fundamental to survival in an apocalypse, were procured without hesitation in quantities of 10 tons. As he surveyed the towering piles of staples, an inexplicable sense of security washed over him. Subsequently, he navigated through various vegetable and meat stalls, meticulously selecting the freshest produce and high-quality meats, ensuring that everything he deemed suitable was added to his haul. Initially, the vendors were astonished by the scale of his purchases, but they soon broke into smiles, eagerly assisting him with packing and loading. Thus, Chen Yu indulged in a shopping spree at the wholesale market, ultimately spending over 10 million before leaving with satisfaction. He arranged with the vendors to settle the payment upon delivery to his warehouse. After departing from the wholesale market, Chen Yu headed straight to the mall, driven by a singular thought. With ample funds at his disposal, it was prudent to spend generously and stockpile supplies. He ventured into the electronics section, where an array of dazzling products overwhelmed his senses. Phones, computers, drones, headphones, and speakers would all prove invaluable in the post-apocalyptic world. Whether for communication, situational awareness, or alleviating boredom during the long, arduous days ahead, these items were essential. Without hesitation, he decided to purchase 10 sets of each product, disregarding the curious glances from onlookers. After making his selections, Chen Yu meticulously instructed the mall staff to ensure that all items were delivered to the warehouse he had rented, leaving nothing to chance. After a thorough exploration of the mall, Chen Yu turned his attention to ordering alcoholic beverages. In the challenging and prolonged days of an apocalypse, allowing oneself the occasional indulgence in wine seemed not only necessary, but also a comforting habit he was accustomed to. Thus, he began reaching out to various suppliers to place orders for an assortment of alcoholic drinks. Huangjio, Baijio, and red wine, no matter the type, as long as it is his preferred libation. He placed an initial order of 10,000 bottles of each. For beer, he even ordered 10,000 cases. The suppliers, upon receiving such substantial orders, were astounded and hurriedly arranged for stocking and shipping, each one enthusiastically assuring Chen Yu that the goods would be delivered promptly to the designated location. Meanwhile, Chen Yu, after a series of transactions, had incurred a staggering expenditure of 10 million. However, procuring cigarettes could not be managed in the same consolidated fashion as other commodities. He had to scour one store after another. Tirelessly, Chen Yu traversed from shop to shop, and by the time he returned home that evening, his vehicle was laden with hundreds of thousands of cigarette packs. He parked the car steadily by the roadside, contemplating the convenience of his outing the following day, and then, cradling his small dog, he prepared to exit the vehicle and head home. Yet, having taken only a few steps, his heightened senses, augmented by the spatial system, detected the presence of someone seemingly trailing him. Alarm bells rang in Chen Yu's mind, prompting him to adopt a vigilant stance, although he maintained an outward demeanor of indifference. Casually glancing back, to his surprise, he spotted Zhang Chong among a group of individuals, including a familiar face, the very person who had once participated in the plundering of his resources in his previous life. Chen Yu let out a cold snort internally, but kept his expression impassive, deliberately pretending not to notice them as he continued down a side path. As he walked, he discreetly surveyed his surroundings, noting the absence of surveillance, which reassured him. He then consciously slowed his pace, waiting for his pursuers to take the bait. Sure enough, it wasn't long before the group behind him could no longer contain themselves, rushing forward with sticks in hand to block Chen Yu's path. Zhang Chong stood there, a mocking grin plastered across his face, exuding arrogance as he proclaimed, Well, caught you at last. You were quite bold during the day, weren't you? Let us see how audacious you still feel now." Chen Yu regarded him with an expression devoid of emotion, his eyes reflecting a hint of indifference as he replied coolly, "Have you ever wondered why I chose this narrow path instead of the main road?" Zhang Chong scoffed dismissively, saying, still stubborn, "Listen up, kid. You better cough up 5 million in medical expenses. If I'm in a generous mood, I might just let you off the hook." Chen Yu let out a cold laugh, unfazed as he retorted, "It seems your mood won't be improving anytime soon." Before Zhang Chong could respond, one of the burly men beside him grunted, "Brother Chong, why waste breath on him? Just give him a beating and see if he dares to talk back." Having considered this, Zhang Chong shouted at Chen Yu again, "So, have you made up your mind? Pay up or take a beating, your choice." The mocking smile on Chen Yu's face deepened as he taunted, "Looks like your injuries from earlier have healed quite nicely." At this, Zhang Chong's anger escalated to rage, gritting his teeth as he snarled, "All right, you're asking for trouble. Let us teach you a lesson." After speaking, he waved his hand, and the accompanying henchmen immediately brandished their clubs, aiming strikes at Chen Yu. Yet, Chen Yu was not one to tolerate such aggression. In an instant, he moved with the swiftness of a specter, delivering a sharp slap to Zhang Chong's injured arm. The impact was severe, causing Zhang Chong to cry out in agony, his screams echoing through the quiet lane, as if attempting to rend the very fabric of the night. The others fared no better. Chen Yu descended upon them like a tiger among sheep, swiftly toppling them to the ground. His movements were precise and fluid, each strike executed with impeccable timing, leaving onlookers in awe. The once arrogant group now lay in disarray, groaning pitifully on the ground, unable to rise and continue their assault. Chen Yu stood there, his expression calm and composed, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. To him, these individuals posed no challenge, even if a dozen more were to appear. His gaze turned cold as he regarded the fallen figures, a fierce determination brewing within him. He resolved that he could not allow these ruffians to provoke him further, as it would undoubtedly disrupt his meticulous preparations for the impending catastrophe, an outcome he could not permit. With this thought in mind, Chen Yu approached without hesitation, delivering a series of calculated strikes that broke arms, shattered legs, and fractured ribs, ensuring that each assailant sustained a serious injury. Consequently, they would be confined to the hospital for an extended period, devoid of the energy to pursue him further. Once he had settled the matter, Chen Yu calmly retrieved his phone and dialed the police, speaking in a steady tone. "Hello, officer. I have several individuals attacking me with weapons. Please come quickly." It must be noted that the police response was remarkably swift. Within minutes, the sound of sirens approached, and the patrol car arrived at the scene. Chen Yu glanced up to find that among the officers was the same male officer who had taken his statement earlier that day, now accompanied by a young female officer. Upon seeing Chen Yu, the male officer displayed a flicker of surprise, and upon noticing the disheveled and moaning figures of Zhang Chong and his crew, he likely surmised the basics of the situation. However, duty dictated that the proper investigative procedures be followed. Shortly thereafter, an ambulance arrived, and the medical personnel quickly lifted the injured individuals onto stretchers, transporting them to the hospital. Meanwhile, Chen Yu cooperated with the police, accompanying them to the station for further questioning. The female officer, seated at the table with a pen and notepad in hand, possessed striking beauty, her features as delicate as porcelain, with an air of intelligence emanating from her eyes. Her figure was alluringly shaped, a true embodiment of elegance. She looked at Chen Yu with an assessing gaze and softly inquired, "Are you aware that they were following you?" Chen Yu feigned ignorance, shaking his head as he replied, "I had no idea. I was simply focused on returning home." The female police officer slightly furrowed her brow, seemingly dissatisfied with Chen Yu's response, and proceeded to inquire, "Why did you choose the alley?" Chen Yu calmly replied, "Oh, because the alley is a shorter route home. I occasionally take this path, so I'm accustomed to it." The officer nodded thoughtfully and asked again, "Did you handle those men by yourself?" Chen Yu immediately responded with an air of innocence, "I did not assault them. It was self-defense. They charged at me with clubs. I couldn't just stand there and take the blows." Upon hearing this, the female officer chuckled softly, her smile tinged with curiosity, and remarked, "I am merely intrigued by how you managed to confront 5 or 6 individuals all on your own without sustaining any harm. That is quite unusual." With a look of feigned innocence, Chen Yu shrugged and said, "I don't know. When I saw them attacking, I was frightened and just flailed my arms in defense. Who would have thought they would fall to the ground? Perhaps they lost their balance or collided with one another." It's puzzling. Just as Chen Yu was about to respond further, a male police officer pushed the door open and entered, coincidentally catching the tail end of the female officer's remarks about sparring. The male officer immediately frowned, adopting a stern expression, and playfully chastised the female officer. "You, young lady, how can you be talking about finding someone to spar with here? This is the police station. We are here for serious matters, not for frivolous pursuits." After reprimanding the female officer, the male officer turned to Chen Yu, his demeanor softening into a warm smile as he said, "Mr. Chen, don't mind her words. She has trained for a few years and often seeks sparring partners. She has a rather spirited nature, but no ill intentions." Then, adopting a more serious tone, he continued, After our investigation, we have clarified your situation. It is indeed unrelated to you and falls entirely under self-defense. You may rest assured and return home. However, you have certainly given those individuals a stern lesson. Given their disheveled state, they likely won't have the energy or courage to trouble you again for the next couple of months. Just focus on your own life. He concluded with a friendly nod towards Chen Yu, signaling that he was free to leave. Chen Yu raised an eyebrow in mild surprise and glanced at the female officer. But he refrained from saying more, merely nodding silently before turning to exit the police station. As he stepped out into the night, he found himself inwardly grumbling. Reflecting on the past 20 years of his life, he had always been compliant, never paying much attention to the direction of the police station's entrance. Yet today, he had found himself visiting the station twice in a single day, which he found quite absurd. He shook his head in resignation, hoping that no further complications would arise, as he still needed to prepare for the impending supplies. Chen Yu had waited at the police station for quite some time, and by the time he left, it was already the early hours of the morning. As night deepened and the streets grew quiet, he stood by the roadside for over 10 minutes, unable to hail a single cab, anxiety beginning to swell within him. At that moment, he noticed a policewoman emerging from the precinct. She spotted Chen Yu standing on the roadside and approached him, inquiring, "Having trouble finding a ride? May I offer you a lift?" Upon hearing her words, Chen Yu instinctively felt inclined to decline. After all, this policewoman had just mentioned a desire to find someone to spar with, exuding a somewhat aggressive demeanor. He preferred to avoid excessive interaction with such individuals. However, given the late hour and his prolonged wait for a vehicle, he realized he could not afford to remain stranded indefinitely. After a moment's hesitation, he reluctantly replied, "Thank you, that would be appreciated." He then provided her with the name of his residential community and followed her towards her parked vehicle, mentally resolving to speak as little as possible during the journey and to focus on arriving home safely. As she drove, the policewoman broke the silence within the car with a cheerful tone, asking, "You must have been quite frightened when those individuals attacked you today. However, your ability to adapt was quite impressive, if you could respond as you did." Chen Yu turned his head slightly to glance at her and replied at that moment, "Fear was the least of my concerns. My instincts kicked in, and I focused on evading their attacks. Perhaps it was merely luck that spared me from injury." The policewoman chuckled softly and continued, "Do not be so modest. Your skills undoubtedly extend beyond mere fortune. Have you practiced any martial arts or participated in combat training?" Shaking his head, Chen Yu replied, "Not at all. I occasionally engage in some light exercise, but I'm not nearly as formidable as you suggest." The policewoman raised an eyebrow, seemingly unconvinced, and remarked, "Your natural talent is remarkable. After years of practice, I still feel I have much to improve upon." Witnessing how effortlessly you dealt with those assailants today genuinely impressed me, which is why I thought to ask you for a friendly match. Do not dismiss the idea so readily. With a resigned smile, Chen Yu responded, "I assure you, I'm not as skilled as you think. Today was simply a fortunate coincidence. Perhaps you should abandon the notion of a sparring session." Thus, their conversation flowed, casual and light, as the vehicle unknowingly glided toward the community where Chen Yu resided. Chapter 8. The Distasteful Class Reunion. As the policewoman deftly parked the vehicle at the entrance of Chen Yu's residential complex, he slightly inclined his body, a genuine smile illuminating his face as he expressed, "I am truly grateful to you. If it weren't for you tonight, I would have been left waiting indefinitely." The policewoman returned his smile, waving her hand dismissively. "It was nothing, don't mention it." Chen Yu opened the car door, bending down to wave farewell to the policewoman before turning to enter the complex. Upon returning home, he tiptoed into the house, careful not to disturb the tranquil atmosphere. He proceeded directly to the designated corner prepared for his puppy, settling the little creature comfortably and attentively ensuring it had ample food and fresh water. Observing the puppy wagging its tail joyfully and exuberantly bouncing around in the new environment, a smile unconsciously crept across Chen Yu's lips. The fatigue and pressure from the recent days of preparation seemed to dissipate momentarily, allowing his spirits to lighten considerably. Chen Yu enjoyed a restful night's sleep, and when he opened his eyes again, sunlight had already filtered through the curtain's gaps, casting a warm glow by the bedside. Upon checking the time, he realized it was already noon. Just as he rubbed the sleep from his eyes, his phone rang urgently. Grasping his phone, he answered, and a delivery person's voice came through. "Hello, Mr. Chen. The items you ordered online have arrived. Could you please come to sign for them?" Chen Yu immediately became alert, replying, "All right, I will head over right away." He quickly got up, freshened up briefly, and hastily drove to the warehouse. Upon arrival, he meticulously verified the product information, and only after confirming its accuracy did he solemnly sign the receipt. Once the delivery person departed, he cautiously surveyed the surroundings to ensure no one was observing him, before utilizing his spatial abilities to store all the supplies within his space. Over the next 2 days, Chen Yu's life seemed consumed by the incessant ringing of his phone and the back-and-forth trips to the warehouse. He received several more notifications about deliveries, tirelessly shuttling between the warehouse and his home to sign for and store the supplies. After successfully receiving these batches of goods, Chen Yu settled onto the sofa and mentally calculated the timeline. To his dismay, he realized that only 20 days remained until the impending apocalypse, intensifying the urgency of his situation. Every moment became increasingly precious. Just as he exited the warehouse, his phone rang once more. Checking the screen, he discovered it was a call from his high school class monitor, Zheng Hao. A smile immediately brightened Chen Yu's face as he answered the call, teasingly remarking, "Ah, Zheng Hao, the esteemed class monitor. What brings you to take the time to call today? Is there something on your mind?" Zheng Hao was one of Chen Yu's closest friends from high school, standing at an impressive height of 6 feet, with a robust weight of 180 pounds, exuding an undeniable presence. During their school years, he had frequently shielded Chen Yu from troubles. Coming from a privileged background, Zheng Hao's life was one of abundance, effortlessly cycling through girlfriends. His tendency to engage in fights and skip classes projected an air of carefree rebellion, making him appear as quite the mischievous character to any observer. Unexpectedly, he turned out to be an exceptional scholar, achieving remarkable academic success. Even more astonishing was the fact that he had formed an inseparable bond with the seemingly modest and reserved student, Chen Yu. However, during the apocalyptic turmoil, Zheng Hao's fate was tragically grim. Within a month, he faced betrayal from his girlfriend, which led to the devastating loss of his entire family. Yet this time, having prepared himself adequately, he resolved to extend a helping hand. Upon answering the call, Chen Yu was greeted by Zheng Hao's hearty laughter. "Haha, Chen Yu, there's a class reunion tonight. Many old classmates we haven't seen in ages are gathering together for some merriment. You must come." Chen Yu, considering he had been quite fatigued from gathering supplies lately, thought a bit of relaxation would do him good. He readily agreed. "Sure, I'll definitely join on the fun. What time does it start?" The two friends discussed the details of the gathering, timing and location, over the phone. As evening fell, Chen Yu meticulously prepared himself and arrived at the hotel's private room as promised. Upon entering, familiar faces greeted him, with everyone animatedly chatting and laughter resonating throughout the room, creating an atmosphere akin to a long-awaited family reunion. However, it wasn't long before Li Ming, a classmate with whom they often clashed, made his entrance. The moment he stepped in, his gaze seemed to pierce through with a hook, intentionally or not, darting towards Chen Yu and Zheng Hao, his expression laced with a subtle provocation, as if silently declaring war. Zheng Hao, who had been enjoying a lively conversation with other classmates, felt a fire ignite within him at the sight of Li Ming's demeanor and, displeased, raised his voice deliberately. "Oh, isn't this Li Ming? What brings you to the class reunion today? I thought you looked down upon mingling with us old classmates." Li Ming's expression darkened immediately, akin to the ominous skies before a storm, and he retorted with a sarcastic tone, "Humph, Zheng Hao, what do you mean by that? This gathering isn't hosted by your family. I can come and go as I please. What? Do you think you can control me?" Zheng Hao sprang to his feet, eyes wide open, defiantly responding, "I have no time to manage you. But why do you always wear that sour face whenever you see us? We're all old classmates. Can't we get along?" Li Ming, thoroughly provoked, slammed his bag onto the table and shouted, "Oh, Zheng Hao, you have the nerve to say that. Back in school, you often try to trip me up. Now you dare to point fingers at me? I want to change my temperament for anyone." In an instant, the previously cheerful and harmonious atmosphere in the private room shifted to one of palpable tension, as if the very air had solidified. Other classmates quickly rushed over to mediate, with some pulling Zheng Hao back while others restrained Li Ming. Yet, both were too inflamed to yield, their faces flushed with anger, causing the conflict to escalate uncontrollably. The once lively room descended into chaos, leaving everyone bewildered by the abrupt eruption of discord. Ultimately, it was a few perceptive female classmates, with their gentle demeanor and sagacity, who adeptly adjusted the atmosphere, allowing everyone to gradually calm down and take their seats once more. In a private room of the gathering, conversations resumed, with attendees sharing updates on their lives. At this juncture, one classmate, wearing a troubled expression, lamented the current economic climate, remarking on the difficulty of finding jobs and the challenges of conducting business, prompting a collective nod and sigh from the group. Upon hearing this, Li Ming's eyes flickered with a hint of pride as he deliberately cleared his throat, the sound sharp and jarring, successfully capturing everyone's attention. Straightening his posture, Li Ming proclaimed, "While the economy may be sluggish, it varies by industry. My father's company has recently secured a substantial contract." Instantly, the gazes of the crowd, as if drawn by a magnet, turned to Li Ming, with some unable to contain their curiosity, eagerly inquiring, "What company is it? So impressive?" Li Ming became increasingly self-satisfied, his chin slightly raised, his eyes brimming with pride as he replied, "Isn't the doomsday theory in vogue? Wealthy individuals are particularly fond of engaging in such frivolous endeavors." Expressions of astonishment and envy spread among the attendees as they clamored to learn more about the specifics of the order. Seeing this reaction, Li Ming's enthusiasm surged, and he began to lavishly recount the saga of how his father secured this significant order, embellishing the tale with grandiosity, suggesting that his family held dominion over the world. Initially, Chen Yu paid little mind to this, dismissing it as another instance of Li Ming's habitual boasting, a scenario not unfamiliar in their past encounters. However, as questions from the crowd persisted, Li Ming's arrogance swelled, and he divulged further details. Someone curiously asked, "Li Ming, what is the name of your company? It sounds remarkable." Li Ming, with a haughty lift of his chin, stated, "My company collaborates with major enterprises. My father is a key partner of theirs." Gradually, through the inquiries and Li Ming's inadvertent revelations, Chen Yu realized that Li Ming's father was none other than Vice President Qin, and Li Ming had inherited his mother's surname. As this news spread, the women at the gathering immediately displayed expressions of envy, their eyes shimmering with an unusual light. One woman cooed, "Oh, Li Ming, you are truly remarkable. You must look out for us in the future." Some men promptly raised their glasses, smiling broadly as they approached a toast, saying brotherly, "Don't forget us when good fortune comes your way." Meanwhile, the women, almost unconsciously, began to attend to their appearances, some adjusting their hair, others smoothing their skirts, hoping to catch Li Ming's attention, as if he had suddenly become the most dazzling star of the evening. Upshadabing Li Ming's sumuk dameno. Zheng Hao felt a tumult of emotions, akin to a jar of mixed flavors overturned within him, leaving a bitter taste. Although Zheng Hao himself was a minor affluent heir, his family's wealth paled in comparison to the current prominence of Li Ming's family. Unable to restrain himself, he scoffed, "Humph, it's merely because of your father. What's so impressive about that?" Upon hearing this, Li Ming reacted as if his tail had been stepped on, retorting immediately, "That is still better than you. What do you have to boast about?" Today's university students are indeed quite pragmatic. Upon witnessing the considerable influence of Li Ming's family, they began to rally around him, voicing support for his stance. Some chastised Zheng Hao for his lack of decorum, while others lauded Li Ming's capabilities. This only served to inflate Li Ming's ego, his smile growing increasingly radiant as if he had ascended to the pinnacle of the world. At that moment, Chen Yu discreetly took out his phone and dialed Vice President Qin. Upon hearing Chen Yu's voice, Vice President Qin immediately responded with deference, "Mr. Chen, how may I assist you?" Chen Yu replied coolly, "Vice President Qin, your son is being rather arrogant with me." Vice President Qin, taken aback, stammered an apology, "Mr. Chen, I am deeply sorry. I shall discipline him properly." Shortly after hanging up, Li Ming's phone rang. As he answered, his father's furious voice erupted from the other end. "You insolent brat! Do you know whom you have offended? Apologize immediately, or you will face dire consequences. Li Ming was rendered speechless, his complexion turning as pale as a sheet, his eyes filled with terror and regret. He had never anticipated that his usual arrogance would lead him into such a predicament. Realizing the gravity of his misstep, he felt utterly humiliated and, like a frightened rabbit, scurried away from the gathering. The onlookers, witnessing Li Ming's abrupt change in demeanor following the phone call and his hasty departure, exchanged puzzled glances, engulfed in a fog of uncertainty. Someone murmured, "What just happened? He was so arrogant a moment ago, and now he leaves after a phone call." Another person shook their head. "I have no idea. I didn't catch what was said on the call." A group of girls huddled together, whispering, "How strange. Could something serious have occurred?" Those who had previously sided with Li Ming were now at a loss, unsure of how to react. Their smiles vanished, replaced by embarrassment and anxiety. Zheng Hao, equally bewildered, turned to Chen Yu, his eyes brimming with confusion and anticipation, as if seeking answers from him. Yet Chen Yu merely shook his head slightly, remaining silent, though a hint of mystery lingered in his gaze. A few individuals began to blame Zheng Hao, asserting, "You must have driven Li Ming away. Now look what you've done. You've ruined the gathering." Another chimed in, "Indeed, you were far too impulsive. With Li Ming's family being so influential, why engage in a power struggle with him?" Others lamented, "Had we known better, we would have prevented this conflict. Now that Li Ming has left, how can we continue the gathering?" Listening to their accusations, Zheng Hao felt a surge of frustration, akin to a fire raging within him. He retorted loudly, "It was clearly Li Ming who overstepped. How can I be blamed for this?" However, the group paid no heed to Zheng Hao's defense, relentlessly continuing their tirades against him. The atmosphere of the gathering deteriorated, and everyone found themselves ensnared in an awkward and tense ambience. Ultimately, what was expected to be a delightful soiree ended in discontent. After the event, Zheng Hao accompanied his girlfriend to the entrance of the hotel, following Chen Yu. Chen Yu subtly signaled to Zheng Hao, who instantly grasped the implication and instructed his girlfriend to take a taxi home. Though somewhat reluctant, her lips slightly pouted and dissatisfaction evident in her gaze, she complied. Chen Yu lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply before offering one to Zheng Hao. As he exhaled a cloud of smoke, he remarked, "Your girlfriend doesn't seem very dependable. She didn't utter a word for you at the gathering, fixating instead on Li Ming." Although Zheng Hao had a straightforward temperament, he was not foolish. After a moment's reflection, he understood Chen Yu's insinuation and replied, "It's no big deal. She's just a woman. I've long realized she is after money, and I'm after her body. However, she did put me in a difficult position today. I'll end things with her later." Hearing Zheng Hao's clarity on the situation reassured Chen Yu, as it meant that there would be no scenario of Zheng Hao being led astray by his girlfriend. However, with the impending doom looming, it was essential for Zheng Hao to stockpile supplies, though Chen Yu was unsure how to broach the subject. He decided to wait until he had formulated his thoughts before discussing it with Zheng Hao. Curiosity piqued, Zheng Hao leaned in and inquired about that incident with Li Ming. "It must have been your call that influenced it, right?" Chen Yu was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated that the rotund fellow would deduce it was him. Thus, he chose not to conceal the truth and candidly replied, "The contract that Li Ming's father secured was indeed mine." Zheng Hao gasped, his eyes widening in astonishment, akin to witnessing an extraordinary spectacle. "Wow, when did you amass such wealth? That's over 80 million. Have you won the lottery or something?" Chen Yu cast a surprised glance at Zheng Hao before responding nonchalantly, "Yes, it's akin to winning the lottery. I hit 200 million. Zheng Hao, exhilarated by the revelation, nearly dropped his cigarette, exclaiming, "What? When did this happen? You've been keeping this from your brother." Chen Yu quickly waved his hand. Sincerity etched on his face as he reassured, "With our bond, how could I hide anything from you? I've simply been preoccupied with renovation work lately, and Haven Tea had the opportunity to share." Zheng Hao furrowed his brow in confusion, asking, by the way, "How does a renovation cost over 80 million? Suddenly, it seemed he recalled something and exclaimed, "Wait, I just checked Li Ming's father's company. They specialize in constructing safe houses. Have you lost your mind? Is the apocalypse upon us?" Recognizing the teasing tone, Chen Yu took in stride, chuckling. "What if it is? It's always prudent to be prepared. Zheng Hao, brimming with excitement, proclaimed, "Once your safe house renovation is complete, you must invite me over to see it. I've yet to experience a villa worth over 100 million. Chen Yu smiled in response. "You shall be the first to experience it." Chen Yu recalled that Zheng Hao was also an only child, and his parents were quite strict with him. Despite being affluent, Zheng Hao had no detrimental vices. Aside from dating and browsing the internet, he indulged in no other bad habits. In the days when Chen Yu's parents were still alive, they were quite at ease with him spending time with Zheng Hao, and he often visited Zheng Hao's home, becoming quite familiar with his family. Thus, Chen Yu inquired, "Your parents are not traveling far from Zhonghai recently, are they?" Although Zheng Hao was curious about Chen Yu's question, he replied, "Yes, they are at home. My dad injured his leg last time, so it will take about half a month for him to recover. He can only stay at home." Chen Yu thought this was fortuitous. Zheng Hao's parents had always treated him exceptionally well, and after the passing of Chen Yu's own parents, their kindness had only increased, often inviting him over for meals. Although their families did not reside in the same community, the distance between them was not considerable. Chen Yu did not wish for any misfortune to befall them. During times of calamity, he would have to devise ways to ensure their well-being. Soon after, the two engaged in casual conversation for a while before heading home. Upon reaching the entrance of his community, Chen Yu turned back towards the lottery shop. As he entered, Uncle Zhang, the shop owner, immediately greeted him with a broad smile, enthusiastically saying, "Back to buy some lottery tickets again?" Chen Yu waved his hand with a smile, responding, "Not this time. How could I possibly win? I actually have something to discuss with you." It turned out that Chen Yu was preparing for a trip out of town and was pondering what to do with the newly acquired puppy that would be left unattended at home. After much thought, he remembered Uncle Zhang. He continued, "I'm planning to go out of town for a while, and I just bought a puppy a couple of days ago. I was hoping you could help take care of it for a couple of days." Upon hearing this, Uncle Zhang did not hesitate for a moment and readily agreed, chuckling, "You can leave it with me. I'm quite lonely here in the shop, and the puppy will be perfect company." Chen Yu felt a sense of relief wash over him. He was grateful to Uncle Zhang, knowing that entrusting the puppy to him would allow him to pursue his forthcoming endeavors without any worries. Chapter 9. The Desire for My Kidney. After bidding farewell to Uncle Zhang, Chen Yu hurriedly stepped through the threshold of his home. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, he resolved to call Zheng Hao. As soon as the call connected, Zheng Hao's boisterous voice, laced with jest, reached him. "What's this? Can't bear to be apart from your brother already?" Chen Yu, devoid of any inclination for banter, replied earnestly, "I've purchased a substantial amount of supplies online over the past few days and would like to store them at your place until my renovations are complete." It was a trivial matter. When the time comes, he would simply provide his home address. Zheng Hao responded nonchalantly. Chen Yu then stressed, "There's a considerable quantity, so make sure you have enough space for storage." Zheng Hao laughed heartily. "Don't worry. The basement of my villa is completely empty. No matter how much you buy, it will all fit." Receiving a satisfactory reply, Chen Yu advised, "All right then, for the next couple of days, just stay home to receive the deliveries." Upon hearing this, Zheng Hao immediately protested. "Seriously? Just how much did you buy? It won't interfere with my social life, will it?" Chen Yu teasingly retorted, "Think about it. Brotherhood or a woman? Who do you deem more important?" Although Zheng Hao grumbled, he ultimately acquiesced. After ending the call, Chen Yu swiftly logged onto the shopping website, embarking on a meticulous selection of supplies. Thermal clothing was essential for braving the harshness of the impending apocalypse. He carefully selected 20 sets of thermal underwear, 10 down jackets, 10 cold-resistant suits, 10 pairs of insulated gloves, 20 pairs of cotton gloves, and 100 pairs of cotton socks. In terms of staple foods, he added 20 bags of rice, 500 pounds of flour, 500 pounds of noodles, and 500 boxes of instant noodles to his cart, all vital for sustaining basic survival during times of scarcity. Furthermore, he included 2,000 pounds of cured meat and several boxes of spices to ensure variety in his diet. 1,000 cans each of various meats, fish, and fruits enriched his food reserves, prolonging their shelf life. 2 boxes each of toothpaste, toothbrushes, and toilet paper, along with 100 barrels of bottled water, would suffice for daily hygiene and drinking needs. Medications were of utmost importance. He procured 20 boxes each of antibiotics, cold medicine, fever reducers, and anti-inflammatory drugs, as well as various first aid supplies, ensuring robust protection against injuries and ailments. Considering the dark circumstances of the impending world, he purchased 10 outdoor high-powered flashlights, each capable of lasting over 100 hours on a full charge, supplemented with a box of batteries to guarantee uninterrupted illumination. Having completed his shopping, Chen Yu raised his gaze to find that dawn had begun to break outside. Rubbing his weary eyes, he closed the shopping site and casually opened a messaging app. The class group chat was abuzz with excitement, fervently discussing the lunch gathering. Many of the girls were vociferous, chastising Zheng Hao for his lack of discernment and provoking Li Ming, their words dripping with dissatisfaction towards Zheng Hao. As Chen Yu read through the messages, a mix of emotions swirled within him. He found it both amusing and exasperating. The girls' aspirations to align themselves with the powerful were glaringly evident. Utterly disregarding the provocations Zheng Hao faced, silently, he closed the app, reflecting inwardly. You revel in your pride now, but when the apocalypse arrives, you shall realize just how foolish you truly are. Weary from the day's exertions, Chen Yu prepared to wash up and rest when suddenly a window popped up on his computer screen. He instinctively reached out to close the page, but accidentally clicked wrong, and suddenly a news article appeared before him, proclaiming that the Chero and Pak fan group's pig farming had achieved the highest output rate in the world. Chen Yu's eyes brightened as a thought flashed through his mind. The source of meat has been secured. He quickly searched for more information and discovered that Chero and Pak fan group was the largest conglomerate in banana country, with pig farming being just one of its many ventures. At that moment, Chen Yu was consumed by urgency and, without further ado, promptly booked a flight and hurried to the airport. A few hours later, Chen Yu arrived in banana country. Upon disembarking from the plane, he made his way directly to the pig farm's location. However, as the vehicle continued to travel, it veered further into a desolate mountainous region. A sense of foreboding washed over Chen Yu, prompting him to question the driver. Is this the correct route? Why are we heading into the mountains? The driver explained, pig farms are often situated in remote areas. We will arrive shortly. Indeed, half an hour later, the car came to a halt. The driver hastily exited and fled, and Chen Yu sensed danger. Just as he was about to escape, 3 armed assailants blocked his path. Faced with the ominous barrels of their guns, Chen Yu had no choice but to abandon any thoughts of resistance, lamenting internally, I have encountered the infamous Gaiazi group. He was forced to don a hood and was shoved into a van. After a harrowing 3-hour drive, the van stopped and the hood was removed. Chen Yu found himself in a courtyard surrounded by dozens of other captives, some bearing the marks of violence. As he surveyed the scene, he noticed around a dozen armed militants, the specifics of the situation remaining unclear. He resolved silently, I must eliminate this group. I cannot meet my demise so soon after being reborn. Subsequently, they were taken to witness the so-called workflow, but Chen Yu's mind was preoccupied with devising an escape plan. That night, all captives were confined in a large warehouse, mixed in gender. While others were deep in slumber, Chen Yu discreetly retreated to a corner, donned a bulletproof vest, and attached several grenades to his tactical vest. The weapons in the space were already loaded, and he planned to switch firearms at a moment's notice to save time during reloading. Just as he completed his preparations, a girl of about 17 or 18 stealthily approached him and whispered, Where did you get that equipment? Can you take me with you when you escape? Chen Yu glanced at her, thinking that bringing her along would only complicate the escape, and coldly rejected her. Having you with me would be a burden. Do not cause trouble. Undeterred, the girl persisted, I am in Qing from the largest and family biotechnology company in Zhonghai. If you take me out, I can offer you a substantial reward. Chen Yu, intrigued, inquired, What does family biotechnology produce? Medical supplies, of course. Didn't you know? And Qing replied, astonished. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Yu considered that having her might resolve the issue of medical supplies. But he warned, If you choose to follow me and fall behind, I will not come back for you. And Qing quickly assured him, Do not worry. I am physically fit and often exercise. The two approached the warehouse door, and Chen Yu used pliers to cut the chain, successfully escaping. Outside the warehouse, 2 henchmen were smoking, completely unaware of their presence. Chen Yu instructed Ching to hide behind a pillar while he stealthily approached, drawing a dagger and swiftly silencing one with a throat cut. The other, just about to raise his weapon, was met with a swift flick of Chen Yu's wrist as the dagger pierced his throat. Ching stood by utterly astonished, her entire body trembling. Chen Yu swiftly concealed the corpse and whispered to Ching, "Hurry!" Startled, she nearly screamed, prompting Chen Yu to cover her mouth until her emotions stabilized. The two continued their cautious journey, navigating through the compound with trepidation. Suddenly, Chen Yu heard cries and wails ahead. He stealthily approached, discovering 3 menacing thugs brutally beating several individuals who were suspended, clearly compatriots who had been captured. Chen Yu initially hesitated to intervene, but upon realizing this was the only route to escape, he forcefully kicked open the door. The 3 men inside, upon seeing him, revealed sinister grins. Didn't he expect someone so bold to come to the rescue? Chen Yu swiftly seized a steel pipe and struck the leader on the head, simultaneously shouting to Ching, "Come in and shut the door, free them." The man had no time to evade, his skull shattered, blood splattering. The remaining 2, terrified, fell to their knees, begging for mercy. Chen Yu, devoid of compassion, commanded the rescued individuals to bind them and tape their mouths shut. To vent his pent-up rage, he picked up a whip, soaked it in a saline solution, and began to lash the 2 men. As he struck, he admonished the rescued. Haven't you ever downloaded an anti-fraud app? The dream of overnight wealth is utterly preposterous. Mid-sentence, recalling his own plight, Chen Yu's fury intensified, and his blows became more forceful. After dozens of lashes, he handed the whip to Ching, saying, "Your turn." Though frightened, she accepted the whip and began to strike under Chen Yu's encouragement. After finishing a cigarette, he ended the lives of the 2 with a dagger. With the 3 eliminated, Chen Yu and Ching proceeded cautiously. Not far along, they encountered a patrol of armed men, 5 in total. These sentinels, highly alert, quickly detected Chen Yu and Ching's presence. "Halt! Who are you?" the leader barked, raising his weapon to aim at them. Unfazed, Chen Yu swiftly retrieved an assault rifle from his concealed space and unleashed a barrage of gunfire upon the squad. The hail of bullets fell like a torrential downpour, instantly taking down 2 armed men. The remaining 3, witnessing this, scrambled for cover and began a frantic counterattack. With Chen Yu providing cover, Ching crouched behind a large rock, her heart racing. Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to calm herself, mimicking Chen Yu's stance, grasped the gun, aimed at one of the armed men, and pulled the trigger. Though her hands trembled, she successfully struck the thug in the arm. Chen Yu, observing Ching's performance, nodded approvingly. He continued to shoot with precision while seeking opportunities to close in on the enemy. Soon, leveraging the terrain to his advantage, he flanked one of the armed men and shot him in the head. At that moment, Ching began to acclimatize to the chaos of battle. She fired again, hitting the last armed man in the leg, rendering him immobile. Chen Yu swiftly advanced, striking the injured armed man into unconsciousness with the butt of his gun. After neutralizing this patrol unit, he glanced at Ching and remarked, "Well done. Keep up." The duo pressed onward until they arrived at a pivotal checkpoint within the compound. A sturdy sentry post stood before them, manned by Western armed personnel, surrounded by barricades and barbed wire. Surveying the environment, Chen Yu resolved to employ a feinting tactic. He retrieved a smoke grenade from his storage and hurled it toward one side of the sentry post. The smoke billowed rapidly, capturing the attention of the armed guards within. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Yu and Ching stealthily approached the sentry post from opposite sides. As they neared the sentry post, Chen Yu forcefully kicked the door open and simultaneously opened fire, instantly incapacitating 2 armed men. The remaining 2 guards, realizing the situation, were about to retaliate when Ching fired from her position, striking one in the shoulder. Chen Yu swiftly dispatched the last armed assailant. However, the gunfire had already attracted the attention of reinforcements. A throng of armed men surged toward their location, compelling Chen Yu and Ching to retreat into an abandoned building, preparing to hold their ground until help arrived. "We must devise a way to break through. This stalemate cannot continue," Chen Yu asserted. Ching nodded, her gaze unwavering. She began to inspect her ammunition, bracing for the imminent fierce battle. Soon, The armed men surrounded the dilapidated structure, unleashing a torrent of gunfire that ricocheted off the walls, creating a shower of sparks. Chen Yu and Qing took cover, waiting for the opportune moment to counterattack. As the armed men attempted to close in, Chen Yu and Qing fired simultaneously, taking down several of the advancing foes. Yet, the enemy numbers were overwhelming and the pressure mounted. Chen Yu quickly retrieved several grenades from his storage, tossing them toward the adversaries. The deafening explosions temporarily halted the onslaught. Seizing this moment, Chen Yu and Qing charged out of the abandoned building, beginning their escape. Navigating through the hail of bullets, they continued to fire, taking down one enemy after another. Though fear gripped Qing's heart, she resolutely followed Chen Yu, fighting valiantly. After an intense skirmish, they finally broke free from encirclement and reached a warehouse. The occupants, startled awake by the sight of armed Chen Yu, instinctively crouched down in fear. Qing shouted, "We are not the enemy. When we start shooting, you all run outside." The duo then sprinted to the top floor, where they encountered the owner of the compound. Enraged, Chen Yu fired twice, shattering the man's legs, and retrieved a steel pipe from his storage to methodically incapacitate the remaining 3 limbs, adding salt to the wounds. Qing, understanding his intent, swiftly taped the owner's mouth shut, earning Chen Yu's silent approval. Upon reaching the rooftop, Chen Yu handed Qing a pistol, instructing, "Fire a warning shot if anyone approaches." He then drew his Barrett sniper rifle, methodically targeting the armed men below, each shot reminiscent of a real-life shooting game. Qing stood vigilantly at the doorway, resolute in her readiness to fire should any adversary attempt to breach their position. With Chen Yu's expert marksmanship complementing her efforts, the armed assailants below were rendered incapable of advancing. Within a mere 30 minutes, the ground floor was littered with bodies, and tranquility returned to the compound. Chen Yu led Qing to the surveillance room, where he tossed in a grenade before hastily pulling the still frightened Qing away from the scene. Once outside the compound, gazing at the devastation before him, Chen Yu felt a measure of his anger subside. Suddenly, he recalled the primary purpose of their expedition, the Grand Pig Farm. Fortunately, the farm was not far from their location. After a 2-hour drive, he arrived. Chen Yu instructed Qing to remain in the car while he ventured alone into the pig farm. 10 minutes later, he returned to the vehicle, his expression one of satisfaction. Qing, puzzled, inquired, "What business did you have at the pig farm? Was everything resolved?" Chen Yu replied with a smile, "I had an acquaintance there. Just wanted to check in. All is well now." With that, he drove Qing to the airport to catch the earliest flight back home. Upon his return, as soon as Chen Yu unlocked his phone, he was met with a barrage of missed calls and messages, predominantly from Zheng Hao, along with some from Vice President Qin and Uncle Zhang. He first headed to the lottery shop to collect the puppy he had left with Uncle Zhang. Once home, he indulged in a hot shower, washing away his fatigue, and then meticulously bathed and fed the puppy. After attending to these matters, Chen Yu dialed Zheng Hao's number. As soon as the call connected, Zheng Hao's booming voice echoed through. "What on earth, Chen Yu? How much have you purchased? I've spent the entire day receiving packages. The basement is nearly overflowing, leaving no room to even stand." Chen Yu chuckled and replied, "These items are quite essential. I'll elaborate later. For now, just keep them at your place." Zheng Hao teased, "Are you preparing for a disaster? With this much, there's enough food to sustain a family of 3 for a year. What exactly are you up to?" Chen Yu felt a sense of helplessness. He knew Zheng Hao too well. He was an open book, incapable of keeping secrets. Revealing the truth about the impending apocalypse would lead to chaos in the entire city of Zhonghai within days. Thus, he opted to withhold the information, choosing to disclose it at a more opportune moment. "Just focus on keeping those items for me," Chen Yu urged. "By the way, don't wander around. Stay at home. I may need your assistance with something later on." His intention was to keep Zheng Hao in Zhonghai, as staying in a familiar and relatively secure environment was prudent with the apocalypse looming. He was confident that Zheng Hao would not refuse him. As anticipated, Zheng Hao readily agreed, saying, "Sure, everything is neatly arranged in the basement. It can stay there as long as you need. No witties." Then, with a hint of regret, he added, "I had plans to go out, but since you have matters to attend to, I'll remain here. Speaking of which, what is the nature of the issue that requires my presence?" Chen Yu fabricated a reason. Once I finish renovating, I'll need your help to tidy up. I can't manage it alone. Zheng Hao, without suspicion, readily responded, all right then, I'll wait until your renovations are complete before heading out. After all, we're good friends. I'll always lend a hand when you're in need. After hanging up the call with Zheng Hao, Chen Yu promptly dialed Vice President Qin's number. The phone rang for quite some time before it was answered, and a slightly hoarse voice came through. I've tried calling you several times without success. Do you have a moment now? Chen Yu quickly apologized. I am truly sorry. I just returned from abroad. What do you need from me? Vice President Qin replied. The construction of your safe house is nearing completion. If it's convenient for you, please come take a look. After all, this is a significant matter. Upon hearing this, Chen Yu felt a surge of joy. The safe house was crucial for survival in the impending apocalypse. He immediately responded, all right, I'll head over right away. Thank you for your assistance. Chen Yu quickly tidied his attire and gathered his belongings before hastily descending the stairs to the villa. From a distance, he could see that the main structure of the safe house was finished, exuding an imposing and robust appearance, with numerous workers clearing away construction debris. Vice President Qin was already waiting at the entrance. Upon seeing Chen Yu, he greeted him with a broad smile. Mr. Chen, you have finally arrived. He then proceeded to elaborate on the safe house's design. The villa featured a lofty architectural style, with each floor reaching 5 meters in height, providing ample space. Encased in reinforced concrete from 10 meters underground to the top floor, the entire structure was fortified with aerospace alloy panels, ensuring exceptional protective strength. It would be nearly impervious to any assault unless subjected to sustained bombardment. As they stood at the front door, Vice President Qin pointed out, this entrance is akin to that of a bank vault, offering top-notch resistance to explosions, cutting, and corrosion. The first floor contains only a few small windows made of premium bulletproof glass, ensuring safety. Moreover, the top layer is also shielded with aerospace alloy, providing comprehensive protection. We have also installed multiple cameras. Any intruder will be detected immediately, so you need not worry about safety. Chen Yu furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before inquiring. Focusing solely on defense is inadequate. In the face of danger, we cannot remain passive. Are there any countermeasures in place? Vice President Qin quickly reassured him. We have taken that into account as well. However, due to stringent domestic weapon regulations that prohibit private ownership of arms, we referenced anti-piracy methods used on maritime cargo ships. High-pressure water guns have been installed on every floor. In the event of an attack, the high-pressure water guns will activate, and their powerful water jet can disperse intruders, making it difficult for them to approach. This serves as an effective countermeasure. After hearing this, Chen Yu contemplated deeply. He understood that the extreme cold of the impending apocalypse would cause water to freeze instantaneously. Not only would the water jet generate impact force, but it would also freeze upon contact with an intruder's body, lowering their body temperature and impairing their bodily functions, significantly increasing the likelihood of their demise. In the apocalypse, these high-pressure water guns would become a lethal weapon, enhancing the safe house's defensive capabilities. Chen Yu and Vice President Qin meticulously inspected the surroundings of the safe house. Upon learning that the renovations would be completed in 2 days and ready for official use, a satisfied smile graced Chen Yu's face. He realized that he was one step closer to his goal of preparing for the apocalypse, and he and those around him would have an added layer of security against the impending disaster. Chapter 10. The supplies of medicine were secured, and the food was prepared. On August 5th, with merely 10 days remaining until the apocalypse, time pressed upon Chen Yu like the relentless chime of a countdown clock, each tick resounding heavily in his heart. On this day, he was walking towards home, indifferent to the surrounding clamor, lost in his own thoughts. Suddenly, a realization struck him like a bolt of lightning. He had been neglecting a crucial issue, the energy predicament. Until now, he had focused solely on stockpiling supplies, failing to consider how to ensure power for high-wattage appliances once the end of the world arrived. In such extreme conditions, power outages would be inevitable. Relying solely on solar energy would be insufficient to meet the electrical demands of various devices. It is essential to understand that in the face of the impending doom, Electricity is a fundamental element for maintaining basic life and survival, whether for illumination, heating, or the operation of vital equipment. Thus, he needed to prepare diesel and gasoline without delay. With this thought, Chen Yu quickened his pace, nearly breaking into a run as he returned home. Upon entering, he hurried to his computer desk, swiftly powering on his device and typing furiously on the keyboard, placing an order for 10 high-capacity diesel generators online. As he received confirmation of his order, a sense of relief washed over him. With these generators and ample fuel, he had at least established a preliminary assurance regarding electricity. However, he was acutely aware that mere possession of generators was far from sufficient. The fuel was of paramount importance. Consequently, he searched online for nearby chemical factories and, after some investigation, discovered the largest Sinopec refinery in the southern region. Realizing the significance of this information, Chen Yu wasted no time. He rushed downstairs, ignited his car, and sped towards the refinery. The journey was long, and he drove with utmost concentration, his gaze fixed on the road ahead. 3 hours later, he finally arrived at the refinery, which was situated in an exceedingly remote area, desolate and devoid of human presence, save for the rumbling of machines within the factory. This environment, though barren, offered unexpected convenience for Chen Yu. Moreover, after a period of training, he had expanded his capacity to absorb items into a space to a distance of 100 meters, greatly enhancing his operational range and possibilities. Upon entering the refinery, Chen Yu cautiously navigated through the plant. He resembled a vigilant cheetah, his eyes scanning the surroundings relentlessly, leaving no corner unchecked. After an exhaustive search, he discovered a blind spot devoid of surveillance. With a sigh of relief, he concentrated, activating his spatial absorption ability. His hands lifted slightly, eyes closed, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as the diesel buried underground was drawn forth by an invisible hand, streaming into his space. This process proved to be incredibly taxing and time-consuming. Chen Yu remained in the refinery for a full 5 hours, without a moment's respite, maintaining a state of heightened focus throughout. At last, perseverance bore fruit. He successfully acquired 30,000 tons of diesel and 20,000 tons of gasoline. Gazing upon the space brimming with fuel, a great weight was lifted from Chen Yu's heart, for he finally felt he had a solid support in the realm of energy. Content and satisfied, Chen Yu embarked on his journey home. Along the way, he inadvertently stumbled upon a timber mill. Instinctively slowing his vehicle, he scrutinized the mill situation. The factory lay in silence, devoid of any vigilant guardians nearby. A thought crossed Chen Yu's mind, and he quietly parked his vehicle aside, once again employing his spatial abilities. In an instant, the unprocessed timber seemed to be enchanted, swiftly entering his space. Little did the mill's owner dream that someone would come to pilfer these seemingly inconspicuous logs. After all, to the average person, these pieces of wood were not deemed precious enough to warrant the installation of surveillance. Thus, Chen Yu silently collected the timber from the mill. This outing proved remarkably fruitful for him. His spirits soared, and he hummed a cheerful tune as he hastened towards home. By the time he returned, weary from the day's exertions, it was already past 11 at night. Such early departures and late returns had long since become customary for Chen Yu. After a brief tidying up, he stepped in the bathroom, turned on the hot water, and let the warm streams wash over his body. In that moment, he experienced a long-awaited relaxation as the day's fatigue seemed to dissolve with the flowing water. After a shower, Chen Yu noticed his little dog patiently lying nearby, gazing up at him with those big, watery eyes filled with trust and affection. A warmth enveloped his heart as he crouched down, gently stroking the dog's head, and they engaged in a game of tossing a small ball. The dog joyfully dashed about, occasionally barking with excitement, and their interaction infused the quiet night with a cozy atmosphere. When they grew weary from play, Chen Yu settled at his computer, intending to browse the latest news online. Upon entering the webpage, he was met with a fervent discussion regarding the bizarre events unfolding in Banana Country. It appeared that, overnight, a mysterious individual had eradicated the entire armed forces within the region, leaving behind gruesome scenes. Simultaneously, all the pigs from the Zhengda pig farm had inexplicably vanished. These incidents sent ripples of speculation throughout the online community as netizens eagerly pondered the underlying causes and truths. However, to Chen Yu, these occurrences were mere fleeting shadows. He held no interest. In his perspective, it would be preferable if the entire population of Banana Country perished, given the terrifying experiences he had endured there. Just as he was lost in thought, his phone suddenly rang. It was a call from Anqing. He answered, inquiring, "What is the matter? Is there something you need?" Anqing responded on the other end, "Since you saved me, I haven't had the chance to thank you properly. I was wondering if you might have time to join me for a meal." Chen Yu replied, "No need for a meal, but there is indeed something I would like to ask of you." Anqing, intrigued, asked, "What could possibly challenge you?" Chen Yu smiled and said, "I am merely an ordinary person. There are countless challenges that could confound me. What I require is a substantial quantity of pharmaceuticals." And Qing, puzzled, inquired, "Are you running a pharmacy? How much do you need?" Chen Yu replied earnestly, "I need 1,000 boxes each of commonly used medications such as antibiotics, analgesics, and antihistamines, with 100 packs per box. Additionally, I require 1,000 boxes of medical masks and protective clothing, along with 100 sets of various medical equipment. Bandages, adhesive bandages, and gauze likewise 1,000 boxes. Furthermore, I need 10,000 boxes of medical alcohol, saline solution, and glucose. This is urgent. Please arrange for the delivery first, and I will come to you in a couple of days to finalize the contract." Upon hearing this, Qing's mouth dropped open in astonishment, rendering her momentarily speechless. After a considerable pause, she finally said, "I need to discuss this with my father. However, since you can sign a contract, I trust he will agree." After arranging a time with Qing, Chen Yu ended the call. With anticipation regarding the procurement of supplies, he revisited a survival forum dedicated to enthusiasts of apocalyptic survival. This forum was a vibrant hub where individuals shared various thoughts, experiences, and resources related to surviving in a post-apocalyptic world. Chen Yu understood well that collective effort often yields greater results. Perhaps he would uncover some vital information he had previously overlooked or locate some essential resources that had been missed. The forum was abuzz with activity, an array of posts and responses dazzling the eye. Suddenly, a particular post captured Chen Yu's attention, stirring something within him. It read, "While you're all busy gathering food supplies, it might be more efficient to order takeout. Takeout consists of ready-made meals that can be stored in a designated space. Simply retrieve them when needed. And the space maintains warmth and freshness, so much more convenient than cooking for yourself." Upon reading this post, Chen Yu's mind sparked with inspiration. He recalled his experiences of enjoying hearty feasts in the countryside, where delectable dishes linger in his memory to this day. Although the rural banquet lacked the exquisite presentation and meticulous nutritional considerations of fine dining establishments, the flavors were rich with the essence of home, embodying a rustic authenticity. In contrast, while the dishes from upscale hotels were more nutritionally balanced, they often lacked the intoxicating atmosphere and emotional depth of the countryside gatherings. In the post-apocalyptic scenario, Chen Yu felt he need not overly concern himself with nutritional balance. He possessed ample confidence in his physical resilience. What truly mattered was indulging in delicious food that could satisfy his palate in such trying circumstances. As night fell, darkness enveloped the world outside. Chen Yu resolved to rest well and seek out Uncle Zhang at the lottery shop the following day for updates. He mused that Uncle Zhang, having operated the lottery shop for many years and interacted with a wide array of individuals, might possess valuable connections or insights to assist him in sourcing the rural banquet dishes he desired. With these hopeful thoughts, Chen Yu drifted into a peaceful slumber, eagerly anticipating his meeting with Uncle Zhang the next day. The following morning, Chen Yu awoke early, completed his morning routine, and descended to head toward the lottery shop. As the shop had yet to open, he decided to stop by a nearby breakfast establishment to enjoy a meal. After finishing his meal, Chen Yu returned to find the roller shutter of the lottery shop slowly rising. He stepped inside and saw Uncle Zhang busily organizing the lottery counter. Chen Yu approached him with a smile and said, "Uncle Zhang, having been in this area for so long, you must have quite an extensive network. I have a matter I wish to inquire about." Uncle Zhang quickly waved his hand in modesty, replying, "Oh, I hardly consider myself well-connected. It's merely a lottery shop. I met a few people who come and go. Please, do tell me what you need, he added. Chen Yu then asked Uncle Zhang. I have been reminiscing about the sumptuous feasts of my rural hometown and have an earnest desire to indulge in those flavors. Do you happen to know any chefs skilled in preparing traditional rural banquet dishes? Could you possibly introduce me to one? Uncle Zhang, intrigued, teased, what is the matter? Are the meals at the big restaurants not to your liking? You're quite affluent now. Don't you usually prioritize nutritional balance? Chen Yu waved his hand in exasperation, saying, Don't get me started, Uncle Zhang. The big restaurants focus solely on nutrition, but their flavors cannot compare to the rustic banquets. Moreover, the portions are pitifully small and the prices exorbitant, leaving one unsatisfied. Uncle Zhang burst into laughter, wholeheartedly agreeing. Haha, I share your sentiments. Many of those upscale restaurants are all show. However, Chen Yu harbored unspoken thoughts. The slow service and meager portions at these establishments were wholly inadequate for his needs in stockpiling food for the impending apocalypse. Yet, he could not share these concerns with Uncle Zhang. He pressed on. So, Uncle Zhang, do you indeed know such a chef? After a moment of contemplation, Uncle Zhang replied, There is one, but he's usually quite busy. I worry he might not take on a job just for you. Chen Yu quickly clarified, Rest assured, Uncle Zhang, it's not for myself. A friend of mine, who owns a factory, is organizing a gathering and requires a substantial meal. I happen to enjoy these dishes and volunteered to help him out. Uncle Zhang perked up at this revelation. Ah, splendid. I'll give him a call right away to inquire. He took out his phone, and soon the call was connected. With enthusiasm, Uncle Zhang said, Old Wang, I got you a significant order. How do you plan to thank me? After listening to the response on the other end, Uncle Zhang's smile grew wider, nodding repeatedly as he said, Good, good, good. I'll await your news. Once the call ended, Uncle Zhang turned to Chen Yu and said, Old Wang has some free time at the moment. I'll send you his address. You can head over to meet him. After sending the address via his phone, Chen Yu expressed his gratitude and promptly left, driving towards the location Uncle Zhang provided. The chef, Uncle Wang, resided on the outskirts of the city in a rather secluded area. Chen Yu drove along the bumpy road for a full 2 hours before finally reaching his destination. Following the address provided by Uncle Zhang, Chen Yu meticulously made his way to the location. Upon confirming that he had arrived at the correct place, he stood before the entrance and retrieved his phone to make a call. Shortly thereafter, the call connected, and Chen Yu inquired, Is this Uncle Wang? I was referred by Uncle Zhang to discuss the matter of catering. A cheerful voice responded from the other end. Ah, it's young Chen. Please hold on a moment. I will come down and let you in. Before long, the grand door creaked open, and Uncle Wang warmly welcomed Chen Yu inside. Without any preamble, Chen Yu got straight to the point. Uncle Wang, the quantity I require this time is rather substantial. I wonder if you and your team are capable of handling it? With unwavering confidence, Uncle Wang patted his chest and assured him, Rest assured, I have been in this profession for over 20 years, and I possess ample experience. At my peak, I managed to cater for 100 tables in a single day. Please share the specifics. Uncle Wang then asked, What level of banquet are you considering? We offer 3 tiers, 500 per table, 800 per table, and 1,000 per table. Regardless of the tier, each includes 8 cold dishes, 8 hot dishes, 1 signature dish, and 1 soup, ensuring a comprehensive selection. However, what Chen Yu said next left Uncle Wang in disbelief. With utmost seriousness, Chen Yu declared, Uncle Wang, I choose the 1,000 per table tier, but I need 5,000 tables, all to be packaged and delivered to my specified location, which I will send you shortly. Uncle Wang's eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, What? 5,000 tables? Young Chen, please tell me you are joking. Who would require such an enormous quantity of banquet tables at once? Remaining calm, Chen Yu explained, Uncle Wang, I assure you I am serious. The total cost is 5 million. I can pay you 3 million up front, with the remaining balance settled upon completion. Moreover, we can draft a contract for legal assurance. However, I have one stipulation. We must complete all 5,000 tables within 2 days. That should alleviate any concerns you may have. Uncle Wang's expression remained one of disbelief as he replied, You cannot be serious. Who hosts a banquet requiring 5,000 tables? That is utterly extraordinary. Chen Yu patiently continued, Uncle Wang, my friend's factory, is organizing a grand gathering right at their premises. They have thousands of employees, and 5,000 tables might not even suffice. Hence my need for such a large quantity. Uncle Wong still appeared skeptical, but Chen Yu had anticipated this reaction. He turned and returned to his vehicle, reappearing shortly with several large bags in hand. He placed 3 million in cash, which he had temporarily retrieved from his storage, along with a prepared contract before Uncle Wong. Staring at the pile of cash, Uncle Wong carefully examined the contract. After reviewing the document and signing it, he still wore a look of bewilderment, as if he were struggling to process the enormity of the situation. Chen Yu patiently waited beside him for a full 10 minutes until Uncle Wong finally took a deep breath, regaining his composure. He understood that if he took on this task, he could earn at least 600,000 or 700,000. However, to fulfill such a monumental order, relying solely on his own team would be insufficient. He would need to enlist additional help and recruit more teams to assist. Even so, after deducting various costs, the remaining pure profit amounts to around 500,000. Earning such a sum in just 2 days was once a mere fantasy. With this thought in mind, Uncle Wong paid no heed to Chen Yu, hurriedly grasping his phone and dialing a dozen calls to connect with his peers, rallying manpower, utterly engrossed in his endeavors. Thanks to the increase in funds, within 2 hours, an array of necessary ingredients began to arrive in succession. Noticing that arrangements were nearly complete, Chen Yu sent the location of the warehouse he had rented in advance to Uncle Wong via his mobile device, then quietly rose to depart. He was aware that his food reserves would soon be enriched with a substantial batch of delectable rural banquet dishes, bringing him one step closer to being prepared for the impending apocalypse. Chapter 11. Managing mischievous children. As Chen Yu steadily approached his vehicle, he swiftly organized the various matters awaiting him in his mind, his brow slightly furrowing in contemplation. He mused to himself. The next 3 days would likely plunge him into an unrelenting whirlwind of busyness, with scarcely a moment to spare. The safe house was at a critical juncture of completion, although Vice President Chen had always been remarkably reliable, instilling a sense of assurance. The safe house represented a vital sanctuary in the face of apocalyptic adversity. Even the slightest oversight could potentially lead to catastrophic consequences. Thus, it was imperative for him to personally oversee the situation, meticulously conducting a thorough inspection to ensure absolute certainty. Moreover, the diesel generator he had ordered online was expected to arrive imminently. Once the delivery was made, the calibration process would be of utmost importance and needed to be arranged meticulously. It was essential to acknowledge that in the dire conditions of a post-apocalyptic environment, a power failure coupled with a malfunctioning diesel generator would result in a significant disruption of energy supply. Basic survival needs, such as lighting, heating, and the operation of critical equipment would go unmet, leading to unimaginable complications that could even threaten lives. Additionally, the daunting task of managing 5,000 banquet tables loomed over him. Although he had successfully negotiated with Uncle Wong, signed the contract, and made the payments, the subsequent reception process would be a formidable undertaking. Not only must he closely monitor Uncle Wong to ensure the timely and quality preparation of this vast quantity of banquets, but he also needed to meticulously arrange the transportation logistics to safely and promptly deliver these 5,000 tables to the designated storage location, ensuring they were stored properly. Each step and phase was akin to a crucial node in a finely tuned chain. Any misstep could derail the entire plan, leaving no room for negligence. After careful consideration, Chen Yu felt a profound awareness that the days ahead would be filled to the brim, affording him no leisure. He started his vehicle and sped towards the community entrance. Upon arriving, he parked steadily, gathered his thoughts, and strode purposefully towards the lottery shop. As he opened the door, the familiar ambience enveloped him. He saw Uncle Zhang at the counter, diligently and expertly organizing the lottery tickets. A warm smile instantly graced Chen Yu's face as he approached with haste, exclaiming, "Uncle Zhang, I just returned from Uncle Wang's. Our discussion went exceptionally well, and everything has been arranged." Uncle Zhang looked up, his eyes sparkling with joy as he replied, "Oh, that is splendid. I knew old Wang was dependable. His culinary skills are exceptional, and he will undoubtedly execute your requests beautifully." Uncle Zhang, unaware of the specific number of banquet tables Chen Yu had ordered, estimated that based on his needs, it would only be a modest few dozen. hence he displayed no signs of astonishment. However, had he known that Chen Yu had ordered a staggering 5,000 tables, the scene would have mirrored Uncle Wang's initial reaction upon hearing that figure. His jaw would have dropped in disbelief, nearly touching the ground. After all, the sheer magnitude of such a lavish banquet far exceeds the imagination of an ordinary person, and even within the realm of grand event hosting, it is indeed a rarity. In the lottery shop, Chen Yu engaged in casual conversation with Uncle Zhang for a while. However, his thoughts were persistently occupied with one pressing matter: how to subtly persuade Uncle Zhang to stockpile some warm clothing and provisions. The apocalypse looms ever closer, and once it arrives, the entire world's order will be disrupted, leading to an extreme scarcity of resources, making even the most precious items difficult to procure. At that time, warm clothing will be essential to fend off the bitter cold, preventing frostbite or even death from exposure. Food, on the other hand, is the fundamental sustenance of life, the key assurance for survival. Yet, it was the sweltering heat of summer, with the blazing sun beating down relentlessly, the temperatures soaring as if they could steam a person alive. In such a season, attempting to persuade Uncle Zhang to accumulate warm clothing and food would strike anyone as exceedingly abrupt, even absurd. Chen Yu was acutely aware that if he were to speak carelessly, given Uncle Zhang's understanding and the current situation, he would likely be perceived as nonsensical or paranoid, possibly even branded as someone with a troubled mind. Such an impression would not only thwart his persuasive efforts, but could also jeopardize the amicable relationship between them. A loss he could ill afford. Chen Yu racked his brains, seeking various feasible strategies, but his mind was a chaotic tangle, devoid of clarity. In desperation, he decided to set the matter aside for the time being, hoping to find an opportune excuse in the future to discuss it with Uncle Zhang. After bidding farewell to Uncle Zhang, Chen Yu turned and hurried home. Along the way, he continued to ponder how to assist Uncle Zhang in preparing for the impending apocalypse. And before long, he arrived at his doorstep. As soon as he opened the door, his adorable little dog dashed towards him like an arrow released from a bow, playfully tugging at the hem of Chen Yu's pants while wagging its tail vigorously, emitting joyful whimpers that seemed to express its longing for its owner. Witnessing such an exuberant greeting from the little dog instantly lifted the cloud of worry from Chen Yu's heart, filling him with delight. He crouched down, gently stroking the dog's head, and then spent a considerable amount of time playing with it. He would throw a small toy with vigor, watching the dog sprint like lightning to retrieve it flawlessly. At other times, he would gently scratch the dog's chin, eliciting contented squints and joyful rolls on the floor. The interaction between the man and his dog imbued the entire room with warmth and joy. After a delightful play session, Chen Yu suddenly slapped his forehead, realizing that the little dog had not yet had its dinner. He quickly rose and went to the storage area for dog food, filling a bowl to the brim for his pet. Watching the dog eat with gusto, its head bobbing up and down in a frenzy, brought a satisfied smile to Chen Yu's face. Subsequently, he made his way to the living room, feeling fatigued and sprawled out on the soft sofa. He casually picked up the remote control and turned on the television, aimlessly switching between channels. At that moment, he did not genuinely desire to watch any programs. He merely sought to fill the room with sound to disrupt the slightly lonely tranquility. Time slipped by unnoticed, and after a while, Chen Yu's stomach began to grumble, voicing its protest. It was then that he truly realized his hunger. Consequently, he took up his phone and opened a food delivery app to meticulously browse his options. As he scrolled through the screen, he perused one restaurant after another in the vicinity, dazzled by the plethora of dishes available. After much deliberation, he ultimately settled on a seemingly upscale restaurant with an excellent reputation, thinking that after the day's events, he deserved to treat himself. Without hesitation, he ordered a rather expensive meal. As for the flavor of this takeout, he was uncertain. The price of 800 yuan once felt astronomical to him, something he could scarcely imagine affording. In those days, when life was tight, every penny had to be spent judiciously, and such lavish takeout was simply out of reach. Yet now, with over 80 million in his bank account, and with the impending apocalypse looming, the value of money was rapidly diminishing. Thus, he wished to no longer deprive himself, and simply wanted to indulge in a delightful feast to satiate his growling stomach. just as Chen Yu awaited his delivery, contemplating how to wisely spend this fortune before it turned into worthless paper after the world ended. A sudden cacophony erupted from outside his door. His previously tranquil mood was abruptly shattered, and he could not help but feel a jolt of irritation. Cursing under his breath, it must be that bothersome neighbor stirring up trouble again. His neighbor was an elderly lady living with her grandson. The lady's son and daughter-in-law worked during the day, leaving her to care for the child. However, her indulgent affection for her grandson was beyond comprehension. She unconditionally fulfilled his every whim, yielding to his every desire. The 8 or 9-year-old boy, naturally lively and mischievous, became even more unruly under her unprincipled pampering, doing as he pleased. Since Chen Yu had moved here, he had profoundly experienced the endless vexations brought by this grandmother-grandson duo. The child spent his days bouncing around the hallway, knocking on neighbors' doors, disrupting their peace. He urinated in the elevator, creating a nauseating stench. The once pristine white walls of the corridor were marred by his colorful scribbles, transforming the tidy environment into a chaotic mess. He even engaged in the dangerously reckless act of throwing objects from heights, severely endangering the safety of pedestrians below. Chen Yu, having previously only heard of these troubles in the homeowners group while boarding at school, found himself confronting these headaches daily since moving in. Disturbed by the antics of this troublesome pair, his frustration simmered, and with a surge of anger, he flung open his door. As soon as I stepped over the threshold, I beheld a child enthusiastically wielding colored markers, wantonly doodling on the walls of the corridor. The once pristine and orderly surfaces were now marred by an array of crooked and bizarre designs, a chaotic spectacle. Meanwhile, an elderly lady stood nearby, leisurely munching on sunflower seeds, her gaze unwaveringly fixed upon her grandson. She incessantly lavished praise upon him, exclaiming, "Oh, my dear grandson, your artistic talent is truly remarkable. With such a gift, you are destined to become a renowned painter." Chen Yu, suppressing the fiery anger that surged within him, endeavored to maintain a courteous tone as he approached her. "Annie," he said, "I notice there are many children playing downstairs. Perhaps you could take your grandson down to join them? The space is ample and lively. It would be quite enjoyable." However, the elderly lady appeared to be oblivious to his words, completely disregarding his suggestion. She did not even lift her eyelids, continuing to fixate on her grandson's artwork, her lips still murmuring words of admiration. In his heart, Chen Yu mused, "I have already approached this matter with courtesy, employing diplomacy before resorting to confrontation. If only you could exhibit a modicum of sensibility and moderation, we would be spared this discord. Yet, should you persist in your obstinacy and audacity, you shall not find me so accommodating." Witnessing the elderly lady's utter disregard for his words, Chen Yu could no longer contain his simmering ire. He raised his voice, speaking with grave seriousness. "It is permissible to draw, but please do so in front of your own home. This is not a canvas for your grandson's reckless scribbling, and your actions display a troubling lack of civic responsibility." At last, the elderly lady slowly lifted her head, casting a disdainful glance at Chen Yu, her expression brimming with contempt. "What is wrong with my grandson drawing here? What do you know? My dear grandson is a once-in-a-century artistic prodigy, destined to become a great painter. Someday, even if you offer a high price, he may not wish to create a piece for you." Her tone was saturated with arrogance and self-satisfaction, as if her grandson were already a world-renowned artist. Seeing her unyielding obstinacy, Chen Yu, without further ado, retrieved his phone and called the property management. Before long, the staff arrived in a hurried manner. Upon seeing the troublesome elderly lady, their expressions instantly reflected a sense of resignation. It was evident they had dealt with her previously and were well acquainted with her obstinacy. The elderly lady, noticing Chen Yu had summoned management, let out a derisive snort, her face a mask of disdain. She continued to ignore the staff, as if they were invisible, leisurely nibbling on her sunflower seeds while they attempted to mediate the situation with tactful words of persuasion. Yet, she remained steadfast in her views. Utterly oblivious to the impropriety of her grandson's actions, her demeanor as impenetrable as a brick wall, perhaps due to the prolonged indulgence in sunflower seeds. The elderly lady finally rose from her seat, grasping her grandson's hand and murmuring, "Humph, let us return home. There is no need to lower ourselves to the level of these unenlightened individuals." With that, she led her grandson away, leaving behind a scattering of sunflower seed shells and various art supplies used by the child, transforming the once pristine corridor into a chaotic mess. The property management staff surveyed the disarray with a resigned shake of their heads, then turned to Chen Yu and remarked, "Alas, this elderly lady is truly a source of exasperation. She is reported by the residents every few days, and we have sought her out countless times. Despite our patient entreaties, she steadfastly refuses to amend her ways. Moreover, it is said that her son possesses a volatile temperament, making every encounter with their household particularly troublesome for us." Upon hearing this, Chen Yu furrowed his brow, clearly displeased, and replied, "Is this truly the only course of action you can take? Must you always clean up their messes? Why not implement some stringent and effective measures to instill a sense of accountability in them? If this indulgent approach continues, will there ever be peace in the corridor?" Deep down, Chen Yu understood that, despite pressing the property management, an effective solution seemed elusive under the current circumstances. Fortunately, after the elderly lady returned home with her grandson, she temporarily ceased her disruptive antics, and Chen Yu was reluctant to expend any further energy on the matter. After all, the property management had already pledged to swiftly clear the litter at the entrance and erase the graffiti from the walls. Observing the busy staff, Chen Yu thought to himself that once they completed their work, the corridor might regain some semblance of its former tidiness. The oppressive heat was truly unbearable. After merely a brief outing, Chen Yu felt as though he were ensnared in a sticky embrace, drenched in sweat. Eager to escape the sweltering conditions, he hurried back inside, stepping into the bathroom to turn on the shower, allowing the cool water to cascade over him, refreshing his weary body. After his shower, he casually picked up his phone from the side, only to notice an unanswered call. Curiously, he dialed the number back, and upon connection, he politely inquired, "Hello? Did you just attempt to reach me?" On the other end, the delivery person's gentle voice responded, "Good day. I have just delivered your order to your doorstep." After knocking, I received no reply, and since my calls went unanswered, I left the order at your door. Chen Yu acknowledged with a, "All right, thank you," and hung up. He stood and approached the door, ready to retrieve his meal, but upon opening it, he was met with an empty threshold, devoid of any sign of the delivery. Surprised, he immediately called the delivery person back, his tone laced with urgency and confusion. "I don't see the food at my door. Did you perhaps deliver it to the wrong floor?" The delivery person quickly clarified, "That is impossible. I specifically verified the door number when I delivered your order and even took a photo of the meal placed at your doorstep. I will send it to you right away." Chen Yu responded once more, expressing his gratitude. Shortly after hanging up the phone, he received a photograph from the delivery person. Upon scrutinizing the image, he discerned that it indeed depicted the entrance to his home, with the delivery box resting on the ground. It appeared that the delivery person had not erred in their destination, yet he found himself pondering the whereabouts of his meal. With a mind full of questions, he racked his brain for answers. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated his thoughts. He recalled having installed a surveillance camera at his front door. Without delay, he accessed the recorded footage, and upon viewing it, his anger surged uncontrollably. To his astonishment, he discovered that his meal had been pilfered by the elderly lady's young grandson. The surveillance footage revealed the little rascal stealthily emerging from the hallway, deftly seizing the delivery, and then darting back home with remarkable speed, completing the act with astonishing agility. Chen Yu's fury reached a boiling point, and he could not restrain himself from unleashing a torrent of expletives. "Damn it! I previously refrained from confronting you, choosing to endure. Yet you presume upon my kindness, thinking me easy to bully. Now you dare to steal my food. This is utterly intolerable." His countenance darkened ominously. Resolutely, he vowed not to let this transgression go unpunished. The more he contemplated the incident, the more incensed he became, leading him to promptly dial the police. To his surprise, the police responded with remarkable efficiency, arriving at the scene in under 10 minutes. As he looked on, he recognized the leading officer as the female police officer who had previously escorted him home. Accompanying her were staff members from the property management, presumably contacted by the police to ascertain the relevant circumstances before their arrival. With the law enforcement present, Chen Yu wasted no time and guided them directly to the elderly lady's residence. He approached the door and knocked forcefully. However, after several moments of silence and no response, he began to doubt whether anyone was home. Despite having confirmed via the surveillance footage that both the elderly lady and her grandson were indeed inside. Ultimately, with no other recourse, the female officer stepped forward, identifying herself with an air of authority. "Hello, we are the police. Please open the door and cooperate with our investigation." After a prolonged wait, a slow and shuffling sound of footsteps emerged from within, and the door creaked open just a sliver. The elderly lady cautiously peeked out, her eyes filled with suspicion, inquiring, "What do you want?" The officer, maintaining a calm yet authoritative tone, replied, "We have received a report stating that your grandson has stolen a delivery. We are here to clarify the situation." No sooner had she finished speaking than the elderly lady's demeanor erupted into a frenzy. She began to scream in protest, her arms flailing in agitation, her expression contorted with rage. In her emotional turmoil, she even resorted to hurling insults at the individual who had made the report, her words harsh and intolerable. Upon witnessing the scene, the female police officer's expression instantly transformed into one of stern severity, as she promptly issued a strict warning. "Please be mindful of your language. Cursing is an unlawful act. Should you continue in this manner, we will take appropriate legal measures against you." The elderly lady, upon hearing this admonition, slightly tempered her previously brazen demeanor, yet she continued to mutter defiantly, her face a portrait of indignation, akin to a stubborn duck refusing to yield. Through the narrow crack of the ajar door, Chen Yu astutely spotted the takeout placed upon the table inside the room. It was indeed the very order he had been eagerly anticipating at that moment. The elderly lady's grandson was unabashedly indulging in the meal, his corners of the mouth glistening with grease. Chen Yu pointed towards the table, his words laced with urgency as he implored the officer, "Officer, look, that takeout on the table is unequivocally mine. I have waited in vain for it, only to discover it has been pilfered by them." The policewoman nodded slightly, her eyes revealing professional acuity, and she advanced to enter the room for further investigation. However, the elderly lady erupted like an enraged lioness, disregarding all else as she lunged forward, using her frail body to block the entrance, her arms flailing desperately as if to hold back an army with her meager defenses. She shouted hysterically, "You cannot just bargain my home like this. By what right do you do so? Is there no law left?" Her shrill, piercing voice echoed through the corridor, causing discomfort to the eardrums. However, her paltry strength was utterly inconsequential against the trained officers. With a mere exchange of glances, the two police officers exerted a gentle force, effortlessly moving the elderly lady aside. At last, they were able to step into the dwelling. The policewoman, quick on her feet, approached the takeout box and meticulously examined the order affixed to it, cross-referencing it word for word with the order information on Chen Yu's phone. Indeed, the order number, the dishes, the delivery address, and all other details matched perfectly, providing irrefutable evidence of theft. Subsequently, with a serious expression, the officer began to educate the elderly lady on her misdeeds. She patiently explained the illegality of theft and the serious consequences it could entail. Yet, the elderly lady remained disdainful and unyielding, sneering with contempt as she retorted, "What value does a takeout hold? Is it really worth making such a fuss and involving the police? People like you, so miserly, will never find prosperity in this life." Her tone was sharp and scathing. Chen Yu, upon hearing this, felt a surge of anger rising within him. He suppressed his fury and replied, "This is not merely a matter of money. It concerns moral integrity and the rule of law. A mere verbal warning is insufficient. She must sincerely apologize to me and compensate for my losses." That takeout cost a staggering 800 yuan, and not a single penny less. Initially, the police had not noted the amount of the takeout, but upon hearing Chen Yu's assertion, they scrutinized the receipt once more. Upon seeing the glaring figure of 800 yuan, they too were momentarily taken aback, a flicker of surprise crossing their eyes. The female police officer instinctively glanced at Chen Yu, her expression revealing a blend of astonishment at the exorbitant food delivery and an understanding of his determination to uphold his rights. She nodded slightly, her tone steady as she assured him, "Rest assured, we will handle this matter strictly in accordance with regulations to protect your legitimate rights." However, little did anyone anticipate that the situation would spiral far beyond expectations. Upon hearing the demand for compensation of 800 yuan, the elderly woman transformed as if possessed. Her eyes shut tight, she fell to the ground with a thud, throwing a tantrum. She clawed at the ground with her hands, kicked wildly with her feet, and vociferously lamented, "This is an injustice. They are bullying us. The police are siding with outsiders against my grandchild and me." Her shrill cries resonated throughout the building, likely audible to every resident. To make matters worse, her mischievous grandson joined in the chaos, his face flushed, spitting at the police and Chen Yu, his repugnant saliva splattering everywhere. In an instant, the room descended into pandemonium, a scene of utter disarray that left everyone at a loss. Faced with such a perplexing predicament, the police furrowed their brows, overwhelmed. They endeavored to soothe the elderly woman's emotions through various means, yet she remained obstinate, escalating her ruckus further. Observing this ceaseless farce, Chen Yu pondered silently that if this futile entanglement continued, not only would it squander his precious time, but it might also hinder numerous important matters ahead. After all, the impending apocalypse loomed closer by the day, and every moment was of utmost value. After much contemplation, Chen Yu sighed in resignation and addressed the police officer. "Let be. Given the circumstances, I shall forego pursuing compensation, but she must apologize to me and guarantee that she will refrain from stealing in the future." Upon hearing this, the police officer felt a silent relief. After all, resolving such neighborhood disputes was inherently taxing, and achieving a relatively satisfactory conclusion was indeed commendable. Though the elderly woman was reluctant, under the police's stern insistence, she begrudgingly muttered a few words of apology. Observing her perfunctory demeanor and the calculating glint in her eyes, Chen Yu understood that she was certainly harboring ulterior motives and would not relent easily. Yet, he paid little heed to her antics. As he had already devised a plan to deal with the troublesome duo, he was merely waiting for the opportune moment to ensure they would learn their lesson. With this thought in mind, Chen Yu departed the elderly woman's residence alongside the police and property staff. Emerging from her home, his anger towards the pair's unscrupulous behavior intensified. He recognized that, given her obstinate nature, the elderly woman would unlikely abandon her thieving habits and was likely to continue pilfering deliveries in the future. After considerable reflection, a scheme formed in his mind. He deliberately ordered another food delivery in the hallway, his voice resonating loudly enough for the elderly woman to hear, intending to inform her that yet another delivery was on its way. Upon hearing this, the old woman's murky eyes momentarily glimmered with a hint of greed. She cast a sidelong glance at Chen Yu, her gaze sharp and filled with disdain, while muttering discontented words under her breath. In a fit of anger, she turned and stormed into the house, slamming the door with a resounding bang, as though to vent her inner resentment and fury. Observing her reaction, a subtle smile graced Chen Yu's lips, revealing a knowing satisfaction. He recognized that his plan had already succeeded by half, now merely awaiting the old woman's inevitable entrapment. Without lingering, he briskly descended the stairs. Before long, the delivery arrived punctually. Chen Yu had been waiting nearby, and upon receiving the order, he cautiously sought out a blind spot from the surveillance cameras. From his bag, he retrieved the devilishly spicy peppers he had prepared in advance. Their vibrant hue belied the fierce heat they exuded. Donning gloves, Chen Yu swiftly shredded the peppers, evenly sprinkling them over the dishes and soup. As he did so, he mused to himself, "This time, let them taste the consequences. Let us see if they dare to steal again." Having completed his task with the peppers, Chen Yu approached his front door. At that moment, he feigned an important phone call, his expression shifting to one of urgency as he spoke into the receiver. Yes, I'll be there right away." He deliberately placed the delivery in a conspicuous spot at the entrance before hastily descending the stairs and departing. As he made his way down, Chen Yu considered that the elderly pair had just devoured the stolen meal, likely delaying any further mischief until tomorrow, when their temptation would surely resurface. By then, they would face the dire consequences of their actions. However, Chen Yu was not inclined to fixate on them any longer, as he had an array of significant matters awaiting his attention the following day. The final checks on the safe house, the testing of the diesel generator, the arrangement for 5,000 banquet tables. Each task was crucial to his survival and safety in the impending apocalypse, demanding his utmost focus and diligence. He had to concentrate entirely, preparing thoroughly for the challenges that lay ahead. Chapter 12. The arrival of Aunt Lynn. As Chen Yu stepped out of his residential complex, his stomach began to grumble once more, prompting him to seek a restaurant to satiate his hunger. As he walked, he passed by a hot pot establishment, and suddenly an idea struck him. A vivid image materialized in his mind. In the midst of an apocalyptic world, where snow blanketed the earth and people would do anything for a morsel of food, he would remain comfortably ensconced in a safe haven, with a steaming hot pot before him, brimming with his favorite ingredients. He envisioned himself leisurely cooking in the pot while savoring a chilled beer, a sensation of immense contentment washing over him. Lost in thought, a smile crept onto Chen Yu's lips, and he found himself stepping into the hot pot restaurant. Inside, he indulged to his heart's content. He contemplated the necessity of preparing an array of hot pot ingredients and accompaniments, such as meatballs, tripe, mushrooms, and greens, ensuring he would have plenty on hand to boil whenever he desired. Furthermore, he recognized the need for charcoal, coal balls, and a stove. After all, he could not indefinitely remain sheltered in his safe house. It would be far more convenient to carry a coal stove when venturing outside. With these thoughts in mind, Chen Yu settled his bill and departed the hot pot restaurant. Although his neighborhood was situated beyond the third ring road, the area remained brightly lit and lively even past 9 o'clock in the evening. As Chen Yu meandered along the street, he yearned to find a hotel where he could rest. Suddenly, an enticing aroma of barbecued delicacies wafted through the air. Instinctively, he glanced up and noticed several barbecue joints lined up across the street, each grill sizzling enticingly with meat. While Chen Yu had an ample supply of various meats in his space, he had initially contemplated grilling them himself. However, upon reflecting on his culinary skills, he doubted he would achieve a desirable flavor. Thus, he decided it would be far more convenient to purchase ready-made dishes. He followed a narrow path towards the barbecue restaurants. Upon entering, the staff warmly greeted him. "Hello, how many in your party?" Chen Yu replied, "Just me." After the server presented the menu, he wasted no time and began ordering with fervor, requesting skewers of lamb, beef, grilled gluten, kidneys, chicken wings, and more, each in quantities of 10,000. The server's eyes widened in disbelief, thinking Chen Yu was jesting, and displayed an expression of amusement as he exclaimed, "Brother, please, don't joke with us. We can't serve that much. You would effectively take over our establishment." Chen Yu, a man of few words, sensing the server's skepticism, promptly pulled out his phone and transferred 50,000 yuan to the payment code without hesitation. The server stood there, stunned, processing the reality of the situation, before hastily rushing to summon the manager. The manager hurried over, glancing between Chen Yu and the payment record, his face a canvas of incredulity as he stammered, "Are you serious?" Chen Yu, maintaining an air of calm, responded, "What do you think? Do you have that much stock?" Upon hearing this, the proprietor calculated in his mind and thought that if such a substantial business could indeed be realized, it would be quite advantageous. He hastily responded, "If you genuinely require this, I can arrange for the goods right away. However, roasting such a large quantity will necessitate approximately 5 hours. Can you manage to wait?" Without a hint of concern, Chen Yu replied, "That will suffice. I will provide you with an address shortly, and you can have it delivered there." The proprietor, elated by this, felt a surge of joy but remained slightly apprehensive. After a moment's hesitation, he added, "However, regarding the payment, could you perhaps settle half in advance? The quantity is indeed considerable." Chen Yu casually inquired, "What is the total cost?" The proprietor quickly calculated and announced 70,000. Chen Yu, without further ado, promptly transferred 60,000, displaying a decisiveness that left the proprietor astounded. Revitalized, the proprietor wasted no time. He immediately grabbed the phone to summon his staff and acquaintances, urging them to come quickly to assist in this monumental task. Meanwhile, Chen Yu did not cease his endeavors. He reached out to several other barbecue establishments, employing the same method of transferring funds to express his sincerity before negotiating the quantities and delivery arrangements. In this flurry of activity, he ultimately expended nearly 700,000, but the rewards were plentiful, as he procured 100,000 skewers from various vendors. As he reviewed the transaction records on his phone, contemplating the delectable barbecue delicacies soon to arrive, a sense of satisfaction washed over him, and a contented smile graced his face as he awaited their delivery. After departing from the barbecue restaurant, Chen Yu made his way to the shopping mall. Upon entering, he promptly headed to the home textiles section, purchasing 50 down comforters and an equal number of wool blankets, providing an address for delivery the following day. Exiting the mall, he hailed a cab and proceeded to the warehouse. Chen Yu reclined on the sofa, anticipating the arrival of the barbecue, while he planned to find a hotel for a well-deserved rest. Lying there, he remembered that he had yet to procure warm clothing and medical supplies. Previously, he had arranged to receive containers from the warehouse and port, which contained a variety of items. However, he felt compelled to prepare for any eventuality. In the event of an impending apocalypse, he could not afford to be caught unprepared, especially with the funds he currently had at his disposal. Consequently, he began placing orders online for luxurious thermal underwear, 100 sets, 50 sets of Canada Goose down jackets, 50 sets of specialized cold weather gear for Arctic expeditions, 50 pairs of thermal gloves, 50 pairs of insulated boots, and 1,000 pairs of socks. Additionally, he ordered 100 tons of rice and flour, along with 100 tons of cured meat, several hundred boxes of assorted spices, and 100 tons of edible salt. He requested 10,000 boxes each of canned meats, canned fish, and canned fruits. Toothpaste and toothbrushes were ordered in 10 boxes, while 100 boxes of toilet paper and 1,000 barrels of bottled water were included, along with 10,000 boxes of various beverages. As for medications, he refrained from purchasing for the moment, as the substantial medical supplies he had ordered from Anqing were expected to arrive shortly, providing a more comprehensive selection than he could manage alone. He ordered 100 high-intensity outdoor flashlights, capable of lasting over 100 hours on a single charge, along with 5 boxes of rechargeable batteries. All these items were requested for immediate overnight delivery. Due to the substantial client status, the merchants would never refuse his demands. As time passed, barbecue delicacies began to arrive in succession. Vehicles lined up at the warehouse entrance, while staff members transported boxes of grilled skewers inside. As soon as the employees set down their loads and turned away, Chen Yu seized the opportunity to discreetly transport the barbecues into his storage space. Thus, batches of barbecues continued to arrive, and Chen Yu persistently repeated the action of receiving and storing them. This entire process lasted for nearly 6 hours before it finally concluded. Gazing upon the mountain of delectable barbecues piled within his space, Chen Yu felt an immense sense of satisfaction. Even if an apocalypse were to descend, he could still indulge in these culinary delights. After completing this task, exhaustion overtook him, prompting him to leave the warehouse and seek out a nearby hotel. Following the check-in procedures and a brief refresh, he collapsed onto the bed. Awakened by the alarm, Chen Yu rose and enjoyed a simple breakfast at the hotel before hailing a taxi to return to the warehouse. Shortly after his arrival, his phone began to ring incessantly, notifying him of the delivery of the supplies he had previously ordered. Throughout the day, he busied himself with signing for the items, and as soon as the delivery personnel departed, he swiftly moved the goods into his storage space. By evening, he had finally gathered all the items he had ordered. After conducting a thorough inspection, a sense of relief washed over him, realizing that only 5 days remained until the impending apocalypse. He hurried home to prepare for the retrieval of the shipping containers at the port. Upon returning home, it was already past 9 p.m. His little dog, likely already asleep, stirred at the sound of the door opening, joyfully barking and rushing to Chen Yu's feet, affectionately nudging his pant leg, warming his heart. However, at that moment, a loud and forceful knocking on the door shattered the tranquil night, sounding particularly jarring. Having had a long and tiring day, Chen Yu felt his irritation flare as he snapped, "Who is it? What do you want at this hour?" A coarse voice responded from outside. "Get out here, you bastard!" The immediate insult upon his return ignited Chen Yu's temper, and without a second thought, he flung open the door, revealing a middle-aged man with a disheveled appearance, radiating an air of menace. Upon seeing the door open, the man wasted no time and clenched his fist, ready to strike. Yet, he stood no chance against Chen Yu. Before the man could land a blow, Chen Yu reacted swiftly, delivering a powerful kick that sent the man flying several meters away, crashing to the ground with a thud, clutching his abdomen and wailing in pain. Accompanying the man was a middle-aged woman, who, upon witnessing her partner being struck, lunged forward, claws outstretched, aiming to scratch Chen Yu's face. Chen Yu would not indulge her foul temper. With a swift motion, he raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap to her face, leaving a vivid red imprint. The woman was sent sprawling to the ground. Ignoring the curses from the two behind him, he coldly snorted and turned to enter his home. He was well aware that these two were the son and daughter-in-law of the elderly lady across the street. However, he had no time to squander on such trivial matters and promptly dialed the police. Before long, the officers arrived, and to his surprise, the female officer from the last incident was among them. She surveyed the chaotic scene before her, her expression one of disbelief, while Chen Yu felt equally exasperated. The middle-aged woman shouted hoarsely, claiming that after the elderly lady and her son had consumed takeout, the son began complaining of a stomachache, necessitating a hurried trip to the hospital. They had discovered he had ingested devilishly spicy peppers, and she accused Chen Yu of attempting to harm them. The female officer responded with a serious demeanor, inquiring whether they had any evidence to support their accusations. Without proof, it could be deemed slander. The woman faltered at this question, struggling to articulate a coherent response, her face flushing with embarrassment as her gaze began to dart nervously. At that moment, the elderly lady returned. It turned out that in her excessive affection for her grandson, she had allowed him to eat first from the takeout, leaving her with only a few bites. To her dismay, this had resulted in her grandson being hospitalized. Upon seeing Chen Yu, she erupted, pointing at him and exclaiming to the police, "It was him who did this. He poisoned the takeout, causing my grandson to be hospitalized. Officers, you must take our side." The female officer raised an eyebrow and retorted, "So you are asserting that he poisoned the takeout, which your grandson consumed, leading to his hospitalization?" It was then that the elderly lady recognized the officer from the previous investigation regarding her grandson's theft of takeout, causing her to feel guilty and retreat into silence, her earlier bravado dissipating as she lowered her head. This family had indeed suffered a silent defeat. The middle-aged man's face turned a shade of green with anger as he glared at Chen Yu, his eyes seeming to blaze with fury. However, Chen Yu had no intention of acknowledging him. He had brought this upon himself, once the family grumbled and departed in disgrace. The female officer shook her head in resignation as she regarded Chen Yu. "This family appears to be habitual offenders. We have dealt with them several times before, and they're always the source of trouble. However, regarding your actions, you must refrain from such behavior in the future." Luckily, this time it did not escalate into a serious issue. Otherwise, your act of tampering with the takeout could be considered illegal. It is indeed unfortunate to encounter such unreasonable neighbors. Chen Yu understood that his actions could not escape the scrutiny of the police, for they were professionals in their field. Upon hearing the words of the female officer, he smiled and replied, "Thank you for your understanding." The officer, in turn, chuckled and remarked, "I suppose this could be considered fate. In just a few days, I've been dispatched 3 times, and each incident has involved you. Quite amusing, isn't it? Let's introduce ourselves. I am Xiao Feifei. Funny enough, I also reside in this community, though in the adjacent building." Chen Yu, taken aback, inquired hastily, "You live here too? How have I never seen you before? I mean, the last time you dropped me off, you didn't even use the navigation." Xiao Feifei glanced at the time, realizing it was already past 10 in the evening, the night deepening around them. She smiled at Chen Yu and suggested, "It's getting late, and we've both had a long day. Let us exchange contact information so we can reach out to each other if anything comes up." After sharing their phone numbers and engaging in a brief conversation, they turned and departed. The next morning, Chen Yu awoke to the ringing of Aunt Lyn's phone call, its sound piercing the tranquility of the room. He answered, and Aunt Lyn's bright and playful voice filled the air. The items you requested have arrived. I personally delivered them. You know, aren't you touched? A faint smile crept across Chen Yu's lips as he replied, "Stop joking. Where are you?" Anqing cheerfully responded, "We reached Zhonghai. Just send me the address, and I'll ensure everything is unloaded at the warehouse for you, to spare you the hassle." After pondering for a moment, Chen Yu said, "Thank you in advance." He quickly typed out the address on his phone and sent it. Moments later, a cute smiley face emoji appeared on his screen, followed by her message, "You'd better treat me to a nice meal later," showing some hospitality. Chen Yu stared at his phone, speechless, retorting, "Aren't you also from Zhonghai? Why should I be the one to host?" Anqing promptly replied, "That's different. I'm doing you a favor, so don't be stingy." Resigned, Chen Yu acquiesced, "All right. Once this is all settled, I'll treat you to dinner." This seemed to satisfy Anqing. After ending the call, Chen Yu hurried downstairs, made his way to the garage, and drove swiftly towards the warehouse. Upon arriving, he spotted a figure standing at the warehouse entrance from a distance. It was Anqing, clad in a light blue dress that radiated freshness and charm under the sun. Even from afar, her vibrant presence captured Chen Yu's attention. Their last encounter had been rushed, leaving him unable to appreciate her fully. But this time, as he took a closer look, he was struck by her beauty. Anqing possessed a porcelain-like visage, her skin as fair as snow, glowing with the unique luster of youth in the sunlight. Her almond-shaped eyes sparkled with clarity, their slight upward tilt imbued with a charm that belied her age, as if concealing countless untold stories. Tall and graceful, her dress clung perfectly to her enchanting figure, resembling a blooming lily in spring. Fresh, unique, yet undeniably elegant. Chen Yu silently marveled at her beauty, thinking her a rare gem of the mortal realm. Upon seeing Chen Yu's car come to a halt, Anqing's eyes sparkled with delight as she hurried over, playfully chiding, "Why did you arrive so late? I've been waiting forever. Look, the water I bought has already lost its chill." With that, she handed him the bottle, taken aback by her sudden thoughtfulness. Chen Yu paused for a moment before replying, "Let us head inside. It's far too hot out here." He then stepped toward the warehouse, with Anqing promptly following. As they entered the cool interior, they began conversing about recent events. Time slipped away swiftly in their light-hearted dialogue, and about half an hour later, the sound of vehicles approaching filled the air outside. Curious, Chen Yu and Anqing made their way to the entrance, where they beheld a formidable procession of 30 trucks, each rolling in one after another toward the warehouse. These vehicles were laden with the goods Chen Yu required, presenting a truly impressive sight. For the next 2 hours, the atmosphere buzzed with activity. Workers methodically unloaded the cargo from the trucks, stacking it neatly within the warehouse. Anqing observed from the sidelines, occasionally lending a hand. Once all the goods were finally unloaded, Anqing, growing a bit impatient, approached Chen Yu with a feigned pout, saying, "Chen Yu, you owe me a grand feast. Just look at how much I've helped with these goods. I'm utterly exhausted." Chen Yu, at a loss for words, retorted, "You only moved one box. Didn't you? Did you think I wouldn't notice?" Unfazed by the exposure, Anqing cheekily laughed. "So you've been watching me all along. Come on, you must have a crush on me. What can I say? I'm just naturally beautiful." Chuckling, Chen Yu shook his head, responding, "Indeed, you're absolutely right. Now, let us have the most beautiful girl in Zhonghai head to the car, while I take a few minutes to check the quantity of the goods." Flattered by his compliments, Anqing beamed and climbed into the vehicle, while Chen Yu seized the opportunity to swiftly store all the warehouse items into his spatial vault, executing the task with deft precision. Once in the car, Chen Yu gently turned the steering wheel and casually inquired, "What are you in the mood to eat? These supplies have truly been a great help. Today, you're allowed to treat me to a sumptuous meal." Anqing's eyes sparkled with joy as she replied, "You decide. I have no dietary restrictions. I'll enjoy whatever you choose." After a moment of contemplation, Chen Yu suggested, "Let us head to the university town. There's a popular spot there known for its exquisite flavors, though it tends to be quite crowded, so we might have to wait for a table." With a playful blink, Anqing chimed, "That's perfectly fine. It means I get to spend more time with you." Chen Yu found himself utterly charmed by her lively demeanor, particularly given her striking beauty. His cheeks flushed slightly as he started the car, the engine roaring to life as they sped toward the university town. Upon arriving at the Chaoan restaurant, A long queue had already formed at the entrance, the crowd bustling and lively. Chen Yu accompanied Enqing to the ticket machine to obtain a number, then found a bench outside to sit and wait. Enqing nestled closely beside Chen Yu, the subtle fragrance of her perfume lingering tantalizingly in the air. Her eyes, wide with admiration and curiosity, remained fixed upon him. Chen Yu felt increasingly uneasy under her ardent gaze. He shifted slightly, cleared his throat, and whispered, "You haven't mentioned anything about me to anyone since you returned, have you?" Enqing tilted her head, her expression earnest as she replied, "I told my father. Otherwise, how do you think these supplies would have reached you so smoothly?" Chen Yu sighed in exasperation, countering, "I'm not freeloading. I actually paid for them." Enqing raised an eyebrow mischievously, retorting, "The supplies may have been purchased by you, but what about me? Am I not being pampered by you?" She punctuated her playful comment with a wink. At that moment, the calling device emitted a clear chime, signaling that their number had come up. Chen Yu breathed a sigh of relief, silently thanking the server for alleviating his awkwardness. The pair took their seats, and Chen Yu courteously inquired with the server, "Is the signature dish, braised puffer fish, still available today?" With a beaming smile, the server responded, "You've come at the perfect time. We have just one portion left." Chen Yu turned to Enqing and stated, "This signature dish is a must-order. As for the rest, feel free to choose whatever you desire." Enqing, with a playful tone, said, "In that case, I shall savor it thoroughly. And if it doesn't meet my expectations, you'll have to take me out for more food tonight." She then took the menu and casually selected 2 additional dishes. Suddenly, a ruckus erupted from the adjacent table. A man was vociferously berating the server. "I brought my girlfriend all the way here to dine, and you tell me the signature dish is unavailable. What do you mean by that? Do you think I can't afford it?" The woman opposite him chimed in, her tone haughty. "Do you even know who young Master Jie is? If the signature dish isn't served today, you can forget about this restaurant staying open." Chen Yu found the voice somewhat familiar and instinctively turned to glance, only to discover it was his classmate, Chao Jing, with whom he had never quite seen eye to eye. Chao Jing had previously pursued Chen Yu, but he had learned that she had been in a relationship with another man for 2 years and was likely now abandoned, prompting her to seek a new boyfriend. Ever since Chen Yu had rejected her, she had harbored a grudge against him. At the moment Chen Yu turned, Chao Jing spotted him as well. A derisive smirk crept across her lips as she stood up, sashaying over to Chen Yu's table. With a tone dripping with sarcasm, Chao Jing remarked, "I never imagined someone like you could afford to eat at this establishment. Surely, you're not here just to take a photograph for your social media, without even ordering a single dish." Chen Yu chose to ignore her entirely, refusing to even glance in her direction, which only served to reinforce her assumptions. She grew increasingly audacious, loudly summoning the server. "What were you thinking letting someone like him in? So vain and pretentious. He can't even afford a single dish. Just here to show off." Her voice grew increasingly louder, drawing the attention of numerous diners around her. At that moment, Chen Yu felt quite vexed by the crowd observing him. He cast a cold glance at Chao Jing and remarked, "If you're ill, hurry and take your medicine. Don't go mad here." Chao Jing was unwilling to let the opportunity to humiliate Chen Yu slip away. She yelled for the waiter to summon the restaurant manager. Just then, Chen Yu's signature dish, braised pufferfish, was brought to the table. Enqing had just stepped away to the restroom, so Chen Yu decided to wait for her to return before they dined together. Upon seeing the dish on Chen Yu's table, Chao Jing's fury ignited, and she glared at the waiter, exclaiming, "Wasn't it said there were none left? What is going on here?" The waiter hurriedly explained, "This gentleman ordered the last one." At that moment, a man known as Jie Xiao approached, impeccably dressed in a sharp suit, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and sporting a meticulously slicked-back hairstyle, exuding an air of elitism. Chao Jing, feeling triumphant, linked her arm with Jie Xiao's and boasted, "Do you see this? This is my boyfriend. He is 100 times better than you. He is a supervisor at the largest biotechnology company in Zhonghai." Jie Xiao feigned humility, saying, "Oh no, that is a bit exaggerated. Although I earn a 6-figure salary, in the end, I'm still working for someone else." Nevertheless, the pride and arrogance in his eyes were unmistakable. Jie Xiao turned to Chen Yu and suggested, "How about this? You let me have that dish, and I'll pay you double." Chen Yu looked at the man before him, who resembled a buffoon, and replied bluntly, "Get lost. You're just a nuisance here." Chao Jing, upon hearing this, became indignant and retorted, "Who do you think you are to speak to Jie Xiao like that? His monthly salary is more than you could earn a year. Accept the double payment and be grateful. People like you probably can't even fathom a six-figure salary." Just then, An Qing returned from the restroom. She looked at Chen Yu and softly inquired, "Is this your friend?" Chen Yu shook his head. An Qing nodded in understanding and said, "Oh, so he is here begging." Chao Jing, upon hearing this, erupted in rage. "You're the one begging. Who do you think you are to speak out?" Jie Xiao, noticing An Qing, suddenly broke into a cold sweat. While An Qing might not recognize him, he was acutely aware of her identity, knowing she was the cherished daughter of his company's president. Offending this young lady could jeopardize his job. In a panic, he approached Chao Jing, who was still ranting, and slapped her across the face. Chao Jing stood there, stunned, with a clear handprint appearing on her cheek. Jie Xiao disregarded her and, bending low with a sycophantic demeanor, approached An Qing, nodding and bowing as he said, "Miss, I am an employee of the Yin family. I sincerely apologize for interrupting your meal. I will promptly escort this madwoman away." An Qing, unfamiliar with him, was already irritated by these individuals disrupting her rare dining experience with Chen Yu. She cast a cold glance at Jie Xiao, her eyes reflecting dissatisfaction and disdain. At that moment, Chao Jing finally regained her composure from the shock. Her anger boiling over, she rushed forward and seized Jie Xiao by the collar. Hurling insults, "You sleep with me for free every day, and now you dare to strike me? I won't let this go." With that, she began to violently tear at Jie Xiao's clothing. Observing the commotion, the restaurant security hurried over to separate the two, attempting to usher them outside. Yisvel, still intent on salvaging his dignity in front of the young lady, found himself at a loss as Chao Jing continued her relentless assault. In a fit of rage and humiliation, Jie Xiao retaliated, striking Chao Jing twice. Soon, the two were entangled in a chaotic struggle at the restaurant's entrance. Chen Yu and An Qing stood by, aghast at the absurdity of the scene unfolding before them. It was only when the police arrived that the farce came to an end, as they took the two brawlers away. Despite the dramatic beginning, the culinary delights at the Qiao Wan restaurant had indeed captivated An Qing's palate. After finishing their meal, An Qing patted her pleasantly full belly, beaming as she remarked, "I am thoroughly satisfied with today's arrangement, and I look forward to dining with you again soon." Chen Yu drove An Qing back to the hotel. As she stood at the entrance, reluctantly watching Chen Yu depart, her gaze followed his car until it vanished into the night. Having secured the most crucial resources in this post-apocalyptic world, Chen Yu's spirits were considerably lifted. Chapter 13. Acceptance of the safe house upon returning home. Lai Fu, with his usual exuberance, scampered joyfully towards Chen Yu, circling around his feet and occasionally nudging his pant leg with his head, an utterly adorable sight. Chen Yu gazed at the little dog, a smile spreading across his face as he bent down to lift Lai Fu into his arms, gently stroking its head. He chuckled, "Little one, I haven't yet bestowed upon you a proper name. Allow me to name you, for soon you shall be my sole companion." The puppy seemed to grasp Chen Yu's words, barking twice and playfully licking his hand, appearing quite pleased with the prospect of a new name. Just as Chen Yu was amusing Lai Fu, his phone suddenly rang. It was Vice President Qin calling. Upon answering, a warm yet respectful voice greeted him. "Mr. Chen, I have delightful news to share. The safe house is ready for inspection. Do you have time to come and see it?" Chen Yu's spirits lifted at the news, and he promptly replied, "I'll be there shortly." After ending the call, Chen Yu tidied himself briefly before heading out towards the villa. Before long, he arrived at the newly transformed residence, an inexplicable sense of security washing over him. At that moment, Vice President Qin spotted Chen Yu from a distance and hurriedly approached, his face beaming with joy. "Mr. Chen, you've arrived. The safe house is fully completed, and it has been meticulously furnished, equipped with all necessary amenities. You can move in at your convenience." As he spoke, Vice President Qin gestured toward the rooftop and continued, "Additionally, I've had a watchtower constructed nearby. It occupies a modest area of about 10 square meters, yet it stands 30 meters tall, with an elevator that ascends directly to the top. Its walls are as sturdy as the villa itself. The interior space is limited, primarily designed for monitoring the surrounding area, and we have installed comprehensive surveillance equipment up there. Following Vice President Chen's indication, Chen Yu looked up at the towering watchtower, a smile of approval gracing his face. Well done. This watchtower is remarkably practical and thoughtfully conceived. Hearing the praise, Vice President Chen felt elated and quickly replied, "We have endeavored to meet your requirements. Your satisfaction is our utmost priority." After finalizing the handover details of the villa with Vice President Chen, he took his leave. Chen Yu stood in front of the villa, pondering for a moment before pulling out his phone to call Zheng Hao. A while later, the call connected, and a cacophony of sounds erupted from the receiver. Upbeat music, laughter, and the clinking of glasses. Chen Yu furrowed his brows and inquired, "Fatty, where are you? Why is it so noisy?" Zheng Hao's boisterous voice echoed through the phone. "I'm at the bar. Hee, just taking a break to unwind." Chen Yu was momentarily rendered speechless. With a tone of resignation, he remarked, "It is barely noon, and you've already dashed off to a bar. Enough of your antics. You need to come over here at once. My safe house is now complete, and you must come and experience it." Upon hearing this, Zheng Hao immediately perked up, his voice rising with excitement as he hurriedly replied, "All right, I'm on my way. Just wait for me." After hanging up, Chen Yu turned and proceeded into the villa. Upon entering, he first ventured into the basement, which lay empty and desolate. Originally intended as a storage space for various supplies, it remained vacant as Chen Yu had his own means of storage, lending the basement a sense of spaciousness. Next, Chen Yu ascended to the first floor, which boasted a rich design featuring a game room, kitchen, living room, and study. The second and third floors served as Chen Yu's living quarters, where the bedroom was meticulously arranged for both comfort and practicality, adorned with exquisite high-end furniture and appliances. Moreover, the safe house was equipped with an air purification system to combat any potential toxic gases or radioactive dust from the outside, ensuring that the air within remained fresh and safe at all times. Before long, the boisterous voice of the plump Zheng Hao echoed from outside, calling, "Chen Yu, Chen Yu, I've arrived." Chen Yu chuckled, shaking his head as he opened the door to welcome Zheng Hao inside. As Zheng Hao entered, he eagerly began to inspect each room. With every new space he entered, his eyes widened in astonishment, exclaiming repeatedly, "This is extravagant. It's simply too luxurious." His exaggerated reaction was quite the spectacle. Although Zheng Hao's family was somewhat affluent, his parents were quite strict and never allowed him to squander money. It was only upon reaching university and escaping his parents' supervision that he truly felt liberated. The DCOR of Chen Yu's safe house far surpassed that of Zheng Hao's home, particularly in the entertainment room. Zheng Hao's eyes sparkled with delight upon entering, for it was filled with the latest high-end gaming equipment, top-tier audio systems, and ultra-comfortable gaming chairs. Overwhelmed with excitement, he rushed over to explore, exclaiming, "This is exhilarating. Chen Yu, this place is nothing short of a paradise. I never want to leave." As he spoke, he eagerly settled into a gaming chair, ready to fully immerse himself in the experience. After Zheng Hao had thoroughly indulged in the entertainment room and his excitement began to wane, Chen Yu, with a serious demeanor, addressed him, "Zheng Hao, you must ensure that the items I left at your home are kept safe. This matter cannot be taken lightly." Zheng Hao paused, momentarily taken aback, before inquiring, "Why this sudden mention of this? What are you planning to do?" Chen Yu replied, "I need to go abroad tomorrow." Zheng Hao's curiosity was piqued, and he eagerly pressed, "Where to?" Chen Yu's lips curled into a slight smile as he responded, "To the country you adore the most." Zheng Hao was taken aback for a moment, but quickly regained his composure and exclaimed excitedly, "What the heck? Why didn't you invite me to the land of the rising sun? That would have been so much fun. I've longed to go there, but never had the chance." Chen Yu, rolling his eyes in exasperation, replied, "I'm not going there for leisure. I have serious matters to attend to. Besides, you don't even have a passport. How do you expect to go? Are you planning to swim there?" Upon hearing this, Zheng Hao deflated like a punctured balloon, grumbling in disappointment. "Fine then. Just make sure to bring me back some local specialties so I can at least experience a taste of that place." Chen Yu couldn't help but tease, "What kind of specialties do you want? I must remind you, kidnapping is illegal, so don't get any funny ideas." Zheng Hao was momentarily taken aback, his face flushing crimson, acutely aware of his impropriety, and he fell silent. Observing Zheng Hao's expression, Chen Yu felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. He patted Zheng Hao's shoulder and said, "Come on, let's go out for a nice meal today. Consider it a celebration for my new home and also a farewell of sorts." Hearing about the food, Zheng Hao immediately perked up. In the afternoon, Chen Yu arrived at the lottery shop. As he stepped inside, he noticed Uncle Zhang busily assisting customers with their lottery tickets. Once Uncle Zhang finished his tasks, Chen Yu approached him and said, "Uncle Zhang, I might need your help to look after my little dog tomorrow. I have to go out again." Uncle Zhang paused, lifting his gaze with a hint of curiosity, and asked, "What have you been up to lately? It seems like you're always on the move, without a moment's respite." Chen Yu chuckled lightly, attempting to deflect. "Oh, it's nothing much. With summer vacation upon us, I just thought I'd take a few days to unwind and explore." Uncle Zhang, not giving it much thought, readily replied, "Ah, I see. In that case, please bring your dog over later. I quite like your little fellow. He is always such a delight to watch. I find myself wanting one of my own." Chen Yu quickly responded, "Sure thing, Uncle Zhang. I'll bring him over shortly. There's another favor I need to ask you. I ordered some items online, but they won't arrive until tomorrow. Would you mind signing for them? You can keep them at your place until I return. Does that work for you?" In truth, Chen Yu felt somewhat helpless, having not thought of a better way to ask Uncle Zhang for assistance in storing the supplies. He resorted to crafting a convenient excuse, similar to how he dealt with his friend Zheng Hao. However, this was not due to an abundance of maternal instincts. Rather, it stemmed from Uncle Zhang's unwavering kindness towards him. When Chen Yu was younger, he had nearly fallen victim to human traffickers, and it was Uncle Zhang who rescued him from their clutches. After Chen Yu's parents passed away, leaving him in solitude, Uncle Zhang continued to care for him immensely. Chen Yu held deep gratitude for this kindness. Moreover, in his previous life during the apocalypse, the hard-earned supplies he had gathered became the target of others who sought to seize them. It was Uncle Zhang who bravely intervened, ultimately paying the ultimate price for his courage. Every time Chen Yu reflects on this matter, an indescribable feeling wells up within him. It must be said that Uncle Zhang is also a pitiable figure. His wife passed away many years ago, and for all this time, he has single-handedly raised his daughter. Eventually, she gained admission to a military academy, returning home only a few times throughout the year. Chen Yu, being of similar age to her, has hardly seen her since they both entered high school. Upon hearing Chen Yu mention his plans to go out tomorrow, Uncle Zhang remarked, "Xiaoing will be returning tomorrow. I had hoped you two could reunite after such a long time, but now you are leaving." Surprised, Chen Yu quickly inquired, "Why is she returning so suddenly? Wasn't it said she would only come back for the new year?" Uncle Zhang, beaming with joy, replied, "I heard she received an award, and the military granted her a leave so she can stay for a while." Chen Yu felt a genuine happiness for Uncle Zhang upon hearing this news. Smiling as he said, "Well, you won't be lonely anymore. Xiao Ying will be back to keep you company, and you can truly enjoy the joys of family life." "How wonderful!" Uncle Zhang nodded repeatedly with a smile, expressing his sentiments. "Indeed, she is my most treasured possession. Seeing her achieve so much fills my heart with immense pride and comfort. All my hardships seem worthwhile." His words were laden with profound love and pride for his daughter. After leaving the lottery shop, Chen Yu headed straight back to the villa. Upon entering, he hurriedly began setting up the diesel generator he had prepared earlier. This engine boasts a power output of 1,000 kilowatts. The electricity it generates in just 1 hour would suffice for an ordinary family for an entire year. Even a villa like Chen Yu's, which is laden with various electric devices, it would last comfortably for a month. Henceforth, he need not worry about electricity issues. Even in special circumstances, the villa's power supply would remain uninterrupted. After washing his hands, Chen Yu sat down in the living room, contemplating the need to prepare supplies for Uncle Zhang. He opened his computer and swiftly logged onto a shopping website, prioritizing items that do not occupy much space as he selected goods. First, he purchased 5 sets of thermal underwear, followed by 5 sets of winter clothing and down jackets. With these thick garments, even inclement weather would pose no threat against the biting cold. Subsequently, he procured a number of socks and gloves, recognizing their essentiality in daily life. Additionally, Chen Yu ordered 10 boxes of smokeless coal for heating, which should last approximately a month without issue. In terms of food supplies, he prepared 200 pounds of rice, 200 pounds of flour, and 200 pounds of noodles. He also bought 2 boxes of pickled vegetables, totaling 1,000 bags, alongside a selection of various seasonings. As a precaution, he purchased an extra 200 pounds of compressed biscuits and around 100 bags of instant noodles. Lastly, he added 100 bags of salt to his cart, understanding that this would serve as a stable currency for future exchanges. Chen Yu calculated that if these supplies were rationed wisely, they would suffice for Uncle Zhang and his daughter for 2 to 3 months. As for the future, they would have to rely on themselves. In his heart, Chen Yu contemplated the significance of the supplies and deliberately made a phone call to remind Uncle Zhang. There's one more thing. Please keep those items at your home. Do not place them in the store. I fear that moving them from there later will be too inconvenient. Upon hearing this, Uncle Zhang, though somewhat puzzled and unsure why Chen Yu was so particular about their location, did not inquire further. He replied, "All right, I understand. Rest assured, I will store them safely at home. You can focus on your matters without worry." With Uncle Zhang's reassuring response, Chen Yu finally felt at ease. He was well aware that his actions were, in part, a way to repay Uncle Zhang for his past kindness. Yet it was undeniable that there was also a hint of ulterior motive behind it. After all, in the face of an impending apocalypse, while his safe house was undoubtedly secure from various perspectives, the world outside was in a constant state of flux. It was imperative to have his own informants to acquire timely intelligence, thus enabling him to prepare adequately and enhance his chances of survival in such dire circumstances. Uncle Zhang, being a reliable retired veteran, was a fitting choice for this role, especially with a daughter attending a military academy, giving her a significant advantage. As Chen Yu sat there pondering his arrangements for the apocalypse, a sudden, urgent ringing of his phone jolted him from his thoughts. He glanced at his screen and saw it was Zheng Hao calling. As soon as he answered, Zheng Hao's boisterous voice erupted over the line. "Hey, you. What are you doing at home? You need to hurry to the bar and save me. I've been beaten up. Oh, it hurts so much." Chen Yu felt a jolt of panic and quickly asked, "Which bar? Send me the address. I'll be there right away." "Hold on," Zheng Hao hurriedly replied. "The Black Rose Bar. Please come quickly. If you're late, I'm afraid I'll be in for an even worse beating." After hanging up, Zheng Hao's expression instantly transformed as he turned to the beautiful woman beside him, grinning. "Don't worry. This time I'm definitely bringing over a handsome guy." His demeanor bore no trace of the suffering he had just feigned over the phone. Chen Yu, anxious and restless, wasted no time contemplating and immediately hailed a taxi, rushing towards the Black Rose Bar. Upon arriving at the bar, as soon as Chen Yu stepped inside, he spotted Zheng Hao waving enthusiastically from a distance, looking nothing like someone who had just been attacked, but rather quite lively. Realizing he had been duped by Zheng Hao, Chen Yu felt a mix of exasperation and amusement, thinking how much trouble this hefty friend could stir up. Nevertheless, since he had already made the trip, Chen Yu decided to let it go and thought to himself, well, since I'm here, I might as well enjoy it. I haven't had a moment of rest lately. I felt like a tightly coiled spring. A little relaxation wouldn't hurt. With this in mind, he walked over to Zheng Hao, eager to discover what scheme his friend had concocted, while also intending to unwind at the bar and relieve the fatigue that had been accumulating over time. In the booth chosen by the corpulent man, apart from him, there were 3 other individuals. Through the enthusiastic introduction provided by the corpulent man, Chen Yu learned of their identities. They were, in fact, classmates from his university days. Among them was a young man named Yang Feng, who came from a family of modest means. Though of average height, he possessed a strikingly handsome appearance, exuding an air akin to that of a wealthy scion in his every gesture. Next was a short-haired girl named Qian Duo, whose attire was quite provocative. She wore a fitted crop top that accentuated her ample bosom, paired with a minuscule skirt that revealed her long, fair legs. At that moment, she leaned against the sofa, a glass of wine in hand, gently swirling it while casting a curious gaze at Chen Yu, her eyes twinkling with intrigue and perhaps a hint of something more. The other girl, Qin Yun, was a stark contrast to Qian Duo. She had lustrous, jet-black hair cascading down her back like a waterfall, radiating a gentle allure. Clad in a delicate dress with a denim jacket draped over her shoulders, she struck a balance between casual and elegant. Currently, she was engrossed in her phone, seemingly oblivious to the lively atmosphere around her, lost in her own little world. Under the scrutinizing gazes of the group, Chen Yu sat down slowly and greeted them. Upon hearing his greeting, Chen Duo smiled alluringly, raising her glass in a toast towards him. Chen Yin looked up, offering a shy smile in return. Yang Feng lifted his glass for a clink. The corpulent man raised his glass and declared, "Come, let us all drink together. It is a rare occasion for us to gather." Everyone raised their glasses, and the sound of their clinking resonated crisply amidst the bustling bar. As the music pulsed and the lights flickered, Chen Yu gradually began to unwind, momentarily forgetting his worries in the vibrant atmosphere of the bar. Just as the conversation flowed merrily, two figures suddenly appeared at the entrance of the bar: Zheng Hao's ex-girlfriend, Wang Ru, and Li Ming. Li Ming, who had already harbored grievances against Zheng Hao, felt a surge of jealousy and discontent upon seeing two beautiful women at his table. They approached slowly, and Li Ming began to mock Zheng Hao, saying, "Oh, if it isn't Zheng Hao," looking rather well, accompanied by lovely ladies. But then again, this is the only place you could find some semblance of recognition. Compared to me, you fall woefully short. Wang Ru, disdainfully eyeing Zheng Hao, added, "Look at you. Zheng Hao, not only are you broke, but you're also so lacking in ambition. Just look at Li Ming. He has accomplished. With him, I can envision a future." Zheng Hao's face flushed with anger upon hearing these words, his fists clenched tightly, yearning to retaliate. Observing this, Li Ming quickly interjected, "What do you intend to do? Let me remind you, this bar is owned by my cousin. Do you believe that if you dare to make a move, I guarantee ensure you leave this place?" The atmosphere grew tense, and the lively chatter ceased as everyone turned their attention to the unfolding confrontation. Although Zheng Hao was seething with rage, he understood that acting out would only implicate Chen Yu and the others. Chen Yu furrowed his brow, contemplatively gazing at Li Ming and Wang Ru, while Yang Feng wore a furious expression, eager to defend Zheng Hao. However, upon seeing Zheng Hao's demeanor, he could only suppress his anger for the time being. Chen Duo and Chen Yun exchanged glances, their eyes filled with concern. Chen Yu stood up and approached Li Ming, stating, "We are all here to enjoy ourselves. There is no need for such hostility." Upon hearing someone speak up, Li Ming was initially inclined to retaliate. But the moment he recognized Chen Yu and recalled his father's admonition against creating conflict, he hesitated. Yet, with a woman in his arms and numerous onlookers, he felt torn between showing weakness and preserving his pride. Just then, Li Ming's cousin, Li Ziqiang, arrived, flanked by 5 or 6 burly, tattooed men, exuding an intimidating presence. Seeing his cousin, Li Ming hastily embellished the situation. Li Ziqiang swaggered over, his gaze landing on the 2 beautiful women at the booth. His eyes lit up as he declared, "Here's the deal. You apologize to my cousin, and then these 2 lovely ladies accompany me for a few drinks, and we'll consider this matter settled." Chen Duo and Chen Yun, alarmed, retreated rapidly, hiding behind Chen Yu. Chen Yu thought it impossible for them to leave unscathed. A confrontation was likely imminent. However, he harbored no fear, possessing a spatial system that enhanced his physical prowess tenfold, coupled with his recent dedication to training. He surmised that these men would not withstand much against him. With a calm demeanor, Chen Yu stepped forward, his gaze unwavering as he addressed Li Ziqiang, saying, "An apology is acceptable, but it is he who should apologize to us." His words sent a ripple of shock through those at the booth. They had not anticipated such firmness from Chen Yu in this precarious situation. Li Ziqiang was momentarily taken aback, clearly unprepared for Chen Yu's bold response. His expression darkened as he furrowed his brow. The tattooed men around him advanced a step, seemingly ready to strike at any moment. The atmosphere in the bar grew tense, as if a conflict were on the brink of eruption. Chen Yu decisively gestured for Zheng Hao and the others to step back, positioning himself firmly and fixing his sharp gaze on the advancing figures. Li Ziqiang, feeling humiliated by Chen Yu's stance, was consumed by rage. He waved his hand, prompting the tattooed men to charge at Chen Yu like ravenous wolves. The lead thug swung a massive fist towards Chen Yu, who, with a swift motion, sidestepped and effortlessly evaded the blow. Seizing the thug's wrist, he twisted forcefully, eliciting a pained cry. Another thug seized the opportunity to attack from the side, but Chen Yu reacted with lightning speed, raising his leg and delivering a powerful kick to the assailant's abdomen, sending him flying several meters away to crash heavily onto the ground. The remaining thugs, undeterred, closed in on Chen Yu. Fearless, he darted among them like a flash of lightning, delivering precise and powerful strikes. His fists landed rapidly against the thugs, echoing with dull thuds. One thug attempted to grapple with Chen Yu, only to be met with a swift over-the-shoulder throw, crashing painfully to the ground and rolling in agony. The entire combat scene was both intense and gripping, with Chen Yu single-handedly facing multiple adversaries without faltering. In a mere 3 to 5 minutes, he had brought all of them to the ground, leaving none able to rise. Chen Duoduo's eyes widened in astonishment and delight. Her already alluring visage was now flushed with excitement as she gazed at Chen Yu as if he were a hero. Her lips involuntarily curled into a radiant smile, unabashedly revealing her admiration for him. She clapped her hands in exhilaration, exclaiming, "Wow, Chen Yu, you are truly remarkable. That was absolutely stunning." Her fervent demeanor suggested she might leap forward to embrace him at any moment. Chen Yun, on the other hand, stood slightly agape, her eyes brimming with awe and admiration. A delicate blush graced her fair cheeks, yet her reaction was more subdued than Chen Duod was. She gently bit her lip, her gaze shimmering with a hint of shyness. Zheng Hao's mouth hung open in disbelief, while Yang Feng appeared equally astonished. Li Ziqiang, however, was utterly dumbfounded, never expecting the formidable men he had brought would prove so utterly ineffectual against Chen Yu. The other patrons of the bar were equally captivated by the sudden fray, and gasps of astonishment filled the air as they witnessed Chen Yu effortlessly dispatch the tattooed brutes. As Chen Yu and his companions departed the bar, the excitement lingered, with patrons animatedly discussing the thrilling altercation. Once outside, Chen Duoduo's face was flushed with excitement, her eyes sparkling with admiration. She tightly linked her arm with Chen Yu's, oblivious to the way her ample bosom pressed against him. Her lips curved upward in a brilliant smile as she continuously showered him with compliments. "Chen Yu, you were simply incredible. You look just like a superhero." Leaning slightly forward, she exuded an aura of fervor, embodying the essence of an infatuated young admirer. Chen Yun, in contrast, maintained a more reserved demeanor. A gentle blush adorned her cheeks, reminiscent of blooming peach blossoms in spring, as she discreetly observed Chen Yu. Witnessing this, the portly friend exaggeratedly widened his mouth, revealing an envious expression as he exclaimed, "Yu, your charm is extraordinary. These two lovely ladies are utterly captivated by you." At this remark, both Chen Duoduo and Chen Yun became even more bashful. Chen Duoduo released Chen Yu's arm and lightly stomped her foot, playfully chiding, "Oh, what nonsense are you saying?" Meanwhile, Chen Yun lowered her head even further, her ears flushed crimson. The trope of a hero rescuing a damsel in distress certainly holds appeal for university students. However, following this encounter, Chen Yu felt considerably lighter in spirit. He turned to Chen Duoduo, curiosity piqued, and asked, "What brought you to the bar? You both seem like first-timers." Pouting slightly, Chen Duoduo replied, "It was Fatty who called us." Zheng Hao, overhearing her, protested indignantly, "I only invited Yang Feng. You two came on your own." In response, Chen Duoduo playfully pretended to strike Zheng Hao, raising her hand only to let it fall again. Subsequently, addressing Chen Yu, she remarked, "I too was enveloped in boredom at home, which compelled me to drag Chen Yun along to the bar. I never anticipated encountering such an incident on our very first visit. I had even donned this striking outfit specifically for the occasion." As she spoke, she cast a glance at her alluring attire, a hint of regret flickering in her eyes. Chen Yun, standing beside her, gently nodded in agreement, seemingly resonating with Chen Duoduo's sentiments. Chen Yu observed the two of them, finding amusement in their antics. These girls were indeed quite entertaining. With a smile, Chen Yu proposed, "Shall we seek out another place to dine? After all, We are already out and about. The group, upon hearing her suggestion, nodded in unanimous approval, appreciating the idea as an excellent opportunity to continue their gathering while satisfying their appetites. Soon after, they embarked on a search and discovered a uniquely charming Thai restaurant. Upon entering, Chen Yu duo eagerly claimed a seat beside Chen Yu, prompting a chorus of playful teasing from the others. The plump fellow grinned widely and exclaimed, "Wow, duo. You are certainly swift," fearing that someone might seize your prime spot. Laughter erupted among the group, while Chen duo blushed yet remained steadfastly close to Chen Yu, unwilling to budge an inch. As they settled at the table, savoring the delectable Thai cuisine, their conversations flowed freely, creating an atmosphere of delightful camaraderie. Chen Yu mused how splendid it would be if such moments could last indefinitely, yet lamented that only 5 days remained. After several rounds of drinks and an array of dishes, the gathering concluded with everyone feeling thoroughly satisfied. They exchanged contact information, agreeing to reunite in the future, before each individual made their way home. Chapter 14. Emptied Neon Nation in Tokyo, the largest port of the Neon Nation. The bustling heart of the city thrived amidst its opulence. Yet, the city's splendor did little to diminish the number of its impoverished. At this moment, Chen Yu stood on the streets, gazing at the throng of people and the towering edifices, his heart brimming with reflections. Flanking the renowned street were a multitude of luxury boutiques, yet Chen Yu was acutely aware that in just a few days, when the apocalypse descended, even the most lavish treasures within these stores would scarcely be worth 2 packets of instant noodles. Once symbols of luxury and prestige, they would become utterly worthless in the face of the apocalypse's grim reality. Suddenly, a melodic female voice broke through his thoughts. "Hello, are you Chinese?" Chen Yu turned to find a charming young lady before him. The girl appeared to be around 17 or 18, with a slender figure standing at approximately 1.60 meters. Her ample bosom exuding a youthful vitality. As Chen Yu met her gaze, she smiled sweetly, revealing 2 delicate dimples that seemed to brim with sweetness, rendering her even more endearing. With a solid understanding of Neon Nation's culture, Chen Yu, upon observing the girl's demeanor and grace, pondered if she might be the fabled Shinto maiden. Since he had little to lose, he decided to engage. "You guessed quite accurately, but may I inquire what brings you to seek me?" The girl, with an air of confidence, extended her hand and cheerfully replied, "Let's get acquainted. My name is Mia. You must be here as a tourist in the Neon Nation, right? I'm quite familiar with Kyoto and would be delighted to be your guide." Chen Yu paused for a moment, considering her proposal, and ultimately decided it was indeed a worthwhile offer. "Then I shall put your knowledge to the test," he responded. Without hesitation, Mia eagerly replied, "Of course. Feel free to ask anything." Observing her self-assured demeanor, Chen Yu smiled and began, "What distinctive places can you recommend in Kyoto?" Mia's eyes sparkled as she responded promptly, "Kyoto boasts many beautiful temples, such as Kinkakuji and Kiyomizu, along with Gion, where you can witness traditional architecture and performances. Arashima is also splendid, with breathtaking scenery." Nodding slightly, Chen Yu inquired further, "And where might one find suitable shopping locales in Kyoto?" With an air of expertise, Mia enumerated. "There are plenty, like Shijo Kawaramachi, which has numerous malls and specialty stores. Then there's the Shinkiago-ku shopping street, filled with a vast array of goods." Chuckling softly, Chen Yu pressed on, "Do you know where I might find a large warehouse in Kyoto?" Mia hesitated for a moment, contemplating, before she replied, "A large warehouse? I'm not entirely sure, but I can help you look into it. What do you need a large warehouse for?" After a brief silence, Chen Yu finally confessed, "To be candid, I am a merchant, and I have come to Kyoto in search of a large supermarket warehouse." Mia promptly picked up her phone, swiftly dialing several numbers, conversing in Japanese with a focused and earnest expression. After finishing the phone call, she immediately opened her computer and diligently searched online. Her fingers danced across the keyboard, her gaze fixed intently on the screen, leaving no potential source of information overlooked. After a while, a smile of delight spread across Mia's face as she looked up at Chen Yu and exclaimed, "I found the location of the warehouse. It's in Kitano-cho, North District of Kyoto City, which happens to be the largest logistics hub in Neon Country. Essentially, All the goods for the supermarkets are transshipped from there. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of surprise flashed in Chen Yu's eyes as he responded, "That's fantastic. Thank you, Mia. You've truly been a tremendous help." Looking at Mia, he approvingly remarked, "You are indeed an excellent guide. Now, what would you like as a reward?" Mia shyly asked, "Do you want to go right now?" Without hesitation, Chen Yu replied, "If you have no other plans, let us head over now." Mia suggested, somewhat bashfully, "Could we perhaps grab a meal first?" Chen Yu paused for a moment and then said, "Sure, I haven't eaten either. Let us go together. You can choose the place." After half an hour of wandering, Mia led Chen Yu to a small alley. Chen Yu had anticipated a slightly upscale restaurant, but to his surprise, Mia had chosen a rather unassuming little eatery. Noticing the astonishment on Chen Yu's face, Mia smiled and said, "Don't let the modesty of this place fool you. The food is truly delicious. I used to come here often." As she spoke the last sentence, her smile gradually faded, as if she remembered something. Chen Yu sensed that this girl might have a story to tell, yet he refrained from inquiring further. Before long, Mia ordered 2 bowls of the house specialty noodles. As soon as they arrived, she eagerly began to eat. Chen Yu finished his meal and quietly sat, waiting for Mia. It took her 2 bowls before she finally paused. When she noticed Chen Yu watching her, she shyly remarked, "These noodles are so delicious that I couldn't help but have another bowl." Chen Yu chose not to reveal his knowledge, simply smiling and nodding. After settling the bill, they exited the restaurant. Chen Yu looked at Mia and asked, "Shall we head to the warehouse now?" Mia nodded, "Yes, let us go." As they walked, Chen Yu inquired, "How come you know Kyoto so well?" Mia chuckled softly, "I grew up here. I've walked down every street countless times." Chen Yu reflected, "You must have many wonderful memories." Mia's expression dimmed slightly as she replied, "There were many once, but now." She left her thought unfinished. An hour later, Chen Yu surveyed the unfamiliar surroundings and asked, "What is the next step?" Mia glanced around and pointed in a direction, saying, "We should head that way. We'll arrive shortly." The two walked in the direction Mia indicated, maintaining a tranquil silence. After a short while, Mia halted and pointed ahead, declaring, "Look, there's the warehouse." As they approached the warehouse area, they saw large warehouses everywhere, with towering buildings neatly aligned. Outside the warehouse, throngs of individuals and trucks bustled with activity. Some laborers were busily unloading goods from the vehicles, boxes and bags swiftly being transferred into the storage facility, while others queued to load and unload their cargo, the engines of the trucks roaring in a symphony of sound. Chen Yu stood outside the warehouse, his gaze intently fixed on the comings and goings of those transporting supermarket supplies. He observed with keen interest the diverse array of goods. There were beautifully packaged food items, ranging from fresh fruits to an assortment of snacks. Stacks of daily necessities, from toilet paper to toiletries, presented a dazzling array. And various home goods, from soft bedding to exquisite tableware, left one in awe. As Chen Yu contemplated his plan, he followed Mia closely, remaining vigilant of the surrounding trucks. Each time they passed a vehicle, he discreetly collected all the goods within, his spatial collection limit extending to 100 meters, allowing him to effortlessly gather the materials he required. Mia guided Chen Yu toward the vicinity of the sealed warehouses, elaborating on the supermarkets to which these warehouses belonged. Chen Yu remained silent, his focus unwavering as he surveyed the environment. With each step they took, the sealed warehouses gradually succumbed to his collecting efforts, leaving them barren. Chen Yu felt a surge of gratitude for having Mia as his guide, as his collection endeavors proceeded with remarkable ease. Time slipped by quietly amidst the bustle, and Chen Yu was acutely aware of the ticking clock. He could only remain there for 2 hours. The longer he stayed, the more likely the loss of goods would be discovered. He quickened his pace and urged Mia, "Let us hasten our steps. I wish to thoroughly understand the situation here as soon as possible." Although Mia harbored some confusion, she complied and quickened her stride. Chen Yu remained anxiously observant of his surroundings, wary of attracting any undue attention. With each warehouse they passed, he swiftly assessed the potential for collectible materials while calculating the time, ensuring he could complete his gathering mission within the allotted 2 hours. He was grateful that the warehouses were organized by category, greatly facilitating his collection efforts. He first approached the warehouse filled with alcoholic beverages. confidently claiming its contents into his space. The warehouse boasted a mountain of beer, nearly 500,000 bottles arranged neatly, with an array of brands and flavors. There were also close to 100,000 bottles of sake. Next, he entered the snack warehouse. Upon entry, he was greeted by a stunning variety of treats, bread, crispy chips, and cookies of every flavor, alongside an assortment of chocolates, candies, and nuts, leaving one breathless with delight. Subsequently, he arrived at the tools warehouse. This space not only housed essential outdoor camping gear, with tents of various sizes and styles providing comfort for wilderness adventures, but also axes and knives among other tools. In addition to these, Chen Yu collected from the warehouse that stored everyday necessities, which contained a substantial quantity of toilet paper, toothpaste, toothbrushes, shampoo, and shower gel. Among other daily items, there exists a warehouse for clothing, housing an array of garments suitable for various seasons. From the light and airy summer attire to the robust winter wear, including down jackets, cotton coats, and sweaters, as well as an assortment of accessories such as shoes, hats, and scarves. After 2 hours, Chen Yu felt he had gathered sufficient items. He turned to Mia and said, "That's enough. Let us move to another location." Mia, somevat puzzled, inquired, "Where else do you wish to go?" Chen Yu replied, "Do you know if there's a grain depot nearby?" After a moment's contemplation, Mia responded, "Yes, it is in the vicinity, but if we hurry there, they will have closed for the day." Chen Yu felt a surge of joy at the thought of their closure. Yet he replied, "No matter, I merely wish to take a look." He mused that a brief delay would not matter, so he suggested to Mia, "Let's first enjoy a meal before heading to the grain depot." Upon hearing the prospect of a meal, Mia's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, "Wonderful! I'm rather hungry." Chen Yu and Mia found a nearby restaurant that appeared quite inviting. They settled at a table, and the waiter promptly approached with the menu. Chen Yu handed the menu to Mia and said, "Order whatever you like. Indulge yourself. You have worked hard today." Mia, elated by his words, eagerly marked her selections, soon amassing a delightful array of dishes. However, to Chen Yu, the portion seemed rather meager. The elegantly presented dishes combined hardly sufficed for his appetite alone. After having emptied so many warehouses, and with a visit to the grain depot and the port still ahead, he mused that the impending apocalypse might well spell doom for the Neon Nation. Yet, such matters were beyond his concern. Following their meal, Chen Yu and Mia ordered 2 drinks, after which Chen Yu rose to settle the bill, and together they exited the restaurant. The streets outside were aglow with lights as the evening breeze caressed them. Mia stretched and turned to Chen Yu, asking, "Shall we head to the grain depot now?" Chen Yu nodded affirmatively. "Yes, let us go." With that, they set off toward the grain storage area. The location for storing grain was indeed not far. As they walked, they soon arrived at their destination. However, by the time they reached it, it was already past 7 in the evening. Under the streetlights, Chen Yu gazed at the expanse of the grain storage area, his eyes reflecting a glimmer of anticipation. Mia stood beside him, curiously observing Chen Yu, unsure of his thoughts. Chen Yu instructed, "Just show me around the vicinity." Although Mia was perplexed, she chose not to voice her questions, silently complying with his request as she guided him through the surroundings. As they strolled, Chen Yu surveyed the environment, contemplating his plans. He felt quite satisfied with Mia's assistance. Despite her evident curiosity, she refrained from probing further and diligently fulfilled his requests. Chen Yu resolved that once this endeavor concluded, he would make it a point to express his gratitude to Mia. The vast expanse of the granary left Chen Yu feeling somewhat helpless. The towering walls and the tightly shut gates barred their entry, rendering any attempt to investigate futile. Thus, he could only circumnavigate the periphery of the granary, utilizing his remarkable spatial abilities to gather as much grain as possible within a 100-meter radius. Although the Neon Country is not renowned for its agricultural output, the granary, situated in its largest city, still boasted a considerable stockpile of provisions. Gazing longingly at the inaccessible structure, Chen Yu mused to himself that this time he would let them off easy, considering it an act of goodwill on his part. As he continued to manipulate his spatial powers to collect grain within reach, Mia quietly accompanied him, her face a portrait of curiosity, yet she refrained from asking too many questions. despite the inability to enter the granary. Chen Yu's harvest proved to be remarkably bountiful. Through his spatial collection abilities, he amassed over 100,000 tons of rice, each plump grain accumulating into a magnificent mountain within his realm. Additionally, corn, soybeans, and wheat collectively contributed nearly the same amount, firmly residing in the space he commanded. Beyond that, various other grains gathered sporadically, further filling his storage. Observing the gradually burgeoning reserves of food, Chen Yu felt a profound sense of satisfaction, concluding that this venture had not been in vain. As he persisted in his collection efforts, he eventually realized that he could no longer gather any more grain from the surroundings and decided to cease his activities. However, a tinge of regret lingered, for he had not been able to enter the granary to procure even more. At that moment, he lifted his gaze to the night sky and was startled to discover how quickly time had flown by. Dawn was fast approaching. Originally, he had intended to visit the port that night, but given the current circumstances, that plan was clearly unattainable, and he would have to wait until the following day. With heartfelt sincerity, Chen Yu remarked, "I truly owe you for today. Tomorrow, I plan to visit the port again. I wonder if you have time to accompany me once more?" Mia responded with delightful enthusiasm, "Of course, as long as you provide the meals." Chen Yu smiled in assurance. "No problem at all. You can have as many meals as you wish." Mia's laughter blossomed with joy, her smile radiant against the backdrop of the night. "I should escort you home now," Chen Yu stated, preparing to hail a taxi. Mia quickly interjected, "Taking a taxi is too expensive. Let us take the bus instead. There is still one more service." Chen Yu waved his hand dismissively. "It's fine. The bus is too slow, and besides, I'm not short on funds." Mia playfully stuck out her tongue, chuckling, "Well, you're the boss. It's your call." Indeed, taxi fares in the Neon Country are notoriously exorbitant. Yet such trifles held no significance for him. Turning to Mia, Chen Yu inquired, "Where do you live?" She replied, "Let's south go to the place where we first met." Nodding, he said, "You should tell the driver." Subsequently, they boarded the taxi. Unfortunately, they encountered heavy traffic along the way, and what should have been a brief journey stretched into nearly an hour before they finally arrived at the location Mia had mentioned. As the taxi came to a steady halt before him, Chen Yu glanced at the time and realized it was already past midnight. After contemplating for a moment, he turned to Mia and suggested, "Shall we indulge in a late-night snack before heading back?" Upon hearing this, Mia's eyes lit up, and without a moment's hesitation, she eagerly responded, "Sure." Thus, the two strolled leisurely along the street, making several turns before discovering a narrow alley. This alley was bustling with life, flanked by numerous taverns. The warm yellow light spilled from each establishment, mingling with the sounds of laughter and the enticing aromas of food, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Chen Yu halted, turned to Mia, and inquired, "Shall we settle here? However, you are still underage, so perhaps you should refrain from drinking and instead enjoy more dishes." Mia, upon hearing this, immediately shook her fist in defiance, pouting as she retorted, "I will be of age soon. It's only a matter of time. A little drink, one tea hurt." Yet, deep down, she understood Chen Yu's intentions were rooted in concern, even if she couldn't resist the urge to argue a bit. Just as they were conversing at the mouth of the alley, a group of unruly thugs swaggered toward them, their eyes fixating on Mia as they approached. A wave of apprehension washed over her as she recognized them as gang members, and she silently cursed her luck. Not wanting to implicate Chen Yu, she quickly lowered her voice and urged him, "Act like you don't know me and take another path. Hurry." Without waiting for response, Mia turned and sprinted down an alternate route. The thugs, noticing her flight, erupted into a barrage of curses and immediately gave chase, their shouts echoing harshly in the stillness of the night. Though Chen Yu could not decipher their words, their fierce expressions and hostile tone conveyed a clear message of malice. Furrowing his brow, Chen Yu weighed the situation. He had no desire to invite unnecessary trouble. After all, it was better to avoid conflict, especially in a foreign land where discretion was paramount. However, he quickly recalled Mia's significance to him, as he depended on her guidance to reach the port the following day. If he disregarded her now and sought another guide, the chances of finding someone suitable were slim, and the time lost in searching and acclimating would be considerable. He was reluctant to let this incident derail his plans to gather supplies. With this realization, Chen Yu resolved to act without hesitation and began to chase after Mia. He quickened his pace, only to find that the three thugs had already cornered her, their faces contorted with menace, their eyes gleaming with ill intent. They aggressively interrogated her, their words laced with threats, as they approached her with an intimidating air. Mia found herself cornered against the wall, her eyes brimming with terror. Yet she feigned composure as she responded loudly to her assailants. However, the quiver in her voice betrayed her inner fear and helplessness, tears cascading uncontrollably down her cheeks. Shimmering under the dim light, Chen Yu soon arrived at the mouth of the alley, merely a dozen meters away from them. Clearing his throat, he called out with conviction, "Hey!" His voice echoed resoundingly in the quiet alley, shattering the tense and oppressive atmosphere. The group of thugs surrounding Mia, momentarily startled by this abrupt interruption, turned to glare at Chen Yu with fierce expressions, muttering angrily, as if poised to charge at him and devour him whole. Yet, Chen Yu could not comprehend their shouts. He merely frowned, his gaze icy as he locked eyes with them. He strode resolutely to Mia's side, and before he could speak, she anxiously implored, "Didn't I tell you to leave? Why are you back? This has nothing to do with you. You should hurry away and not get involved." Her eyes were still red, remnants of tears staining her cheeks, her voice laced with urgency and concern. She genuinely wished to protect Chen Yu from being entangled in her troubles, knowing these ruffians were after her and fearing for his safety. Chen Yu interrupted her, his tone steady yet commanding as he inquired, "Speak. What is happening?" Mia looked at him, her lips pressed tightly together, her heart a tumult of conflict, reluctant to divulge the truth. She truly did not wish to pull him deeper into this quagmire. Observing her hesitation, Chen Yu turned to the three thugs and asked loudly, "Do you understand Chinese?" The trio stood there, bewildered, exchanging glances, clearly unable to comprehend his words. Understanding their confusion, Chen Yu swiftly turned back to Mia, his eyes filled with determination as he reiterated, "Tell me what is going on. I will help you resolve it." Just as Mia was about to speak, the three thugs, feeling slighted and ignored, suddenly erupted in anger, charging at him with fists raised. Chen Yu's expression hardened. With agile reflexes, he evaded one thug's attack effortlessly, then countered with a swift, powerful slap that sent a portly assailant flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Without granting the remaining two any chance to react, he delivered a swift kick to one, sending him tumbling several meters away like a rag doll. The other, witnessing this, attempted to flee but was also met with a kick, landing on the ground, groaning and unable to rise. Mia gasped in alarm, rushing forward to grasp Chen Yu's arm, urgently saying, "Stop. If this escalates, it will become a bigger mess." Her face was etched with concern, her eyes anxiously fixed on the three ruffians sprawled on the ground, groaning in pain. Deep down, she understood that these individuals belonged to a gang, and if she offended them severely, it would undoubtedly lead to further troubles. Mia anxiously tugged at Chen Yu while scanning the surroundings, fearful that other gang members might arrive. Yet, confronted by the questioning gaze of Chen Yu, her eyes brimmed with helplessness and sorrow. Taking a deep breath, she gradually revealed the reason behind her distress. "Years ago, my parents' business collapsed, leaving them in significant debt to loan sharks." As she spoke, her voice began to tremble, tears welling in her eyes. They realized they could never repay the money and, in a moment of despair, they took their own lives. At this point, tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. After a brief pause to compose herself, she continued, "But those loan sharks relentlessly pursued me for the money, and I had nowhere to hide. Just a few days ago, in a desperate attempt to repay even a fraction of the debt, I sold our house, but that amount was far from sufficient. Now I have nowhere to live, going hungry each day, uncertain of how to survive. Encountering you was my last resort. I thought perhaps I could serve as your guide and earn some money for food." Having spoken her heart out, Mia wiped away her tears with her hand, looking at Chen Yu with a sense of helplessness. It seemed that after divulging the pain she had long concealed, she felt even more fragile. Chen Yu furrowed his brow and promptly inquired, "How much do they demand?" Mia sniffled, her voice laced with sorrow. 10 million. Chen Yu instinctively pressed. In renminbi? Mia shook her head and hastily replied, in neon currency. Upon hearing this, Chen Yu nonchalantly remarked, is that all? Tell them I will cover the amount to spare you from their incessant harassment. To him, 10 million seemed a small price to pay to resolve the immediate issue, allowing Mia to continue serving as his guide without worry. Mia's eyes widened in disbelief at his words, as if struggling to grasp the reality of what she had just heard. Chen Yu patted her shoulder, his tone resolute. Go quickly. Though fear still lingered in her heart, Mia, bolstered by Chen Yu's unwavering confidence, steeled herself and timidly approached the three ruffians. After speaking with them, she turned back, and the trio, leaning on one another, limped forward, their expressions a mix of fear and surprise, perhaps astonished at how easily they could acquire the money. In the meantime, while Mia engaged in conversation, Chen Yu discreetly utilized his unique abilities to withdraw billions in neon currency from a nearby bank, feeling no remorse for spending what was not his own. When they arrived, Chen Yu calmly retrieved the 10 million yen he had prepared from his bag and handed it to Mia, not forgetting to address the few ruffians, saying, "This is the money owed to you. Take it." Subsequently, he produced another 100,000 yen, offering it with the words, "Consider this as medical expenses. Let today's incident be resolved, and do refrain from troubling Mia again in the future." The ruffians, witnessing this, hastily bowed and accepted the money, repeatedly expressing their gratitude before scurrying away, seemingly fearful of any change in Chen Yu's mind. Mia stood by, watching the scene unfold, her heart overflowing with gratitude, her eyes moistening once more. She opened her mouth, wishing to express her thanks, but felt that words were inadequate at this moment. Chen Yu gently patted Mia's shoulder and smiled, saying, "Let us go for a late-night snack." Mia, as if awakening from the shock of the earlier events, hurriedly wiped away the tears still glistening in her eyes, nodded earnestly, and quickly followed him. It was already quite late, and most shops along the street had closed for the night. Only a few small taverns remained open. However, neither of them was particularly discerning, so they casually entered a tavern that appeared relatively clean and tidy, ordered a few simple dishes, and began to eat in silence. Perhaps due to the emotional turmoil they had just experienced, both felt quite hungry, and the food tasted exceptionally delightful. Once they finished their late-night meal, having endured a long day, they were indeed weary and prepared to rest. At that moment, Chen Yu suddenly remembered that Mia had nowhere to stay and asked with concern, "Where will you sleep tonight?" Mia lowered her head slightly, a bit embarrassed, and replied, "For the past couple of days, I've been sleeping in the park. It's not too cold now, so it's manageable for a night." Upon hearing this, Chen Yu pondered for a moment and said, "Why don't you stay with me? It just so happens that I need to go to the port tomorrow, and it would save us the trouble of finding another place to meet." Mia looked up, her eyes filled with surprise and gratitude. She had not anticipated that Chen Yu would not only settle her substantial debt, but also consider her accommodation. Overwhelmed with appreciation, her eyes reddened again, and she quickly responded, "All right, thank you, Chen Yu." Chen Yu simply smiled and replied, "Let us go." Little did he know that the cliché trope of sharing a single hotel room, often seen in dramas, was now unfolding in his own life. They walked along the street, searching from one hotel to another, but each front desk informed them, without exception, that only a single room was available. Seeing this, Mia hesitated for a moment and softly suggested, "Staying in one room is fine. After all, it's a double." At that moment, Chen Yu was indeed feeling a bit exhausted from their relentless search. With a resigned sigh, he nodded and said, "All right, let's south-check one last place. If it's still just one room, we'll make do." Thus, the two continued their journey, and after 10 minutes, they found a room in a seemingly luxurious 5-star hotel. Upon entering, Mia's eyes sparkled with delight. It was perhaps her first experience in such opulence. She marveled at the exquisite decor, the sumptuous bed, and the array of high-end amenities, her excitement palpable. With the curiosity of a child, she explored every corner, completely oblivious to the unpleasant experiences that preceded this moment. In contrast, Chen Yu lacked the inclination to appreciate the room's lavishness. The day's endeavors, which involved gathering supplies from the granary and managing Mia's troublesome situation, had drained his energy, leaving him utterly fatigued. He quickly retrieved his toiletries and retreated to the bathroom for a wash. Upon emerging, he promptly collapsed onto the bed, and within moments, the gentle sound of his snoring filled the room. Mia, hearing the rhythmic snores, was jolted back to reality. She stuck out her tongue playfully before hurrying to freshen up. As she reflected on the day's events, her heart swelled with gratitude towards Chen Yu. After her shower, she wrapped herself in a soft bathrobe and gently settled onto the incredibly comfortable bed. The atmosphere was serene, with only Chen Yu's steady breathing resonating in the tranquil space. In this peaceful and cozy environment, the tension she had been holding on seemed to dissolve. She finally shed the facade of strength she had maintained, and the long-buried feelings of grievance, sorrow, and helplessness surged forth. Memories of her solitary existence following her parents' passing flooded her mind, enduring relentless harassment from loan sharks, hiding in fear, never having a peaceful night's sleep, and often resorting to slumber on park benches, braving the elements, and enduring untold hardships. Yet today, she had encountered Chen Yu, who not only alleviated the suffocating burden of her debts, but also brought her to this splendid hotel. This act of kindness weighed heavily on her heart. As these thoughts cascaded through her mind, her eyes began to glisten with tears, which flowed uncontrollably down her cheeks, soaking the pillow. She made no effort to wipe them away, surrendering to the release of emotions that had been pent up for so long. Gradually, as the intertwining feelings of exhaustion and relief enveloped her, she succumbed to slumber, tears still tracing their path down her face. Chapter 15. Departing from the port to return home the following day, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, gently awakening Chen Yu from his slumber. Rubbing his bleary eyes and stifling yawn, he discovered that Mia had already risen. Turning his gaze to the table, he beheld an exquisite breakfast spread before him. Bread, fried eggs, and steaming milk, all exuding an enticing aroma. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that the clothes he had carelessly discarded the previous day were now neatly pressed and folded beside the bed. As he savored his breakfast, Chen Yu pondered in silence. Mia's thoughtful gestures undeniably pleased him, especially since he had left money in his bag, which Mia could have easily taken. However, she refrained from doing so, which enhanced Chen Yu's sense of her loyalty. Perhaps he could supply her with resources to ensure her survival. In the future, while navigating the neon-lit nation, he could enlist her as his eyes and ears, gathering various intelligence for him. Yet, he realized the necessity of acquiring satellite phones. Communication in a post-apocalyptic world posed a significant challenge. In his previous life, he had suffered greatly due to a lack of understanding of external circumstances. Now, having fortuitously encountered Mia and possessing the means to strategize, it was only natural to explore this opportunity. After finishing his breakfast, Chen Yu rose and addressed Mia. "Are you ready? Let us go." Upon hearing this, Mia hurriedly adjusted her hairstyle in the mirror and quickly scanned the room to ensure nothing was left behind before hastening to Chen Yu's side. Eager to keep pace with him, she felt the weight of responsibility, determined not to delay their departure. After the events of the previous day, her heart brimmed with gratitude towards Chen Yu, and she was keen to prove herself as a competent guide. The port was not far from their location. They hailed a taxi and arrived in less than half an hour. Upon reaching the port, they were greeted by a scene of bustling activity. Large machinery operated incessantly, and ships came and went, though the number of people present was relatively sparse. To avoid drawing undue attention, Chen Yu suggested they pose as a couple. Mia's heart skipped a beat at this notion. Although she generally had a cheerful disposition, the prospect of linking arms with Chen Yu filled her with shyness, causing her cheeks to flush a deep crimson, the warmth creeping to her ears. At that moment, Chen Yu was too preoccupied with thoughts of how to transport the container into his space to notice her embarrassment. The sudden disappearance of the container would surely raise suspicions, and as it was sealed, he could not directly transfer its contents into his space, presenting a dilemma. Furrowing his brow, he contemplated for an extended period before finally devising a rudimentary plan. With determination, Chen Yu strode purposefully in a particular direction, announcing, Let us head over to that less crowded area. It was only after calling Mia's name 3 times that she seemed to emerge from a reverie. Chen Yu gazed at her with a hint of confusion and inquired, "What occupies your thoughts?" With your little face flushed? Upon hearing this, Mia became even more anxious, stammering, "And no, it's nothing." As she spoke, she lowered her head further, vexed at herself for having momentarily lost focus, while secretly hoping that Chen Yu would not discern her thoughts. With utmost caution, Chen Yu meticulously collected dozens of containers in a secluded corner of the port, and fortunately, his actions went unnoticed by others. He proceeded to unload the contents of the containers, continuously substituting the filled ones with empty ones. Remarkably, as the morning slipped away, he managed to carry out this operation without detection. However, they were unable to access the port's interior. Instead, they relied on a collection range of 100 meters to gather as much cargo as possible from the surrounding area, leaving behind a trail of empty boxes. Before long, Chen Yu had amassed tens of thousands of containers worth of goods. Estimating that he had gathered enough, he turned to Mia and said, "Let's go. I'll take you out for a meal." Throughout their journey, Mia remained mostly silent, immersed in her own thoughts. Upon hearing the mention of a meal, she lifted her head, her eyes sparkling as she replied cheerfully, "Sure." Chen Yu had initially contemplated whether to collect some cargo from the ships, but he deemed that such a target would be too conspicuous and fraught with risk. After much hesitation, he ultimately abandoned that notion. By the time they returned to the hotel, chaos reigned at the port. The inexplicable disappearance of the containers had incited a frenzy among the port staff, and police were arriving in waves to investigate. However, by the time they managed to uncover any useful information, Chen Yu was already en route back to his homeland. Suddenly recalling the need to purchase a satellite phone, Chen Yu asked Mia to accompany him to a relevant store. Once at the store, Chen Yu displayed remarkable generosity, waving his hand grandly to purchase 50 satellite phones, leaving the staff astonished by his lavishness and their attitude turned exceedingly enthusiastic, almost to the point of servility. When it came time to activate the satellite communication, Chen Yu's boldness continued as he requested a 50-year plan, which left the staff grinning from ear to ear. Despite harboring numerous questions regarding Chen Yu's enigmatic actions, Mia chose to trust him wholeheartedly. Even though she did not fully grasp the motivations behind his behavior, she was willing to offer her unwavering support, quietly following him. Pleased with Mia's response, Chen Yu stated, "Take me to a real estate agency. I intend to rent an apartment." Upon hearing this, Mia perked up, for she had dealt with various real estate matters during her last property sale and was quite knowledgeable in that area. She initially thought to lead Chen Yu there directly, but he waved his hand and said, "Let us eat first, then we will go." Thus, the two enjoyed a leisurely meal at the hotel before setting off towards the real estate agency. In the current climate of global economic downturn, various industries have suffered significant impacts, with the real estate sector being particularly hard hit, resulting in a notably subdued market. Thus, when the real estate agents spotted Chen Yu and Mia entering, they rushed over with beaming smiles, eagerly inquiring about their needs. After meticulously sifting through numerous listings, Chen Yu eventually settled on a house located in the suburbs. The property spans approximately 150 square meters, boasting ample space across 3 levels, and includes a basement. Upon reviewing the photographs of the house, Chen Yu felt quite satisfied, especially considering its sturdiness, which seemed perfectly suited to withstand the impending apocalypse. When he inquired about the rent, learning it was $300,000 per month, he did not hesitate and promptly signed a 6-month lease. He mused that once the end of the world arrived, it was unlikely anyone would come to collect rent. Once all the paperwork was finalized, Mia remained in a daze, completely unaware that Chen Yu had arranged for her to rent the house. Observing her bewildered expression, Chen Yu retrieved 2 satellite phones from the pile he had just purchased and, with a serious demeanor, instructed her, "You must adhere to my directives. Do as I say. I have little time left, as I need to return home this evening." Although Mia was filled with confusion regarding Chen Yu's sudden actions and urgency, the sincerity in his expression compelled her to nod vigorously, assuring him she would comply. Chen Yu then continued, "First, contact a renovation company to replace all the glass in this house with bulletproof glass, and ensure the front door is fitted with the best anti-theft door available. Act without delay. Heeding his words, Mia immediately took out her phone and commenced contacting the renovation company, not daring to slack in her responsibilities. Subsequently, Chen Yu assessed his remaining funds, discovering he had approximately 200 million neon coins. Realizing the necessity to wisely utilize this capital for procuring supplies, he began to outline his plans for Mia while urging her to take notes diligently. As he spoke, Mia filled an entire sheet of paper with his instructions. 4 staple foods, 1 ton of rice, and 500 pounds of noodles, sufficient for 1 person for 3 years. Canned goods, 500 cans each of meat, fish, vegetables, and fruit, all with a shelf life of at least 3 years. Dried goods, items such as black fungus, shiitake mushrooms, and dried green beans to enhance food variety. Essential medications, 50 boxes each of cold medicine, fever reducers, anti-inflammatory drugs, and cough medicine, along with ample supplies for treating injuries, including iodine, alcohol, Yunnan Baiyao, adhesive bandages, and gauze. Warm clothing, 20 sets of thermal underwear, 10 sets of cold weather gear, and a box filled with socks, gloves, and hats. Lighting equipment, including flashlights, candles, and emergency lamps. Energy supplies, a fuel generator, and diesel. Daily necessities were to be purchased to last 3 years. Mia grasped the pen, her eyes fixated on the densely filled sheet of paper before her, where the items listed seemed to swirl in a dizzying array, leaving her utterly astonished. She could scarcely fathom the extent of supplies Chen Yu was preparing. A sense of shock and confusion enveloped her thoughts, leading her to wonder if perhaps an apocalypse loomed, necessitating such a vast accumulation of provisions. Yet, she hesitated to inquire further, instead inhaling deeply to steady herself, resolved to commence gathering the items as instructed by Chen Yu. With a grave expression, Chen Yu's gaze bore into Mia, his tone leaving no room for debate as he declared, "You must have these supplies ready by the 15th. If they are not prepared by then, you are to remain indoors." A pang of alarm struck Mia upon hearing this, and she nodded vigorously, assuring him, "Rest assured, I shall exert every effort to have everything prepared on time." She fully recognized the significance of this task and silently vowed that, regardless of the challenges encountered, she would ensure all supplies were meticulously gathered, not wishing to betray Chen Yu's trust. Chen Yu's brow furrowed slightly as he reiterated, "Remember to keep the satellite phone operational. Moreover, no matter who arrives or what they may say, do not open the door or heed their words." She nodded earnestly, affirming, "I understand. I will remember everything. You can trust me to be cautious." With a solemn demeanor, Chen Yu retrieved a firearm from his coat and placed it carefully into Mia's hands, his gaze intense and unyielding. "Mia, take this gun for your protection when the moment calls for it. Above all, remember my words. After the 15th, do not venture outside, regardless of who knocks at your door, and do not trust anyone's words. If any unusual occurrences arise here, I must be informed." Mia accepted the weapon, her hands trembling slightly as she comprehended its implications. She nodded firmly, responding, "Chen Yu, I will remember everything. You can rely on me. I will not let you down." Chen Yu left Mia with 200 million neon coins in cash, then turned, dragging his luggage towards the airport, ready to embark on his journey home. Mia stood silently, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on the receding figure of Chen Yu, her eyes brimming with tears that soon cascaded down her cheeks, overwhelmed by a sense of loss. After all, Chen Yu was the first person in many years to instill in her a genuine sense of security. Now, the impending separation weighed heavily on her heart. However, after a brief moment, Mia grasped the satellite phone in her hand, as if suddenly reminded of something, a flicker of solace washing over her. Though they were temporarily apart, she could still connect with Chen Yu through this device. Once all matters here were resolved, she would share her experiences of these days with him in earnest. She sniffed, wiped her tears, and turned back, preparing to diligently execute Chen Yu's instructions and ensure that each important matter was addressed. Meanwhile, Chen Yu was en route to the airport in a taxi. The vehicle traversed the desolate streets, where numerous shops stood with their doors firmly shut, clearly indicating their closure. Seizing this opportunity, Chen Yu cast a quick glance around, Upon spotting the shuttered establishments, he concentrated, and a plethora of supplies from within those shops were silently drawn into his spatial realm. Food, daily necessities, and various goods were all ensnared without exception. Thus, he continued his collection, and by the time he departed, the once bustling shops were left eerily vacant, as if their contents had vanished into thin air. His actions undoubtedly left behind a series of bizarre incidents for the Neon Kingdom, likely causing considerable headaches for their investigators should they have the chance to probe further. Chapter 16. Reunion. As Chen Yu hurriedly exited the airport terminal, dragging his suitcase behind him, his eyes immediately fell upon the familiar figure of his portly friend standing not far away. The man craned his neck, scanning the crowd with eager anticipation, and upon spotting Chen Yu, his eyes lit up with uncontainable excitement. He shouted Chen Yu's name and dashed towards him with great fervor. Upon reaching him, without uttering a word, he opened his arms wide and enveloped Chen Yu in a hearty embrace, murmuring, "Ah, at last, I've been anxiously awaiting your return. I was so worried on your journey." The warmth of his enthusiasm was palpable, resonating deep within anyone who witnessed his genuine affection for Chen Yu. Chen Yu, with his keen perception, quickly discerned the underlying motive behind his friend's exuberance, which lay in the suitcase he was dragging. With a subtle smile curving at the corners of his mouth, he feigned a tone of deep regret, saying, "Oh, what a pity. This trip was so rushed that I didn't have the chance to pick up anything special. I just returned directly." The moment the words left Chen Yu's lips, the buoyant enthusiasm of his friend was doused like a flame extinguished by a cold splash of water. The smile on his face froze, and the hand that had rested on Chen Yu's shoulder reluctantly withdrew as he muttered in disappointment, "Humph, not very brotherly of you. After all this time waiting, you come back empty-handed." Unable to contain his amusement at the mixture of anger and disappointment on his friend's face, Chen Yu burst into laughter, quickly adding, "I was just teasing you. I bought plenty of wonderful things, but I'll keep you in suspense for now. When we get home, I'll reveal a great surprise. Just wait and see." Instantly, the spark returned to his friend's eyes, and his enthusiasm surged back with renewed vigor. He eagerly pulled Chen Yu towards home, chattering away, "I knew you wouldn't forget about me. Come on, let us hurry home and take a look." The car meandered along for over an hour before finally arriving at the community where Chen Yu resided. As they entered the complex, they spotted Uncle Zhang walking out. Upon noticing Chen Yu, he greeted him warmly and inquired, "Xiao Chen, all those items you ordered online have arrived. They're piled high, and I have no room to store them, so I placed them in my house for the time being. Just let me know when you need them, and I'll help you move them over." Chen Yu quickly replied with a smile, "Uncle Zhang, there's no rush. Please keep them for a couple of days. My place is still a bit chaotic. Once I find a time to tidy up, I'll let you know." Uncle Zhang, unable to suppress a frown, said earnestly, "I must say, Xiao Chen, why did you buy so much? Even if you are somewhat financially comfortable now, money should not be spent so frivolously. Just look at the quantity. Even if you ate heartily every day, it would take you 2 or 3 months to finish it all." Upon hearing this, Chen Yu maintained his smile and explained in a leisurely manner, "Uncle Zhang, if you can't finish it, simply store it. There's no harm in that. As you know, the previous pandemic caused quite a stir, leaving everyone in distress. Should we face such a calamity again, having a stockpile at home would alleviate our concerns about sustenance." Uncle Zhang's expression grew serious at Chen Yu's words, and he waved his hands repeatedly, saying, "Let us hope it doesn't happen again. The last pandemic sigh. Too many lives were lost. It was a harrowing experience, and we cannot endure another such ordeal." He sighed deeply, his face reflecting the lingering fear of those difficult days. Chen Yu merely smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate further, yet he was acutely aware that the impending disaster would be far more severe, likely resulting in a death toll that would surpass that of the previous pandemic. After disembarking from the vehicle, they made their way towards Uncle Zhang's shop, where they joyfully reunited with Lai Fu, whom they had not seen for some time. Subsequently, the chubby man drove to the villa, parked the car, and they both entered the house. As soon as Chen Yu stepped inside, he gently placed Lai Fu on the floor. The little creature, upon touching the ground, tilted its head and gazed at Chen Yu with its round, sparkling eyes, seemingly trying to recognize the person before it. Perhaps it truly had been a while since they last met, as it first approached Chen Yu's pant leg, sniffing incessantly, its tiny nose twitching. After a moment, as if regaining a sense of familiarity, it became affectionate, rubbing against Lin Fan repeatedly while emitting soft whines, as though expressing its longing. Seeing Lai Fu's adorable demeanor, Chen Yu chuckled and fed it some dog food, choosing not to linger, for he had pressing matters on his mind. Meanwhile, the chubby man stood by, his eyes fixed on Chen Yu, filled with anticipation, eagerly awaiting the promised gift. Unable to withstand his gaze any longer, Chen Yu exclaimed, "Hey, don't look at me like that. It gives me goosebumps." The chubby man, undeterred, replied, "Then hurry up and give me the gift. I can hardly wait." With a resigned shake of his head, Chen Yu approached the suitcase, opened it, and retrieved 2 exquisite samurai swords. These swords had been procured from his spatial storage in advance, crafted by the finest artisans, showcasing exceptional craftsmanship. Every detail, from the blade to the hilt, radiated elegance and indicated their significant value. Upon seeing the swords, the chubby man's eyes lit up with excitement as he eagerly picked them up, swinging them around the room. Unable to contain his joy, after a moment, as if a thought struck him, he curiously leaned closer to Chen Yu and asked, "How did you get these swords past security? Typically, such items aren't allowed on planes." Chen Yu smirked, a sense of pride evident in his demeanor, and replied, "It's all about monetary power. I assenti it." Upon hearing this, the portly fellow immediately shot Chen Yu a disdainful glance, curling his lip and remarking, "Humph, I knew you were up to no good, relying solely on your wealth." However, despite his words, he clutched the 2 samurai swords tightly, clearly enamored. Chen Yu, unhurried, turned and made his way to the bathroom, intending to take a refreshing shower and change into clean attire, washing away the fatigue of his journey. Meanwhile, the portly fellow, unable to contain his excitement, had already dived into the gaming room, sitting before the computer, utterly absorbed in his game, as if the entire world had shrunk to just that virtual realm. After a considerable time, Chen Yu emerged from the bathroom, feeling rejuvenated and clad in neat, fresh clothing. Yet, the portly fellow remained lost in his gaming world, fingers tirelessly dancing across the keyboard, occasionally shouting in excitement. Oblivious to the fact that Lin Fan had already come out, ignoring the engrossed gamer, Chen Yu began rummaging through his belongings, contemplating gifts for the 2 young ladies. After a brief search, he retrieved 2 sets of high-end cosmetics, followed by 2 luxurious LV bags. In his space, these items were plentiful, akin to an entire shipping container. For in the apocalypse, such luxuries were often discarded without a second thought, and he felt no remorse in giving them away now. Just as Chen Yu finished assembling the gifts, the portly fellow finally exited the gaming room. Upon spotting the carefully arranged presents, his eyes widened in disbelief, and he exclaimed, "Wow, brother, you're really pulling out all the stops to woo the ladies. Are you planning to win both of them over? You got quite the appetite." He winked playfully at Chen Yu, as if he had unraveled Lin Fan's hidden intentions. Chen Yu found himself torn between amusement and exasperation at the portly fellow's teasing, chuckling as he retorted, "Get lost. I'm a respectable citizen. I have none of those ulterior motives you're imagining. I merely thought to bring a token of appreciation for your classmates." Upon hearing this, the portly fellow leaned closer, a look of defiance on his face. "Well, I'm your classmate too. Considering our bond, if you're giving them such fine gifts, you ought to prepare something even better for me, or it wouldn't be fair." With a sigh of resignation, Chen Yu acquiesced. All right. He then pretended to rummage through his suitcase, secretly retrieving a watch from his space and presenting it before the portly fellow. The moment the portly fellow caught sight of it, his eyes bulged with astonishment, his mouth agape as if he could fit an egg inside, exclaiming, "No way, Vacheron Constantine, are you serious? This is far too extravagant." Chen Yu, feigning indifference, replied, "What is there to be serious about? It's yours. Just take it without all the fuss." The portly fellow, still somewhat incredulous, responded hesitantly, "Boss Chun, you're not pulling a fast one on me with a counterfeit, are you? This brand is no trifling matter. I never imagined I'd ever wear one." Chen Yu could not help but laugh at his words, playfully scolding, "Get lost. Don't pull me into this, turning good intentions into a donkey's liver and lungs." Upon hearing this, the chubby man quickly shielded his watch with his hand, eagerly exclaiming, "No, no, I want it even if it's fake. Such a wonderful item is hard to find, even with a lantern." With that, he hastily slipped the watch onto his wrist, his face brimming with uncontrollable delight as he admired it with great satisfaction. Once the chubby man's excitement had subsided, the two prepared to embark on their journey to the gathering spot. They had agreed to meet at a uniquely charming restaurant, conveniently located just a 20-minute drive away. The car gradually came to a stop at the entrance of the restaurant, and the chubby man skillfully parked the vehicle before pulling out his phone to call Chen Yu and Chen Yu. As soon as the call connected, he inquired, "Hey, where are you two?" After hearing their response, indicating they would arrive in just a few minutes, he promptly informed them of the name of the private room, then exited the car with Chen Yu, making their way into the restaurant. They ascended the staircase and entered the reserved private room. Upon entering the room, Chen Yu could not resist surveying the restaurant's decor. Although the establishment was not large, its interior boasted exquisite and meticulous design, showcasing a unique elegance and quality that clearly reflected significant effort and investment. Chen Yu had also heard that the prices here were not ordinary. A typical meal could easily cost over 10,000 yuan. Nevertheless, the restaurant remained perpetually bustling with customers, and securing a private room required booking at least 2 or 3 days in advance. The chubby man had managed to reserve a room only after planning 2 days ahead for this gathering. As Chen Yu admired the upscale decor, he smiled and remarked to the chubby man, "You've truly splurged for this meal, haven't you?" The chubby man, with a sly grin, patted Chen Yu's shoulder and replied, "Boss Chun, don't worry. Even if I say I'm treating you, you know you'll end up footing the bill. Let us just enjoy ourselves today." Chen Yu chuckled at this, shaking his head in amusement. However, it was all in jest, as he had no shortage of money. Just as they were conversing, the door to the private room was gently pushed open, and Chen Duo and Chen Yun entered with radiant smiles. It was evident that they had both put considerable effort into their appearances, each showcasing her own charm. Chen Yun was adorned in a light blue dress, the hem of which swayed gently with her movements, as if accompanied by a refreshing breeze. This attire accentuated her pure and lovely demeanor, resembling a neighborly girl who had stepped out of a painting, evoking happiness in those who beheld her. In contrast, Chen Duo had opted for a different look this time, foregoing her signature leather jacket for a stylish ensemble. She wore denim shorts that perfectly showcased her fair, slender legs, which glimmered softly under the lights, drawing attention effortlessly. The short sleeves of her upper attire accentuated her impressive bosom, showcasing her curvaceous figure in an exaggeratedly eye-catching manner. Chen Yu's gaze was instinctively drawn towards her, unable to resist stealing a few glances. Chen Duo seemed to keenly sense Chen Yu's subtle actions. A playful smile graced her lips as she mischievously winked at him, as if to say, "Caught you." This made Chen Yu feel a bit flustered, prompting him to hastily avert his gaze and clear his throat a couple of times in an attempt to mask his recent embarrassment. As everyone settled into their seats, Chen Duo took the initiative to speak, pouting slightly and feigning annoyance as she said, "Hey, Chen Yu, you haven't been very considerate. We've been friends for several days now, and you haven't once made an effort to chat with us." She turned to Chen Yun, who nodded in agreement. Chen Yu quickly explained, "I've been abroad these past few days, busy with various matters, and simply haven't had the time to chat." Of course, Chen Duo was merely joking. Upon hearing Chen Yu's explanation, she smiled and replied, "All right, I'll let you off this time, but you better hope the gifts you brought us meet our expectations. If not, well, we'll have to reconsider whether we truly forgive you." Chen Yu, seizing the opportunity for jest, responded, "Then I must express my heartfelt gratitude for the grace of the lady not taking my head." This remark elicited a chorus of laughter from the group, instantly lightening the atmosphere within the private room. Subsequently, Chen Yu turned to retrieve the prepared gifts from the table behind him, presenting them to Chen Duo and Chen Yun. As they opened the packaging, their expressions transformed into sheer astonishment upon discovering the lavish LV bags within, prompting them to decline the gifts repeatedly. Chen Duo hastily remarked, "We'll accept the cosmetics, and we appreciate the sentiment, but we really can't take these bags. They are far too extravagant. You should return them. Chen Yu nodded in agreement from his side. The portly friend, observing from a distance, couldn't he help but chuckle and advised, "Oh, you two should seize this rare opportunity to benefit from such a generous offer. Once it's gone, it's gone." Yet, both Chen Duo and Chen Yun remained resolute, refusing to accept the bags. Finally, Chen Yu, smiling in resignation, said, "You've misunderstood. Not all LV bags are the exorbitantly priced ones you envision. There are indeed bags available for a few thousand. These are merely slightly pricier than the cosmetics, so just take them and don't overthink it." Evidently, Chen Duo and Chen Yun believed Chen Yu's fabricated story, for they were still university students, somewhat naive and easily deceived, and they had few opportunities to visit such upscale boutiques. Thus, they were effectively misled. Chen Yu privately mused that once they returned home and researched online, discovering that these two bags were valued in the tens of thousands, they would likely be taken aback. However, upon reflection, it dawned on me that there are only a few days left. The apocalypse is swiftly approaching. In that eventuality, these so-called bags worth tens of thousands may not even suffice to exchange for a mere bond. Such is the unpredictability of the world. Yet at this moment, gazing at the innocent yet resolute expressions of the two, I can only choose to brush this matter aside for now. Chapter 17. Conflict in the Private Room. A group of individuals engaged in lively conversation, the atmosphere exuding warmth and camaraderie. They shared amusing anecdotes from their recent experiences, punctuated by bursts of cheerful laughter. At that moment, the door to the room was gently pushed open and waitstaff began to serve an array of dishes onto the table. Each plate was artfully arranged, emanating an enticing aroma. Chen Duo, while delicately maneuvering her chopsticks over the dishes before her, cast a curious glance at Chen Yu and inquired, "Chen Yu, what took you to Japan? Were you on holiday?" Chen Yu nodded slightly, responding with a smile. Indeed, it was a rare opportunity to enjoy the summer break. After all, studying can be quite exhausting. One must take time to unwind. I chose to explore Japan. Upon hearing this, Chen Duo's eyes sparkled with envy as she pouted and remarked, "I truly envy you. I have yet to travel abroad and remain curious about what foreign lands are like." At this juncture, a chubby friend interjected, raising his voice playfully, "Chen Yu has become quite the affluent one. He is treating us all to this meal, so feel free to indulge. Feigning surprise." Chen Yu turned to his chubby friend and jested, "Wait a moment. Weren't you the one who said you were hosting a welcome dinner for me? How did it turn into me treating everyone? Your story changes too swiftly." In response, the chubby friend adopted a mock pitiful expression and lamented, "With my meager allowance. You know how strict my family is with me. I simply lack the means to treat everyone to such an extravagant meal. Please have some compassion for me, a wealthy one." His exaggerated demeanor elicited laughter from all present. Chen Yun lowered her head slightly, a hint of resignation on her face, and murmured, "I had planned to invite you, Duo, to go out together last time, but you were too lazy, complaining about the heat and refusing to budge." To this, Chen Duo immediately laughed and replied, "Oh, come on, I was just worried about getting sunburned. You know my skin. If I tan, it would be several shades darker, which would ruin my image." As she spoke, her eyes sparkled with excitement, and she suggested, "How about we take a trip to Sanya in a few days? I've heard it's a wonderful place with stunning scenery, and it will be the perfect opportunity for us to relax." Chen Yun looked at her skeptically and asked, "Is that for real? You better not drag me to a bar again. I was terrified during our last visit to one of those places. I really don't want to go back." Chen Duo quickly took Chen Yun's hand, her tone sweetening. All right, let us not dwell on that last incident. I apologize for it, okay? I was just curious, and since it was my first time, I panicked and pulled you along. After all, we're best friends, and good things should always be shared. Let us just forget about that." As she paused briefly, she continued, "However, it is largely thanks to Chen Yu. Had he not been present at that moment, we cannot fathom what might have occurred." Upon hearing this, Chen Yu waved his hand dismissively, smiling as he replied, "There is no need for gratitude. It was merely a trifling effort. Besides, we were all together at the time. How could I stand idly by while others bullied you too?" The stout fellow, listening from the side, chimed in loudly, "Exactly. If it weren't for Chen Yu's swift intervention, I would have certainly confronted them and given them a few resounding slaps. I have long found those individuals quite intolerable. However, as soon as he uttered these words, he was met with a chorus of disdain from Chen Yu, Chen Duo, and Chen Yin. Chen Duo curled her lip and remarked, You only boast with words. When a moment comes, who knows where you would hide in fear? Chen Yin echoed, Indeed, you always talk big, yet I've never seen you take action. Chen Yu, on the side, chuckled and shook his head, finding the scene amusing. Hearing them ardently discussing plans for an outing, Chen Yu felt a twinge of concern and thought it prudent to offer a word of caution. It was not for any trivial reason. He was particularly wary of the stout fellow joining in the frivolity. He understood all too well that the apocalypse was imminent, and the outside world would soon become perilously dangerous. Staying home was the only way to survive a few more days. Noticing the stout fellow's skepticism towards his warning, Chen Yu refrained from revealing the grim truth about the approaching doom. Instead, he quickly gathered his thoughts and rephrased, You see, the recent heat has been unbearable. In such weather, traveling is a gamble. Even if one avoids sunstroke, returning home could leave you looking like a little charcoal. It would certainly impact one's image. Besides, it is exhausting and sweltering to be out and about. Where is the comfort of relaxing at home with air conditioning? I suggest we hold off on venturing out until the weather cools down. The stout fellow, contemplating Chen Yu's words while rubbing his round belly, replied, That does make some sense. It truly is punishing to be outside in this heat. However, Sanya has the sea. It should be quite refreshing to enjoy the ocean breeze there. Chen Duo nodded in agreement. Yes, I just want to play by the sea and take beautiful photos. Chen Yun, however, looked at Chen Yu with uncertainty, seemingly pondering his words. Upon hearing the stout fellow's obstinate remarks, Chen Yu felt a wave of exasperation wash over him, wondering why this individual was so resistant to reason. Nevertheless, he knew he could not allow him to join in the outing, as the impending apocalypse posed a significant threat. With a resigned sigh, he earnestly addressed the stout fellow. You should forget about going out for now. Let us wait a few more days. I have plenty of matters that require your assistance in the coming days. I truly cannot manage without you. Upon hearing this, the stout fellow, though still harboring a tinge of reluctance about being unable to venture out and enjoy himself, mumbled, Oh dear, every time there's something that requires my assistance. My holiday is nearly consumed by you, leaving me no opportunity to truly revel in leisure. Nonetheless, he understood that Chen Yu was indeed a close comrade, and recognizing the importance of the matter at hand, he ultimately chose to lend his support to Chen Yu, albeit with an expression rife with unwillingness, betraying his inner lament for the missed chance to frolic outside. Observing the stout fellow's demeanor, Chen Yu quietly exhaled in relief, contemplating that as long as he managed to keep him at home, they could temporarily evade this predicament. As for the subsequent issues, they could devise a strategy to tackle them gradually. Suddenly, Chen Duo stood up, adjusting her attire as she declared, I am off to the restroom. With a smile directed at Chen Yun, she added, Would you accompany me? Chen Yun nodded and followed her as they exited the private room. Once the two had departed, the stout fellow scratched his head in confusion, muttering, I am genuinely curious as to why girls need to form a team even for a trip to the restroom. It's not as if they can share a stall, nor can they converse while inside. I truly fail to comprehend their reasoning. Just as Chen Yu was about to enlighten the stout fellow about the nuances of female camaraderie, a cacophony erupted from outside the private room. The noise grew increasingly familiar, causing Chen Yu's heart to skip a beat. He quickly excused himself from further discourse with the stout fellow and hastened towards the source of the commotion. Upon arrival, he beheld Chen Duo and Chen Yun facing a couple who appeared to be embroiled in an argument, their expressions tense and the atmosphere charged with hostility. Chen Yu approached with genuine concern and inquired, What transpired here? Chen Duo, visibly agitated, replied, As we finished washing our hands in the restroom and prepared to leave, that girl made a rather excessive motion while washing, splattering water onto my clothing. It was merely an accident, and I refrained from saying anything. However, she insists it is our fault and demands compensation. How unreasonable can one be? Chen Yu responded, It is merely a trivial matter. There is no need for it to escalate to this level. Yet, The girl remained unyielding, her posture defiant with arms crossed and chin raised, exuding an air of arrogance that was utterly irksome. At first glance, she was indeed quite lovely, stylishly attired, with impeccable makeup and an admirable figure. However, a closer inspection revealed the extensive use of artifice. When she spoke, her words dripped with venom, as she shouted, "If apologies were sufficient, why would we need the police? This is a designer outfit, and your filthy water may render it irreparably stained. Compensation is non-negotiable, so cease your futile chatter." Her haughty demeanor elicited frowns from the onlookers. Certain experiences are so extraordinary that one might find it hard to believe such individuals exist. Yet, the real world often surpasses fiction in its absurdity. At that moment, before the woman could continue her tirade, the robust man beside her interjected. His physique was remarkably muscular, a clear testament to countless hours spent in the gym. Perhaps emboldened by his brawn, he spoke with a brusque demeanor, his voice booming as he declared, "Enough of the nonsense. You must compensate us today, or you shall not be allowed to leave." The woman, enhanced by cosmetic procedures, fervently echoed his demands, insisting, "This outfit is designer. You've ruined it. I demand at least 20,000, not a penny less." Oof. Chen Yu, exasperated by their unreasonable demands, felt little inclination to engage with them. He turned to Chen Duo and said, "Let us not waste our time here. Let us continue our meal." With that, he prepared to walk away. However, the muscular man was unwilling to let them go so easily. Infuriated by Chen Yu's attempt to leave, he lunged forward, reaching out to grab Chen Yu's clothing. But Chen Yu was not one to tolerate such aggression. With a swift motion, he deflected the man's outstretched arm effortlessly. This seemingly casual gesture ignited an intense pain in the man's arm, akin to a searing flame, leaving him both humiliated before the woman and flushed with rage. The impulsive brute, disregarding his discomfort, began hurling a torrent of profanities while raising his fists, charging at Chen Yu with the intent to retaliate. Chen Yu, quick on his feet, narrowed his eyes and swiftly sidestepped. In a fluid motion, he delivered a powerful kick to the man's abdomen. The impact resonated with a dull thud, followed by a pained scream as the man was propelled backward like a rag doll, crashing through the door of a nearby private room with a resounding bang. The commotion startled everyone in the vicinity, plunging the corridor into an eerie silence as wide-eyed onlookers absorbed the shocking scene. Though Chen Duo and Chen Yun had previously witnessed Chen Yu's prowess in the chaotic ambience of a bar, the clarity of this moment in the restaurant corridor, where he effortlessly sent a burly man flying, was far more astonishing. Their eyes sparkled with admiration and infatuation as they began to daydream about the prospect of having a partner like Chen Yu, someone formidable and reassuring, promising a future filled with happiness, free from fears or worries. The portly individual observed with clarity how the two women were fixated on Chen Yu, and he couldn't help but muse inwardly. Indeed, in this world, only the strong possess the privilege of choosing their partners. With Chen Yu's prowess, it is no wonder he captures the attention of young ladies. Meanwhile, Chen Yu was oblivious to such notions. He remained unaware that Chen Duo beside him was currently contemplating him, her mind preoccupied with thoughts of the earlier commotion, which had completely soured her appetite. After such a disruption, none of them had the inclination to continue their meal, so they turned back to the private room, gathered their belongings, and prepared to depart the restaurant. As they descended the stairs, they fortuitously encountered the fitness enthusiast once more. The man still clutched his abdomen, his complexion pale, grimacing as he leaned against the wall, muttering to himself, likely venting his frustration over the earlier incident. However, upon spotting Chen Yu approaching, his words abruptly ceased, as if he had been choked, his gaze betraying a flicker of trepidation as he instinctively recoiled, fearful that Chen Yu might take further action against him. Chapter 18. The night before the end, as the Westerners stepped out of the restaurant, they discovered that the sky was still bright. Indeed, it was still early. The jovial nature of the portly man surfaced immediately, and with great enthusiasm, he proposed, "It's just past 6. There's plenty of time. Why don't we head to a bar for a while? We have nothing pressing to return to, and it would be a perfect opportunity to unwind." He looked around expectantly, hoping for agreement from the others. However, Chen Yu had no time to indulge their revelry. The apocalypse loomed, and he had a myriad of tasks yet to complete. The pressing matter at hand was to prepare supplies without delay. He was deep in thought about gathering essential provisions when the notion struck him. Once the end arrived, the world would be engulfed in an icy grip. And while meat could be preserved in such frigid conditions for extended periods, vegetables would become a rare and precious commodity, exceedingly difficult to procure in such dire circumstances. Thus, he contemplated hastening to the countryside to stockpile vegetables, the more the better, ensuring a sufficient supply to avoid a monotonous diet of frozen meat during the prolonged aftermath. With a resigned expression, Chen Yu remarked, "I truly cannot accompany you. I have pressing matters to attend to. I've received an order from Japan for various vegetables, and the timeline is rather tight. I must prepare accordingly. I was thinking of checking the countryside to see if I could procure some. Do any of you happen to have connections in this regard?" He directed his gaze toward the portly man, hoping he might possess some local knowledge. Yet upon hearing this, the portly man scratched his head, his face a picture of confusion. "I'm afraid I'm not familiar with this matter. I rarely pay attention to such things and have no understanding of vegetable procurement." Chen Yu then turned his attention to Qian Duo and Qin Yin, harboring a glimmer of hope that they might possess some insight. However, to his dismay, they exchanged bewildered glances, both appearing equally uninformed. Qian Duo timidly confessed, "Oh dear, I'm not even sure what vegetables are in season, let alone how to procure them." Qin Yin nodded in agreement, clearly unable to offer any assistance. Seeing their expressions, Chen Yu couldn't help but sigh inwardly. It seemed he would have to seek information on his own. With a smile, he said, "You all go ahead and enjoy yourselves. My matter is quite urgent, and I need to find someone who can provide me with information. How about this? In a couple of days, we can all go to Sanya together, and I will cover all expenses. What do you think?" At this, the trio's eyes sparkled with excitement, their earlier disappointment over not going to the bar evaporating entirely. Qian Duo exclaimed, "Really? You must keep your promise." Qin Yun nodded in agreement, and the portly man rubbed his hands together, a look of eager anticipation on his face. "That sounds fantastic. Chen Yu, you are incredibly generous. I've been waiting for this day." After several individuals had agreed on a time to visit Sanya, they each departed in their own directions. Chen Yu, however, ambled back while contemplating his predicament. He intended to consult Uncle Zhang, for the man possessed extensive connections. Perhaps he knew someone in this regard. It seemed that seeking assistance from Uncle Zhang had become a customary practice for him. Whenever faced with a dilemma, his first thought was invariably of Uncle Zhang. He wondered if this time Uncle Zhang would be able to offer help. Just moments into his walk, Chen Yu heard someone call his name from behind. Instinctively turning around, he was surprised to see Xiao Feifei approaching. Before he could utter a word, she swiftly closed the distance, looping her arm through his. The warmth of her form pressed against him was undeniable, and the thin summer fabric of her shirt offered no barrier against the softness of her touch, causing Chen Yu's heart to skip a beat and his cheeks to flush ever so slightly. Lowering her voice, Xiao Feifei instructed, "Let us pretend I'm your girlfriend for now." Chen Yu, still lost in the unusual sensation, found himself momentarily speechless. Sensing his distraction, Xiao Feifei's cheeks turned a rosy hue as she playfully pinched him, prompting Chen Yu to regain his senses and respond hurriedly, all right. At that moment, a man's voice broke through the air. "Feifei, is this your boyfriend?" The tone was unmistakably laced with hostility. Chen Yu inwardly groaned, realizing yet another melodramatic scene was about to unfold. However, having promised Xiao Feifei, he resolved to play along. He turned, donning a polite smile, and introduced himself. Xiao Feifei followed suit, stating, "These two are my colleagues. This is my male colleague, Zhang Qian, and my female colleague, Qin Jia." Although Qin Jia was not unattractive, she paled in comparison to Xiao Feifei's allure. She scrutinized Chen Yu before inquiring, "So you're Xiao Feifei's boyfriend? I haven't seen you around before." Just as Xiao Feifei opened her mouth to respond, Chen Yu interjected, "Oh, I've been abroad for business recently, just returned this afternoon. I heard you all were here, so I hurried over to pick up Feifei." His words flowed naturally and affectionately, causing Zhang Qian's expression to darken considerably, his demeanor akin to a storm cloud. Subsequently, Chen Yu feigned rummaging through his pocket, discreetly employing his spatial abilities to retrieve a Cartier watch. He presented it to Xiao Feifei with a smile, saying, "I was in such a rush to return that I didn't have time to select a proper gift, so I brought this watch. Hold on to it for now. Later, I'll take you shopping for something else." All three of them, being somewhat discerning individuals, quickly recognized the watch's worth. Qin Jia could not restrain her astonishment, exclaiming, "Wow, this Cartier watch must be worth over 100,000. I've been to the boutique several times and couldn't bear to buy it. Feifei, your boyfriend is truly wonderful, and he must be a wealthy second generation." She was so engrossed in her envy that she failed to notice Zhang Qian's expression growing increasingly grim. Chen Yu hurriedly waved his hand, humbly stating, "I am hardly a rich second generation. I merely run a small business and have earned a little money." Xiao Feifei thought to herself that they could not continue this conversation any longer. If their true identities were revealed, it would be disastrous. Thus, she said, "We have matters to attend to, so we shall take our leave." Qin Jia teased, "Oh, someone is in quite a hurry." Xiao Feifei's face flushed even deeper, and disregarding Qin Jia's comments, she simply bid farewell and briskly pulled Chen Yu away. After walking for a while and ensuring that the two were no longer in sight, Xiao Feifei withdrew her arm from Chen Yu's grasp. He immediately felt the absence of her soft touch. Although he found it regrettable, he maintained a calm expression, concealing any sign of emotion. Xiao Feifei sighed in relief and gratefully said, "I truly appreciate your help this time. During our university reunions, Zhang Qian has persistently pursued me, despite my repeated rejections. It was fortunate to run into you, which allowed me to escape that predicament." As she spoke, she handed Chen Yu the watch and curiously inquired, "You seem younger than me. How is it that you're already in business? What kind of venture yields such profit that you can casually purchase a watch worth over 100,000? Was this watch intended for a girlfriend?" Chen Yu smiled and replied, "I merely engage in a small business, exporting vegetables to Japan. This watch was a gift from a client. I did not have a girlfriend and was contemplating selling it for some extra cash." Upon hearing that Chen Yu had no girlfriend, Xiao Feifei felt an inexplicable sensation swell within her, causing her cheeks to redden slightly. Chen Yu, preoccupied with the vegetable procurement matter, considered that Xiao Feifei, being a police officer with extensive contacts, might have leads in this area. He then asked, "I wish to explore more sources for vegetables. Do you know where I might find some?" Xiao Feifei seemed to recall something suddenly, her eyes brightening as she said, "In my hometown, many vegetables and fruits are unsold due to poor road conditions, and many buyers are reluctant to go there. If you're interested, I can help you make some connections. The prices will definitely be very reasonable." Chen Yu was instantly elated and replied, "I cannot thank you enough. This truly helps me immensely." Xiao Feifei continued, "My hometown is in Luoshang province, where a variety of vegetables and fruits are available. I just need to know how much you require." Without hesitation, Chen Yu responded, "There is no limit. I will take as much as you can provide. I have been troubled by the lack of supply." He silently calculated that he still had around 80 million in his account, unsure if it would suffice, and realized he would need to find a way to acquire more funds. Meanwhile, Xiao Feifei was busy on her phone, contacting people back home regarding the vegetable procurement, while Chen Yu stood nearby, frowning slightly, still pondering how to gather more money. When he looked up, he spotted a bank on the street corner. Fully aware that most of the money was held in the vault, and he currently had no means of accessing it. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon the automated teller machine at the bank entrance, and an idea sprang to mind. With a mindset of experimentation, he discreetly harnessed his spatial power and reached towards the machine. To his astonishment, he could indeed withdraw the money within and transfer it into his spatial realm. A surge of joy filled Chen Yu's heart. He mused that these ATMs were ubiquitous, each potentially holding around 300,000. If he simply took a drive around, withdrawing 1 or 2 million seemed entirely feasible. At that moment, Xiao Feifei finished her phone call and approached Chen Yu, saying, "I have made all the necessary arrangements. Everything is set for our departure. When shall we leave?" Chen Yu, aware of the urgency of the situation, thought it wise to act swiftly to avoid any unforeseen complications. Thus, he replied, "Let us go now. The sooner the better." Although Xiao Feifei was taken aback by Chen Yu's haste, she did not inquire further, merely nodding before turning to start the car. The journey from Zhonghai to Luoxing spanned over 300 kilometers, typically requiring 5 to 6 hours of driving. At this rate, they would arrive around dawn. Once they exited the city, Chen Yu discreetly utilized his spatial power to withdraw funds from any ATM he encountered along the way. By the end of the trip, he had amassed over 10 million in cash, alleviating his concerns about having sufficient funds for the vegetable procurement. He hoped that all would proceed smoothly upon their arrival in Luoxing. Throughout the journey, Chen Yu and Xiao Feifei took turns driving. The road leading to the village was treacherous and bumpy, and by the time they reached the village entrance, it was already 2 in the morning. There, they found the village secretary waiting for them. After exchanging pleasantries, they proceeded to the village committee office. The secretary, sharing the surname Xiao, was of an elder generation, prompting Xiao Feifei to address him as uncle. Upon reaching the committee office, Secretary Xiao expressed his exasperation, saying, "This year has seen an abundant harvest of vegetables. Yet the traders are excessively ruthless, relentlessly driving prices down. Coupled with the poor condition of our roads, their pressure on pricing has intensified. Given the current situation, it would be considered a blessing to merely incur fewer losses." Chen Yu, upon hearing this, contemplated that he would not engage in such aggressive price negotiations. He inquired, "Secretary, what vegetables and fruits do you have available? I am willing to purchase all. Please provide me with the initial prices." Subsequently, they sat down to discuss pricing. Chen Yu did not attempt to haggle. Upon hearing the prices he offered, Secretary Zhao's face lit up with delight, and he grasped Chen Yu's hand tightly, expressing his heartfelt gratitude, declaring that Chen Yu had rendered a tremendous service to the village. Chen Yu then remarked, "Secretary, this matter is quite urgent. Could you arrange for someone to begin harvesting the vegetables immediately? I will contact a truck to come and collect them." Secretary Xiao promptly nodded in agreement, saying, "Certainly, I will make the arrangements right away. You can rest assured." After speaking, he swiftly turned and exited. At this hour, the dawn had yet to break. Although it was the early morning, the heat was absent, yet the mosquitoes were plentiful. After enduring several bites, Chen Yu suggested to Xiao Feifei, "Let's take refuge in the car. These mosquitoes are quite bothersome." After a brief while, Chen Yu felt a pang of hunger and proposed, "Let us venture into the county town to procure some food, as it may take a while for things to improve here." Xiao Feifei, equally famished, agreed, and the two drove to the county, casually selecting a barbecue stall where they savored a delightful meal. Once they had satisfied their appetites, Chen Yu pondered for a moment and said to Xiao Feifei, "You stay here. The countryside is swarming with mosquitoes, and there is no need for you to endure such discomfort." In truth, Chen Yu intended to discreetly store the harvested vegetables and fruits in his space, and he was concerned that Xiao Feifei would discern the peculiarities if she accompanied him. Although Xiao Feifei yearned to join him, she ultimately acquiesced to Chen Yu's persuasive words and remained in the county. By the time Chen Yu drove back to the village, it was already past 3 in the morning. At this hour, the villagers had begun to arrive one by one, bringing vegetables. Chen Yu designated a spacious area for them to deposit their produce and informed the villagers that a truck would soon arrive to collect it. Thus, after a flurry of activity lasting over 3 hours, they finally reconciled all the vegetables and fruits brought by the villagers, amounting to less than 10 million in expenses. The quantity collected was significant, comprising a variety of common vegetables and watermelons, totaling nearly several million pounds. Once the villagers had dispersed, Chen Yu glanced around to ensure no one was watching and began to gradually store the vegetables and fruits into his space. After completing this task, he drove back to the county to fetch Xiao Feifei. During the return journey, Xiao Feifei took the wheel while Chen Yu occupied the passenger seat, quietly utilizing his space to gather visible resources from the surrounding area, whether it was from small shops along the street or closed establishments. Any usable materials were swiftly collected into his space. Chapter 19. Countdown of 10 hours. The two individuals encountered no obstacles along their way, and by the time they arrived at the residential complex where Chen Yu resided, it was nearly noon. Chen Yu felt an immense gratitude towards Xiao Feifei for her assistance, realizing that without her connections, obtaining such a bountiful supply of vegetables would not have been so effortless. Hence, with sincerity, Chen Yu expressed to Xiao Feifei, "I owe you greatly for this. Had it not been for your help in making the arrangements, this endeavor would not have proceeded so smoothly. Please accept this watch as a token of my appreciation. Do not hastily refuse. Considering the substantial profit I anticipate from selling these vegetables, which could amount to several million, it is only fair that you receive a commission for your considerable help. This watch pales in comparison to what you rightfully deserve." Upon hearing this, Xiao Feifei gasped in astonishment. Wow, that is quite a profit. Nevertheless, she persistently waved her hands, unwilling to accept the watch. "In truth, it is you who has rendered me a significant favor. You are well aware of the situation with the vegetables in the village. Had you not collected them, they would have been sold at a loss or left to rot in the fields. I consider this a service to the village, and I cannot accept your gift," she insisted, pushing the watch back towards Chen Yu with resolute determination. Chen Yu was genuinely taken aback. In a world rife with material desires, it is indeed rare to encounter someone so steadfast in rejecting a temptation of such magnitude. His admiration for Xiao Feifei grew, and he mused inwardly about her remarkable character, unmoved by monetary allure, embodying integrity and purity, which undeniably earned her respect. Unbeknownst to her, his opinion of her had subtly elevated. Understanding his aversion to being indebted to others, Chen Yu, noticing Xiao Feifei's refusal to accept the watch, discreetly devised a plan. While she was momentarily distracted, he placed 10 pounds of cured meat and a large bag of noodles in the trunk of her car, sufficient provisions to sustain her for 2 months, thereby finding some solace in his actions. After bidding farewell to Xiao Feifei, Chen Yu proceeded to Uncle Zhang's lottery shop. Upon reaching the entrance, he noticed Uncle Zhang preparing to close the door, seemingly on his way out. Chen Yu hastily approached and inquired, "Uncle Zhang, where are you headed?" With a smile, Uncle Zhang replied, "An old comrade has invited me to visit the military camp. It has been quite some time since I last went. I am curious to see how it has changed." Hearing the mention of the military camp sparked a thought in Chen Yu's mind. He considered that if he could accompany Uncle Zhang, it would be an opportune moment to acquire some ammunition, which would undoubtedly prove useful in the impending apocalypse. Thus, with a hint of eagerness, he asked Uncle Zhang, "May I join you? I have always admired military life, but have never had the chance to visit." After a moment of contemplation, Uncle Zhang slightly furrowed his brow, but ultimately nodded in agreement. However, he solemnly cautioned, "Once we arrive, I will ensure someone is assigned to guide you for a proper tour. You must not wander off. It is imperative that you adhere to their instructions, understood?" Upon hearing Uncle Zhang's affirmative response, Chen Yu was instantly filled with joy, eagerly nodding and assuring Uncle Zhang, "Rest assured, I will be obedient and won't wander off." Thus, with the endorsement of the seasoned veteran, Chen Yu completed the necessary registration and smoothly entered the military camp. He was escorted on a tour by a fellow recruit of similar age, named Lin Fei. Throughout the journey, Lin Fei enthusiastically elucidated the functions of various facilities within the camp, while Chen Yu feigned curiosity and interest, occasionally inquiring further. As they passed by the ammunition depot, Chen Yu's thoughts began to stir. Although entry was prohibited, he found himself within a mere 100 meters of the depot. With his spatial abilities, he realized he could collect items from within. Lin Fei had just informed him that the depot was only inventoried once a week, with 3 days remaining until the next count. Therefore, even if he were to empty the depot, it would go unnoticed for some time. However, Chen Yu understood the necessity of restraint, recognizing that these soldiers would rely on this ammunition for their survival in the post-apocalyptic world. He could not afford to be overly greedy. Thus, he discreetly harnessed his spatial powers, gathering various types of ammunition, each exceeding 200 boxes, with each box containing 500 rounds. Additionally, he collected 50 boxes of grenades and even managed to acquire 2 heavy machine guns. Although there were other heavy weapons inside, Chen Yu had never utilized them himself and chose not to pursue those. As they continued their tour, they encountered numerous tanks and armored vehicles. Chen Yu gazed at these formidable machines with a twinge of envy, yet he merely observed. After all, during his previous visit to Japan, he had already collected a dozen of the exquisite American-imported JLTV light tactical vehicles, equipped with Gatling guns and M230LF 30mm cannons. The JLTV, or Joint Light Tactical Vehicle, is part of a joint service program led by the U.S. Army, designed to replace the aging light-wheeled tactical vehicles across the military branches, and has been in full production since 2019. Notably, these vehicles possess remarkable mobility, weighing 8 tons in combat readiness, with a total weight ranging from 6.3 to 7.3 tons, a maximum highway speed of 113 kilometers per hour, and an acceleration from standstill to 48 kilometers per hour in just 5 seconds. They boast a maximum range of 644 kilometers and can traverse rivers up to 1.5 meters deep, being transportable by various aircraft. Their protection is commendable, capable of being outfitted with both Level A and Level B armor, achieving NATO STANAG 4569 standards for protection levels 1 and 3, respectively, safeguarding against small landmines, shrapnel, and RPG attacks. Furthermore, their load capacity is exceptional, ranging between 1.6 to 2.3 tons, with ample ammunition carrying capabilities and the ability to tow various logistical modules. However, for the time being, transporting such vehicles was not feasible, as the current snow-covered terrain could not support their weight. The military camp indeed housed a plethora of valuable items. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Yu collected over 1,000 sets of bulletproof vests and combat uniforms, contemplating their potential utility in the future. By the time Chen Yu exited the military camp, it was already 2 in the afternoon. He hurriedly called Uncle Zhang to relay the situation briefly before departing the camp. Intent on resuming his preparations for other supplies, Chen Yu contemplated that he still needed to visit 3 crucial locations to gather resources: the storage center, the port, and the grain depot of Kafko. However, he was uncertain whether his endeavors would proceed smoothly. After some reflection, he resolved to visit the grain depot first. After all, if anything were to be lost at the other 2 sites, it would likely be discovered swiftly. The grain depot had a unique situation today, perhaps making it more conducive for his activities. Thus, Chen Yu hailed a taxi and made his way to the grain depot. The driver, pleased to have received a substantial fare, was quite jovial, as the journey would take nearly an hour. This driver was quite loquacious, regaling Chen Yu with various recent events. When he mentioned the police cars that were ubiquitous that morning, Chen Yu's heart skipped a beat, and he listened intently as the driver continued. I heard that nearly 1,000 shops lost their goods overnight, and even the ATMs were completely emptied. Isn't that strange? They still haven't figured out what happened. Chen Yu could only feign surprise, responding with casual agreement. Fortunately, today was the open day at the grain depot, allowing Chen Yu to enter with ease. Once inside, he followed the staff on a tour, quietly trailing behind them while discreetly employing his spatial abilities to gather the grain. He was not overly greedy, taking only half from each warehouse. Yet even so, his collection totaled over 300,000 tons. With a sense of satisfaction, Chen Yu departed the grain depot and promptly hailed another vehicle to the storage center. This storage center served as a hub for all supermarket goods in the East China region, covering an area of over 2 million square meters, a truly vast expanse. By the time Chen Yu arrived, it was already past 5 in the afternoon, yet the entire storage center remained brightly lit, with workers busily loading and unloading goods. At that moment, Chen Yu could not afford to worry about being discovered. With the impending doom looming, he needed to seize every moment. He found an electric cart and sped into the depths of the storage center, weaving through the bustling environment. Wherever he went, apart from the bewildered workers, the goods seemed to vanish in a thin air, leaving the warehouses eerily empty. The surrounding staff stood in stunned silence, grappling with the incredibility of the scene before them, and it took them a while to recover before they frantically began calling the police. However, the earlier incident of the thousands of shops losing their goods had yet to be fully accounted for, leaving the police overwhelmed and unable to respond to new reports. Chen Yu remained undeterred, single-mindedly focused on gathering supplies. After nearly an hour, he successfully cleared out the entire stock of the storage center. Chen Yu dared not linger for even a moment, as he still needed to head to the port. With only 2 hours remaining, he was fortunate that his home was not far from the port. After a 30-minute taxi ride, he arrived at his destination. Upon arrival, Chen Yu disregarded everything before him. swiftly absorbing all that he encountered into his spatial realm. The number of containers alone exceeded 100,000, not to mention the dozens of cargo ships docked at the port. This remarkable occurrence sent shockwaves throughout the nation, for such an extraordinary event had never transpired before. Even the armed police were mobilized, collaborating with local law enforcement to investigate this supernatural incident, resulting in the entire port being sealed off within half an hour. However, by that time, Chen Yu had already departed from the port and returned home safely. The clock on the wall slowly approached 7 o'clock in the evening, while the city remained as vibrant as ever. Yet, Chen Yu was acutely aware that only a brief hour remained before the impending doom would descend. In haste, he dialed Zheng Hao's number. As soon as the call connected, a cacophony of singing erupted from the other end, prompting Chen Yu to furrow his brow upon realizing that the rotund fellow had ventured out to sing again. With a serious tone, he urged Zheng Hao to come immediately. Upon hearing Chen Yu's anxious voice, Zheng Hao sensed that something was amiss and quickly bid farewell to those around him before rushing outside. Qian Duo and Qin Yun, who were nearby, also recognized Chen Yu's voice. Exchanging glances, curiosity piqued. Qian Duo tugged at Qin Yun to join her. When the group converged, Qian Duo was about to greet them with a smile when Chen Yu, his expression grave, interjected, "Listen to me now. The entirety of Zhonghai City is in chaos. Various supernatural events are unfolding everywhere. The situation is particularly troubling. You must forget everything else and return home at once. Do not venture outside. I have a strong premonition that something significant is about to occur. We can discuss other matters once the situation stabilizes." Qian Duo, though somewhat skeptical of Chen Yu's alarm, hesitated upon seeing his resolute gaze. Ultimately, she decided to heed his advice. Fortunately, her and Qin Yun's residence was relatively close, and they hurriedly made their way home, managing to arrive before 8 o'clock. As the two women departed, Chen Yu turned to Zheng Hao and urged, "You too, hurry home. Do not linger outside. If all goes well in a few days, I shall gift you a sports car. How's that sound?" Zheng Hao's eyes immediately sparkled with excitement, and he enthusiastically embraced Chen Yu, exclaiming, "Oh, Chen Yu, you are truly generous." Chen Yu quickly pushed him away and approached the car, retrieving a box and solemnly handing it to Zheng Hao. "Open this only when you return home. Do not tamper with it now." Inside the box lay a Desert Eagle and 200 rounds of ammunition, a precautionary measure should anything dire occur, ensuring that Zheng Hao had some means of self-defense. After finishing his explanations, Chen Yu promptly sent the chubby fellow home, while he remained in place, gazing towards the west, silently awaiting the impending moment of doom. Meanwhile, he contemplated how to confront this unforeseen crisis. Chen Yu remembered the favor that Xiao Feifei had done for him. With the apocalypse looming, he felt it was imperative not to leave her unprepared, so he resolved to give her a call to offer a heads-up. Once he dialed the number, it rang for quite some time before connecting. He heard Xiao Feifei's somewhat fatigued voice on the other end. "Chen Yu, what is the matter?" Chen Yu quickly inquired. "Are you still busy?" With a resigned sigh, Xiao Feifei replied, "Yes, today has been exhausting. There have been reports of strange occurrences involving lost items everywhere. I've been swamped with registration work, and I'm at my wits' end regarding the investigations. I have no leads to follow." Chen Yu then asked, "Where are you right now?" Xiao Feifei responded weakly, "I'm near the neighborhood. I've been assigned to investigate this area. Oh, I feel so pitiful. I've been working since morning with just one meal in between, and I'm utterly drained." Upon hearing her plight, Chen Yu thought for a moment and said, "I have just arrived at the entrance of the community. You've been working for so long without a proper meal. Let me treat you to dinner as a reward." However, Xiao Feifei declined, saying, "Everyone is busy. I can't just abandon my work to go out for a meal. Let us wait until I finish this hectic period." Chen Yu pondered again and suggested, "How about I bring you something? This way, you won't have to run around, and you can enjoy a warm meal." Xiao Feifei hesitated for a moment before providing him with her address. Following her directions, Chen Yu arrived at a nearby restaurant, ordered several dishes he thought Xiao Feifei would enjoy, and then stopped by a supermarket to grab 2 boxes of instant noodles and a box of sausages. He finally presented these offerings to Xiao Feifei. At this moment, he noticed that Qin Jia, whom he had encountered previously, was with Xiao Feifei. It appeared their relationship was indeed quite amicable. As they chatted and dined, Chen Yu learned that they were classmates, which explained their close rapport. Qin Jia teasingly remarked, "Oh, your boyfriend is really good to you. While you're at work, he specially came to see you. I feel like I'm riding on your coattails just to enjoy this meal. It's truly enviable." Xiao Feifei's face flushed bright red upon hearing this, and, feeling both embarrassed and flustered, she playfully attempted to tickle Qin Jia to silence her. Qin Jia burst into laughter, her mirth causing her chest to jiggle, creating quite a spectacle. Afterward, it seemed Qin Jia whispered something else, and Xiao Feifei's cheeks turned an even deeper shade of crimson as she furtively glanced at Chen Yu. Feeling bashful, she promptly ceased her playful antics with Qin Jia, appearing rather demure. Seizing a moment while Xiao Feifei and Qin Jia were dining, Chen Yu took out his phone and called Uncle Zhang. Upon hearing that Uncle Zhang was at home, he engaged in casual conversation for a moment before ending the call. After Xiao Feifei finished her meal, Chen Yu instinctively glanced at the time and realized that only half an hour remained until 8 o'clock. Time was of the essence. So he said, "Feifei, could you accompany me back? It will be a good opportunity for you to freshen up and change your clothes as well. After such a long day, you must be quite exhausted." Just as Xiao Feifei was about to respond, Qin Jia interjected from his side, saying, "Feifei, let's go. I really need to take a proper shower and change. I'm drenched in sweat and it's utterly uncomfortable." As she spoke, she tugged at her collar, inadvertently revealing a glimpse of her fair skin. Xiao Feifei, seemingly moved by an unseen force, hurriedly rushed over to cover Qin Jia's exposed bosom, shooting a reproachful glance at Chen Yu, as if to blame him for witnessing something inappropriate. Chen Yu, taken aback, felt speechless, contemplating that he had not intended to gaze upon such a sight. Nevertheless, Xiao Feifei ultimately drove Chen Yu back to the community. Throughout the journey, neither of them spoke much, and the atmosphere in the car grew rather delicate. Chapter 20. The end of days' time trickled away, each second a reminder of the impending doom, with merely 5 minutes remaining until the apocalypse. Chen Yu stood silently by the third-floor window, his gaze fixed upon the bustling street below. He observed the passers-by, some hurrying along with purpose, others leisurely strolling, and groups of friends laughing and chatting. Each individual remained ensconced in their own rhythm of life, blissfully unaware of the imminent catastrophe that loomed, continuing their seemingly ordinary day while oblivious to the profound transformation that awaited the world. A tumultuous wave of emotion surged within Chen Yu, sorrow for the innocent souls around him, coupled with a thread of anxiety about the unknown end that approached. As the heart-wrenching countdown continued, the prelude to the apocalypse struck without warning. The sky, once of brilliant azure, was suddenly stirred by an invisible hand, becoming rapidly engulfed in ominous clouds. The pristine white clouds were torn asunder by the ferocious winds, unraveling into wisps, only to be mercilessly consumed by thick, inky blackness. Those dark clouds surged forth like a tempestuous sea, rolling in with an overwhelming force, bearing down upon the earth with a chilling weight. The gale howled through the streets, careening with reckless abandon, sending trash bins tumbling and lids soaring into the air, producing a cacophony reminiscent of a death knell. Trees along the roadside writhed in agony, slender branches snapping and swirling through the air. Then, accompanied by a furious gust, hail began to pummel the ground. Initially, it fell sporadically, like icy fragments carelessly scattered from the heavens, striking the pavement, rooftops, and car windows with a sharp, unsettling sound, each impact echoing like the grim knock of death upon the door of the world. However, it was not long before the hail intensified, descending with relentless urgency, resembling bullets raining down from above, striking the earth with ferocity. Chaos erupted among the crowd. A young mother, in a frantic rush, clutched her child tightly to her chest, arching her back to create a protective barrier. Her head darted from side to side, vigilantly scanning her surroundings as she hurried toward a nearby shop. Her voice a soothing mantra, "Don't be afraid, my darling. Mommy is here. I won't let you get hurt." The child, terrified, clung to her neck, his face buried in her embrace, trembling violently with each hurried step. His cries were drowned out by the howling wind and the relentless barrage of hail, punctuated only by occasional sobs escaping through the gaps. "Mommy, I'm scared." An elderly man, leaning on his cane at the street corner, gazed up at the hail falling like rain, his eyes reflecting despair and helplessness. His hands trembled slightly as he tapped his cane against the ground, seemingly in search of a stabilizing force to calm his tumultuous heart. However, as the hail intensified, he ultimately succumbed to the inevitable. Crouching down and positioning his cane above his head in a futile attempt to shield himself from the relentless assault of the hail, his body curled into a ball, and he muttered to himself, "What sin have I committed? How has it suddenly come to this?" Nearby, a well-dressed office worker, initially rushing to catch the subway, found himself stranded on the roadside by the hail. He widened his eyes, gazing at the chaotic scene unfolding around him. Instinctively, he raised his briefcase to protect his head, then crossed his arms over his chest, pressing his body as close to the wall as possible, his feet shifting restlessly in search of the safest corner within this confined space. His brow furrowed, his face etched with anxiety and regret, he lamented loudly, "Damn it. If only I had known, I wouldn't have stayed late at work." He chastised himself for often being consumed by his job, neglecting to spend time with his family. Now, everything felt uncertain. He questioned whether he could survive this calamity and where his future might lead. The once bustling street had transformed into a chaotic battlefield, and the turmoil incited by the hail felt like a mere forewarning of a more dreadful disaster looming on the horizon. In just a matter of minutes, the sky appeared to morph into a colossal artillery depot, unleashing hailstones that grew progressively larger. Initially, the size of the hailstones, akin to quail eggs, struck the rooftops of cars, producing mere thuds that the vehicles could barely withstand. The occupants, though terrified, still clung to a flicker of hope. However, in an instant, the hailstones expanded dramatically to the size of eggs and fists, hurtling down with ferocity. What had once been a refuge from the storm now succumbed to the relentless barrage of colossal hailstones, akin to a horde of frenzied iron beasts mercilessly battering the rooftops. Under the force of this onslaught, the metal began to warp, deep indentations forming as if the cars had been ravaged by artillery fire. Soon after, the windows shattered under the fierce assault, emitting a heart-wrenching cacophony of breaking glass as hailstones pierced through. Shards of glass flew about, and the people inside screamed in terror, attempting to shield themselves only to be struck painfully by the hail. The vehicle, once a safe haven, had transformed into a frigid prison. The occupants trembled, peering through the shattered windows at the apocalyptic scene outside, their hearts filled with an overwhelming dread. They felt paralyzed, utterly devoid of the courage to venture out into the terrifying storm of hail. Gradually, this merciless natural disaster revealed its vicious fangs, leading to casualties. Many who had failed to seek shelter were struck down by the relentless barrage of hail. Some attempted to shield their heads with their arms, while others, struck in the back by the massive hailstones as they ran, were sent sprawling forward, instantly incapacitated. Blood began to seep across the streets, the stark red intermingling with the pristine whiteness of the hail, creating a haunting and horrific tableau. Every fallen life resembles a forgotten soul, gradually losing its warmth amidst the chilling hail. Half an hour later, the streets lay desolate, devoid of any living being, save for the relentless barrage of hailstones that continued to descend. The entire world appeared muted, as if a silent button had been pressed, with only the thunderous sound of hail echoing through the empty streets, proclaiming the cruelty and mercilessness of this calamity, as well as the quiet arrival of the apocalypse. At this moment, social groups resembled ignited powder kegs, with messages surging like a tidal wave. In the small group created after the last visit to the bar, chaos erupted. Dozens of messages flooded in, particularly from the group of Westerners, with new notifications continuing to pulsate. Chen Yu sent a message. "Chen Yu, you were absolutely right. The hail outside is terrifyingly large. I just witnessed many people being struck dead by the hail. The scene was truly horrifying, so many lives extinguished in an instant." Her words conveyed palpable panic and dread, as the horrific imagery rendered her nearly incoherent. After all, such a disaster is an unfathomable nightmare for any rational person. Chen Yu, equally shaken, chimed in. I just saw it too. Some houses were even pierced by the hail, and those inside barely managed to escape, only to be struck down by the hail within mere steps. Thankfully, our community is on a mid-level floor, and for now, it seems the hail poses no immediate threat to us, but this is utterly terrifying. I dread to think what lies ahead. Meanwhile, the portly individual in the group began to shout. Chen Yu, you were spot on. Do you have any idea how long this hail will last? What are we to do if it continues like this? Chen Yu, observing the flurry of messages, furrowed his brow as his fingers swiftly tapped out a response. To stay indoors for now. As for how long it will last, I can't say. Everyone, please remain calm and don't panic. Yet, deep within, he understood that this was merely the onset of a cataclysm, with endless horrors quietly brewing in the shadows. Subsequently, an official emergency broadcast shattered the confusion and helplessness enveloping the populace. On television screens and through the airwaves, a serious and somber voice began to relay urgent evacuation guidelines. Dear citizens, please remain calm. Here are the emergency evacuation instructions during the hail disaster. If you find yourself outdoors, seek sturdy shelter immediately, such as reinforced concrete buildings or underground parking lots. Avoid lingering near large trees, power poles, or makeshift structures, as they pose a risk of collapse or breakage that could lead to injury. If you cannot find suitable shelter in time, use your backpack or clothing to protect your head and neck. Curl your body to minimize exposure, thereby reducing the risk of being struck by hail. For residents of lower-level homes, if your dwelling is at risk of being breached by hail, swiftly relocate to a relatively safe room within the house, such as a bathroom or small enclosed space, taking cover beneath load-bearing walls or sturdy furniture, and steer clear of windows and glass objects. If feasible, one might consider utilizing mattresses, comforters, and other substantial items to shield windows, thereby preventing the peril of glass shards from injuring individuals. When confronted with hail while driving, it is imperative to promptly reduce speed and park the vehicle in a secure location, such as a roadside parking lot or an open area far removed from trees, billboards, and other potential hazards. Windows should be closed and hazard lights activated to avert damage or loss of control while navigating through the hail. Occupants within the vehicle should lower their heads and shield their heads and vital body parts with their hands or other objects, awaiting the cessation of the hail. Amidst this apocalyptic cacophony of hail, the calm and resolute voice of the broadcaster emerged like a glimmer of dawn amidst the darkness, offering a modicum of hope and guidance. Yet, everyone understood that this battle against nature's wrath was only in its infancy, and the future remained shrouded in uncertainty and trepidation. An hour later, the hail, which had descended like cannonballs, gradually subsided, plunging the world from a battlefield of chaos into an eerie silence. However, before relief could settle in, temperatures began to plummet abruptly, the chill penetrating like countless icy needles into one's very bones. Yet, those reveling in the joy of the hail's cessation remained blissfully unaware of this change, celebrating the end of the terrifying storm. The community's owner group buzzed with excitement, messages flooding in as everyone expressed their jubilation over the end of the hail, as if those who had survived a calamity were finally greeted by the light of hope. At that moment, a voice of reason emerged amidst the exuberance, cautioning, "Before we indulge in joy, although the hail has ceased, we cannot predict whether other unforeseen circumstances may arise. Should we not prepare and stockpile some supplies, just in case?" No sooner had this been said than the esteemed building manager, Aunt Lynn, spoke up with an air of undeniable authority, asserting, "Do not venture outside now. The government will coordinate the rescue efforts. Let's wait patiently. In times like these, it is crucial to heed directives and avoid chaos." Unexpectedly, a resident named Xiangzi interjected with a tone lacking in kindness, exuding a sense of arrogance. "If supplies run low later, are we all to dine at your home? You only speak sweet nothings." Aunt Yang was well aware that Xiangzi was a local troublemaker, often exerting his will over others, and she hesitated to provoke him. However, unwilling to lose face, she mustered the courage to respond. This hail is but temporary. It has now passed. If everyone rushes out to gather supplies, it could lead to chaos and disorder, making matters worse. Therefore, it is best to remain compliant and await the government's arrangements. Upon seeing Aunt Yang's response, Xiangzi scoffed disdainfully, believing her words to be mere drivel, and he could not be bothered to engage in further debate. Consequently, he refrained from replying, and the atmosphere within the homeowners group grew subtly awkward, with everyone at a loss for words, silently awaiting the unfolding of events. In response to Aunt Yang's plea, most residents opted to remain home and observe. However, there are always a few who adhered to the belief of better safe than sorry, dismissing Aunt Yang's warnings and resolutely choosing to venture out in search of supplies. Upon reaching the street, they discovered the situation was far worse than they had anticipated. The once bustling and brightly lit thoroughfare now lay in disarray. Many shops had already shuttered their doors, their grills drawn tight, as if to reject the chaos of the outside world. Only a handful of supermarkets remained open, albeit teeming with customers. Crowds had gathered at the entrances of each operating store, pressing together, jostling, and shouting, creating a scene of utter mayhem. Those intent on procuring supplies struggled to navigate through the throngs, attempting to reach the shelves to select items, only to find that by the time they approached, the goods had already been snatched away by others ahead of them. Disputes erupted over the scarce supplies, and physical altercations ensued, with shouts and cries intertwining, amplifying the cacophony of the already tumultuous street. The supermarket staff, overwhelmed by the surging tide of humanity, endeavored to maintain order, yet their efforts proved futile. In this atmosphere of impending doom, the selfishness and anxiety of human nature were magnified as each individual fought tooth and nail for the survival of themselves and their families. The scenes unfolding on the street resembled a vivid tableau depicting humanity's struggle and turmoil in the face of disaster. Chapter 21. Sudden chill as the inky night enveloped the earth. The clock quietly slid past 10 o'clock. The temperature plummeted abruptly, as if an invisible hand had seized it and yanked it downward, akin to a kite severed from its string, spiraling into a rapid descent that soon plunged below zero. Just moments ago, the crowd had reveled in the cessation of the hail, but this sudden chill shattered any remnants of relief. Initially, they considered donning warm clothing, hoping it might shield them from the biting cold. Yet, who could have foreseen that this chill seemed almost sentient, insidiously penetrating to their very bones, leaving them shivering involuntarily, their teeth chattering. At that moment, the owners' group erupted like a bomb had been dropped, with messages flooding in relentlessly. Almost everyone engaged in fervent discussions about this anomalous drop in temperature. Those who had been dissuaded by Aunt Lynn from venturing out to procure supplies now found an outlet for their pent-up frustrations, unleashing a torrent of grievances. Their words were fervent, eyes wide with indignation, as they chastised Aunt Lynn. When we were anxiously eager to gather supplies for unforeseen circumstances, you insisted on thwarting our efforts. And now look at this dire situation. The supermarkets and shops are completely stripped bare, their shelves desolate. We seek to purchase even the most basic necessities, yet they are nowhere to be found. How will we survive in the days ahead without food or drink? Their utterances brimmed with boundless regret and fury, each syllable ignited with a fierce flame. Sensing the precariousness of her position, Aunt Lynn hastily attempted to counter their accusations. Defending her actions, I forbade you from going out for your own good. Reflect on the circumstances. When the temperature dropped sharply, many were still clad in flimsy short sleeves. Utterly unprepared, had you recklessly ventured out, you would have returned to find the temperature long since below freezing. What if you had caught a cold? With the current crisis, medical resources are surely stretched thin. If one were to fall ill, where would you find a doctor? Where would you procure medicine? Aunt Lynn's impassioned pleas flowed forth. But to the anxious homeowners, enveloped in fear, her words were merely feeble justifications, as insubstantial as a flickering candle in the wind, failing to dispel the gloom that hung over them. No sooner had she finished speaking than another voice erupted in the group. It's only been 5 minutes, and the temperature has dropped another 5 degrees. I have no winter clothes prepared at home. How am I to endure this terrifying night? This bitter cold seems endless. Beneath the surface of their words lay profound helplessness and panic, painting a vivid picture of an individual huddled in a corner, trembling uncontrollably. Shortly thereafter, another chimed in, typing urgently, "I'm somewhat fortunate, as I have a few winter garments, but there is not a scrap of food left. Without sustenance, how shall we continue to live? Had I known it would come to this, I would have never heeded your advice." Within the speaker's words lies a blend of anxiety for the future and regret for having followed Aunt Lynn's counsel. In an instant, the entire homeowners group was enveloped in a chorus of complaints and accusations, as if they were ensnared in a dark quagmire, filled with profound apprehension and unease regarding what lay ahead. On this frigid night, amidst the ceaseless lamentations, time seemed to stretch infinitely, rendering the hours even more unbearable. Just as despair began to take hold, the calm and authoritative voice of the official broadcast emerged, urging everyone to remain composed and to prioritize warmth against the cold. The government had swiftly mobilized, actively preparing disaster relief supplies. Citizens were implored to stay calm and not to panic, with the assurance that the government would guide them through this tumultuous period. This broadcast served as a glimmer of hope in the enveloping darkness. Those with insufficient clothing supplies scurried about like ants on a hot pan, rummaging through their wardrobes after hearing the announcement. They sifted through garments, desperately searching for anything that could provide even the slightest warmth. Even a thin blanket, at that moment, appeared to them as a precious treasure, tightly wrapped around their bodies. Meanwhile, families concerned about food scarcity paced anxiously within their homes, their footsteps hurried and frantic, their brows furrowed, eyes filled with worry, as they racked their brains for solutions. Gazing out at the increasingly frigid and resource-depleted world, a sense of unease and despair filled each heart. The communications within the homeowners group gradually shifted from mere complaints to discussions steeped in existential dread. In the face of the plummeting temperatures, everyone came to a stark realization. This impending crisis was far more severe than they had ever imagined, akin to an inescapable nightmare. At that moment, Chen Yu's phone suddenly vibrated, interrupting his brief reverie. It was a call from Uncle Zhang, and he hastily pressed the answer button. On the other end, Uncle Zhang's voice was tinged with evident urgency and helplessness, as if shrouded in a pall of gloom. "Little Chen, I truly apologize. I had no choice but to take one of those down jackets you ordered online and give it to Xiaoying. You know how she arrived wearing just a short-sleeved shirt, and with the weather changing so rapidly, I don't have any winter clothes here. I couldn't bear to see her suffer from a cold." Uncle Zhang's words were laden with guilt toward Chen Yu and concern for Xiaoying. Upon hearing this, Chen Yu responded without hesitation, "It's perfectly all right, Uncle Zhang. Xiaoying and I have grown up together. We're like siblings, truly family. Please don't take it to heart. Ensuring her warmth is what matters most." Uncle Zhang let out a long sigh of relief on the other end, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. "Little Chen, you've been such a tremendous help. I can't thank you enough. Here's what I'll do. I'll bring all those items over to you shortly." With the weather growing colder by the minute, and considering you've just finished renovations, I suppose you haven't stored much. It's simply untenable to be without supplies in this icy wilderness. Chen Yu hurriedly reassured, "Uncle Zhang, there is no need for such formality between us." He initially intended to leave the supplies with Uncle Zhang, thinking it would provide security for his family. However, he soon reconsidered. The adage possessing a precious item invites calamity was particularly resonant in these turbulent times. Rather than risking Uncle Zhang's safety by entrusting him with supplies, it would be wiser to consolidate everything at his own residence. After all, his villa had been meticulously fortified, rendering it impenetrable. Moreover, he could readily supply Uncle Zhang and his family as needed, which would be far more prudent. At that moment, Chen Yu's phone rang insistently. Upon seeing it was Fatty calling, he answered without hesitation. The unmistakable, booming voice of Fatty came through, laced with urgency and a hint of fear. "Chen Yu, do you have any idea what the outside world has become? It's a frenzy out there, with everyone scrambling for supplies, as chaotic as the apocalypse. Do you still have any supplies on your end? If not, I could drive over and deliver those you left here last time. The weather is getting colder, and things are spiraling out of control." Chen Yu promptly replied, "I have plenty of supplies here. far more than what you have at your place. You should keep everything securely at home. I have a bad feeling that this cold snap may persist for quite some time. You must safeguard those supplies. They are your family's lifeline. Hearing this, Fatty felt a slight relief, but then lowered his voice as if fearing eavesdroppers. Chen Yu, why was there a gun in the box you gave me last time? While it's undeniably impressive, if the police were to discover it, we could be in serious trouble, potentially facing imprisonment. Chen Yu, maintaining a calm demeanor, explained, I brought it back from the beautiful country. Just keep it, Fatty. Look at the state of the world now. It's becoming increasingly unsafe and chaotic. No one can predict what dreadful events may unfold. When you have some free time, practice your marksmanship. If someone were to come with ill intentions and attempt to rob your supplies, having a firearm could offer you a means of self-defense. Far better than being left powerless. Fatty fell silent on the other end, weighing the pros and cons and contemplating the implications. Finally, he resolutely stated, You're right. Given the current situation, having a means of protection is essential. I'll heed your advice and keep it for now, looking for an opportunity to practice. Chen Yu responded, Naturally. Do take care and avoid any mishaps. If anything arises, we can stay in touch and look out for one another. In the blink of an eye, the temperature plummeted like an uncontrollable roller coaster, now reaching a chilling -10 degrees. The chill in the air was so profound that it felt as though the entire world had been encased within an immense block of ice. The penetrating cold was inescapable. Even the slightest exposure of skin to the elements could result in immediate numbness, as if enveloped by a layer of frost. At that moment, Chen Yu's phone rang urgently. Upon seeing Mia's name on the screen, he hastily answered. On the other end, Mia's voice, tinged with a playful yet anxious tone, came through, Brother Yu. Over here in Neon Country, there has just been a tremendous hailstorm. The hail fell with a cacophony, resembling falling bombs, and it was quite frightening. After an hour, the hail finally ceased, but the temperature began to plummet, and it has now reached -10 degrees. I'm shivering from the cold. Thankfully, you advised me to prepare supplies ahead of time, so I'm safely sheltered in the villa. How are you doing over there? Are you all right? Mia's voice carried both concern for Chen Yu and fear of the harsh conditions outside. Listening to her, a wave of warmth surged within Chen Yu. He held a deep fondness for this resilient and charming girl. He replied gently, Our situations are quite similar. It is also -10 degrees here. However, do not worry. My supply reserves are ample enough to sustain me for a considerable time. Just remain inside the villa and take good care of yourself. Upon hearing this, Mia seemed to exhale with relief and cheerfully responded, I remember you specifically instructed me not to open the door for anyone and to ignore any cries for help. I have firmly committed that to memory. I am being extremely cautious and will ensure my safety. Chen Yu smiled and said, Yes, that is excellent. Maintain that vigilance. This cold snap is likely to persist for a while, but the supplies I left for you will suffice for 3 years. You need not be overly frugal. Your safety and comfort during this time are my utmost concern. Eat well, drink well, and take care of yourself. That is the greatest solace you could offer me. Mia paused for a moment before asking, her tone a blend of anticipation and trepidation. Will you come and find me, brother? I long to see you soon. Chen Yu furrowed his brow slightly and replied with a hint of resignation. I certainly cannot venture out at the moment. The situation outside is dire, with ice and snow everywhere, and transportation is likely paralyzed. We shall assess the situation after some time. You must stay put in the villa and safeguard yourself. As soon as conditions permit, I will come to see you. You must trust me. Meanwhile, the owner's group chat erupted once more, messages flooding in at a rapid pace, creating a whirlwind of activity. Everyone was fervently discussing this sudden and unusual drop in temperature. The plummeting temperatures seemed almost surreal. It had only been bearable moments ago, and now it was -10 degrees, a phenomenon they had never encountered before. This was nothing short of a calamity, leaving many caught off guard. Confusion and astonishment permeated their messages, revealing their incredulity at the bizarre weather. Indeed, the pressing concern lies in the uncertainty of whether the temperature will continue to plummet. Should it persist in this manner, what shall we do? No matter how many heating devices we possess at home, we fear they may ultimately prove inadequate. In such a scenario, we might find ourselves frozen solid like ice sculptures. Another individual similarly voiced his profound apprehension regarding the relentless drop in temperature. His troubled visage seemingly etched in my mind. Fortunately, the air conditioning unit in our home remains operational, its continuous stream of warm air providing a temporary reprieve from the biting cold outside. Nestled within the confines of our room, enveloped in the soothing warmth of the air conditioner, we find a measure of comfort. Thus, while we lament the unusual decline in temperature, a flicker of relief resides within us. For as long as we remain in this modest sanctuary, we can momentarily evade the harsh onslaught of the wintry world outside, akin to discovering a safe harbor. As time gradually unfolds, the fervor of our discussions wanes. Perhaps the day's events have been too tumultuous, leaving us all physically and mentally exhausted. Drowsiness begins to wash over us like a tide, slowly submerging our spirits. One by one, we silence our phones and curl into our warm blankets, striving to forget the day's fears and anxieties in the embrace of slumber. Gradually, we all drift into dreams, and the entire community seems to succumb to a temporary tranquility amidst the frigid night. Yet, the relentless howl of the cold wind continues to rage outside, resembling an enraged beast, roaring incessantly, foretelling that this calamity is far from over. The morning sun appears to have been ensnared by the frigid air, unable to penetrate the thick ice that blankets the world outside. Upon awakening, Chen Yu instinctively glanced at the device displaying the temperature. With a sinking heart, he noted that it remained at the same chilling degree of -10, a temperature unseen in Zhonghai City for decades. The severity of the cold felt as if it threatened to encase the entire city in an icy grip. The cold loomed like a dormant giant, showing no signs of retreat, tightening its hold around the world's throat. Rubbing the remnants of sleep from his eyes, Chen Yu reached for his phone out of habit. Upon unlocking the screen, he was greeted by several missed calls, all from Fatty. Upon opening WeChat, he discovered a lengthy string of messages from Fatty, filled with complaints and a hint of desperation. Chen Yu, the temperature is unbearably low. Last night was truly freezing. By morning, the temperature in my house plummeted, leaving me shivering uncontrollably. Reading Fatty's messages, Chen Yu's brow furrowed with concern for his friend's family. He quickly replied, urging, "Feel free to use whatever supplies you have." At this moment, ensuring everyone stays warm and safe is of utmost importance. Don't worry too much. We will find a way to tackle any difficulties together. Subsequently, Chen Yu entered the homeowners group chat. The moment he joined, a torrent of messages cascaded down the screen, filled with complaints and anxious inquiries. It appeared that very few residents in the community had the habit of stockpiling food, and given that it was summer, the perishability of food items only exacerbated the situation. Many are now facing a dire lack of sustenance, as the shadow of hunger begins to envelop everyone. In an instant, the group chat erupted with fervent inquiries directed at Aunt Lynn, demanding to know when the government would commence its rescue efforts. The urgency and helplessness of the situation seemed poised to spill forth from the screen. All eyes were glued to their mobile devices, yearning for a definitive response. The family that had previously clashed with Chen Yu could no longer remain idle, particularly the elderly matriarch, who, despite her age, dispatched a flurry of furious voice messages at remarkable speed. Her voice rang out, laden with indignation, as she chastised Aunt Lynn. "Just look at you. You insisted we stay indoors and not venture out to gather supplies, and now, with temperatures plunging below 10 degrees, we can't even step outside. The world outside is a frigid wasteland. If we dare to go out, we'll surely freeze solid. And now, our food supplies have dwindled to nothing. We are bundled in our warmest clothes, yet still feel the biting cold. How are we to survive? This is all your fault, with your misguided commands. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't be in such a predicament." Each word dripped with blame and fury, piercing Aunt Lynn like a series of sharp daggers. Confronted with this tidal wave of accusations, Aunt Lynn responded in her usual official tone, maintaining her composure as she typed, "Please be patient, everyone. The government is actively preparing supplies and will soon initiate rescue operations. Have faith in the government's capabilities. They will not abandon us." At this moment, it is crucial that we remain calm, for only through composure can we devise solutions. However, As soon as her message was sent, the typically boorish Xiangzi emerged, his tone menacing as he retorted, "Damn it, stop with the bureaucratic rhetoric. When is the rescue actually coming? Last time, we listened to you and stayed put. And now my household is on the brink of starvation. If I find myself hungry tomorrow, don't blame me for being impolite. I'll come to your house for food and drink, as I certainly cannot wait to perish from hunger." His words, laden with threats, intensified the already fraught atmosphere within the group. This exchange heightened the tension and awkwardness as everyone awaited Aunt Lynn's response, while simultaneously fretting over how they would endure the bitter cold and scarcity of resources. Anxiety and unease were etched across each face, as if shrouded by a dark cloud. Seeing Xiangzi's provocative remarks, Aunt Lynn felt a twinge of trepidation and was at a loss on how to placate the growing discontent. Consequently, she chose to remain silent, hoping to wait for the emotional tempest to subside before re-emerging to offer explanations. A brief silence descended upon the homeowners group as everyone anticipated new developments. Yet time passed without any updates. Just then, someone broke the silence, sending a message in the group. "I have an extra down jacket, but alas, there is not a morsel of food left in my home. In this bitter cold, it is unbearable to face hunger. I feel as though I am about to faint from starvation." In the owners group, a brief silence enveloped the atmosphere like thick ink, as everyone's gaze remained fixed on their screens, hearts brimming with anticipation for a glimmer of hopeful news. Yet, as time ticked away, responses vanished without a trace, as if cast into the depths of the sea. Just then, a notification broke the stillness with a chime. One owner spoke up, "I have an extra down jacket, but unfortunately, all my food and drink have run out. In this frigid weather, without sustenance, life is genuinely difficult." This statement fell like a stone into a tranquil lake, instantly sending ripples through the group. Before long, someone eagerly responded, "I still have some food. How about I trade you 2 packets of instant noodles for that down jacket?" Witnessing this dire situation, it was evident that neighbors were willing to lend a helping hand. The exchange of messages came to a halt, likely because they deemed it inappropriate to discuss the trade details in the group, opting instead to connect privately to negotiate this matter of survival. The other owners observed this scene with mixed emotions. Some quietly calculated that should their own supplies dwindle, they too might have to resort to bartering. Others felt a pang of envy, regretting not having prepared a diverse stockpile of goods and missing out on this transaction. Before anyone could collect their thoughts, another message unexpectedly appeared. "I have a box of instant noodles, 10 yuan per bag. Who wants some?" The response was immediate and filled with skepticism. One owner angrily retorted, "You usually sell these for 1 or 2 yuan a bag. How can you suddenly raise the price to 10? We're all neighbors. Is this really necessary? Why don't you lend me a few packets, and when the weather warms up, I'll repay you double." The seller flatly refused, just as the atmosphere grew tense. Another owner interjected, "How about 5 yuan a bag? If that works, I'll go get them right now." After some haggling, the two reached an agreement. While the group continued to discuss this transaction, a message filled with urgency and a hint of tears caught their attention. A mother lamented, "My child has caught a cold from the freezing weather. What should I do? We have no medicine at home, and the temperatures outside are terrifyingly low. It's impossible to go out to buy any sob." This message struck like a heavy hammer, weighing down on every heart. As the already oppressive atmosphere grew even heavier, everyone understood that in this bitter cold and lack of supplies, a child falling ill posed an incredibly daunting problem. Yet, faced with this predicament, all they could offer were words of comfort in the chat. "Don't panic, perhaps you can find some emergency medicine at home. Or maybe try contacting the property management to see if they can assist." But these reassurances felt so insipid against the harsh reality. At this moment, Aunt Lynn stood up to speak. "Everyone, please refrain from inflating prices. The temperature will rise soon. The government is diligently preparing disaster relief supplies. So let us be patient and not panic." However, her words did not provide the comfort intended. Instead, they drew even more criticism. "All day long, you tell us not to panic, yet you prevent us from procuring supplies. Now, we find ourselves without food and the government's assistance remains elusive. What is your true intention?" One owner questioned sharply. Another owner quickly chimed in, "I just checked online. This cold snap is global, and everywhere is suffering. How can the government possibly have enough supplies to cater to all of us? I've heard reports of people freezing to death in their homes. Is that true? People are actually freezing to death. The group erupted with anxiety, panic spreading like wildfire. The informant hastily replied, "Absolutely true. In the neighboring country, tens of thousands perished overnight. It is a scene of unimaginable tragedy." This news detonated like a bomb, igniting a heightened sense of crisis among the group. One owner proposed, regardless of the circumstances, we must still acquire some supplies for our homes, even if in limited quantities. If the temperature rises later, our losses will be minimal. However, should the cold persist, having provisions could be a matter of survival. This suggestion garnered considerable support, and within moments, a dozen individuals began discussing plans to venture out for food. Just as preparations were underway, Aunt Lynn stepped forward to intervene. Everyone must adhere to the organization's directives. Anyone who acts independently will be noted for future consequences. Her words incited doubt among many. Fearing government retribution, some hesitated and ultimately abandoned their procurement plans. Yet others remained undeterred, boldly questioning, "Aunt Lynn, are you waiting for everyone to exhaust their supplies so they have to buy from your supermarket at inflated prices?" The group erupted in uproar. It was revealed that Aunt Lynn managed a small supermarket within the community, yet the store's doors were firmly shut that day. With pre-existing anxiety over the shortage of supplies, suspicions about Aunt Lynn's motives intensified, leading many to believe she sought to profit from the disaster. Seemingly struck by the accusation, Aunt Lynn hastily defended herself. "Please do not spread baseless rumors. I've been ill and bedridden these past few days, lacking the energy to open the store. Once I recover, I promise to sell everything at regular prices." Upon hearing this, some chose to believe her, viewing Aunt Lynn as a devoted community member unlikely to engage in such unscrupulous behavior. Others, however, scoffed, dismissing her explanation entirely. Chen Yu quietly perused the group messages, and at that moment, he inadvertently glanced out the window, spotting several figures cautiously exiting the community gate. He understood that these individuals had discerned Aunt Lynn's true character and, unwilling to remain idle, had resolutely decided to venture forth in search of hope for survival. Chapter 22. Consolidation of supplies. The morning sun remained thwarted by the biting cold, casting the world into a frozen silence. Within the warmth of his villa, Chen Yu leisurely savored a nourishing breakfast he had thoughtfully prepared. The aroma of freshly baked bread wafted through the air, while the warmth of hot coffee coursed down his throat, providing a modicum of comfort on this frigid morning. Beside him, his dog, Laifu, wagged its tail in eager anticipation. With a smile, Chen Yu poured some dog food for Laifu, feeling a swell of satisfaction as he watched the dog joyfully consume its meal. The temperature of the villa's air conditioning was set slightly high, dispelling the chill from outside. In this cozy environment, Chen Yu donned only a light robe, exuding an air of contentment as he reclined on a comfortable sofa, sipping coffee while listening to music. Just then, his phone rang, and upon checking, he saw it was a call from Mia. As he answered, Mia's familiar voice reached his ears. "Chen Gu, have you eaten breakfast yet? I heard on the radio that many people couldn't get up this morning and perished in their homes." Chen Yu furrowed his brow, his tone turning serious as he replied, "The temperature is not at its lowest yet. It will continue to drop. Remember my words. Do not engage with anyone. At this moment, no one knows what may transpire. Your safety is paramount." Mia responded softly on the other end. "I understand, Chen Gu. I will take good care of myself. You must also stay safe." After reiterating his concerns to Mia, Chen Yu pondered the situation. With the world experiencing a rapid decline in temperature and already witnessing a substantial number of casualties within just a day, he wondered how many would survive if the cold persisted. Currently, temperatures had plummeted to -10 degrees. However, if one were to venture out boldly to procure food and stockpile firewood and charcoal for warmth, survival, though fraught with difficulty, could still be achievable, even in such apocalyptic circumstances. The astute among them could discern that this extreme cold would not dissipate in the near future. Only the foolish and indolent would remain passive in the face of such a crisis. They might harbor a sense of luck or an unwillingness to exert effort. Yet it is often these individuals who meet their demise. In such dire conditions, their lack of will to survive rendered any rescue unnecessary, for they had relinquished their own chance at life. At that moment, Chen Yu's phone rang again, displaying an incoming call from Uncle Zhang. He promptly answered, greeted by Zhang's familiar voice. Chen Yu, I have moved your belongings. Please bring your vehicle. A warm feeling surged within Chen Yu as he acknowledged the message. He quickly retrieved a pickup truck from his storage space, momentarily at a loss as to where he had acquired it. Driving the pickup, Chen Yu sped towards Building No. 3, where he had previously resided. His emotions were mixed. He had not anticipated that Uncle Zhang would remain as benevolent as in his past life. However, such kindness would be difficult to sustain in the face of impending doom. Chen Yu resolved to alter his perspective, lest he risk losing valuable supplies. As he gradually approached Building No. 3, he could see Uncle Zhang and Zhang Ying waiting downstairs from a distance. Uncle Zhang was clad in a thick cotton coat, donning a hat and a scarf, slightly hunched against the biting wind, his eyes brimming with concern. Meanwhile, Zhang Ying stood gracefully beside him, adorned in a long down jacket and a colorful scarf, her beautiful visage particularly striking against the backdrop of the frigid landscape. Chen Yu gently brought the car to a halt, swiftly making his way towards Uncle Zhang, a sincere smile illuminating his face. Uncle Zhang, it's quite cold today. I truly appreciate your effort, he remarked. Uncle Zhang waved his hand dismissively, replying, it's no trouble at all. It's the least I can do. Turning his gaze toward Zhang Ying, Chen Yu's eyes sparkled with delight. He opened his arms and enveloped her in a warm embrace, saying, Xiao Ying. It's been ages, nearly 6 years, hasn't it? Zhang Ying returned the hug, smiling as she responded, indeed, it feels like ages. Each time I come back, you're never around. My visits are infrequent, and I seldom get to see you. I had hoped to catch up this time, but I hear you've been particularly busy, as my father mentioned, and here we are finally reunited. Feeling a bit sheepish, Chen Yu admitted, I genuinely apologize. I've had quite a lot on my plate lately, but it's wonderful to see you now. Zhang Ying gazed at him curiously, her eyes filled with intrigue and anticipation as she inquired, Chen Yu, where have you been these past few days? What have you been up to? Chen Yu hesitated for a moment before breaking into a relaxed smile, responding simply, oh, nothing much. Just out enjoying myself. It's summer vacation after all. He then added, what brings you back so suddenly? Are you handling firearms regularly at the military academy? With a touch of pride, Zhang Ying replied, of course. The training at the academy is rigorous, and we often get the opportunity to handle firearms. I've even ranked in several shooting competitions. As Chen Yu listened, he pondered to himself that Zhang Ying's shooting skills might prove to be a significant asset in the future. Just as Chen Yu and Zhang Ying were engrossed in conversation, their former neighbor, Aunt Wang, happened to pass by. Upon seeing the abundance of food supplies, she seemingly forgot the unpleasantness of their previous encounters and approached them with a sarcastic tone, saying, oh, I said to this Chen Yu, are you really capable of consuming all this food alone? How fortuitous. My household is out of provisions, so I'll just take a box of instant noodles. Once the weather warms up, I'll return it to you. With that, she reached for the noodles. Noticing her actions, Chen Yu swiftly stepped forward and reclaimed the items, firmly stating, it seems our acquaintance isn't close enough for you to take what's mine. If you're in need, perhaps you should purchase your own. Aunt Wang, taken aback, immediately began to escalate the situation, shouting, why must you be so harsh as a young person? I am of advanced age and find it difficult to move about, unlike you youngsters who can run around freely. Can't you show some respect for your elders? Chen Yu, uninterested in engaging further, coldly retorted, leave. To his dismay, Aunt Wang intensified her outburst just as her son arrived on the scene. Aunt Wang immediately exclaimed as if she had seen her savior, son, someone is bullying your mother. Hurry over and deal with him. Her son, Zhang Ji, was a squad leader of the urban management team in the area. Accustomed to his arrogant demeanor, he was ready to resort to violence. Chen Yu remarked, it seems that last time's lesson did not leave a lasting impression on you. It was at this moment that Zhang Ji recognized Chen Yu, and a sense of trepidation washed over him. However, he feared losing face in front of the onlookers, so without further thought, he lunged forward to kick Chen Yu. In response, Chen Yu sidestepped and delivered a swift kick, and in that fleeting moment of contact, Zhang Ji felt a tremendous force strike his leg, causing a sharp pain that sent him sprawling to the ground, wailing in agony. At this point, Aunt Wang abandoned her quest for food and threw herself over her son, weeping and cursing Chen Yu, while also contemplating calling the police to have him arrested. The scene spiraled into chaos. Uncle Zhang, witnessing the disorder, considered stepping in to assist the two, but was blocked by Chen Yu. Firmly, Chen Yu stated, "You should not involve yourself in this matter. He brought this upon himself." Uncle Zhang hesitated. "What if they call the police and it creates problems for you?" Chen Yu dismissed the concern. "What is there to fear? She has called the police countless times, and I am still here, unharmed. I have already warned them not to provoke me. Those who forget their lessons will face consequences. Which household in this community has not been bullied by them? Such individuals invite their own misfortune." Uncle Zhang opened his mouth to respond, but was decisively interrupted by Zhang Ying. "Dad, you need to stop meddling in matters that do not concern you. How much trouble have you faced because of this?" Uncle Zhang frowned, appearing to grapple with his convictions, but upon seeing his daughter's troubled expression, he swallowed his words and remained silent. Observing the unfolding drama, Chen Yu internally mused, "Fortunately, there is still hope, at least with Zhang Ying around." Uncle Zhang would no longer play the role of the overly kind-hearted individual. In this harsh, apocalyptic environment, Uncle Zhang's benevolence could potentially lead to significant troubles. With this thought, Chen Yu felt a slight sense of relief, knowing that his own troubles would be greatly diminished. After a brief moment of contemplation, Chen Yu said, "Uncle Zhang, with the sudden drop in temperature and the current situation, it is unlikely that it will warm up anytime soon. You should prepare some food, just in case." Zhang Ying, her eyes reflecting determination, immediately replied, "I was just about to go out to buy some, and I also need to settle the payment for the down jacket with you." Chen Yu hastily waved his hand, saying, "Do not mention money. Has Uncle Zhang not told you about my lottery win?" Zhang Ying exhibited a flicker of surprise. "I heard you won a large prize, but that aside, you still need to be reimbursed. Do you require any other supplies? I can bring some back for you." Seeing the earnestness in Zhang Ying's expression, Chen Yu felt a warmth in his heart, smiling as he replied, "No need. I have sufficient supplies here. Just ensure your safety when you venture outside. The situation out there is quite complex, so exercise caution." Zhang Ying nodded, assuring him, "Rest assured, I will be careful." Chen Yu turned to Uncle Zhang and advised, "Uncle Zhang, please refrain from going out as much as possible during this period. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to inform me." He then continued with a serious expression, "Lately, I urge you all to pay close attention to the news. This morning, I stumbled upon a report indicating that disturbances involving looting and violence have emerged abroad, with many essential supplies being completely depleted. A significant number of the deceased have perished due to a lack of food and heating materials. When you go out, please purchase additional firewood and coal, and consider acquiring a stove as well." Uncle Zhang, with a worried countenance, hesitantly remarked, "Is it truly that severe?" Zhang Ying, however, nodded gravely in agreement, stating, "I have seen the news as well. We must purchase more supplies when we venture out. Chen Yu, may I borrow your pickup truck for a while?" Without hesitation, Chen Yu replied, "Of course, I shall unload my things shortly." At that moment, Wang Dama and her son had long ceased their wailing and were slowly rising from the ground. Given the frigid temperatures, it was remarkable that they had managed to endure lying on the cold ground for so long. Chen Yu might have even admired their resilience. After all, enduring such harsh conditions is not something the average person could withstand. As Wang Dama stood up, she muttered something under her breath, her face reflecting dissatisfaction. Her son, Zhang Ji, stood nearby, visibly pained and limping, his eyes casting a mixture of anger and fear towards Chen Yu. Just then, Officer Xiao Feifei approached, inquiring, "Who called the police?" Upon seeing Chen Yu, she greeted him as well. The moment Wang Dama noticed the police's arrival, she rushed towards Officer Xiao Feifei, exclaiming, "Officer, it's him. He attacked me for no reason. Just look at my son's leg. It could have been broken." As she spoke, tears streamed down her face as she pointed at Chen Yu. Sensing the familiar presence of the elderly woman, Officer Xiao Feifei felt a headache coming on. Nonetheless, her sense of duty compelled her to ask, "What transpired?" Please explain slowly and release your grip. Once Wang Dama let go, she stated, I merely asked him to lend me some food. He refused and assaulted me. You must arrest him and sentence him to several years. Understanding Wang Dama's nature, Officer Xiao Feifei decided to inquire further. She turned to Chen Yu and asked, What is your side of the story? With a gesture of resignation, Chen Yu replied, I am innocent. My vehicle is here. She attempted to steal my belongings, and when I caught her, she feigned innocence. When I refused to comply, she summoned her son to attack me, yet she ended up falling to the ground herself. With a serious demeanor, Officer Xiao Feifei questioned Wang Dama. Why did you attempt to steal from him? Unfazed, Wang Dama retorted, I was merely borrowing. How could that be considered theft? Besides, he is quite wealthy and has more than he can consume. What harm is there in taking a little? Furthermore, given the current harsh weather, shouldn't we all lend a helping hand to one another? I had no choice but to seek assistance from him in this dire situation. She continued to wipe her eyes, which held little moisture, in an attempt to bolster her argument's credibility. Faced with Aunt Wang's unreasonable arguments, the onlookers could no longer remain silent, and they began to voice their discontent in unison. How can one take something without asking? This is clearly theft. Yet she continues to defend herself, remarked one elderly lady, her brow furrowed and her tone laden with displeasure. Indeed, the supplies prepared by Chen Yu are the result of his hard work. Why should he be obliged to share them with you? Your demands are utterly unreasonable, chimed in a young man, his eyes reflecting disdain for Aunt Wang's behavior. Usually, you are known for taking advantage of others, and now, to make matters worse, you are the one casting blame. A middle-aged woman exclaimed, her voice sharp and unyielding. The surrounding crowd nodded in agreement, their collective condemnation creating an atmosphere that left Aunt Wang feeling increasingly embarrassed, her face alternating between crimson and pale, yet she still attempted to argue her case. Xiao Feifei, with a serious demeanor, fixed her gaze upon Aunt Wang and spoke with undeniable authority. Aunt Wang, regardless of your intentions, taking someone else's belongings without permission is inherently wrong. Even if you find yourself in a difficult situation, it is imperative to discuss it with the person first. One cannot simply take things without consent. Furthermore, it is entirely reasonable for someone to refuse your request. Instead of addressing the matter directly, you resort to calling for others to intervene, which is even more outrageous. We must uphold moral standards and abide by rules. Such unreasonable behavior cannot be tolerated. Consider this a lesson, and I hope you will refrain from such actions in the future. Though Aunt Wang felt a sense of resentment toward Xiao Feifei's words, she lowered her head, silenced by the weight of the situation. As Xiao Feifei lived in the community, some residents recognized her. At that moment, one resident approached with eager anticipation, asking, Officer Xiao, I heard the government has begun organizing disaster relief supplies. When can we expect assistance for our community? Xiao Feifei furrowed her brow slightly, contemplating her response before answering. I do not have specific information regarding the timeline. However, given the current circumstances, if possible, it would be wise to stock up on essential supplies. The area affected is quite extensive, and while the government is committed to providing relief, there are many places in need, so it may take some time before we receive assistance. Upon hearing her words, the others began to strategize, their thoughts ignited by a sense of urgency. Those who had previously been dissuaded by Aunt Yang from purchasing supplies now exchanged knowing glances, resolutely deciding to venture out to gather provisions, fearful of being caught unprepared should further complications arise. As the crowd gradually dispersed, Chen Yu noticed that Aunt Wang and her son had quietly slipped away at some point. Not dwelling on the matter, he turned and got into his car, driving towards the villa. Upon arriving at the villa, Zhang Ying, eager to assist with the unloading of supplies, thought that an extra pair of hands would expedite the process. With enthusiasm, she offered, Chen Yu, let me help you with the unloading. Chen Yu smiled and waved his hand, saying, There's no need for that, Xiaoing. I can manage on my own. You should head back and rest. It's quite chilly today. Seeing Chen Yu's resolute demeanor, Zhang Ying refrained from insisting further. After offering a few words of advice, she returned home. Chen Yu single-handedly unloaded the supplies, box by box, from the vehicle. As he stepped into the villa, Lai Fu joyfully bounded over. wagging his tail and occasionally emitting soft whines, as if welcoming his master back. Chen Yu felt a surge of happiness, squatting down to play with Lai Fu, his face radiating affection at the dog's lively and adorable antics. After a while, glancing at the time and deeming it sufficient, he began to store all the supplies in the designated space. Once everything was tidily arranged, he drove slowly towards Building 3. Upon his return, he found Uncle Zhang and his daughter waiting patiently. Chen Yu handed the keys of the pickup truck to Uncle Zhang, advising, "Please drive carefully, Uncle Zhang. When you go out to shop, be sure to stay vigilant of your surroundings." Uncle Zhang nodded appreciatively as he took the keys. Turning to Zhang Ying, Chen Yu earnestly reminded, "Make sure to purchase plenty of firewood and coal for heating, as well as food. It's best to select items that can be stored for long periods. Oh, and don't forget to buy a high-quality stove, just in case." Zhang Ying listened attentively, acknowledging each point before joining Uncle Zhang in the vehicle, which then slowly departed. As Chen Yu turned to head back to the villa, his peripheral vision caught sight of Xiao Feifei standing nearby, still and unmoving. Instinctively, he glanced up, only to find his gaze inadvertently landing on her ample bosom. Xiao Feifei seemed to sense the unusual attention, instinctively lifting her head, and suddenly met Chen Yu's gaze, which he had not managed to retract in time. A flush of color spread across her face as she glared at him, a mixture of embarrassment and irritation. Feeling a wave of awkwardness wash over him, Chen Yu quickly averted his gaze and attempted to feign indifference, clearing his throat with an air of composure. He quickened his pace, eager to escape the uncomfortable situation, rationalizing internally that it was not entirely his fault. After all, one's line of sight naturally shifts from afar to near, and her figure was simply the closest to him. Having taken only a couple of steps, he heard Xiao Feifei's voice from behind. His heart sank, and he reluctantly stopped, turning around to hurriedly explain, "I didn't mean to stare. I truly didn't notice at first. I'm really sorry." Upon hearing this, Xiao Feifei blushed once more, hastily waving her hand as she replied, "All right, let us not dwell on that. I didn't come to discuss this." After a brief pause, she continued, "I just wanted to ask how the vegetables you bought last time are selling." Relieved by her question, Chen Yu quickly responded, "They've already started shipping. Thanks to your help in facilitating the connections. I really appreciate it." Then, as if recalling an important matter, he furrowed his brow and inquired, "What progress has been made regarding the recent incidents of lost supplies from thousands of stores, as well as the missing shipping containers at the port?" Xiao Feifei listened, her face immediately revealing a look of helplessness as she sighed, and remarked, "I have no clues at all. The higher-ups have dispatched numerous criminal investigation experts from the Ministry of Public Security, yet to this day, no evidence has surfaced. The scene appears untouched. As if crafted by extraterrestrial beings, it's utterly bizarre. However, we can't afford to investigate this matter right now. The majority of our police force is occupied with managing this sudden drop in temperature. Each day has become a whirlwind of activity. I am barely managing 5 hours of sleep and feel utterly exhausted." Chen Yu had previously pondered whether to inform the government of the information he possessed, considering it pertained to the survival of many. However, after much contemplation, he ultimately dismissed the idea. He understood that even if he were to divulge these matters, it remained uncertain whether the government would believe him. Should they choose to trust him, he might become a focal point of scrutiny. Would he then be transformed into a mobile warehouse, endlessly supplying resources? That was certainly not the life he envisioned. Observing Chen Yu standing there, his brow furrowed and silent, seemingly lost in profound thought, Xiao Feifei could not help but inquire, "What's wrong? Why are you so quiet?" As she spoke, a hint of concern flickered in her gaze. With a serious expression, Chen Yu replied, "Have you considered the possibility that this drop in temperature is merely the beginning, and that subsequent temperatures may plummet further? We are already witnessing shortages of supplies and instances of looting. If the temperature continues to decline, societal order may collapse entirely. At that point, it won't just be a matter of lost supplies. Our very safety could be at stake." Upon hearing Chen Yu's words, the smile on Xiao Feifei's face vanished, replaced by a look of grave seriousness. She gently bit her lip, contemplating for a moment before responding, "We in the police force have also considered this possibility, but currently, there is no evidence to suggest that temperatures will continue to fall. Our immediate priority is to address the current shortages and maintain public safety. However, if your fears are indeed realized, the consequences would be unimaginable. Chen Yu nodded slightly and continued, I merely harbor a sense of foreboding. Look at the situation abroad. It has descended into chaos. Moreover, this drop in temperature arrived without warning, forceful and alarming, making it difficult to believe that it is merely a fleeting phenomenon. Xiao Feifei's brow tightened further as she sighed. Indeed, the situation overseas is dire. We are closely monitoring international developments in hopes of discovering strategies to cope. Yet, at this juncture, our capabilities are quite limited. We can only strive to maintain order locally. Chen Yu gazed at Xiao Feifei, a glimmer of concern in his eyes, and said, I hope I am merely overreacting. However, you must also prioritize your safety. The circumstances outside are becoming increasingly complex. Xiao Feifei managed a faint smile and replied, Rest assured, I will. You must also exercise caution. Contact the police promptly if anything arises. Chen Yu added, Nonetheless, I believe it is prudent for you to stock up on some food, as the current situation is highly unpredictable. In the event that temperatures indeed begin to plummet, the external environment would inevitably grow increasingly harsh. It is conceivable that one might find themselves unable to step outside, with all shops shuttered and no place to procure necessities. Should one lack sufficient food reserves, survival could swiftly become a formidable challenge. Upon hearing this, Xiao Feifei furrowed her brow slightly, recognizing the gravity of the situation. She nodded gently and remarked, You make a valid point. I have been preoccupied with various tasks and neglected to adequately prepare supplies for myself. Once I finish work today, I shall go out and stock up on provisions just in case. Chen Yu added, Indeed, it is not merely food that is essential. Warm clothing and heating equipment are equally important. It is prudent to make ample preparations. The situation is evolving too rapidly for us to be caught unawares. Xiao Feifei responded affirmatively. All right, I shall take note of this. Thank you for the reminder, Chen Yu. I sincerely hope the situation does not deteriorate as you have described. A bittersweet smile crossed her face, while her mind began to devise a list of supplies to procure after work. Chen Yu had conveyed all he needed to say, and he could only hope that Xiao Feifei had genuinely absorbed his words. After all, everyone has their own considerations and plans, which were no longer his concern. Subsequently, the two engaged in casual conversation, exchanging platitudes about safety and well-being. Just then, Xiao Feifei's phone rang, prompting her to answer hurriedly. Upon hearing the voice on the other end, her previously relaxed demeanor transformed into one of seriousness. After responding a few times, she quickly informed Chen Yu, I have an urgent matter to attend to, so I must leave now. We shall continue our conversation later. Without waiting for his response, she hastened away, soon disappearing from Chen Yu's sight. At that moment, Chen Yu's phone began to ring as well. Noticing it was Fatty calling, he promptly answered. Fatty's booming voice erupted from the receiver. Chen Yu, where are you? Do you have any idea? I went out today to stock up on supplies, thinking I could gather quite a bit. However, after driving around for hours and visiting numerous places, my trunk is barely filled. The shelves in every supermarket are completely bare, as if they have been ravaged. The wholesale market was even more chaotic. The crowd was overwhelming, with more people than produce. I struggled just to procure a meager amount, which is hardly enough. What is the situation on your end? Fatty's tone was rife with urgency and exasperation, clearly distressed by the scarcity of resources. Chen Yu could only chuckle wryly, responding, Fatty, you ought to take a breath. You're speaking so rapidly. Are you not afraid of hyperventilating? After a jest, he continued earnestly, I am managing well here. I had the foresight to purchase a stockpile of food earlier, so I am not overly concerned about my provisions for the time being. At present, everyone is frantically rushing to procure food, neglecting all else. I believe it is imperative for you to divert your attention from mere sustenance and promptly arrange for heating supplies such as firewood and charcoal. Consider the sudden drop in temperature. It is plausible that it may descend even further in the days to come, rendering the need for warmth a pressing concern. Most individuals likely remain oblivious to this reality and are not contemplating the necessity of stockpiling such essentials. if you can amass a sufficient reserve. The forthcoming days may prove to be more bearable. Upon hearing this, the portly individual on the other end of the line suddenly experienced a moment of clarity. Overcome with excitement, he slapped his thigh, his voice resonating through the receiver with heightened intensity as he exclaimed, "Indeed, how could I have overlooked that? I was so preoccupied with seizing food that I completely forgot about the heating aspect." He continued, "I shall make a call immediately to inquire about purchasing some. If I can secure a supply, I need not fear the cold in the future." He then hastily added, "I must hang up now. I need to contact someone quickly, or it may become too late to procure any. We shall speak later." Without waiting for Chen Yu to respond, he abruptly ended the call. Chen Yu listened to the beeping tone emanating from the receiver, shaking his head in resignation. He mused on the impulsive nature of the portly man, yet acknowledged that as long as he successfully acquired heating materials, it would indeed be a fortunate outcome. Subsequently, he turned and made his way back to his residence. Taking a deep breath, Chen Yu swiftly removed his heavy coat and casually draped it over a nearby coat rack. He then approached the sofa and reclined, allowing his entire being to relax. At that moment, live food joyfully bounded over, leaping onto him with a gentle hop. Nuzzling his head against Chen Yu's hand and emitting soft whines, eagerly seeking affection from his master. Chen Yu smiled as he tenderly stroked Lai Fu's head, both man and dog relishing this rare and delightful moment of tranquility. Chapter 23. The shortage of food has begun indeed. The majority of the Huaxia people possess the commendable habit of preparing for unforeseen circumstances, yet there are not a few who tend to follow the crowd. When the government commenced the allocation of resources, those idle seniors, often found lounging about, swiftly responded to the news by rushing to supermarkets to stockpile supplies. As they gathered, their conversations revolved around the sudden drop in temperature, with each voice adding to the discourse. The matter grew increasingly severe in their chatter, eventually transforming into a foreboding narrative of an impending apocalypse. Surprisingly, Chen Yu found himself aligning with the sentiments of these seniors. Although their proclamations were somewhat exaggerated, they undeniably served as a wake-up call for many, prompting those who had previously dismissed the notion of stockpiling to recognize its significance and hasten their procurement efforts, thereby safeguarding numerous individuals. However, every situation possesses its duality. Their fervent proclamations incited a frenzy, leading many to hastily purchase supplies, while others, who moved at a slower pace, found themselves unable to secure food, left in a state of anxious despair, uncertain about how to navigate the days ahead. As resources dwindled, the scene within the supermarkets devolved into chaos, with individuals scrambling to seize whatever provisions they could, fearful of missing out. Amidst this turmoil, some unscrupulous individuals seized the opportunity to exploit the situation, artificially inflating prices. Essential commodities such as rice, flour, cooking oil, and daily necessities saw their prices soar to several times their original amounts. Nevertheless, those desperate to stockpile supplies overlooked the exorbitant costs, gritting their teeth to make purchases, which undeniably exacerbated the hardships faced by ordinary citizens and intensified the prevailing atmosphere of tension within society. Conversely, those who typically practice frugality found themselves ensnared in a dilemma. Faced with ludicrously inflated prices, they struggled to summon the resolve to spend, ultimately opting to refrain from purchasing, which left them to endure hunger and suffering. They yearned for swift government intervention, enduring each day with empty stomachs, anxiously awaiting assistance. Yet, the timeline for governmental resource distribution remained shrouded in uncertainty, rendering their days unbearably torturous, filled with helplessness and resignation as they persevered through their dire circumstances. At this juncture, the community's owner group erupted in a flurry of activity, with messages flooding in, brimming with various complaints. Some homeowners, seething with indignation, expressed their grievances vehemently against the unscrupulous merchants who had raised prices, declaring, "These individuals are utterly shameless, capitalizing on the current scarcity to hike prices and profit immorally. How are we ordinary citizens to survive?" Their words resonated with palpable anger and frustration. Meanwhile, another faction of homeowners, in a fit of agitation, began to voice their discontent toward the government, lamenting, "Why is the government not taking action? Look at the chaos that has ensued. This is sheer incompetence. Can they merely watch as prices soar and supplies dwindle without any recourse?" Completely forgotten is the fact that the government is indeed striving to allocate resources and maintain order. It is merely that the current unexpected situation is too convoluted, making it difficult to address every aspect all at once. The atmosphere within the homeowners group is saturated with negative emotions, creating an oppressive and tense environment. Chen Yu silently observes the flurry of messages erupting in the group, yet he remains reticent, uttering not a single word. In his heart, the lives of these individuals seem to hold little significance for him. After all, having endured distressing experiences in his past life, he recalls vividly how some resorted to extreme measures to seize his resources. Although there are those in the group who did not partake in the looting, they too failed to offer assistance during his most challenging times. Thus, at this moment, Chen Yu merely watches in silence, choosing not to involve himself, allowing the pervasive anxiety and panic to continue spreading across the screen. At that moment, a message from the chubby friend pinged again. Chen Yu shook his head in exasperation as he answered the call. Immediately, the chubby friend's exuberant voice rang out. "Chen Yu, I'm at Qianwood's place right now. The hot pot is all prepared, just waiting for you. You're the last one we need." Initially, Chen Yu had already declined his invitation once and intended to do so again. However, upon reflection, he realized that, given the current circumstances, it would be beneficial to gather while they still could. Who knows, in the coming days, meetings might become increasingly rare. After a brief pause, he acquiesced. "All right, chubby, I'll head over now." The chubby friend, elated by Chen Yu's agreement, promptly sent him the address before hanging up. Just before the call ended, Chen Yu distinctly heard Qianwood's cheerful and slightly excited voice, and he immediately grasped that she harbored some unique feelings towards him. Nonetheless, their time together had been brief, and he did not know her well. Moreover, as the apocalyptic situation escalated, he felt he had little time to delve deeper into understanding her. Descending the stairs, Chen Yu glanced around to ensure no one was watching, then retrieved his car from the space. He settled into the vehicle, started the engine, and drove towards the address provided by his friend. As he navigated through the desolate streets, he couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions. The upscale community where Qianduo resided was quite renowned in Zhonghai, boasting comprehensive amenities and an elegant environment that exuded high quality and luxury. Upon arriving at the impressive entrance of the community, Chen Yu was taken aback, realizing that Qianduo was indeed quite affluent. After parking his car, he walked towards the building where Qianduo lived, pondering in silence. What struck him as even more surprising was that, given her advantageous circumstances, a girl like her would typically frequent various entertainment venues. Yet, Qianduo had never even visited a bar and had yet to have a boyfriend, which was rather peculiar. Chen Yu couldn't help but speculate. Could she possibly be a homebody, someone who prefers to stay indoors and avoid socializing? With these thoughts in mind, his curiosity about the still unfamiliar girl grew, prompting him to quicken his pace towards her residence. Qianduo resided on the 10th floor, which offered a pleasant view and a decent environment, being situated in the middle of the building. Chen Yu swiftly arrived at the 10th floor via the elevator, and just as he approached her door, he paused to retrieve a bottle of red wine and a piece of ham that he had prepared in advance. Both items were acquired during his time in the Neon Country and were said to be quite valuable. However, Chen Yu had little knowledge of such luxuries. He had merely noticed the exquisite packaging and thought them suitable as gifts, intending to present them to Qianduo to demonstrate his sincerity. After adjusting his attire, Chen Yu raised his hand and knocked gently on Qianduo's door. Moments later, footsteps echoed from within, and the door swung open to reveal the round face of a chubby friend. Upon seeing Chen Yu, the chubby friend beamed widely, greeting him warmly. "Ah, Chen Yu, you finally made it. We've been waiting for you. Come in." He stepped aside to let Chen Yu enter. The warmth of the room enveloped him, accompanied by the enticing aroma of hot pot. Chen Yu, somewhat surprised, walked in while glancing around and inquired, "Where's Qianduo? I should at least greet the host when I visit." His eyes scanned the left side of the room, hoping to catch a glimpse of her. The chubby friend, still jovially inviting Chen Yu to sit wherever he pleased, teased, Duo is busy in the kitchen preparing dinner. She should be done shortly. By the way, Chen Yu, is that all you brought for your visit? Just red wine and ham? You could have been a bit more generous and brought something better. As he spoke, he playfully took the wine and ham from Chen Yu's hands, feigning disdain, although his eyes sparkled with mischief. Chen Yu, surprised, remarked, "Chen Duo can cook?" Just as he finished speaking, Chen Duo emerged from the kitchen. Upon seeing Chen Yu, her eyes lit up with surprise, and her face broke into a radiant smile. She hurriedly stepped forward, warmly accepting the red wine and ham from his hands and gently placing them on the table. Then, with a natural grace, she helped Chen Yu remove his coat, her movements both deft and gentle. The chubby friend, observing the scene, couldn't help but smirk and teased, "Oh, this is starting to look more and more like a couple. Asnt it? Such thoughtful care." At his words, Chen Duo's face flushed crimson. She shot him a shy glare before neatly folding Chen Yu's coat and placing it on the sofa. "Chubby, if you have nothing else to do, you should prepare the ingredients instead of just joking around," she said. Chen Yu felt a warm glow in his heart from Chen Duo's series of thoughtful gestures. He truly did not expect her to be so caring. He hurriedly expressed his gratitude for her kindness and then thought to lend a hand in the kitchen, hoping to expedite the preparation of dinner. Upon entering the kitchen, he discovered Chen Yun was also present. She had likely been so engrossed in her tasks that she had not heard his approach. Upon noticing him, she was startled, her hands involuntarily trembling. She then looked at Chen Yu and asked, "How long have you been here? I didn't even notice you. You startled me." Chen Yu chuckled softly, saying, "I just arrived a few minutes ago." "Well then, I won't disturb you." Chen Yun replied, Yes, you can wait outside for a while. I'll finish up here shortly." As Chen Yu surveyed the kitchen, he realized there was indeed nothing he could assist with, so he turned and exited. As soon as he stepped out, he was greeted by a dining table already adorned with a splendid array of hot pot ingredients. The freshness and quality of the ingredients were remarkable. Tender snowflake beef, succulent seafood, and crisp vegetables were all meticulously arranged, reflecting Chen Duo's earnest preparation. Each ingredient seemed infused with her anticipation for the gathering. Approaching the table, Chen Yu sat down slowly and, watching Chen Duo busily arranging the tableware, smiled warmly and sincerely praised, "I didn't realize you could cook. The care you've taken in preparing this feast promises that the dishes will be exceptional. You truly are impressive." His words brimmed with admiration, leaving Chen Duo feeling delighted. With a playful smile, Chen Duo tilted her head slightly towards Chen Yu, her eyes sparkling with expectation as she replied, "So what do you think? My culinary skills are quite good, aren't they? You'll know for sure once you taste it. I guarantee you'll sing its praises." Her demeanor was both charming and slightly self-satisfied, exuding confidence in her abilities. A few minutes later, Chen Yun emerged from the kitchen after tidying up, removing her apron and smoothing her slightly disheveled hair. She glanced at Chen Yu and Chen Duo seated at the table and smiled. "At last, it's ready. We can start eating now." The group gathered around the hot pot and soon began to indulge heartily. The quality of the high-end ingredients was evident. The tender slices of meat and delectable seafood, when briefly immersed in the pot and dipped in the carefully crafted sauces, created a mouth-watering experience that was simply delightful, whetting their appetites. Chen Yu savored the meal with great enthusiasm, and seeing him so satisfied brought immense joy to Chen Duo, her face adorned with a sweet smile. At that moment, the plump friend set down his chopsticks, wiped his mouth, and proposed, "Let us have a drink. On this chilly day, enjoying hot pot and sipping some wine would be perfect." He then looked at Chen Duo and Chen Yun, adding, "You girls should have red wine. Its rich flavor is just right for savoring slowly." As others listened, they found the sentiment quite fitting and nodded in agreement. Consequently, a few poured wine into their cups, and Chen Yu was the first to raise his glass, sincerely stating, "Today, we must express our heartfelt gratitude to Chen Duo for her warm hospitality. This splendid array of dishes and the cozy atmosphere are all thanks to her. Let's raise our glasses in her honor." As he elevated his cup even higher, the others followed suit. The glasses gently clinked together, producing a melodious sound, and then everyone tilted their heads back slightly to take a sip. The liquid warmed their throats, spreading a comforting warmth throughout their bodies. Chen Yu gazed at Chen Duo, whose cheeks were flushed from the red wine, and a sudden thought crossed his mind. He found her quite charming in this state. However, he quickly shook off the notion and inquired, "Are just the two of you residing here?" Chen Duo, upon hearing this, looked at Chen Yu with gentle eyes and replied, "Originally, I was living here alone. When Chen came over that day, I suggested she stay with me. After all, this house is over 200 square meters, spacious enough for the two of us to enjoy our time comfortably." Chen Yun, overhearing this, feigned exasperation and remarked, "I intended to return home, but your pitiful plea made me stay. You really know how to be insistent." Her teasing words elicited a wave of laughter from everyone, filling the room with joyous sounds, creating a relaxed and delightful atmosphere. Chen Yu paused before asking, "Previously, I asked Fatty to notify you to prepare some food. Have you managed that? Given the increasingly complex situation, it's wise to stock up on provisions." Chen Duo's face lit up with a cheerful smile, her eyes sparkling with delight as she responded, "Oh, I didn't realize you cared for us so much. I prepared plenty of food this morning, enough for us to last a while, so don't worry." She playfully winked at Chen Yu, her demeanor appearing both endearing and charming. After a few rounds of drinks, the conversation among peers flowed more freely, with everyone engaging in lively exchanges. Gradually, the effects of the alcohol began to surface. Fatty could no longer hold his composure and slumped on the sofa, snoring loudly, his snores echoing throughout the room. Chen Yun, too, was heavily intoxicated, swaying unsteadily as she walked, her body leaning awkwardly as if she might fall at any moment. Meanwhile, Chen Duo was in a state of delightful muddle, chattering incoherently, her words disconnected and nonsensical. Chen Yu, however, was different. His physical constitution had been enhanced, making him 10 times stronger than the average person, rendering this amount of alcohol trivial. He remained quite sober. Observing the 3 inebriated companions, it naturally fell upon him to care for them. He first struggled to support Chen Yun, carefully guiding her to her room, tucking her into bed so she could enjoy a comfortable sleep. As for the portly fellow, Chen Yu pondered for a moment, deciding that since the sofa was sufficiently spacious, he would let him sleep there and not concern himself further. Turning his attention to Chen Duo, he found her sprawled on the floor, sound asleep, her previous ramblings now silenced, lying quietly in repose. Chen Yu shook his head in resignation, approached Chen Duo, bent down, and, with no other option, opted to carry her to the room. As he lifted her, she instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck, bringing their faces remarkably close. The warm breath she exhaled brushed against his neck, imbued with a hint of alcohol, causing his heart to race uncontrollably, stirring a tempest of emotions within him. However, Chen Yu quickly steadied his mind, reminding himself not to take advantage of the situation, and quickened his pace toward the room. Just as he intended to gently place Chen Duo on the bed, she unexpectedly tightened her embrace and, without warning, pressed a fervent kiss upon his lips, an act both bold and tinged with a certain unfamiliarity, clearly a result of her inebriation. With beauty in his arms, Chen Yu was not one to remain unaffected by such intimacy. Gradually, he succumbed to the moment, unable to restrain himself, and reciprocated the unexpected kiss. Their kiss grew increasingly fervent, driven by a sudden surge of passion, and Chen Yu's hands instinctively began to explore the contours of Chen Duo's form, propelled by an irresistible impulse. Perhaps he was too fervent, or perhaps it was her first encounter with such sensations, for she could not help but emit a soft sigh, her voice melodious and delicate, suffused with an allure that seemed to possess an enchanting magic. Soon, Chen Duo's previously closed eyes fluttered open, revealing a haze of intoxication. Upon realizing she was face to face with a man, she froze momentarily, then gasped in surprise, her countenance awash with alarm and embarrassment, instinctively pushing Chen Yu away and retreating toward the opposite side of the bed. This sudden push jolted Chen Yu from his reverie, and he inwardly chastised himself for being so reckless, regretting his lack of control. He was about to offer an explanation, determined to clarify the misunderstanding, when, unexpectedly, Chen Duo seemed to succumb once more to the heavy blanket of drowsiness, her eyelids drooping as she drifted back into slumber, soon emitting soft breaths, as if the preceding moment had merely been a fleeting dream. However, Chen Yu keenly sensed that although her rapidly beating heart could deceive his eyes, it could not elude his touch. He realized she was feigning sleep. At that moment, Chen Yu's rationality returned fully. He understood that he must not continue down this path. With a gentle sigh, he rose to depart. Carefully, he extricated Chen Duo's hand from the fabric of his shirt, adjusted his slightly disheveled attire, and turned to exit the room. Little did he know that, after his departure, Chen Duo slowly opened her eyes, a look of frustration crossing her face as she clutched the blanket. Internally, she berated herself, lamenting, "Oh dear, why did I instinctively make a sound? Such a wonderful opportunity. Now let it slip away just like that. How will he perceive me now?" As these thoughts swirled in her mind, her face flushed once more, overwhelmed with a turmoil of conflict and regret. Chapter 24. Xiao Feifei's Troubles. Chen Yu entered the living room with an air of exasperation, only to find the rotund figure of his friend still soundly asleep on the sofa, snoring loudly enough to shake the walls. Frustration bubbled within him, prompting him to deliver a swift kick to his friend's backside, muttering under his breath, "You sleep like a dead pig." The hefty fellow stirred, mumbling incoherently, but Chen Yu realized that such half-hearted attempts would not rouse him. With no other option, he hoisted his friend onto his back. Fortunately, the physical enhancements gained from previous rewards had significantly improved Chen Yu's stamina. Carrying his friend was hardly a burden. The extra weight felt negligible to him. With his friend slung over his shoulders, Chen Yu navigated through various obstacles before finally managing to seat him in the car. An hour later, they arrived at the Rotund One's residence, where Chen Yu ascended the stairs with his friend still in tow. He gently placed him on the bed, tucked him in, and then made his way to the living room to greet the parents. Upon seeing Chen Yu, the parents promptly welcomed him with enthusiasm, offering him tea and fruit. After settling down, Chen Yu's demeanor turned serious as he addressed Uncle Zheng. "Uncle, please ensure that Zheng Hao does not wander outside. The weather has grown increasingly unpredictable, and there have been reports of people fighting over supplies. It can get chaotic, and lives could be at stake. It would be safest for Zheng Hao to remain at home." Uncle Zheng's concern deepened upon hearing Chen Yu's grave words. "Xiao Yu, your warnings are quite alarming. Why don't you move in with us? It would provide mutual support and ease our minds." Chen Yu waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Uncle, I have already stocked up on provisions at my place, and I can take care of myself. You should also accumulate some supplies. Things are quite chaotic outside. It's best to stay indoors." Aunt Zheng chimed in, "I will keep a close watch on Zheng Hao. He hasn't stepped outside in days. Xiao Yu, please prioritize your safety while you're out there. If anything happens, call us immediately." After exchanging a few more words, Chen Yu took his leave and prepared to drive back to his villa. By then, dusk had settled, and the streetlights flickered to life one by one. As he drove, his thoughts involuntarily drifted to the exquisite figure of Chen Duo. He quickly shook off the notion, reminding himself that in these dire times, such distractions were unwarranted. As Chen Yu approached the entrance of his community, he unexpectedly encountered Uncle Zhang's daughter returning in her vehicle. A realization struck him. He recalled hearing that they had gone out to scavenge for food. Logically, their car should have been brimming with supplies upon their return. As Chen Yu found himself unable to resist the urge to slow down his vehicle, his gaze drifted towards the compartment of their car. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the interior held very little, only a sparse collection of a few bags of supplies. Observing the meager contents, Chen Yu couldn't help but feel a twinge of doubt. He pondered, had they not procured much? After venturing out, how could they have returned with so little? Although resources were indeed scarce outside, it seemed implausible that they could acquire so few. Could it be that they encountered some unforeseen trouble? With these thoughts swirling in his mind, a sense of foreboding began to take root within him. Gently, he pressed the horn, which caught Zhang Ying's attention. She turned to look, and their eyes met in a shared smile and greeting. Shortly after, Uncle Zhang followed behind Chen Yu's vehicle, and they arrived at the villa. Once the car came to a steady halt, everyone disembarked. Chen Yu approached Uncle Zhang, his expression filled with curiosity as he inquired, "Uncle Zhang, have you just returned from shopping?" With a slight sigh, Uncle Zhang nodded and replied, "Indeed, Xiao Yu acquiring supplies has become exceedingly difficult. It was no easy feat to venture out." Furrowing his brow, Chen Yu pressed further, "Is this all you managed to buy on your outing? Did you not check the wholesale market? Surely, they would have more stock." Uncle Zhang waved his hand in resignation, his face etched with frustration as he recounted. "Don't even mention it. When we first went to the supermarket, the rice and flour had already been snatched up. The shelves were barren, leaving only some snacks that no one seemed to want. I thought to myself, those snacks are hardly a substitute for a proper meal. So I opted not to purchase any. We then scoured several more supermarkets, even traveling over 10 kilometers, but in the end, we managed to acquire only 2 bags of rice, some noodles, and a dozen bottles of Lao Ganma. That's all there is. Fortunately, we did manage to buy quite a bit of meat, over several dozen pounds. If we calculate it, that should suffice for a month." Zhang Ying, her face marked by concern, remarked, "In such unprecedented weather conditions, we are all navigating uncharted territory, and no one can predict how long this situation will persist. I can't shake the feeling that we should stockpile more food. If, as you mentioned, Xiao Yu, this doesn't tea resolve quickly, the supplies we currently have won't tea last long, and that could lead to complications." Chen Yu nodded in agreement, voicing his thoughts. "You are absolutely correct, Zhang Ying. Whenever the opportunity arises to purchase more, we must seize it, for food is a necessity that we will eventually need. Moreover, given the current weather, food is less likely to spoil. It is prudent to stock up, as preparation is the best defense against misfortune." After listening to Chen Yu and Zhang Ying, a flicker of uncertainty crossed Uncle Zhang's face. He remained silent for a moment before finally speaking. "All right then, Xiao Yu, I would like to borrow your car again shortly. I plan to venture out once more. The temperature is dropping, and I need to help Xiao Ying acquire some warm clothing. It wouldn't do for her to catch a chill. Meanwhile, I shall venture westward to procure additional provisions, for it would bring me a sense of reassurance." Chen Yu, with remarkable candor, promptly replied, "No worries, Uncle Zhang. Feel free to use the car as you wish. Given the current situation, it is paramount to stockpile resources. So do whatever is most convenient." Observing Chen Yu's magnanimity, Uncle Zhang felt no further hesitation, nodding appreciatively before ushering Zhang Ying into the vehicle. With the engine revving, they gradually departed from the villa, soon vanishing from Chen Yu's sight, who remained in place, silently wishing for their successful endeavor. The community appeared unusually desolate at that moment, with scarcely a soul in sight. The biting cold was truly tormenting, as temperatures plummeted to -10 degrees, the icy wind slicing against one's face like a blade. In such conditions, most individuals sought refuge indoors. Unless absolutely necessary, none would willingly venture outside. After all, in such frigid temperatures, a moment's carelessness could lead to a cold or illness, which would pose an even greater challenge during these extraordinary times. Hence, the entire neighborhood lay in silence, save for the occasional howling of the wind as it swept through the empty streets. Just as Chen Yu turned to return to the villa, the roar of an approaching vehicle caught his attention. He looked up to see Xiao Feifei's car slowly making its way towards him. Surprised, he hadn't expected her to finish work at such a late hour. Initially contemplating retreating indoors, he found that Xiao Feifei's keen eyes had spotted him from afar, and she greeted him in advance. Not wishing to feign ignorance, Chen Yu halted in his tracks, waiting. Xiao Feifei parked the car beside him and stepped out, revealing that she was still clad in her police uniform, which bore the creases of a long day's toil. Concerned, Chen Yu inquired, "Have you just finished your shift? It's nearly 8 in the evening. That must be quite taxing." With a resigned sigh, Xiao Feifei replied, "Don't mention it. I received a call this morning reporting that several supermarkets nearby were experiencing looting. When we arrived, the scene was chaotic, with numerous individuals embroiled in disputes over supplies. Voices raised in heated argument. Some were even brazen enough to snatch goods and flee without a second thought, making it impossible to stop them. We have spent the entire day addressing these issues, with scarcely a moment to catch our breath." Furrowing his brow, Chen Yu continued, "Is it serious? This situation seems rather precarious. Xiao Feifei shook her head, her expression grave. At present, it is merely an isolated incident. However, should the temperature continue to drop, panic will surely escalate, leading to an increase in the number of individuals resorting to theft. The ensuing chaos could become far more severe, and I dread the possibility of losing control. With that, she couldn't help but let out a deep sigh. Chen Yu noticed that Xiao Feifei was rubbing her hands together incessantly, her fingers reddened from the cold. Feeling a surge of compassion, he swiftly turned and made his way to his car, opening the door and retrieving a down jacket from the back seat. He then approached Xiao Feifei and offered it to her, saying, "Officer Xiao, it's bitterly cold today. Please put on this down jacket so you don't catch a chill." Indeed, Xiao Feifei was freezing and, without a second thought, accepted the jacket. Previously, she had enjoyed the warmth of the car's air conditioning, but stepping outside, the biting wind enveloped her, making the chill permeate her entire being. She was on the verge of succumbing to the cold. Upon donning the jacket, her once graceful figure was completely obscured. Just as she adjusted the jacket, she caught Chen Yu gazing at her chest. Memories of the embarrassing incident from that morning flooded her mind, causing her face to flush. Annoyed, she shot him a glare and reproached him. "You're still a university student. Why do you keep staring at my chest? Do you have some improper thoughts?" That's rather inappropriate. Chen Yu inwardly cursed himself, realizing that he had once again made a fool of himself in front of Xiao Feifei. The earlier provocation from Qian Duo still simmering within him. However, he maintained a composed facade and replied, "I was just lost in thought. I wasn't paying attention." Xiao Feifei, however, was quite earnest and immediately pressed. "What were you thinking about? Do tell." Seizing the opportunity to shift the conversation, Chen Yu responded, "This morning, I reminded you to stock up on food. Have you prepared anything? Given the current situation, it's wise to have provisions on hand." With a weary sigh, Xiao Feifei admitted, "I've been incredibly busy all day. I haven't had the time to prepare food. Even if I wanted to buy some, the supermarkets are completely bare. There's nothing left to purchase." Relieved to have successfully diverted the topic, Chen Yu urged, "You should really prepare some food. You police officers have extensive networks. Surely you know people who can help you source some supplies. In times like these, it's prudent to stock up." Xiao Feifei's lips curled into a subtle smile, tinged with amusement as she replied, "Well, considering your earnest concern for me, I suppose I can reluctantly accept your suggestion." Her tone carried a hint of playful teasing. Chen Yu found himself at a loss for words, amused by Xiao Feifei's spirited nature, yet glad that she had taken his advice to heart. At that moment, Xiao Feifei turned and walked towards her car, opening the door and settling inside. However, she poked her head out to smile at Chen Yu, saying, "Thank you, little brother. I will go prepare some food now." Once she finished speaking, she pressed the accelerator, and the car roared to life, slowly departing from the community, swiftly disappearing from Chen Yu's sight. Standing still, Chen Yu gazed in the direction the car had taken, shaking his head, pondering if he was being teased. As he walked towards the villa, he mused that the situation had not yet escalated to apocalyptic extremes. The few troublemakers in the neighborhood, who had previously sought confrontation, had been thoroughly dealt with by him, likely instilling a sense of fear. Now, upon seeing him, they scurried away like mice fleeing from a cat, avoiding his gaze entirely. Amused yet exasperated by these thoughts, Chen Yu found himself at a loss for words. Nevertheless, he knew that debts would eventually need to be repaid, and he would not let a single one escape his grasp. Before long, he arrived at the villa, pushing the door open and stepping inside. Immediately, a wave of warmth enveloped him, starkly contrasting with the biting cold outside. The interior of the villa felt like a spring day, utterly delightful. Surrounded by this warmth, Chen Yu felt his down jacket was somewhat excessive, hastily shedding it to feel more at ease. After a deep breath, he ventured further into the house, ready to rest. Upon hearing the commotion, Lai Fu eagerly bounded over. Circling around Chen Yu's feet and emitting soft, affectionate sounds, its endearing demeanor utterly charming. Its diet had significantly improved, enjoying a variety of delicious and nutritious food daily, resulting in a coat that gleamed with health. Chen Yu chuckled softly, reaching down to pat Lai Fu's head before making his way to the sofa and reclining gently. With a mere thought, he retrieved a tin of exquisite tea from his space, the packaging exuding an aura of refinement and luxury. Skillfully, he arranged the tea set and began to brew, filling the air with the delightful aroma of tea. After preparing the tea, he reached for the remote and turned on the television. The nearly 100 square meter screen offered an exceptional visual experience, providing a comfort akin to being in a private cinema. Leaning back on the sofa, Chen Yu savored his tea while enjoying the television program, utterly content. Perhaps wearied from the day's events, the warm and cozy environment soon made his eyelids grow heavy. Gradually, he drifted off to sleep on the sofa, the gentle sounds from the television echoing softly in the room, while Lai Fu rested quietly beside him, joining him in the realm of dreams. Chapter 25. The sudden snowfall. Unbeknownst to anyone, snowflakes began to drift down from the sky. At first, they were few and far between, delicate and leisurely descending, akin to soft feathers, bestowing a sense of tranquility and poetic charm upon the frigid world. However, as time progressed, the snowflakes seemed to hearken to some unseen call, multiplying and thickening, transforming the snowfall into a veritable tempest. By the stroke of midnight, it had evolved into a heavy blizzard, with vast flurries cascading from the inky darkness above, as if intent on enveloping the entire realm in a cloak of pristine white. The accumulation on the ground thickened continuously, soon surpassing the depth of one's ankles. Each step produced a crunching sound, and traversing the path became a laborious endeavor. The once desolate neighborhood was now shrouded beneath a thick blanket of snow, only faint outlines of the buildings discernible, as if the entire universe had been reduced to a swirling tempest of snowflakes, a scene of silvery splendor. Morning sunlight filtered through the cracks in the curtains, casting a few beams of soft light. Chen Yu, still lost in slumber, was roused by the persistent notifications from his phone. Groggily, he reached for the device, rubbed his eyes, and upon focusing, discovered that the group chat with the jovial plump friend was inundated with messages, the unread count soaring to 99. With a resigned sigh, Chen Yu scrolled through the chat history, noting that most of the chatter revolved around the heavy snowfall outside. Some remarked on the intensity of the snow, lamenting the difficulties of venturing outdoors. Others shared photographs of the thick blanket of snow outside their windows, and the group buzzed with exclamations about the grand spectacle. Joining the conversation, Chen Yu sent a brief message announcing his recent awakening. Unbeknownst to him, his plump friend was simultaneously gazing at his phone. Upon seeing Chen Yu's message, he seized the opportunity to jest, unleashing a flurry of lamenting emojis and messages. Chen Yu, your lack of consideration is astounding. I had planned to venture out today and relish this enchanting snowfall, yet my parents adamantly forbade me from leaving the house. I was puzzled until I realized you had a hand in this. Why did you have to frighten my parents with those tales? Now, I am confined indoors, utterly disheartened. His words brimmed with a palpable sense of frustration and reproach towards Chen Yu. In response to his friend's playful ribbing, Chen Yu calmly typed a reply in the group chat. My dear friend, I assure you, my intentions are purely for your own good. Just look outside at that snow. Falling like down feathers, the accumulation is substantial. A journey outdoors would be quite arduous. What if you were to lose your way or become ensnared in a snowdrift? The prospect of returning would be uncertain. Moreover, the current situation outside is rather chaotic, with supplies dwindling and people on edge. Venturing out is far from safe. It would be wisest for you to stay at home. At that moment, Chen Duo emerged, joining the conversation in the group to support Chen Yu. Fatty, you ought to refrain from complaining. Chen Yu's arguments are indeed sound. The weather outside poses significant dangers. He expresses concern for your well-being, hence his words to your parents. It would be wise for you to stay indoors. As soon as Chen Duo spoke, it stirred a considerable commotion, prompting Fatty to respond with exaggerated expressions and exclamations in the chat. Oh, Duo, I recall that we were classmates from Western Year, and our bond is not trivial. Yet here you are, siding with Chen Yu against me. I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. Did something transpire between you two last night? Otherwise, why are you so partial towards him? Spill the beans. Chen Yu, observing the screen of his phone, couldn't help but smirk inwardly at Fatty's astute deduction. While he hadn't completely pinpointed what had occurred, His intuition was remarkably sharp. However, admitting to the situation was out of the question. He pondered how to cleverly deflect Fatty's inquiry and redirect the conversation. Upon witnessing Fatty's probing question, Chen Yu felt a blush creep on her cheeks, her heart racing momentarily. Yet, she swiftly regained her composure, her fingers dancing across the screen as she replied, "Fatty, please refrain from making wild accusations. I am merely stating facts. What Chen Yu said is the truth. Why you tend to overthink? We simply had a few drinks yesterday, and then we all retired for the night. Nothing untoward occurred. Please don't misinterpret our camaraderie, or I shall cease to acknowledge you henceforth." After sending the message, her heartbeat quickened. She feared Fatty would continue his inquiries and worried that Chen Yu might misconstrue her intentions. She silently wished for the topic to dissipate. Fatty, reading Chen Yu's response, remained skeptical, feeling that the matter was not as straightforward as it seemed. However, he found no immediate evidence or excuse to persist in his line of questioning. His attention was soon diverted, as the heavy snowfall outside became a matter of greater significance than idle gossip. The snow showed no signs of abating. Thick flakes continued to cascade from the sky, accumulating on the ground, already surpassing his ankles. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before the entire community was buried under a thick blanket of snow. At that point, venturing outside for recreation would be impossible, and they might even be unable to leave their homes. Furrowing his brow, he leaned against the window, gazing at the vast expanse of white outside. His mind began to race with concern. He thought it prudent to seize the opportunity to gather supplies while he still could, for the prospect of being trapped indoors without provisions was indeed alarming. Chen Yu ascended the stairs slowly, reaching the third floor, where he stood by the window, his gaze penetrating the sturdy and transparent bulletproof glass, surveying the world beyond. Outside, a breathtaking scene had unfolded, draped in a silvery shroud of snow. The heavy snowfall resembled a thick, white blanket enveloping all of creation, rendering the parked cars along the roadside nearly indistinguishable, their outlines barely perceptible, as if they had melded into the frosty realm, becoming an integral part of this winter wonderland. The snowflakes continued to fall incessantly, showing no signs of abating, and the world was enveloped in a tranquil, pristine whiteness, exuding an extraordinary chill and solitude. At this moment, the owner's group chat erupted with fervor, igniting a new wave of messages. It was Aunt Lynn who had tagged all the homeowners, sending a message that read, "Everyone must send one person downstairs to clear the snow. The snowfall is intensifying. If it accumulates, we will be unable to enter or leave our community." As soon as the message was sent, the chat was flooded with complaints and grievances. A mother, who had previously been quiet, was the first to respond. "Aunt Lynn, I am home alone with my child. If I go out, who will take care of my baby? What am I to do? Can I be excused? I truly cannot leave." Her words were laden with helplessness and conflict. Upon reading this message, Aunt Lynn promptly retorted, "Every household must send someone down. If everyone claims to have difficulties and refuses to help clear the snow, the accumulation will be left unattended, and we will all be trapped." At this juncture, Yang Ji, Aunt Wang's son, interjected angrily. "Isn't this the responsibility of the property management? The fees we pay each month are not mere tokens. They are eager to collect payments, yet when work is required, they feign ignorance, shifting all the burden onto us homeowners. Why should we bear this?" His tone was rife with dissatisfaction towards the property management and resistance to the situation. Yang Ji's rebuttal ignited a complex and lively discourse within the owners' group. Some members expressed their support for him, having harbored discontent with Aunt Lynn's insistence that each household send someone to clear the snow, yet had refrained from voicing their thoughts for various reasons. Yang Ji's remarks resonated with their sentiments, prompting them to rally in support of him, openly challenging Aunt Lynn's assertions. One person echoed, "Exactly. Why should we do this? We pay our property fees without fail, and they are not paid in vain. The property management must fulfill their responsibilities. These tasks should not fall upon us homeowners." This sentiment acted as a spark, igniting a fresh debate as discussions regarding the responsibilities of homeowners and property management unfolded, with voices clashing in spirited disagreement. A faction believed that, given the extraordinary circumstances, if the snow remained unaddressed, Everyone would be trapped, significantly disrupting their lives. Therefore, they posited that homeowners should collectively shoulder some responsibility, working together to ensure the basic accessibility and order of the community, rather than overly scrutinizing who should be tasked with the labor. However, some individuals remain resolute, firmly believing that since the property management has collected fees, it is their duty to fulfill their responsibilities adequately. They argue that it is unreasonable to shift all responsibility onto the homeowners in times of difficulty. This disagreement has led to a heated exchange of opinions within the group, with voices rising and falling, rendering any resolution elusive for the time being. Meanwhile, a portion of the group has chosen to adopt a wait-and-see approach, quietly observing the fervent discussions without explicitly supporting Yang Ji or refuting the arguments. They are silently contemplating the implications, weighing the pros and cons, and deciding whether to partake in the snow-clearing efforts, knowing that this is not a decision to be made lightly. Aunt Lynn, noticing the reluctance among the group, grew increasingly anxious and resorted to a potent threat. Those of you who come out to clear the snow are doing it for everyone's benefit. Only by creating a pathway can the government deliver supplies. Otherwise, with such a heavy snow accumulation, even if aid arrives, it cannot be delivered. Moreover, those who do not contribute will undoubtedly find themselves without a share when the supplies are distributed. Consider this carefully. Her words struck a chord, bringing a notable silence to the group. Many began to ponder the gravity of the situation. After all, in these extraordinary circumstances, the fear of missing out on essential provisions due to inaction loomed large. Thus, despite their reluctance, they felt compelled to comply. Though their hearts brimmed with unwillingness, thoughts of the supply distribution spurred several individuals to bundle up and descend from their homes. Before long, a group of them, clad in layers akin to dumplings, stood at the base of the building, their eyes the only visible features amidst their heavy attire. The frigid air pierced through their layers like needles, leaving even the warmest of clothing feeling insufficient against the biting cold. Many stood shivering, stamping their feet, their breath forming clouds of mist that dissipated in the chilly atmosphere. They exchanged glances, each wearing expressions of resignation and annoyance. The third building comprises 22 stories, originally housing a considerable number of residents. However, after excluding those who do not reside here, only 35 households remain. Ideally, one representative from each household would create a lively scene downstairs. Yet only about a dozen individuals had appeared, indicating that nearly 20 households were absent. This stark contrast to Aunt Lynn's expectations fueled her frustration as she gazed at the sparse crowd from above. Without delay, she sent a stern message to the homeowners group, her tone unmistakably serious. To those who have yet to arrive, hurry down to clear the snow. I'm not joking. As I mentioned before, the distribution of supplies will be based on the number of individuals who come down. If you choose to be lazy now, do not complain later when you receive no provisions. The consequences are yours to bear. After Aunt Lynn sent this message, she specifically tagged all the homeowners, eagerly awaiting those who had yet to descend. The atmosphere within the homeowners group grew increasingly tense due to her words. In an instant, the group erupted with activity following Aunt Lynn's message, and a man named Zhao Yong emerged, displaying an exceedingly hostile attitude as he unleashed a torrent of abuse toward Aunt Lynn. Damn it, you old hag. Are you never satisfied? Don't you dare tag me again. If you want to clear the snow, do it yourself. Don't come looking for me. I want to fall for your tricks. Do you believe I want to come over and deal with you right now? Oomph. His words were laced with aggression, palpable even through the screen, conveying his ferocity and volatility. Upon seeing this name, Chen Yu instantly recalled who Zhao Yong was. He was the leader of Zhangchang, a notorious contractor known for his domineering ways. In his dealings, he often resorted to questionable tactics to secure contracts or demand payments, skirting the edges of legality. The community typically avoided him, wary of provoking his ire. Now, with Zhao Yong's belligerent remark, Aunt Lynn found herself intimidated. Her initial intent to encourage others to come downstairs swiftly extinguished. She felt a mix of anger and fear, powerless against Zhao Yong's intimidation, silently cursing him while feeling utterly helpless. The atmosphere in the homeowner group turned particularly oppressive and tense due to Zhao Yong's outburst. Everyone fell silent, too afraid to speak further. Although Aunt Lynn was furious and frightened by Zhao Yong's tirade, she recognized his formidable nature and refrained from engaging in direct confrontation. After a while, once her emotions had settled somewhat, she might attempt to post a message in the group, albeit with a much softer tone. Let us all try to calm down. I realize this situation is difficult for everyone. Perhaps I spoke too hastily earlier, but the snow does need to be cleared for our convenience. If anyone is truly unable to assist, we 1T press the issue. Those who can come, please do your best to help. This approach would provide her a graceful exit while attempting to alleviate the tension, though she would likely refrain from mentioning Zhao Yong again, fearful of reigniting the conflict. Standing by the window on the third floor, Chen Yu gazed at the crowd below through the bulletproof glass, glancing at the messages in the homeowners group. Observing Aunt Lynn's defeat at the hands of Zhao Yong, the previously assertive demeanor she held evaporated, leaving her to silently swallow her pride. A smirk crept up on Chen Yu's lips, amusement bubbling within him as he reflected on how Aunt Lynn, who often exuded confidence and authority within the community, had finally encountered someone formidable. Zhao Yong's intimidation had rendered her speechless, allowing her to experience the taste of being challenged. Chapter 26. The snow falls heavier amidst the incessant flurry of snowflakes descending from the heavens. The residents, albeit with great reluctance, armed themselves with tools and began the arduous task of clearing the accumulating snow from the entrance of building number 3. Each person engaged in a collective effort, some wielding shovels while others swept, until, through a combination of cold and fatigue, they managed to carve out a narrow pathway that barely allowed for passage. The snow was heaped aside, rendering the entrance somewhat less congested. Yet outside, the snow continued to fall relentlessly, large flakes cascading down like goose feathers, as if intent on burying the entire world beneath its white shroud. Unable to withstand the biting cold any longer, each resident succumbed to the chill, their hands and feet numb, their bodies shaking uncontrollably. They hastily abandoned their tools and scampered upstairs, eager to seek refuge in the warmth of their blankets, desperate to dispel the cold that had enveloped them. In their absence, the pathway they had just cleared began to be gradually obscured by the falling snow. The snow outside seemed to have been enchanted, intensifying in its descent, transforming the landscape into a chaotic expanse of white. Chen Yu languidly reclined on his warm sofa, resting his chin on his hand, pondering what to have for breakfast. The abundance of delectable provisions stored in his space only served to complicate his decision, leaving him afflicted with a quandary of choice. He mused to himself, considering his culinary skills, and concluded that even the most discerning palate might shy away from his cooking. The thought left him feeling somewhat defeated. After much contemplation, he ultimately opted for a simple meal, retrieving half a pound of marinated beef from his space, slicing it into evenly thick pieces, and artfully arranging them on a plate. He then took a bottle of yellow wine, placing on the stove to warm slowly, resigning himself to the notion of simply making do with this meal. Once everything was prepared, Chen Yu found a certain amusement in the situation and took a photograph of the food on the table, promptly sharing it in their small group chat. No sooner had he sent the message than a flurry of responses poured in from his friends. The chubby one replied immediately, his message brimming with surprise. "Wow, Chen Yu, you really know how to live. Drinking wine first thing in the morning? You must be enjoying life to the fullest." Moments later, Qian Duo chimed in with her own observation. "Oh my, did you all notice? The snow outside has intensified in just the span of an hour. The cars parked below are completely buried. We can't see them at all. Now we can't even step outside." After reading her message, Chen Yu replied, "Haven't you all prepared food? There's no need to worry. Given the current circumstances, we should just stay home and wait until the snow stops." Qian Duo quickly followed up with another message. "The community committee has announced that we should refrain from going outside, stating the government will provide unified relief efforts. I wonder if this news is credible." "Chen Yu, has your community committee issued a similar notice?" Chen Yu swiftly replied, "The community committee on my end is just as dismal. A couple of days ago, they prohibited residents from venturing out to procure food, claiming they feared panic buying would ensue. As a result, many households in my neighborhood are now devoid of provisions." Upon reading Chen Yu's message, Chen Duo immediately expressed her concern. What about you? Have you stocked up on food? If not, why don't you come over to my place? I have plenty of food here. The three of us could manage for a week or two, which is certainly better than going hungry. As soon as Chen Duo uttered these words, the plump one could no longer contain himself and promptly messaged, Chen Duo, I am increasingly suspicious of the two of you. We are classmates, yet you choose to concern yourself with Chen Yu instead of your old classmate. Am I merely a facade of classmate to you? This is rather biased. This time, Chen Duo refrained from sending a voice message and instead typed a response. Isn't it only natural to be concerned since Chen Yu mentioned the difficulties in his neighborhood? Moreover, you informed me to stock up on food last time, so I assume you have prepared adequately for yourself, right? My good classmate, please refrain from overthinking. Her words carried both an attempt to soothe the plump one and a subtle indication of her desire to steer the conversation away from the topic. However, the plump one was not so easily swayed by Chen Duo's explanation. He dismissed her reasoning without hesitation, boldly asserting, I am particularly suspicious that something transpired between you two last night. Don't think you can fool me. My mind is as clear as day. Sensing the plump one's seriousness, Chen Duo felt a pang of anxiety and hastily replied, Nothing happened. Chen Yu just escorted me to my room and left. Really? Don't jump to conclusions. Yet, the plump one smugly retorted, do you think I was truly asleep? I saw everything. I witnessed him carry you inside. And I even took a nap before seeing Chen Yu emerge from your room. And you say nothing happened? That is quite the fib. Now flustered, Chen Duo's face flushed as she countered. You're talking nonsense. He merely stayed in my room for a little over half an hour. It's not as exaggerated as you claim. Once she sent that message, she realized she had misspoken, only making matters worse. Regret flooded her, and she attempted to retract her message, but it was too late. The plump one had already read it, and he erupted with laughter in the group chat, as if he had uncovered a monumental secret. His laughter, emanating from the phone screen, was so vivid it conjured an image of him rolling with laughter, akin to a pig's squeal. Chen Yu, observing the back-and-forth exchange on his phone, couldn't help but chuckle in exasperation. He thought to himself how naive Chen Duo was, so effortlessly ensnared by the plump one's antics. Now, it seemed, there would be no clearing her name. This matter would likely be brought up repeatedly by the plump one, truly a source of vexation. Chen Yu observed the increasingly absurd and awkward topic unfolding within the group chat and shook his head in resignation. He swiftly tapped out a reply on his phone. Dear friends, let us refrain from discussing trivial matters. The snow is falling heavily and is unlikely to cease anytime soon. Furthermore, even when the snow does stop, we must not forget that the temperature outside is a frigid -10 degrees. Such a drastic shift from summer to winter will inevitably lead to shortages of various supplies. Essential items like food and necessities will become increasingly difficult to procure. Therefore, we must prepare ourselves for a prolonged struggle and carefully plan our existing food resources. We should not hastily consume everything in one go, for when supplies run out, we shall find ourselves in dire straits. After sending this message, Chen Yu hoped that everyone would redirect their focus towards addressing the current situation rather than incessantly teasing about last night's events. The harsh weather and the potential for resource scarcity were indeed the pressing concern for their survival. Upon reading Chen Yu's message, Fatty nonchalantly replied in the group, Rest assured, Chen Yu, I have long been prepared. The food my parents bought, combined with what you left behind, is nearly overflowing my storage room. I estimate that with this stockpile, we could easily sustain ourselves for a year and a half without worry of hunger. However, I am uncertain about the food supplies with Chen Duo and Chen. You two ought to assess your provisions carefully. If they are insufficient, we must devise a plan ahead of time, or we may find ourselves in a predicament. Seeing the discussion about food reserves, Chen Yun chimed in. You have no idea how unreliable Chen Duo is. When she went shopping, she only brought back snacks, which are hardly a substitute for proper meals. I checked our kitchen inventory yesterday, and we have about 10 pounds of rice left, around 7 or 8 packets of instant noodles, 3 bags of frozen dumplings in the refrigerator, 2 bags of pasta, and a few pounds of ribs. Oh, and don't forget the ham that you brought yesterday, Chen Yu. If I calculate this roughly, It seems that the snacks she purchased won't even last as long as that single ham. If the snow continues unabated and supplies dwindle, relying solely on those snacks will not suffice. After Chen Yu sent this message, Chen Duo finally seemed to regain her composure and hurriedly responded in the group. Oh, don't just focus on that. Besides snacks, I also bought a plethora of hot pot ingredients yesterday, which are substantial enough to fill our stomachs. There's still plenty left. How can you say I'm unreliable? Deep down, Chen Duo felt somewhat indignant, believing she had prepared adequately, though others simply hadn't noticed. Seeing that their food supplies were reasonably sufficient, Chen Yu felt a sense of relief. He let out a long sigh, contemplating that since everyone was momentarily relieved from the worries of sustenance, it could be considered a silver lining amidst the misfortune. Subsequently, Chen Yu set aside his phone and redirected his attention to the breakfast that had been meticulously prepared before him. After finishing his meal, he attentively fed Laifu and then wandered to the window. Gazing outside, he observed the snow continuing to fall ceaselessly, with the accumulation reaching nearly 2 meters deep, a truly astonishing sight. The residents on the ground floor were particularly unfortunate, as the snow was nearly piled to the height of their windows, likely rendering their homes cold and dim. Even the thought of it felt oppressive. Chen Yu opened his phone, and his eyes were met with a staggering 99 unread messages in the homeowners group, many of which were directed at Aunt Lynn. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that Aunt Wong, who previously lived next door, had sent the most messages, furiously addressing Aunt Lynn. Where is the government aid? You're constantly spreading rumors and preventing us from going out to gather supplies. Now look, with this heavy snow, we can't even step outside. There are 5 people in my family, and we have run out of food today. There's nothing to eat. What do you expect us to do, Lynn? If we don't receive any relief supplies today, our family will be staying at your place, and won't leave. Humph. Her words were filled with urgency, anger, and accusations toward Aunt Lynn. Upon seeing the messages, Aunt Lynn quickly replied, "You urging me won't change the situation. I am merely relaying the information from above. As for when assistance will arrive, that is certainly subject to coordinated distribution. Everyone must not believe or spread rumors. We must trust that the government will not abandon us. Please be patient a little longer." At that moment, a concerned mother sent a message. "My baby is sick and has a fever. Does anyone have any children's cold medicine? I am willing to pay. Please, I beg you all." It was evident that she was in a state of desperation, deeply worried about her child's condition. Shortly thereafter, a resident from the 13th floor chimed in. "I have a box left, but I can only sell it to you for 100 yuan. Given the current situation, medicine is hard to come by." Upon hearing this, someone immediately retorted, "You're selling a medicine that costs a few dozen yuan for 100? We are all neighbors. That is truly heartless. This is akin to looting." The 13th floor resident retorted sharply, "If you have a good heart, just give him the medicine. What is the use of making sarcastic remarks here? I am not running a charity." The other person, now somewhat irritated, replied, "I don't have any at home. If I did, I would certainly deliver it." "Unlike you." With a scoff, the 13th floor resident declared, "If you don't have it, then keep quiet. This is the price. If you want to buy it, add me as a friend and come pick it up." Unexpectedly, upon witnessing someone engaging in commerce within the group, a person named Chen Yu interjected, "If anyone has food to sell, I will buy it at a high price. The terms are negotiable." Chen Yu was exceedingly familiar with Chen Yu, having heard that he was a wealthy heir, often lacking decorum, and had even taken to supporting a female university student. This affair was common knowledge throughout the building. It was likely that his presence here was merely a consequence of his penchant for playing poker, coinciding with the abrupt drop in temperature that rendered him unable to leave. Upon hearing the phrase high price, the members of the group chat were instantly invigorated, as if they had glimpsed a golden opportunity for wealth. Each person hastily began bidding for the food supplies at their homes. Astonishingly, a single packet of instant noodles was bid up to 100 yuan, an absurd price indeed. Once the prices were settled, individuals began to appear at Chen Yu's doorstep, clutching their provisions, with cash on delivery and immediate transfers creating a lively scene. For a moment, it seemed that everyone was quite pleased, convinced they had struck it rich. One household managed to sell 2 cartons of instant noodles and 20 kilograms of rice. with Chen Yu promptly transferring 5,000 yuan at the outset. Standing by the window, Chen Yu observed the unfolding scenes within the homeowner group chat, and a cold smile crept onto his lips as he thought, "Humph, today you all believe yourselves fortunate, having gained an advantage. But wait until a few days from now, when food becomes increasingly scarce and resources dwindle. Then we shall see if you can still find joy in your circumstances." Aunt Lynn, witnessing the ease with which others were profiting from selling food, found her own desire for a quick gain bubbling to the surface. She reflected on the ample provisions she had stockpiled at home and contemplated the potential profit from selling them. Thus, she quickly messaged Chen Yu, cautiously inquiring, "Are you still buying food?" Chen Yu responded promptly, "Yes, I will take as much as you have. Whatever you possess, I want it." Seeing this opportunity, Aunt Lynn felt a surge of excitement, though a hint of concern lingered as she replied, "I have quite a lot of food. Do you have enough money to buy it all? I wouldn't want to work in vain." Chen Yu, irritated by her hesitation, retorted brusquely, "Who do you think you're looking down on? I said I want as much as you have. I'm not short on cash. Just tell me what you've got, and stop dawdling." Aunt Lynn, focused solely on selling her goods for profit, brushed aside his rude tone and quickly typed, "I have instant noodles, 20 cartons in total, plus 300 individual packets. I also have 10 bags of rice, totaling 200 kilograms, and 50 packets of ham sausage. How much can you offer?" Upon reading Aunt Lynn's extensive inventory, Chen Yu was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't anticipated she had amassed such a considerable stockpile. However, recalling the information his father had sent him, he deliberated and ultimately decided to make an offer for the goods, replying, 30,000 for the noodles, 20,000 for the rice, and 5,000 for the ham sausage. If you have anything else, let me know so I can assess it all together." Aunt Lynn felt a surge of excitement at the offer, knowing that just a few days prior, all these items combined would have been worth only a few thousand yuan. Now, they were being valued at over 50,000, truly a remarkable profit. Her face instantly blossomed into a radiant smile as her fingers danced swiftly across the screen of her phone, replying, "I still have 50 pounds of noodles, along with an assortment of snacks and breads. Let me snap a photo for you, and you can give me an estimate." With that, she deftly captured an image of the food-laden assortment and sent it over. The photograph revealed an impressive mountain of snacks. Chen Yu, gazing at the image, contemplated for a moment before proposing a remarkably generous offer. "Why don't you bring all the remaining items over to my place? I will transfer 2 million to you. And, I mean everything in that pile, including the shelves." Upon receiving this message, Aunt Lynn's eyes crinkled in delight, her smile deepening the lines on her face. Overjoyed, she felt as if she were in a dream and promptly replied, "Absolutely. I will move everything over right away. You must keep your word. I'm on it." Eagerly, she began to gather the food, envisioning the 2 million securely in her pocket. Aunt Lynn was brimming with excitement and hurriedly summoned her husband, son, and daughter-in-law, exclaiming, "Everyone, wake up. We have a fantastic opportunity. Quickly, let us move things upstairs." Though they were bleary-eyed and filled with confusion, they could not resist her enthusiasm and groggily joined in the flurry of activity. As the family worked together to transport the food, the biting cold outside ensured no one ventured out, leaving the hallway eerily quiet. Had anyone seen them hauling such a bounty, they might have felt a pang of envy, likely causing a stir, but Aunt Lynn's family persisted undeterred. They toiled tirelessly, making multiple trips, and, though exhausted and drenched in sweat, the thought of the substantial sum awaiting them fueled their determination. After 2 hours of labor, they finally cleared out all the food from their home and the small supermarket, arranging everything neatly at Chen Yu's doorstep. With the last of the items moved, Aunt Lynn hurriedly urged Chen Yu to transfer the funds. He, without hesitation, completed the transaction, and the 2 million seamlessly landed in Aunt Lynn's account. Gazing at the notification on her phone, Aunt Lynn could hardly contain her joy, feeling as though she had consumed honey, her heart swelling with elation. In her excitement, she failed to notice Chen Yu muttering a quiet curse behind her, likely thinking how easily he had outsmarted her, receiving all the goods at such a bargain, especially in these times when food was far more precious than money. Aunt Lynn felt a profound sense of pride, believing this to be the most profitable transaction of her life. Those items, originally worth only a mere 100,000, had astonishingly fetched 2 million, a serendipitous windfall indeed. She began to contemplate once more, pondering that when the government supplies arrived later, she could devise a means to resell them for a profit. With that, and the 2 million, she could purchase a house here. The more she envisioned it, the more enchanting it seemed, as if a beautiful life was already beckoning to her, completely oblivious to the myriad of potential challenges that lay ahead. Chapter 27. The temperature drops again. Chen Yu stood silently before the window, gazing at the relentless snowstorm outside, his eyes reflecting a hint of indifference. He felt no inclination to remind the members of the homeowner group about the fervent trading of food that was taking place. After all, his past experiences felt like an unhealable scar, etched deeply in his memory. In his previous life, he had once approached others with kindness and a generous spirit, sharing his hard-earned provisions, believing that neighbors should support one another through difficult times. Yet, what was the outcome? Instead of gratitude, those individuals revealed the baseness of human nature, banding together against him and resorting to cruelty in their desperation for food. The price he paid was his own tragic demise, a feeling of despair, helplessness, and bitter resentment that still haunted him, causing him profound anguish each time he recalled it. Thus, in this life, Chen Yu underwent a transformation. He had resolutely decided to plunge those once despicable individuals into utter despair, to make them experience the torment of adversity and the suffocating grip of hopelessness. However, he was not one to resort to outright violence. Instead, he contemplated using the increasingly harsh environment and their own greed and selfishness to render their future existence a living hell. They would pay the appropriate price for their past misdeeds, awakening to the bitter fruits of the malevolence they had sown. While Chen Yu was lost in these intricate thoughts, his phone suddenly rang. He glanced down to see that it was a call from Mia. Upon answering, he was immediately greeted by that familiar and gentle voice, which seemed to possess a kind of magic, instantly bringing him a sense of inexplicable reassurance, as if the shadows in his heart had been dispelled by her words. Reflecting on those days spent in the neon-lit country, Mia had truly taken care of him with meticulous attention. Each morning, upon rising, he would find his neatly folded and ironed clothes placed by the bedside, and a brand new pair of comfortable slippers awaiting him, as if everything had been perfectly arranged for him the moment he opened his eyes. As for meals, he need not worry at all. Mia always prepared each dish and bowl of soup with great care in advance, the flavors impeccably suited to his taste, as if she had long since deciphered his preferences. Whether it was Chinese cuisine, Western dishes, or local delicacies, Mia crafted them with an exquisite balance of taste, aroma, and presentation, ensuring that Chen Yu savored every bite. Moreover, Mia was ever obedient to his wishes. Whatever requests he made, she endeavored to fulfill without a trace of reluctance. Not only that, but she possessed an extraordinary ability to read emotions. The moment Chen Yu exhibited even the slightest change in his demeanor, she would keenly perceive it, responding immediately with a gentle inquiry or a comforting gesture. Her attentiveness always enveloped Chen Yu in a serene and pleasant atmosphere, allowing him to relax completely, as if he needed only to enjoy the moment. Those days became a cherished and warm memory for him. Suddenly, a thought flickered through his mind, and he silently lamented. Had he known, he would have brought Mia here from the beginning. With her by his side, he wouldn't have had to fret over the trivialities of daily life. Visions began to emerge in Chen Yu's mind, if Mia were present. Every mealtime would present a table adorned with delicious and aromatic dishes, requiring no effort on his part, merely the pleasure of sitting down to enjoy. After their meals, Mia would thoughtfully prepare warm water for him, meticulously arranging everything for a soothing bath, allowing him to wash away his weariness in comfort. Beyond these daily attentions, they could indulge in the unspoken intimacies that would surely enrich their days far more than his current state of solitude. As Chen Yu lingered in these scattered thoughts, Mia's soft, caring voice once again reached him through the receiver. "Brother, why are you so quiet?" Her voice was like a gentle hand, pulling him from his tender reverie. He quickly replied, "I was just getting dressed. Please continue." Mia responded, "Brother, it has started to snow heavily here, and the snowfall is quite substantial. Fortunately, the villa we chose is situated at a high elevation. I saw on the news that many places are completely inundated with snow, which is quite alarming. How is it over there? Are you all right? Her words were filled with concern for Chen Yu, and her caring tone warmed his heart. Hearing her words of worry, Chen Yu felt a surge of warmth within him and hurriedly reassured her, I'm fine here. The area is also elevated, so there's no need to worry. He then inquired, aside from the heavy snow, is there any other danger over there? Mia replied, not for now, but the government is constantly issuing announcements, urging everyone to stay indoors and not venture out. However, I heard from a classmate that the number of people freezing to death is rising. And it's not just the elderly. Even some young people are succumbing to the harsh cold. Moreover, it seems the government has little in the way of supplies for rescue efforts. Thankfully, you had me stockpile so many provisions beforehand. Otherwise, I might not have made it through. At this point, her voice began to quaver, tinged with a mix of relief from survival and deep gratitude towards Chen Yu. Chen Yu hurriedly reassured, what you need to do now is to stay at home and not concern yourself with others. If anyone forces their way in, do not hesitate. Shoot first to protect yourself. Come on, cheer up. You lack nothing at the moment, so why cry? Mia, her voice quivering with emotion, replied, brother, I miss you. Could you come and get me soon? I want to be by your side and take care of you. Without you here, I feel so uneasy. After a moment of silence, Chen Yu responded, the snow is falling heavily right now, and the roads are completely blocked. For the time being, I cannot come. We must wait a little longer until the roads are cleared. Please do not worry too much. Gently hanging up the phone, Chen Yu found himself lingering over Mia's words, filled with a sense of longing and grievance. After a while, he regained his composure and approached the thermometer, noting that the temperature remained at a chilling -10 degrees. While this temperature was not lethal, the 2-meter-thick snow outside acted as a relentless barrier, confining people within their homes, rendering them unable to venture out. The scarcity of food had become the most pressing issue. Many households lacked sufficient supplies, and even if they wished to seek sustenance, they were unable to do so. Everyone was forced to remain indoors, merely delaying the inevitable approach of death. Just after Chen Yu hung up with Mia, his phone rang again. Seeing it was Xiao Feifei calling, he promptly answered, politely inquiring, Officer Xiao, how may I assist you? Soon, a melodious yet assertive voice came through the receiver. I just wanted to ask if the food in my car's trunk was placed there by you. Taken aback for a moment, Chen Yu quickly recalled that during their last meeting at the community gate, he had invited her and her colleagues to dinner. Considering her busy schedule, he had thought to buy some food and place it in her trunk for her convenience. He replied candidly, yes, it was me. The last time we met, you mentioned how busy you are and that you hardly have time to eat. So I bought some food and left it there. It was simply to ensure you had something to eat. Xiao Feifei expressed her gratitude. Thank you so much. I have been on duty outside for the past 2 days and just returned yesterday after catching a quick nap. I truly had no time to buy food. I had planned to rest this morning, but the snow is 2 meters thick and I can't even step outside. When I opened the trunk to grab something, I discovered the food you left. How much did it cost? I must transfer the money to you. I can't let you incur expenses on my behalf. Chen Yu quickly interjected. What are you talking about? It's just a small amount. There is no need to be formal. You have helped me immensely in the past. So consider this my way of repaying you. It is merely a few pounds of cured meat, a dozen pounds of noodles, and 2 boxes of instant noodles. Not worth much at all. Please refrain from discussing monetary matters. Just accept it and enjoy. Chen Yu spoke with sincerity. In his heart, he believed that Xiao Feifei had indeed assisted him considerably, and these provisions were merely a token of his gratitude. Upon hearing Chen Yu's words, Xiao Feifei no longer hesitated and replied straightforwardly, all right, I shall accept these items. However, do you have enough food on your end? Given the current situation, venturing outside is quite challenging. If you're in need of provisions, I can bring some to you. Chen Yu, upon hearing this, felt a stir in his heart and began to ponder whether he should seize this opportunity to test Xiao Feifei's character. Although it is often said that verifying a lie with another lie ultimately yields only deceit, he decided to proceed with this trial to ascertain whether Xiao Feifei would indeed share some of her limited food with him. After all, in such inclement weather, having a few reliable companions is always beneficial. Though he was capable enough to fend for himself, solitude could become rather dreary. Having trustworthy individuals around to support one another would provide greater assurance. He could not remain cooped up in the villa indefinitely. Eventually, he would have to venture out. Thus, Chen Yu deliberately adopted a tone of feigned helplessness and said, "I don't have much food either. I intended to go out and buy some yesterday, but when I arrived at the supermarket, I found everything had been snatched up." Upon hearing this, Xiao Feifei immediately responded without hesitation. "How about this? I will send a box of instant noodles over to you, along with half of my noodles and cured meat. Additionally, I have 2 bottles of white liquor. Given the biting cold, a bit of alcohol might warm you up. Just wait at home. I will find a way to deliver it to you." Chen Yu was genuinely astonished by Xiao Feifei's willingness to share half of her food so readily. If it were his close friend, the fatty, he would have taken such generosity for granted, given their deep bond. However, he had only known Xiao Feifei for a mere few days. Although he had playfully teased her a few times, those were merely light-hearted jests. In this context, her actions were truly unexpected. Nevertheless, Chen Yu could not allow Xiao Feifei to venture out to deliver food to him, especially with the heavy snowfall outside, where the accumulation had exceeded 2 meters. In such perilous weather, returning safely was uncertain. Any unforeseen mishap could lead to dire consequences. Hence, he hurriedly replied, "With such heavy snow outside, you should not come over. I can manage with the food I have for a while longer. There is truly no need to trouble you." However, before he could finish, he heard the busy tone on the other end. Xiao Feifei had already hung up. Chen Yu quickly dialed her number again, only to be met with an unanswered call signal. He furrowed his brow, contemplating how stubborn Xiao Feifei was. However, upon reflection, Chen Yu considered that once she descended the stairs and beheld the thick blanket of snow rendering outdoor passage impossible, she would likely turn back. With this thought, he dismissed the matter from his mind and returned to the sofa, savoring his coffee. Just as he comfortably nestled into the cushions, having watched only 1 episode of the drama, he faintly heard someone outside calling his name. Initially, he thought he must have misheard. After all, who would call for him on such a snowy day? Yet, the voice persisted, intermittent yet remarkably clear. Curiosity piqued, Chen Yu rose and approached the window to peer outside. What he saw astonished him. A figure clad in a ski suit stood at his doorstep, and the physique bore an uncanny resemblance to Xiao Feifei. Chen Yu was momentarily taken aback, pondering, could it be? Has she truly come? This is rather reckless of her, to venture out in such inclement weather. Quickly stifling his surprise, he hurried down the stairs. Upon arriving at the door, he confirmed the voice belonged to Xiao Feifei. He promptly opened the door, allowing the biting cold wind to sweep in, causing him to shiver. Once he welcomed Xiao Feifei inside, it dawned on him how fortunate he was that his food supplies were stored in the basement. Had they been displayed prominently, and she discovered his earlier deception about the food being scarce, she would have been infuriated, leading to an excruciatingly awkward situation that would have been impossible to rectify. With these thoughts in mind, Chen Yu brushed the snowflakes from his clothing and led Xiao Feifei further into the house, feeling an added appreciation for her earnestness. As Xiao Feifei entered the ground floor, the warm air enveloped her, instantly providing a sense of comfort. The villa's interior was regulated to a spring-like warmth, contrasting starkly with the wintry chaos outside. While exclaiming how much warmer was indoors, she deftly removed her ski suit and hung it on a nearby rack. Chen Yu turned to the kitchen, fetching a steaming cup of coffee, which he presented to her, astonished yet grateful. "I truly didn't expect you to come. I mentioned that my food supply could last for a while. It's quite perilous to venture out in this snow." Xiao Feifei accepted the coffee, taking a gentle sip before smiling and responding, "As a woman, I don't consume much food, but I feared you might not have enough. Besides, I used to ski often. This amount of snow is trivial for me, so venturing out was certainly manageable. The cold, however, is quite biting. The wind against my face feels like a knife. Nevertheless, delivering this to you brings me peace of mind." Her words were accompanied by a sincere smile, radiating warmth under the soft yellow light, rendering her particularly enchanting. Upon hearing Xiao Feifei's words, Chen Yu felt genuinely touched. In such dire, apocalyptic circumstances, it was truly remarkable for Xiao Feifei to think of him, risking her safety to bring him food. He silently resolved that when Xiao Feifei encountered difficulties in the future, he would be sure to assist her. With this thought in mind, Chen Yu inquired, Do you have enough warm clothing over there? Xiao Feifei, assuming Chen Yu was referring to the down jacket she had left at her home, quickly replied, "Your down jacket is still at my place. I was in such a rush to leave that I forgot to bring it. I'll return it to you the next time I have the chance." Realizing she misunderstood his intent, Chen Yu promptly clarified, "I am not asking for the down jacket. I still have plenty of winter clothes here. You should take a few pieces back with you. It's getting colder by the day, and you need to be prepared with warm clothing." As he spoke, Chen Yu intended to turn and fetch a few women's garments, but then he hesitated, contemplating the awkwardness of a man retrieving women's clothing. He decided to return to his room and discreetly retrieved 2 sets of thermal underwear, a cold-resistant jacket, and several pairs of thick socks, carefully packaging them before presenting the bundle to Xiao Feifei, saying, "Take these. They will come in handy sooner or later." Initially, Xiao Feifei was concerned, thinking that Chen Yu likely had few clothes of his own to spare, and thus she was reluctant to accept. However, when Chen Yu led her to his room and opened the wardrobe for her to see the ample clothing inside, her worry subsided, and she shyly accepted the offering. The two engaged in light conversation, and time passed swiftly, soon approaching noon. Realizing she could not linger any longer, Xiao Feifei prepared to take her leave. Chen Yu quickly urged her to stay. "Why not have lunch before you go? It's nearly mealtime. Watch some television while I prepare a meal. It won't take long." After considering his suggestion, Xiao Feifei agreed, feeling a bit hungry herself, and she refrained from mentioning her departure again, even volunteering to help cook, thinking it would expedite the process. However, Chen Yu was determined to keep her from assisting, fully aware of his culinary limitations. He waved her off, saying, No, you should relax. I can manage on my own." With that, Chen Yu turned and headed to the kitchen, preparing to whip up something to eat. He certainly wouldn't attempt to cook himself, as he was quite aware of his culinary skills. Instead, he walked over to the storage area where he had previously ordered a variety of dishes. He selected a few items that were sure to whet the appetite: tantalizing cold beef salad, fragrant steamed pork ribs, steaming and richly flavored lamb soup, complemented by a refreshing dish of mushrooms and greens. After waiting for nearly 10 minutes, Chen Yu brought out the dishes one by one and said to Xiao Feifei, "These dishes were ordered from the restaurant yesterday. Rest assured, they are not leftovers." Xiao Feifei gazed at the table, laden with an array of delectable, fragrant dishes that stimulated her appetite, and couldn't help but tease, "I thought these were your culinary creations." In truth, Xiao Feifei was genuinely famished. She had neglected to eat after returning home yesterday and had rushed out this morning without a morsel. Now, the enticing aroma wafting through the air caused her stomach to grumble audibly in the quiet room. Upon hearing the sound, Chen Yu instinctively glanced over, causing Xiao Feifei to blush furiously, feeling a mix of embarrassment and annoyance as she shot him a glare and playfully scolded, "What are you staring at? Have you never seen someone hungry?" Chen Yu merely chuckled softly and chose not to respond further. The two then set aside any pretenses and indulged in the sumptuous feast before them. Once satiated, Xiao Feifei contentedly rubbed her belly, a hint of bashfulness crossing her face as she remarked, "Usually, I eat very little, but having skipped several meals and with your dishes being so delicious, I couldn't help but indulge a bit more. Please don't mock me." They leisurely enjoyed their meal, chatting as they dined, and this meal surprisingly lasted nearly an hour, with the once abundant spread now dwindling significantly. Observing this, Chen Yu rose to brew some tea, and shortly returned with a freshly prepared cup. Xiao Feifei, comfortably seated on the sofa, accepted the tea Chen Yu offered and took a gentle sip, exclaiming, "It was quite a journey to get here today, especially given the dreadful weather outside. Had it been any colder or the snow heavier, I might not have made it." Chen Yu, with a hint of exasperation, replied, "I did tell you not to come. The snow was quite heavy, yet you insisted." Upon hearing this, Xiao Feifei feigned anger and retorted, "Fine then. Let us see you starve. Had I known you would be so ungrateful, I wouldn't have brought you food. My good intentions have been taken for granted." As she spoke, she turned her head away, simulating a huff. Chen Yu, noticing her demeanor, quickly apologized, laughing as he said, "Ah, it was my fault. You traveled all this way to bring me food, and I should be grateful, not upset. Please let bygones be bygones." The two then chatted casually on the sofa for a while, but as time passed, Xiao Feifei realized she could no longer linger and began to gather her belongings while bidding farewell to Chen Yu. After her departure, the room fell silent, and Chen Yu, feeling languid, reclined back into the soft sofa, reaching for his phone. On the screen, images of women clad in scanty attire flashed by, each outfit more revealing than the last. Chen Yu pondered that if he were to take a fleeting glance, the moment the power was cut, the room would instantly plunge into sub-zero temperatures. If he had the capability to dance like that, he wouldn't mind showering a few more gifts. Chapter 28. The early investment outside the window. The snow fell like goose feathers, swirling gracefully. Meanwhile, Chen Yu was comfortably ensconced in the warmth of his villa, lazily reclining on the sofa. One hand held his phone, endlessly scrolling through videos, while the other occasionally lifted a drink from the side table for a sip. His demeanor exuded the quintessential essence of a homebody. The days of laboriously tightening screws at work and being jostled on crowded buses felt like a distant memory. No longer did he have to endure the exhausting 996 work schedule or succumb to the relentless pressure of competition. He could rise whenever he pleased, entirely at his own discretion. This liberating and unrestrained lifestyle was profoundly pleasing, and Chen Yu felt a sense of comfort emanating from every pore. He thought to himself that even if the world outside resembled a cataclysmic winter wonderland, he had found a rare tranquility within his own little realm. Yet, as he reveled in this idyllic existence, a pang of melancholy struck him at the realization that the only companion in his vast villa was his dog. The comfort he felt began to wane, and life seemed less delightful. Feeling somewhat vexed, he swatted at Laifu, his dog, who was lounging beside him on the sofa, hastily shooing it away with a grumble. Get down, you're in the way." Laifu, bewildered, could not comprehend why his master suddenly wished to displace him. Barking anxiously as if protesting or seeking clarity over his perceived transgression, the once tranquil atmosphere of the room became lively with the dog's cries. In an attempt to alleviate his discontent, Chen Yu decided to embrace a counteractive approach and open the homeowners group chat. He thought perhaps observing how his neighbors fared would provide some solace, and in comparison, his own life of comfort and ease might seem even more appealing, thus alleviating his current dismal mood. Upon entering the chat, he was greeted with a flood of notifications, overwhelming in their quantity. A cursory glance revealed that many were lamenting their circumstances. One neighbor fretted over dwindling supplies, while another complained about the unbearable cold exacerbated by malfunctioning heating equipment. Their collective grievances spilled forth, reminiscent of a grand talent show. Seeing the dire situations his neighbors faced, Chen Yu felt a sudden uplift in his spirits. Just as he began to feel a glimmer of hope, Aunt Lynn sent a message in the group, specifically tagging everyone. "Dear neighbors," she wrote, "due to the snow inundating the first floor, one household requires relocation upstairs. Please demonstrate some altruism. Those with spare rooms could lend assistance." Upon the emergence of this message, a brief silence enveloped the group chat, only to be swiftly followed by a cacophony of discussions. Aunt Wong was the first to voice her thoughts. "There are no rooms left in my home, and we have nothing to eat, so please do not consider us." She then added, "Lynn, when will the government relief supplies arrive?" Aunt Lynn, observing Aunt Wong's incessant opposition, felt a surge of indignation rise within her. With clenched teeth, she furiously typed a response. "Everyone, please remain calm. This is only the third day. Even if the government intends to deliver supplies, it requires time. Let's exercise patience." However, the group members appeared weary of her reassurances. Discontent voices arose, questioning, "What are we to do? We truly have nothing to eat. How can we endure this?" Aunt Lynn, increasingly agitated by the comments, retorted impatiently, "You must trust the government. I do not wish to repeat myself. Should anyone continue to incite discontent, I will report the matter to the relevant authorities once the weather warms up. If you find yourselves apprehended, you will have no one to blame but yourselves." Her words cast a palpable tension over the group. Silence fell momentarily as the members pondered her statement, though some felt it was an implied threat. Yet, uncertain of the future and the possibility of repercussions, they understood the need for restraint, aware that no one could predict the consequences of their actions. The group lapsed into silence, an air of stillness permeating the chat, until suddenly, a mother of a young child spoke up. I live alone and can offer a room. But you must bring food. The couple residing on the first floor, a middle-aged pair, had a son return from college for the summer. Chen Yu was familiar with this family, knowing well their penchant for taking advantage of situations. He suspected that if this mother allowed them into her home, they would undoubtedly overstay their welcome. Yet, he recognized that each person must bear the consequences of their choices, and this was not his concern. Setting aside his phone, Chen Yu stretched leisurely and ambled toward the bathroom. Upon entering, he turned on the shower, and warm water cascaded over him, providing a delightful sensation. He relished the invigorating bathing experience, allowing the water to wash away his fatigue, his mind gradually unwinding. After his shower, Chen Yu emerged wrapped in a towel, selected a comfortable outfit from his wardrobe, and approached his bed. He pulled back the covers and nestled in, adjusting himself into a cozy position. Before long, he gently closed his eyes and drifted into a deep slumber, succumbing to the warmth and tranquility of his surroundings, swiftly entering the realm of dreams. As Chen Yu succumbed to a deep slumber, the swirling snow outside gradually ceased its descent, enveloping the world in a profound stillness. However, this tranquility was swiftly interrupted by a sharp drop in temperature, as the frigid air rapidly permeated the surroundings, plummeting to a chilling -20 degrees. The outdoors lay ensconced in a thick shroud of ice and snow, frozen in time, exuding an unrelenting chill that painted a stark picture of a wintry landscape. Upon awakening, Chen Yu glanced at the clock, noting it was already 9 in the morning. He languidly stretched before rising to prepare for the day. While he was arranging his clothing, his phone unexpectedly rang. To his surprise, it was a call from Uncle Zhang, prompting him to quickly answer. Initially, Uncle Zhang stumbled over his words, hesitant and indirect, failing to articulate his thoughts. Growing somewhat impatient, Chen Yu interjected, urging Uncle Zhang, if there is something you need, please speak plainly. You have always been considerate towards me, and I am more than willing to help if I can. After a brief silence, Uncle Zhang sighed heavily, his voice tinged with embarrassment as he finally confessed, Xiao Chun, I find myself in a difficult situation. Could you possibly lend me some food? I assure you, I will reimburse you. Chen Yu, perplexed, could not restrain himself from asking. But Uncle Zhang, I recall that just a few days ago, before the snow fell, your family had stocked up on a considerable amount of food. Surely, that should last you a month or so. How could it be gone already? Was it stolen? A heavy silence enveloped the call, so profound that Chen Yu could hear his own breath. After waiting in vain for a response, he was about to hang up when suddenly, a cacophony erupted on the line, followed by Aunt Zhang's voice, laced with frustration. What else could it be? He just loves to play the Good Samaritan. Today, a neighbor came over asking for food, and without hesitation, he gave it away. Tomorrow, he'll be off to another house, oblivious to our own circumstances. The little food we had is now nearly depleted because of his incessant generosity. Her voice was imbued with urgency and helplessness. Uncle Zhang quickly interjected. The children next door have been hungry for 2 days. They are our neighbors, and it was merely a small act of kindness. I truly didn't consider the consequences at that moment. Upon hearing this, Chen Yu contemplated silently. If Uncle Zhang continued in his self-sacrificial ways, he would inevitably become a burden in Chen Yu's plans. Such altruism would prove detrimental. In this apocalyptic environment, survival must take precedence, and he could not allow himself to be encumbered by the insatiable demands of others. Aunt Zhang coldly remarked, I warned you last time to cease this behavior, or I would leave and never return. Uncle Zhang, alarmed by her words, hastily promised that such actions would not occur again. Zhang Ying, however, remained relentless, stating, What future is there? You have even given away our food. How are we to survive? You might as well send me away too. She shouted the last sentence. Upon hearing his daughter's words, Uncle Zhang's face turned ashen, and he repeatedly apologized, assuring her that he would never send her away, for she was his only family. Zhang Ying coldly replied, I can no longer trust you. My mother was the same. You always rushed to help others, neglecting our family's circumstances, and ultimately, it led to tragedy. You caused her death. I will never forgive you. I will hate you for a lifetime. Her voice was laced with uncontainable resentment, each word piercing Uncle Zhang's heart like shards of ice. Listening to his daughter's words, he felt as if all strength had been drained from him. Standing there in a daze, unable to utter a sound, his face etched with pain and remorse, his eyes gradually reddening. At that moment, he felt utterly lost on how to comfort his daughter's wounded heart. He weakened and sank to the ground, his face reflecting deep regret, his eyes slightly moist, muttering self-reproachful words. On the other end of the line, Chen Yu quietly listened to their fierce argument without intervening, recognizing that this was a family matter and weighing his options. Once their quarrel began to subside, Chen Yu slowly spoke, "Uncle Zhang, I don't have much food, but considering our past relationship, I can share some with you. However, I would like to ask if you can ensure that this food will not be given to others." Uncle Zhang slowly raised his head, his voice hoarse and weary, and replied, "If one tea happen again, rest assured, Xiao Chun." But before Chen Yu could respond, Zhang Ying urgently interjected, "Chen Yu, can I temporarily stay in the apartment in Building 3? Uncle Zhang, bewildered, seemed still ensnared in the earlier emotions, turned to Zhang Ying with a puzzled expression and asked, "Why do you want to stay at Chen Yu's place? Our family is fine. There is no need to live elsewhere." He simply could not fathom his daughter's sudden request, his brows knitting together in confusion. Zhang Ying's voice was cold and piercing as she replied, "When my mother passed away, I vowed that if you ever disregarded my well-being to save others, I would never see you again. I have told you this more than once. Since you clearly do not care about my life, what is the point of my staying here? There is no reason for me to remain." As she spoke, her eyes glistened with unshed tears, yet her gaze remained resolute, as if her mind was made up, impervious to any persuasion. Uncle Zhang, listening to his daughter, was filled with anguish and helplessness, his lips trembling. Yet he found himself at a loss for words. Chen Yu contemplated inwardly, seizing this opportunity to gauge Uncle Zhang, to discern whether he still harbored any potential for change. Should he remain obstinately unyielding, there would be little reason to expend further effort. After a moment's reflection, Chen Yu divulged the password to his home as locked to Zhang Ying, subsequently stating, "Zhang Ying, if you have time, do come by to collect the food. The sooner, the better. Also, it's quite cold outside, so please ensure you dress warmly. We wouldn't want you to catch a chill." A hint of concern colored Chen Yu's tone. After all, the two had played together since childhood. Despite his frustration with Uncle Zhang's behavior, he felt a greater sense of care for Zhang Ying. After a brief moment of contemplation, Chen Yu quickly added, "On second thought, it's already minus 20 degrees outside. This weather is intolerably frigid. It would be best if you stayed in. How about this? You wait by your door, and I shall bring the food to you." Chen Yu was acutely aware that Zhang Ying was a childhood friend, their bond forged over years of shared experiences. Moreover, having graduated from a military academy, she possessed formidable skills that could be invaluable should any troublesome situations arise. Thus, in Chen Yu's eyes, assisting them this once could be viewed as an investment, ultimately yielding no loss in the long run. With these thoughts in mind, Chen Yu set about preparing the food to be delivered. After rummaging through his supplies, he retrieved a snowmobile. Familiar with this particular brand from previous encounters, he knew it was a track model, powerful and stable on snow, with a range of up to 600 kilometers. Its open design was complemented by a windscreen at the front. Chen Yu mused that as long as he dressed warmly, he should withstand the cold while riding. Indeed, there were enclosed snowmobiles within his collection, which would provide warmth by enclosing the rider. However, being somewhat of an aesthetic enthusiast, Chen Yu dismissed the enclosed model at first glance, finding it visually unappealing and not to his taste. Thus, he opted for the more aesthetically pleasing open snowmobile before him. Standing before the pile of supplies, Chen Yu furrowed his brow, carefully deliberating what provisions to prepare for Zhang Ying. After some time, he first pulled out a box of instant noodles, then took 2 packets of ham sausages, a 5-kilogram bag of rice, 20 eggs, and 2 pounds of cured meat, concluding with a selection of 2 cabbages. He calculated that, if rationed judiciously, these supplies should suffice to sustain Zhang Ying for about a week. He had previously informed Uncle Zhang that their food reserves were limited, so it was prudent not to provide too much at once. Thinking of Uncle Zhang, Chen Yu hesitated momentarily, but ultimately resolved to prepare a similar portion for him, albeit at half the quantity of what was designated for Zhang Ying. He pondered that although this food could not guarantee they would be full at every meal, it could at least sustain them for a week, sparing them from the constant torment of hunger. Yet, Chen Yu was acutely aware that if Uncle Zhang continued his habitual ways of distributing their hard-earned provisions to others, he would inevitably be left hungry. The duration of his hunger would entirely depend on how much food Uncle Zhang decided to share with others. With a resigned shake of his head, Chen Yu could only hope that Uncle Zhang would truly learn from his past mistakes and refrain from making reckless decisions again. Once everything was prepared, Chen Yu began loading the food onto the snowmobile, ready to deliver it to them. Riding swiftly, he soon reached building number 3. As he approached the entrance, he halted the vehicle and retrieved the food from his storage, just in time to see Uncle Zhang and his daughter, Zhang Ying, ascending from downstairs. Chen Yu took a few steps forward, opened the door, and the three of them entered the room in succession. This house had been left with the real estate agent when Chen Yu moved out, with the intention of selling it quickly. However, due to the haste of the situation, he had not found a suitable buyer, and thus the place remained vacant, with most of its belongings intact. Aside from Chen Yu's personal items, the household appliances and various furnishings were all adequately equipped, making it fit for immediate habitation. Turning to Zhang Ying, Chen Yu said, "Feel free to make yourself at home here, Zhang Ying. I do not intend to return. In my room's wardrobe, there are several blankets that will keep you warm during winter. As for the clothes in the wardrobe, if you find anything that fits or suits your taste, you may take it. Otherwise, you can leave them be, as there is ample space in this over 100 square meter house for you to live comfortably." With warmth, Chen Yu invited Uncle Zhang and his daughter to sit down, saying, "This is the food I have prepared for you. While the quantity may not be substantial, if you consume it sparingly, it should suffice for a week." He placed 2 bags of food before them. Since arriving, Uncle Zhang had remained silent, uttering not a single word. At that moment, looking at the bag of food in his hands, he hesitated, then quietly placed it in front of Zhang Ying and, with a hoarse voice, said, "I will not take any. Let all be for Ying. This is my own doing, and I have no face to accept this food." Zhang Ying, sitting beside him, did not reach for the food he pushed towards her, nor did she speak. She simply sat there, her expression revealing a hint of stubbornness and indifference. Observing this, Chen Yu addressed Zhang Ying, "Please place the food in the refrigerator." Zhang Ying understood that Chen Yu was deliberately trying to distance her from the situation, but she said nothing, merely rising silently to head towards the kitchen. After Zhang Ying entered the kitchen, Chen Yu looked at Uncle Zhang, his expression turning serious, and his tone shifted accordingly. "Uncle Zhang," he began as a younger generation, "I should not impose my thoughts upon you, yet this matter has gone too far. I find it utterly incomprehensible. Do you truly believe that outsiders are more important than your daughter's life? To distribute food to strangers while allowing your own daughter to go hungry. What were you thinking at that moment?" Hearing these words, Uncle Zhang lowered his head even further. Stammering for a long while before finally responding, "I saw them looking particularly pitiful, and at that time I thought we had plenty of food at home, so I shared a little with them. Who would have imagined that others would soon learn of this and rush over, each one more pitiful than the last? I softened my heart and gave more, and now look at the situation we are in. Sigh, I truly am not a good person. I have letting her down." As he spoke, he uncontrollably struck his face with his hand, the sharp sound echoing harshly in the quiet room. Chen Yu quickly intervened, stopping him from continuing, his tone softening slightly. "I do not wish to delve into the past or know the details. However, I must state clearly that if such a thing occurs again, even if it is just sharing a grain of rice, I will no longer provide you with food. What good does seeking death accomplish? The only course of action now is to live well. If Inger truly does not wish to see you, then you can still protect her quietly from the shadows. Over time, perhaps her resentment will fade, and she may come to forgive." Though Chen Yu's words were somewhat blunt, they were ultimately for the good of both father and daughter, despite his ulterior motives concerning their future assistance. Observing that Uncle Zhang seemed to genuinely understand, Chen Yu rose to escort him out. Just before leaving, he reminded Uncle Zhang to take the bag of food, as it would be essential for their survival ahead. Once Uncle Zhang departed, Chen Yu softly called out towards the kitchen, "Come here, Zhang Ying. Although Zhang Ying had been hiding in the kitchen, she had overheard the conversation clearly. Her heart was a tumult of emotions, rendering her momentarily speechless, so she remained silent. Chen Yu stood up and slowly walked to her side, gently patting her shoulder. With a sincere tone, he said, "You must pay more attention to your safety from now on. Look at the thick snow outside. This arduous life will likely persist for a long while. The dangers we face will not be limited to hunger. We cannot foresee what other challenges may arise." With that, Chen Yu turned and entered the room he had once inhabited, rummaging through the cabinet until he retrieved a baseball bat. This bat, originally purchased for self-defense, was entirely metallic, heavy in his hand, and quite sturdy, reliable for confronting unforeseen circumstances. Chen Yu emerged, holding a baseball bat, and handed it to Zhang Ying, saying, "Keep this for your protection." In these times, having an extra layer of security is certainly wise. Having conveyed this, Chen Yu turned to leave, but just a few steps away. As if suddenly recalling something significant, he hastened back outside to a secluded spot, retrieving a stove from his space. He re-entered the room and presented the stove to Zhang Ying, stating as he handed it over, "This stove is for you as well. It won't be long before electricity and air conditioning become obsolete, and this stove will serve you well. It can provide warmth and facilitate cooking. However, as for the fuel, that is something you'll have to figure out for yourself." After ensuring she understood everything, Chen Yu prepared to depart again. At that moment, Zhang Ying rushed up from behind and enveloped him in a tight embrace, her voice tinged with emotion as she softly whispered, "Thank you, Chen Yu." These simple words bore the weight of her complex yet sincere feelings: gratitude for his timely assistance, resignation to their current hardships, and a hint of confusion regarding the uncertain future. Moments later, Zhang Ying seemed to realize her actions had been a tad impulsive. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she quickly released him, a shy smile gracing her face as she said, "Oh dear, I must have embarrassed you. I got a bit carried away just now." Chen Yu merely shook his head gently, offering no further words, his expression warm and reassuring, as if to convey that she need not be troubled by it. He then waved goodbye to Zhang Ying before turning to exit. As his footsteps faded into the distance, his figure gradually vanished from the corridor, leaving Zhang Ying standing alone in place. Chapter 29. The cold after leaving Zhang Ying, Chen Yu mounted his snowmobile, intending to return to his residence. However, as he passed by building number 5, the image of Xiao Feifei suddenly flashed through his mind. Remembering that she resided in that very building, he hesitated for a moment before deciding to check on her. Thus, he halted his snowmobile and made his way to her floor. Upon reaching her door, he rapped on it. Yet after a considerable wait, no one answered. A sense of unease crept into Chen Yu's heart. He took out his phone and dialed Xiao Feifei's number. The phone rang for an extended period before it was finally answered. The voice on the other end was hoarse and weak, laced with a hint of impatience, asking, "What do you want?" Detecting the unusual tone, Chen Yu's concern deepened. "Are you unwell? You sound quite feeble," he inquired. Xiao Feifei dismissively replied, "I developed a fever after returning. It's a minor issue. A good sleep will suffice. No need for alarm." Her nonchalance alarmed Chen Yu, who couldn't help but exclaim, "Have you lost your mind? You're running a fever, and yet you treat it lightly. Hurry up and open the door. I'm right outside." Xiao Feifei's voice turned astonished, tinged with curiosity. "You're on my doorstep? How'd you get here?" Irritated, Chen Yu retorted, "Of course I'm at your door. Don't concern yourself with how I arrived. Just open the door and let me in." After a few more moments while standing outside, he heard clattering noises and a woman's voice exclaiming in distress, as if she were struggling to rise and open the door. Finally, the door creaked open. Chen Yu was taken aback by the sight of Xiao Feifei. She appeared unsteady on her feet, her movements swaying, and her overall demeanor was one of utter exhaustion. He quickly stepped forward to support her, gently assisting her into the room before shutting the door behind them. He then helped her to lie down on the bed. At that moment, Chen Yu noticed the room was surprisingly cold. Upon closer inspection, he realized the air conditioner was off. After fiddling with it for a while, he discovered it was broken. Furrowing his brow, he decided to disregard the malfunctioning air conditioner. Instead, he moved to the side, retrieved the heater from his belongings, and adeptly set it up while ensuring proper ventilation before igniting the flame. As the fire crackled to life, The temperature in the room began to rise gradually, and warmth enveloped the space, dispelling the earlier chill. With the heater in place, Chen Yu hastened back to check on Xiao Feifei. He found her curled up under the covers, trembling incessantly, her face flushed from fever and her lips slightly cracked, presenting a pitiful sight. Upon witnessing the situation, Chen Yu hastily retrieved a box of cold medicine from his space. After opening the box, he took out a pill, poured a cup of warm water, and gently assisted Xiao Feifei to sit up. He softly remarked, "Here, take the medicine first. It will help you recover more swiftly." Xiao Feifei, still in a daze, opened her mouth obediently and swallowed the pill. Chen Yu then offered her a few sips of water before allowing her to recline once more. Afterward, he settled by her bedside, quietly observing Xiao Feifei. As time ticked away, approximately 10 minutes later, her body, which had been trembling incessantly, gradually ceased its shivers. Her tightly furrowed brow slowly relaxed, and her breathing became significantly steadier, indicating that the medicine was beginning to take effect. Before long, Xiao Feifei fell into a deep slumber, her expression markedly more serene than before, as if she could finally rest in this warm and tranquil environment. Chen Yu gazed at her, letting out a soft sigh, pondering the stubbornness of this young woman who, even in illness, seemed unperturbed. He could only hope for her swift recovery. He waited until her once tightly grasped hand gradually loosened, and her breathing became increasingly steady, suggesting that for the time being, there would be no further complications. Only then did he quietly rise and make his way to the living room. Standing in the living room, Chen Yu contemplated the situation. Given Xiao Feifei's illness, it was essential to ensure that the heating stove had an ample supply of fuel. He turned and retrieved 2 boxes of charcoal from his space, placing them in the corner of the living room for her convenience when they would be needed. Subsequently, he fetched another box of cold medicine and set on the coffee table. Having made these arrangements, Chen Yu proceeded to the kitchen. Upon entering, he headed directly to the refrigerator, opening its door to inspect its contents. He discovered that the food had largely gone untouched, indicating that Xiao Feifei must have fallen ill immediately upon returning, too unwell to consider eating. From his space, Chen Yu extracted 3 prepared dishes along with a pot of chicken soup, placing them beside the stove. With the stove alight, the surroundings were pleasantly warm, ensuring the food would remain at a comforting temperature, ready for Xiao Feifei to eat upon awakening, thus replenishing her strength and hastening her recovery. Before departing, Chen Yu reflected carefully, realizing that merely having those ready-to-eat meals might not suffice. Since Xiao Feifei needed to nourish her body properly while unwell, he decided to prepare additional food. He retrieved a bag of rice from his space and set it in the corner of the kitchen, considering that it would be convenient for her to cook porridge or rice later on. Next, he selected an assortment of fruits, arranging them into a box and placing it in a prominent spot in the living room, knowing that the vitamins they contained would aid in her recovery. Finally, Chen Yu returned to the refrigerator, opened the door, and placed several boxes of frozen dumplings inside, along with a few pounds of meat. With these frozen dumplings and meat at her disposal, Xiao Feifei would have nutritious options to enjoy, whether simply boiling the dumplings for a meal or stir-frying the meat for a wholesome dish. Chen Yu contemplated the situation, realizing that the food he had gathered was quite substantial. If Xiao Feifei managed her meals wisely, she could ensure an adequate intake of nutrition during her illness, promoting a swift recovery. After arranging everything meticulously, Chen Yu finally felt at ease as he departed from Xiao Feifei's residence, riding his snowmobile back to his own abode. Upon reaching the ground floor, Chen Yu noticed 2 individuals attempting to drag away his snowmobile. These figures were bundled in layers of clothing, rendering them indistinguishable in appearance, their forms round and obscured. Observing the scene, Chen Yu furrowed his brow slightly, but soon realized that the 2 seemed preoccupied with their task and had not noticed his arrival. Thus, he leaned against the hallway door, unfazed, and retrieved a cigarette from his pocket. After igniting it with his lighter, he leisurely began to smoke, silently watching the duo struggle to maneuver his snowmobile. The 2 exerted considerable effort, pushing and pulling, yet the snowmobile's weight, compounded by the thick layer of snow on the ground, increasing friction. meant that by the time Chen Yu finished his cigarette, they had only managed to shift it a few meters, panting heavily, an amusing sight indeed. Judging that the moment was ripe, Chen Yu cleared his throat and called out, "Hey, have you had your fun? I have the keys right here. Aren't you tired from all that pushing?" Startled by his voice, the two turned towards him, halting their actions. Approaching him, they removed their tightly wrapped hats, revealing their faces to Chen Yu. To his surprise, they were two men, likely in their 30s. One bore a long scar across his face, extending from the corner of his eye down to his cheek, giving him a menacing appearance. The other had a round face with small, shrewd eyes that scrutinized Chen Yu with a mix of curiosity and caution. The scarred man glared at Chen Yu, growling, "Kid, is this snowmobile yours? If you know what's good for you, hand over the keys. Otherwise, you'll regret it." The round-faced man feigned a sympathetic smile, adding, "Brother, we're all in tough situations. In this freezing weather, please do us a favor and let us take the vehicle. We're in a hurry and have no other options." Chen Yu scoffed, flicking off the ash from his cigarette. "You certainly know how to pick your targets. Trying to steal my snowmobile right off the bat? I think you've mistaken your mark." Taking a step forward, the scarred man clenched his fist and shouted, "Enough chatter. We're taking this vehicle today. If you don't cooperate, don't blame us for being rude." The round-faced man quickly restrained his companion and said to Chen Yu, "Brother, don't be impulsive. We can trade you something. Look, we have some food and medicine to offer." The two individuals, undeterred, attempted to barter with mere packets of instant noodles and a trivial box of cold medicine for Chen Yu's motorcycle. Amused yet exasperated, Chen Yu could not be bothered to even glance at them as he strode towards his snowmobile, eager to return home. However, the scarred man, accustomed to his tyrannical ways, could not tolerate such blatant disregard. Enraged, his face flushed crimson as he shouted, "Damn it! Can't you hear me talking to you? That motorcycle is mine today. If you value your life, step aside." His menacing demeanor suggested he would devour Chen Yu whole should he dare to refuse. Meanwhile, the round-faced man hastily moved alongside Chen Yu, extending his hand in an attempt to obstruct his departure, coercively uttering threats and attempts at persuasion to bend Chen Yu to his will. The frigid air, already biting at -20 degrees, did little to lift Chen Yu's spirits as he impatiently barked, "Get lost." He was ready to twist the throttle of his motorcycle and escape this troublesome scenario. Seeing their demands being rebuffed so callously, the two men drew a dagger from their coats, their faces contorted with malice as they prepared to lunge at Chen Yu. Yet, their heavy garments severely hampered their agility. Before they could advance, Chen Yu swiftly twisted the throttle. The snowmobile surged forth like a furious beast, sweeping the two men aside with a resounding thud, knocking them to the ground, where they groaned in pain, unable to rise for a time. Chen Yu had no inclination to concern himself with their fates. Seizing the opportunity, he revved the engine and sped away toward his villa, leaving the two hapless souls struggling in the snow, muttering their discontent. At last, he arrived safely at his villa, parking the snowmobile and stowing it away. As he stepped inside, he was greeted by the familiar warmth that enveloped him, dispelling much of the chill that had clung to him. Taking a deep breath, he relished the comfort, internally reflecting, "Finally home. This wretched weather is unbearable. I shall not venture out again. It is far too cold." With that, he ambled over to the sofa and sank into it, leaning back to savor the cozy ambience. Relaxing in the living room, Chen Yu leisurely brewed tea, watching the leaves unfurl and dance in the hot water, while idly browsing through television shows on the screen, contemplating a well-deserved moment of relaxation. Suddenly, his phone rang. A glance revealed it was a call from the hefty man, and he answered, asking, "What's the matter? Why the sudden call?" On the other end, the hefty man's voice trembled with urgency and terror. "Chen Yu, there's been a murder. I have witnessed individuals resorting to murder over food. Videos related to this unsettling phenomenon have already circulated within the group, and one cannot help but feel a shiver of fear. In a desperate attempt to seize a few packets of instant noodles, a man callously ended the lives of two individuals. How ruthless! This world has truly descended into madness." Listening to the overweight man's account, Chen Yu exhibited little surprise. After all, in this apocalyptic reality marked by scarcity, It is hardly shocking that individuals would resort to extreme measures in their struggle for survival. Nevertheless, he spoke earnestly to the man. Do you still have that gun I gave you? The situation has become precarious, and you must exercise caution. Ensure that your doors and windows are securely fastened, and thoroughly inspect your surroundings. Reinforce any vulnerable areas without delay. No matter who comes knocking, do not open the door casually. Complacency is a grave mistake. Your safety is paramount. As he spoke, Chen Yu furrowed his brow, a flicker of concern for the man's safety gnawing at his thoughts. He quietly resolved to deliver additional supplies to him if the opportunity arose. The man, on the other end of the line, promptly replied, "The gun is still with me. I have kept it well, fearing that one day I might need it in an emergency. However, you know me. I haven't had the chance to practice my marksmanship. If danger truly strikes, I suppose I'll just wait until they are upon me and then fire. Surely I can hit something." His voice carried a hint of resignation. After terminating the call, Chen Yu opened his phone and entered the homeowners group, eager to discern the discussions taking place. What he discovered was alarming. Many were conversing about him. Frowning, he scrolled through the chat history and realized that it was initiated by Aunt Lynn. This homeowners group comprised nearly 500 members, encompassing nearly all the residents of the community, which facilitated rapid dissemination of information. It turned out that the incident involving Chen Yu riding a snowmobile had been divulged by the two individuals who had attempted to steal it. Unable to secure the vehicle, they harbored resentment and sought to incite the group against Chen Yu, hoping to morally coerce him into relinquishing the snowmobile for communal use to facilitate the gathering of supplies. At that moment, Aunt Lynn tagged Chen Yu in the group chat, asserting with a firm tone, "Chen Yu, your snowmobile has been requisitioned. You are to bring it to the community property office, where they will manage the collection of supplies, and I will oversee the distribution." Having long perceived Aunt Lynn's true nature, Chen Yu coldly retorted, "What if I refuse to provide it?" Aunt Lynn, taken aback, immediately commenced her moralistic lecture. "Young man, how can you lack any spirit of contribution? We are currently in a dire period, trapped in our homes without the means to venture out. Since you possess a snowmobile, it is your duty to offer it for the collective effort to seek supplies. Otherwise, should anyone perish from starvation, you will bear the consequences." Immediately following this, the previous neighbor, Aunt Wong, joined in and remarked in the group, "Young man, can't you embody the spirit of lay foam? We elderly folks are running out of food and cannot endure much longer. Have some pity on us." Chen Yu initially intended to disregard their unreasonable demands, but after some contemplation, he tagged Aunt Lynn in his response. "Don't you have a supermarket? Given your emphasis on the spirit of selflessness, why not distribute the food from your supermarket to everyone?" Aunt Lynn quickly replied, "I would love to, but the supermarket is currently buried under heavy snow, and the doors are inaccessible. If you could contribute your snowmobile, I assure you that I would share the food with all the residents in need." Chen Yu, seeing through the ruse, responded candidly, "How about I drive you to the supermarket now? You can unlock the door, and we can retrieve the food to share." This statement left Aunt Lynn momentarily speechless, silencing her in the chat for quite some time. After a while, she attempted to shift the topic, saying if you lack food, you could always resort to stealing takeout. Isn't your little grandson quite proficient at that? Upon hearing this, Aunt Wong felt embarrassed and promptly fell silent, ceasing her contributions to the group. Later, some members of the group, undeterred, prepared to continue their moral coercion against Chen Yu, uttering phrases about being neighbors and the necessity of mutual assistance. However, Chen Yu was impervious to their attempts and simply replied with a curt leave. While this approach may have offended nearly everyone in the community, Chen Yu remained unconcerned. In this apocalyptic-like environment, he understood that ensuring his own safety and survival took precedence before he could contemplate other matters. He would not indulge those who sought to take advantage of others. Chapter 30. The complete collapse of order after a series of events. The clock had quietly advanced to just past 5 in the afternoon. Chen Yu stretched leisurely and then, without haste, retrieved some barbecued skewers from his space. The skewers were tantalizingly colored and emitted a delightful aroma, making one salivate at the mere sight of them. He also poured himself a sip of yellow wine. The rich flavor blossomed on his palate, bringing a sense of comfort throughout his body. Once he had finished his meal, Chen Yu reclined languidly on the sofa, continuing to idly scroll through his phone, curious about the latest happenings in the outside world. Despite the heavy snowfall making travel exceedingly difficult, the online realm remained bustling with activity, though much of it comprised distressing news. Numerous reports of robbery incidents flooded the internet, each more alarming than the last. Due to the inclement weather, road conditions were abysmal, and even with the police's intention to maintain order, they found themselves powerless to respond promptly to these situations. Consequently, those with malicious intent grew increasingly audacious, and criminal acts proliferated like a rolling snowball, worsening in severity. Across the nation, there were rising cases of robbery and murder, the scenes of which were nothing short of bloody and chaotic. These were merely the incidents that had been detected and reported. Countless others went unnoticed, making the scope of unlawful activities incalculable. At this moment, the previously orderly societal structure lay in tatters. Under the dual pressure of hunger and survival, individuals resorted to desperate measures to secure food and continue living, casting aside morality and legality as if they were inconsequential. The world seemed to plunge into an abyss of darkness and disorder, devoid of any glimmer of hope. Observing these developments, Chen Yu shook his head in resignation. Although he had anticipated such an outcome, witnessing the malevolence of humanity magnified was nonetheless unsettling. As Chen Yu glanced at the incessantly updating messages in the homeowners group, irritation washed over him, prompting him to cast his phone aside. He mused that they could flounder as they wished. It wouldn't be long before their resources were exhausted, leaving them too weak to boast about their verbal prowess. Lost in thought, his phone chimed with a new message. Picking it up, he discovered a message from Zhang Ying. Concern radiated from her words. Chen Yu, I saw in a group that they are organizing a plan to steal your snowmobile. You must be extremely cautious. Upon reading her message, Chen Yu couldn't help but chuckle coldly. He replied, I understand, don't worry. Just take care of yourself. I'll be fine here. No sooner had he sent his reply than his phone rang again, this time with a call from Uncle Zhang. As soon as he answered, he heard Uncle Zhang's anxious voice. Chen Yu, have you seen the news in the group? They have assembled a group of over 10 individuals, claiming they intend to come and create trouble for you once darkness falls. You must exercise caution. Regardless of who knocks on the door, do not open it. Yes, Uncle Zhang, I understand. Thank you, Chen Yu replied before hanging up the phone. Although he held a certain disdain for their actions, he recognized the necessity of being vigilant. Thus, he ascended to the rooftop, gazing down upon the surroundings. To his astonishment, he indeed spotted a group of individuals stealthily approaching his vicinity. Upon closer inspection, Chen Yu noted their ingenuity. They had strapped wide wooden planks to their feet to increase the surface area in contact with the snow, thereby reducing pressure and enabling them to traverse the thick blanket of snow without sinking. However, they were oblivious to the fact that his snowmobile had long been secured within his spatial storage. No matter how thoroughly they searched the villa, it was impossible for them to find it. With a leisurely demeanor, Chen Yu stood atop the building, arms crossed, observing the group as they floundered around the villa like headless flies. Perhaps due to the biting cold, the sub-zero temperatures caused them to shiver uncontrollably. After an extended search yielding no sign of the snowmobile, their frustration mounted. Ultimately, they found themselves at the entrance of Chen Yu's villa, cursing vehemently while pounding on the door. The resounding knocks echoed through the stillness of the snowy night, creating an unsettling disturbance. Unperturbed, Chen Yu called out from within, What brings you to knock at such an hour? The group outside paused momentarily before erupting into a cacophony of voices. One particularly gruff voice shouted, Chen Yu, stop pretending. Hand over your snowmobile. Everyone is in dire need of supplies, and we are counting on that vehicle to find food. You cannot be so selfish. Another voice chimed in. Exactly. What use is it for you to hoard the vehicle alone? In these times, we must help one another. Open the door and relinquish the snowmobile, or we shall not hold back. A third voice stoked the flames further. Humph, this fellow lacks any sense of civic duty. While we starve, he leisurely rides around on his vehicle. He must surrender it today. Infuriated by their shameless remarks, Chen Yu's anger surged, and he shouted back, Damn it! Do you truly believe I am so easily bullied? This is never-ending, is it? Peering through the window, he caught sight of a figure he recognized all too well, Zhang Chong. A wave of fury washed over him as he thought, "Damn it, it's him again. In my previous life, this scoundrel led the charge to rob me of the food I had painstakingly gathered. To make matters worse, he callously took my life, leading to my tragic fate. I never imagined he would attempt the same trick again. Truly, our enmity is inescapable." Chen Yu clenched his teeth, silently vowing that this time he would not let him off so easily. However, simply killing him in one blow would be too merciful for that scoundrel. He needed to make him truly suffer. With this thought in mind, Chen Yu swiftly turned and approached the nearby space, rummaging within until he unearthed a crossbow. The weapon emanated a chilling aura of lethal intent. Gripping the crossbow, a flicker of resolve flashed in his eyes as he aimed at Zhang Chang's arm and unhesitatingly released a bolt. With a swift whoosh, the bolt shot forth like a streak of lightning, instantaneously piercing Zhang Chang's arm. A blood-curdling scream escaped Zhang Chang's lips, reverberating through the stillness of the night, echoing hauntingly in the ears of those present. The onlookers, who had previously been jeering and clamoring for Chen Yu to surrender his snowmobile, were now rendered pale with fear at the sight of Chen Yu's sudden and ruthless action. They fell silent, not daring to utter a single word. After a few moments of stunned silence, they regained their wits. Thoughts of the snowmobile vanished, replaced by an urgent desire to flee the perilous scene. In their frantic escape, they hastily dragged the injured and wailing Zhang Chang along with them. In an instant, the raucous crowd that had gathered at the villa's entrance scattered like frightened birds, leaving behind a chaotic trail of disarray in the snow. Chen Yu stood behind the door, observing their retreating figures, and let out a cold snort. He mused that this was merely a minor lesson for them. Should they dare to provoke him again, they could not blame him for being unkind. As he watched the disheveled group flee, he calmly took out his phone and snapped a picture of their panicked departure. He then opened the homeowners group chat, sharing the photo along with a chilling message that was laced with warning. "Take a good look. This is the fate of those who covet my possessions. If anyone dares to set their sights on me again, they should weigh the consequences carefully, lest they claim they were not forewarned." As soon as the message was sent, the previously boisterous chatter in the group fell into an abrupt hush. The members, staring at the image and envisioning the tense altercation, felt a shiver of apprehension. They understood that Chen Yu was not to be trifled with. Any thoughts of morally coercing him or pressuring him to relinquish his snowmobile were swiftly cast aside, replaced by a palpable fear of Chen Yu. No one dared to utter another provocative word. After sending the message, Chen Yu pocketed his phone, his expression still stern. He was well aware that, following this incident, it would be some time before anyone dared to approach him again. Yet, he also recognized that in such tumultuous times, one must remain vigilant and cannot afford to be complacent. Just as he was contemplating his next steps, his phone suddenly buzzed. He picked up his phone and discovered it was a call from Xiao Feifei. He quickly answered, teasingly remarking, "Officer Xiao, have you recovered from your cold?" On the other end, Xiao Feifei's voice came through, sounding rather cheerful as she replied, "I've already gotten better, thank you. If it weren't for your assistance that day, I would have suffered for quite a while longer." Chen Yu, however, playfully retorted, "Why thank me? Didn't you say a good sleep would suffice? It seems that nap did wonders." Xiao Feifei immediately sensed Chen Yu's jest and feigned annoyance, saying, "Stop being cheeky. I've seen the food you left for me. It's quite a lot. Where on earth did you find so much? Did you leave enough for yourself?" Chen Yu patiently explained, "I have a snowmobile. I took a ride during lunch to gather some, so I brought back plenty. Don't worry about me. I still have ample supplies." Upon hearing this, Xiao Feifei's tone shifted to one of concern. "I saw the messages in the group. People are eyeing your snowmobile. You must be extra cautious. The world is chaotic right now." Chen Yu shrugged off her worries. "I know, so don't fret about me. But you should also refrain from going out. The situation outside has completely unraveled, with robberies everywhere. It's too dangerous." Xiao Feifei confidently replied, "You underestimate me. After all, I'm a special police officer. There are not many petty thieves who could take anything from me." Chen Yu couldn't help but caution her, "Don't be so complacent. People these days won't adhere to any moral code. They resort to any means necessary to survive, so be vigilant." Xiao Feifei chuckled over the phone. "Rest assured, I'm well aware of the situation and want to act recklessly. But you also need to take care. If you encounter any trouble, remember to call me." After responding to messages from Zhang Ying and Fatty, Chen Yu found himself momentarily without tasks and lazily reclined back onto the sofa. Bored, he picked up his phone, opened Douyin, and gently scrolled through the myriad of videos, indulging in the distraction to pass the long and tedious hours. Just then, Laifu approached with light footsteps, gracefully leaping onto the sofa and snuggling closely beside Chen Yu, increasingly attached to him. Seeing this, Chen Yu reached out to gently pat Laifu's head, prompting the dog to close its eyes contentedly, emitting soft sounds of satisfaction. As time passed, the outside temperature plummeted further, eventually dropping to a chilling -30 degrees. The biting cold seemed to infiltrate every crevice, relentlessly penetrating walls and windows, invading the warmth of the indoors. Within the community, many residents' air conditioning units, already strained, ceased to function under such extreme conditions. Many individuals, once peacefully enveloped in slumber, were abruptly roused from their dreams by the sudden, biting chill. They shivered and huddled deeper into their blankets, yet the cold relentlessly clung to them, rendering it impossible to drift back into sleep. Furthermore, some frail and elderly souls could not withstand the piercing cold. They closed their eyes forever in their dreams, never to awaken again, casting a pall of sorrow and despair over the entire community. In stark contrast, however, Chen Yu harbored no such anxieties. Having prepared provisions and meticulously planned for life in advance, he had anticipated such extreme temperatures and deliberately selected an air conditioning unit of exceptional performance. Even in the harsh conditions of -50 or 60 degrees, it functioned flawlessly, continuously providing warmth to his abode. At this moment, Chen Yu's room remained a haven of warmth. He reclined on the sofa, cradling Laifu, and gazed at his phone, feeling content and serene, a striking juxtaposition to the icy desolation that lay outside. Chapter 31. Someone truly passed away outside. The biting cold wind howled like a blade, causing the glass windows to groan in response. The frigid air seemed intent on encasing all of creation in ice, a sensation both piercing and merciless. However, the scene within the room was starkly different. It was warm and inviting, with a gentle warmth permeating every corner, evoking the sensation of basking in the sun of a spring day. At this moment, Chen Yu was clad in a short-sleeved shirt, fervently engaged in physical training within the confines of his home. He was performing push-ups, his arm muscles undulating with each movement, showcasing an impressive display of strength. As his workout persisted, beads of sweat began to trickle from his forehead, coalescing into glistening droplets that cascaded down his cheeks, dampening the fabric of his shirt. This remarkable endurance was attributed to his spatial abilities, which had augmented his physical prowess threefold. Thus, what might be considered a standard workout intensity was merely a trivial challenge for him. Yet, witnessing him drenched in sweat illustrated the dedication and discipline he had maintained over an extended period, a rare quality in the chaotic and arduous environment reminiscent of an apocalypse. Empowered by his spatial capabilities, Chen Yu's physique had undergone a profound transformation. His muscle definition was both smooth and robust, each sinew seemingly brimming with boundless strength, while exuding an aesthetic grace akin to a masterfully sculpted work of art. His broad and solid shoulders supported his entire frame with the stability of a mountain, embodying a reliable and composed sense of power. The contours of his biceps and triceps were sharply defined, flexing and contracting with each movement, emanating a latent force that seemed ready to erupt at any moment. His abdominal muscles, arranged impeccably like a washboard, contained a potent explosive energy, delivering a striking visual impact. Overall, Chen Yu's physique epitomized the harmonious union of strength and beauty, exuding an indomitable force capable of overcoming any obstacle while simultaneously possessing a remarkable balance and symmetry. Even when standing casually, he radiated an undeniable presence that commanded respect. After completing his workout, Chen Yu felt invigorated. After a quick shower, he was drying his hair with a towel when his phone chimed with an incoming video call from his friend, the rotund one. Puzzled, he mumbled as he answered, "Hey, Fatty, why are you suddenly video calling me like this?" On the screen, his friend wore a troubled expression, his brows furrowed tightly, and his tone was laden with resignation as he said, "Chen Yu, do you have any idea how chaotic things are outside right now? It's a complete disaster. Everywhere you look, there are incidents of robbery and murder. The police are unable to manage it due to the dire conditions. In this world, it feels as if the rule of law has vanished. It seems everyone is avoiding each other, as you never know when an accident might occur." Observing his friend's despondent demeanor, Chen Yu chuckled and teased, "Oh, fatty, this isn't like your usual self. Why the sudden surge of sentimentality? Previously, I had bestowed upon you a firearm, and with this weapon in your possession, you have already surpassed 99 of the populace in these tumultuous times. Do not be so perturbed." Upon hearing Chen Yu's words, the portly individual let out a slight sigh, expressing his sentiments with a touch of melancholy. "Alas, it weighs heavily on my heart. The thought of being confined to this villa, unable to venture out as freely as before, fills me with a sense of frustration. Is it truly destined that the days ahead will be spent in such seclusion? The mere contemplation of it leaves me discontented." As he spoke, his expression was one of desolation, his gaze reflecting a profound yearning for the outside world. Chen Yu waved his phone dismissively, chuckling as he remarked, "You ought to cease this melancholic musing. Have you forgotten that many are currently deprived of even a morsel to eat, huddled in their cold beds, trembling with fear? Here you are, residing in a villa, free from want, and yet you remain discontented. Spare us the dramatics." With that, he placed his phone on a nearby stand and turned toward the hairdryer, preparing to style his hair. Unbeknownst to Chen Yu, the portly man had already added Chen Duo and Chen Yun to the chat group, initiating a group video call. As Chen Duo entered the video frame, her attention was immediately captured by Chen Yu. He stood shirtless, his back to the camera, drying his hair in front of a mirror. The muscles of his back were taut and well-defined, subtly flexing with each movement of his arms, exuding an aura of latent strength. From the side, the contours of his eight-pack abs were distinctly visible, each segment resembling the flawless creation of a master sculptor, epitomizing ultimate masculinity. His chiseled visage, pronounced nose, and deep-set eyes possessed an enigmatic allure that left Chen Duo entranced, her heart racing as if a fawn were darting about within her. She was utterly captivated, her gaze fixated on the screen, reluctant to divert her attention. As for Chen Yun, her face had turned a vibrant shade of crimson, reminiscent of a ripe apple. She feigned modesty, yet her eyes betrayed her as they continually flitted toward Chen Yu, revealing a blend of shyness and admiration. At this moment, the portly man discerned the reactions of the two women, and a wave of discomfort washed over him, akin to a bitter taste in his mouth. Unable to contain himself, he bellowed, "Chen Yu, quickly put on a shirt. Enough of showcasing your splendid physique." Chen Yu, engrossed in drying his hair, instinctively turned at the sound of the shout, only to realize that two new faces had joined the video call, both women fixated on him. Upon catching Chen Yu's gaze, Chen Duo and Chen Yun instantly panicked, hastily pretending to engage in other activities, fumbling with their surroundings, their eyes darting away. However, the flush on their cheeks remained, their hearts fluttering as if they were harboring a timid rabbit within. Chen Yu smiled awkwardly and hurriedly rose to the side, casually grabbing a short-sleeved shirt and deftly slipping it on. Only then did he return to the video, addressing them. "I just finished exercising and took a shower, not noticing the increased company. My apologies." His demeanor, tinged with a hint of embarrassment, starkly contrasted with the powerful image he had just portrayed. The overweight individual scoffed dismissively, curling his lip as he remarked, "Humph, I'll pretend to believe you. Who knows if it was intentional?" He turned to Chen Duo, adding, "You seem to be enjoying this." "Huh?" Upon hearing this, Chen Duo immediately feigned anger, glaring as she retorted, "Which of your eyes saw me snooping? I was clearly preoccupied with other matters. So don't go making baseless accusations." The overweight man rolled his eyes in response, feeling exasperated and realizing that dwelling on the matter was pointless. So he shifted the subject. Clearing his throat, he inquired, "Chen Yu, how are things on your end? Is it safe? The situation outside is quite chaotic, and I'm genuinely concerned for you." Upon hearing the overweight man's question, Chen Duo dropped her pretense of anger. her expression now serious as she attentively awaited Chen Yu's response, her eyes reflecting genuine concern. In this tumultuous and perilous world, everyone was deeply invested in each other's safety. Chen Yu furrowed his brow slightly, contemplating before responding. Currently, my safety is assured, but I can't speak for others. Just yesterday, I took my snowmobile out for a spin and was spotted. They actually wanted me to donate it for communal use, which I of course declined. To my surprise, in the afternoon, they were so persistent that they attempted to forcefully take it, but I managed to fend them off. Considered a lesson for them. Upon hearing this, worry instantly etched itself across Chen Yu's face, and she anxiously asked, "Oh no, are you all right? Did you get hurt?" Before Chen Yu could respond, the overweight man interjected sarcastically, "Wow, you've seen every inch of him, and now you're pretending to care about his injuries?" Chen Yu's face flushed crimson in embarrassment, her anger boiling over as she shouted, "You, fatso, shut your mouth. I told you I wasn't spying, and if you keep talking nonsense, I might just lose my temper." Her demeanor suggested that she was ready to argue with him through the screen, her eyes nearly blazing with indignation. The overweight man, intrigued by Chen Yu's mention of the snowmobile, quickly asked, "When did you get a snowmobile? Where did you even find one?" Chen Yu's lips curled into a mysterious smile as he replied, "What do you think? Do you want one? I have another here. If you're interested, I could give it to you." Upon hearing this, the overweight man shook his head vigorously, akin to a rattling drum, and quickly replied, forget it. I wouldn't dare take it. With the chaos outside, even if I had a snowmobile, I'd be afraid I couldn't keep it safe. That would just attract a world of trouble." At this moment, the usually reticent Chen Yu broke her silence, her brow slightly furrowed in contemplation. In truth, the snow outside has accumulated to 2 or 3 meters in depth. Even if those with ill intentions were to attempt to approach, they would likely find it insurmountable. She noted, navigating through such deep snow is no trivial endeavor. Once one sinks in, extricating oneself is nearly impossible. Chen Yu, upon hearing Chen Yun's words, nodded slightly, pondering the validity of her assessment. While the deep snow might deter many nefarious individuals, he considered the possibility that circumstances could worsen. In the event of a dire situation, possessing a snowmobile would provide a swift means of escape from danger. With this thought in mind, Chen Yu spoke in his phone, "Fatty, when I find the time, I will send a snowmobile your way. It is always prudent to be prepared. Having an additional escape route could prove invaluable in an emergency." Fatty, upon hearing Chen Yu's suggestion, contemplated it and deemed it quite sensible. The presence of a snowmobile would undoubtedly enhance their sense of security, and he readily agreed, expressing his gratitude to Chen Yu. At that moment, however, Chen Yu's complexion turned pale, and her voice trembled as she recounted. Someone in our community was tricked into opening their door, and tragically, both individuals were murdered. It is utterly horrifying. As she spoke, a look of fear etched across her face. She instinctively clutched Chen Yun's arm, as if seeking solace from her terror. Chen Yu's expression darkened at her revelation. He admonished earnestly, Duo, you must ensure the front door is securely locked. Regardless of who knocks, do not open it lightly. It would be wise to place heavy objects against the door for added protection. In these times, one can afford no carelessness. Duo nodded vigorously, responding, "Yes, I understand. Chen Yu, you can rest assured. I will be cautious." Her demeanor resembled that of an obedient child, clearly attentive to Chen Yu's advice, unwilling to let down her guard. Chen Yu's face remained solemn as he continued. "Everyone can see the gravity of our situation. The snow outside has reached 3 meters, and temperatures have plummeted to minus 30 degrees. Under these conditions, venturing outside in the short term is simply unfeasible. Moreover, we must think long term. The days ahead are likely to become increasingly arduous. The scarcity of food is but one concern. More critically, if this inclement weather persists, maintenance of our power and communication systems will falter. Should neglect ensue, the supply of electricity and communication networks will inevitably cease. At that point, we shall find ourselves in a truly desperate predicament, thus necessitating our preparedness." As Chen Yu articulated the severity of the situation, Fatty, Chen Duo, and Chen Yun's expressions grew increasingly grave. Previously, they were solely focused on the chaos unfolding around them, grappling with the immediate crises at hand. None had considered the long-term implications as profoundly as Chen Yu, nor had they contemplated the dire consequences that would ensue following disruptions in power and communication. At this moment, a heavy weight bore down on their hearts, filled with apprehension, as they fell into a deep contemplation about how to navigate the increasingly challenging circumstances. Chen Yu's voice was laced with palpable panic as she helplessly remarked, "It seems we are truly running low on food. What shall we do?" Her eyes reflected a glimmer of fear. In this frigid, chaotic environment, the absence of sustenance signified a threat to survival. The mere thought of it caused her hands to tremble involuntarily. Chen Yu furrowed her brow, concern etched across her face. She gently clasped Chen Yu's hand, offering solace while casting her gaze toward the phone screen, hoping to receive some practical advice from Chen Yu. Observing the tense atmosphere, the portly friend, in an effort to lighten the mood, jested with a playful smirk, Duo, if you're truly worried about the food supply, why not stay with Chen Yu? Sharing a bed might keep you warmer. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Chen Yu's face flushed crimson, leaving her momentarily at a loss for words as she cast her gaze downward in silence. Her mind uncontrollably conjured up some indescribable images, contemplating the embarrassment of sharing a bed with Chen Yu. The blush spread across her cheeks, reminiscent of a ripe apple, emanating both shyness and bashfulness, while her heart raced as if it were a small rabbit trapped within her chest. The portly friend, witnessing Chen Yu's bashful demeanor, felt a pang of jealousy rise within him, akin to having been dealt a grievous blow. He grimaced, visibly displeased. However, Chen Yu remained unfazed by the banter. He pondered for a moment, then earnestly addressed the phone. Duo, how long do you think your food will last? I have a sufficient supply here, and, if necessary, I can send some over to you. Upon hearing Chen Yu's words, Chen Duo felt a slight sense of relief and quickly replied, "We can probably hold out for about a week." Chen Yu nodded slightly, stating, "All right, then you should manage for the next few days. In a few days, I will send some food over to you, which should help you sustain yourselves a bit longer." Chapter 32. The community in crisis. As Chen Yu engaged in conversation with his portly companions, he casually opened the homeowners group chat, only to be met with a chorus of lamentations. Flipping through several pages, he discovered numerous homeowners lamenting that many air conditioning units had ceased to function due to overloading. Outside, the temperature had plummeted to a frigid -30 degrees Celsius, and now, indoors, it was nearly -10 degrees, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a frozen cellar. Even though everyone huddled beneath their blankets, enveloping themselves in every available cover, not a trace of warmth could be felt. The chill seemed to penetrate all barriers, burrowing deep into their bones. Moreover, there was a severe shortage of food, leaving residents unable to replenish the necessary calories to withstand the cold. Some had already succumbed to the harsh conditions and fallen ill. In the group chat, a flurry of desperate requests for supplies ensued, with needs as diverse as the individuals themselves. Many, afflicted by colds due to the biting weather, were anxiously seeking cold medicine, while others were preoccupied with the dire need for sustenance, hoping to procure something to quell their hunger. Yet, at this moment, few were willing to sell their supplies casually. Everyone understood that this extreme cold was not a transient ordeal. The resources they possessed were vital for survival, thus they clutched them tightly. However, a handful of opportunistic individuals, harboring misguided optimism, believed that government assistance would soon arrive, prompting them to exploit the situation by selling supplies at exorbitant prices. To their astonishment, the prices were outrageous. A single cold medicine tablet was being sold for 500 yuan, while a pack of instant noodles commanded a staggering 1,000 yuan. This exorbitance left many feeling both furious and helpless, as the scarcity of supplies rendered them vulnerable. Despite the outrageous prices, the dire shortage led many to scramble for purchases, creating a scene of overwhelming demand. At this juncture, Aunt Lynn was consumed by regret, lamenting her previous decisions. She had sold supplies for merely 100 yuan per pack, never anticipating that the prices would soar tenfold. In retrospect, she realized she had lost nearly 20 million yuan in potential earnings, a staggering loss. Watching others sell items for even higher prices only intensified her envy and resentment. Fueled by jealousy, she angrily tagged everyone in the group chat, proclaiming, "Listen closely. This high-priced reselling of supplies is illegal. You must cease purchasing immediately. If you continue, I will certainly report this to the authorities. No one will escape my notice." Her tone dripped with veiled threats, as if her intentions were for the greater good, when in truth, she could not bear to see others profit more than she had. Aunt Lynn's words, once spoken, alienated many. She had previously been the one to vehemently discourage others from venturing out to procure supplies, adamantly asserting that the government would provide unified relief, insisting there was no need to stockpile resources, and encouraging everyone to remain calm and stay indoors. Who could have anticipated that a heavy snowfall would seal off the city, rendering any attempts to procure supplies futile? Everyone finds themselves grappling with hunger, facing a dire shortage of food in this frigid winter landscape, their hearts simmering with frustration. Just then, she emerges once more, obstructing everyone's efforts to purchase high-priced essentials, which utterly incites the ire of the crowd. Consequently, many individuals begin to call her out in the group chat, their words increasingly harsh and scathing. Some blame her for previously preventing them from going out to buy food, insisting that the government would provide unified assistance. Now food is scarce. The roads are buried under snow, and the shadow of governmental aid is nowhere to be found. Are you deliberately intending for us all to wait here to perish? What is your true intention? The group chat erupts with vitriol directed at Aunt Lynn, creating a scene of utter chaos. Not only are the residents of Building 3 harboring resentment towards her, but owners from other buildings also join in the chorus of reproach. Each person takes turns in the chat, berating Aunt Lynn, their accusations flowing like a relentless barrage. Some lament that her earlier obstruction has left them unable to put food on the table, while others decry her for plunging everyone into this desperate situation without a hint of remorse. The entire owners group is filled with cries for Aunt Lynn's accountability. Amidst this cacophony of accusations, Zhang Chang's wife can no longer contain herself. She hastily tags Aunt Lynn in the chat, her tone rife with indignation and grievance, stating, "My husband only stole the motorcycle from Chen Yu for the sake of everyone, hoping that having a vehicle would allow us to seek out supplies. Yet now he is injured, and you all seem indifferent. Our situation is dire. The air conditioning in our home is broken, it's freezing, and we've run out of food. As a woman, I find myself powerless. Do you all wish to stand by and watch me freeze or starve to death? Is there no shred of compassion left among you?" Her words exude despair and helplessness, as if, in this icy apocalyptic setting, the prospect of survival is slipping away. However, those who had previously urged the theft of the motorcycle now fall silent. For at such a time, everyone understands the need for self-preservation. Every morsel of food is a precious lifeline. To offer assistance would be seen as folly. Each person is preoccupied with devising ways to endure the harsh days ahead, leaving no room to concern themselves with the plight of others. Thus they feign ignorance and allow Zhang Chang's wife to lament in the group, with no one willing to respond. As she observes the silence enveloping the group, the last remnants of hope within Zhang Chang's wife gradually dissipate. The thought of her existence in this frigid, resource-scarce environment leads her to believe that survival is becoming increasingly unattainable. Gritting her teeth, she steels herself and promptly tags Chen Yu, sending a message that reads, "Chen Yu, I know who organized the theft of your snowmobile. If you provide me with food, I will reveal their identities to you." Upon seeing his name mentioned, Chen Yu furrows his brow slightly, though his heart remains largely unaffected. He pondered quietly, realizing that he had no genuine desire to uncover the identity of the organizer. In this apocalyptic environment, anyone daring enough to seize his belongings would be courting death. He had neither the time nor the inclination to investigate further. Meanwhile, Zhang Chang's wife, feeling utterly ignored after her prolonged attempts to engage in the group chat, was overwhelmed by a sense of despair. She was as restless as an ant on a hot skillet, desperately racking her brain for someone who could offer assistance. Suddenly, she thought of Uncle Zhang and hastily tagged him in the group, her tone laced with desperation. "Brother Zhang, do you still have any food over there? Zhang Chang is injured, and we have nothing left to eat. We truly cannot hold on any longer. I implore you to help us." Upon seeing the mention, Uncle Zhang was about to type a response when the words of his daughter echoed in his mind, causing him to hesitate. After a moment, he replied, I really have no food left. I distributed everything to you not long ago, and my supplies are nearly depleted. Zhang Chang's wife, upon reading his message, felt a wave of disbelief wash over her. How could you have given away all your food without keeping any for yourself? You must still have some left. Brother Zhang, please have pity on me. Even borrowing a little would suffice. Otherwise, Zhang Chang and I will truly starve to death. At that moment, Aunt Wang chimed in, saying, Xiao Zhang, could you bring me some food later? I'm running low too. Soon after, others joined in, requesting food from Uncle Zhang, as if they were certain he had a hidden stash. Uncle Zhang, feeling helpless, reiterated, I really have no food left. I haven't eaten myself. So how could I have anything to spare? Yet, the others remained unconvinced, believing that no one would willingly part with all their provisions without retaining some for themselves. Aunt Wang, hearing Uncle Zhang's response, had a sudden idea. Why not borrow some food from Chen Yu? He definitely has supplies. I saw him with several boxes of instant noodles and rice just a few days ago. Go ask him for help. Uncle Zhang knew all too well that when he had returned food to Chen Yu last time, Aunt Wang had been watching. However, that was Chen Yu's property, and he had already troubled him enough. He felt he had no right to ask for more. Moreover, if he were to do so, he would betray the heartfelt advice his daughter had given him, leaving her profoundly disappointed and possibly unforgiving for life. Thus, Uncle Zhang steeled himself and replied, I can't borrow anything. If you wish to ask, you can do so yourselves. Little did he anticipate that such a statement would incite fury among the others. Those who had previously received assistance from Uncle Zhang have now entirely forgotten his benevolent gestures in their time of need. One by one, they began to cast aspersions, their words laced with disdain. They accused Uncle Zhang of being cold-hearted and unfeeling, claiming that he had turned a blind eye to their suffering, as if his prior kindness had been nothing but a fade. They painted him as a villain of the highest order, disregarding the kindness he had once shown. As Uncle Zhang perused the barrage of accusatory messages in the homeowners group, it felt as though a dagger had pierced his heart, leaving him both furious and regretful. In a moment of despair, he raised his hand and struck his own face with a resounding slap, the sound echoing sharply in the still, cold room. Internally, he berated himself, lamenting, What foolishness have I engaged in? I merely wished to help, believing that everyone was facing difficulties. How could I have anticipated that my goodwill would be so cruelly repaid with scorn? It is truly disheartening. With reddened eyes, filled with grievance and helplessness, he slumped in despair, staring blankly at his phone screen. Witnessing the duplicitous exchanges in the homeowners group, Chen Yu could not suppress a laugh, his expression a blend of disdain and mockery. He mused that such petty tactics were only sufficient to ensnare a soft-hearted individual like Uncle Zhang, but would be utterly ineffective against someone like himself. He had no intention of being ensnared by such trivial schemes. Anyone daring to provoke him would surely face dire consequences. As time passed, the group gradually quieted, yet Chen Yu understood that beneath this veneer of calm, a more significant undercurrent was surging, threatening to erupt at any moment. This apocalyptic atmosphere had laid bare the ugliness and complexity of human nature. Zhang Chang's wife had not rested for a moment. After encountering resistance from Uncle Zhang, she rallied a few individuals in the group, including Wang Dama's family. They formed a small coalition, and, after a brief discussion, they set off towards Uncle Zhang's apartment on the 10th floor, armed and ready for confrontation. Chen Yu monitored the unfolding events through surveillance. Observing Zhang Chang's wife standing alone at Uncle Zhang's door, poised to knock, while the others crouched out of sight, peering through the peephole, an unmistakable sign of ill intent. She knocked and feigned a tone of desperation, saying, Brother Zhang, could you please help me check why the air conditioning isn't heating? I promise I won't ask for food this time. You know Zhang Chang is injured at home and cannot fix it. Just help me this once, and I assure you I won't trouble you again. Inside, Uncle Zhang was torn, grappling with his own thoughts, which led him to remain silent and not open the door. After a moment of stillness, someone beside Zhang Chang's wife whispered something to her, prompting her to continue. Brother Zhang, please just take a look. I swear I won't ask for food again. Just do me this favor. Perhaps swayed by her pleas, Uncle Zhang hesitated for a while, and finally, he slowly opened the door. To his astonishment, as soon as the door swung open, the individuals concealed on either side of the entrance surged in like ravenous wolves. Almost immediately, the room erupted into a cacophony of heated arguments and scuffles, a scene of utter chaos. After a short while, Zhang Chang's wife emerged from within, frantically clutching the provisions that Chen Yu had earlier left for Uncle Zhang. She was closely followed by others, each of them laden with items, some bearing down jackets, others toting blankets, and even some who had taken chairs. Their avaricious demeanor was truly repugnant. Chen Yu observed this unfolding drama with quiet intensity, his brow slightly furrowed, yet he refrained from intervening. He pondered how Uncle Zhang would respond to this predicament. Would he choose to endure in silence, or would he rise in defiance? The test of humanity was undeniably brutal. Uncle Zhang took several minutes to emerge from the room, limping visibly as he walked, a sight that tugged at one as heartstrings. Without attending to anything else, he hastily descended the stairs. Zhang Chang's wife resided on the 6th floor, while Chen Yu remained downstairs. He had installed surveillance cameras on his own floor and the one above, but had no view of the situation on the 6th floor, leaving him in the dark about what transpired after Uncle Zhang left. Thus, he waited a full 30 minutes before Uncle Zhang reappeared on the surveillance feed. By then, he appeared increasingly disheveled, with tousled hair and tattered clothing, presenting a pitiful sight against the backdrop of the biting 30-degree below zero cold. One could only speculate about the hardships he had endured in that half hour. Opening the community group chat, Chen Yu saw Uncle Zhang tagging Zhang Chang's wife, his tone rife with indignation and disappointment. Do you not feel a pang of conscience? How could you orchestrate a raid on my home for food, even taking blankets without hesitation? After all the care I offered you, how could you behave in such a manner, devoid of any gratitude? However, Zhang Chang's wife responded without a hint of remorse, brazenly retorting, Didn't you claim to have run out of food? Then why do you still have so much? Refusing to share with us? If we indeed barged in and discovered it, would you have continued to deny it and deceive us? Her twisted reasoning was delivered with an air of entitlement, leaving Chen Yu momentarily speechless, and even Uncle Zhang was taken aback, at a loss for words, his heart racing with frustration and urgency, yet unable to articulate a rebuttal. At that moment, Zhang Ying, likely aware of the situation, chimed in the group chat with pointed remarks. You dare to claim justification for raiding someone else's home? Return everything at once, or you best ensure you don't step outside. Her words brimmed with an undeniable firmness, clearly enraged as she sought to vindicate Uncle Zhang. At this moment, Zhang Chang's wife still bore that shameless demeanor, as if her act of seizing food was entirely justified and beyond reproach. She seemed utterly oblivious to any wrongdoing on her part. Chen Yu observed the chaotic situation in the homeowners group, shaking his head, contemplating that he had no leisure to concern himself with such matters. If Uncle Zhang was incapable of reclaiming the food that had been taken from him, it perhaps indicated he lacked the ability to safeguard these possessions, and thus there was no need for Chen Yu to worry or offer further assistance. After all, in this arduous environment of the apocalypse, he was willing to extend a helping hand to those who were grateful and deserving of aid. However, for those with a martyr complex who believed that others should assist them without gratitude, he had no desire to invest his efforts. Just as Chen Yu set his phone down, his gaze casually swept across the monitoring footage, where he spotted Zhang Ying emerging from his room, making her way downstairs. Soon, she reached the floor where Uncle Zhang resided and entered his home. It was unclear what the two discussed inside, but after a short while, Uncle Zhang emerged from the house, axe in hand, his expression grave and imposing. Zhang Ying closely followed him, her eyes reflecting determination, as if she had resolved to undertake an important task. Their demeanor sparked curiosity about what they intended to do next. Due to the absence of surveillance cameras on the lower floors, Chen Yu remained in the dark about the specifics of the unfolding events. He reclined comfortably on the sofa, yet his thoughts lingered on the matter, glancing at the monitor intermittently. Approximately an hour later, the footage finally revealed the figures of Uncle Zhang and his daughter. Uncle Zhang was seen carrying the previously stolen food, and to Chen Yu's surprise, he appeared to have acquired additional items as well. Zhang Ying clutched a blanket and down jacket, closely trailing her father. It was evident that the father-daughter duo had successfully reclaimed their possessions, and the scene was quite gratifying to behold. Meanwhile, Zhang Chong's wife was causing a ruckus in the homeowners group. Chen Yu perused her messages, which, though fragmented, allowed him to piece together the sequence of events. It turned out that upon arriving at Zhang Chong's wife's residence, no matter how hard they knocked, she refused to answer the door, likely feeling guilty and afraid. Uncle Zhang, losing his patience, raised the axe and smashed the front door open. Consequently, the door was left in ruins, unable to close, and the frigid air, plummeting to 30 degrees below zero, rushed into the home, dissipating the meager warmth that had been painstakingly accumulated. The temperature inside was now nearly indistinguishable from the outdoors, chilling the space like an ice cellar. As for the other stolen items, they were returned voluntarily by those involved. Uncle Zhang promptly shared the video of him breaking down Zhang Chong's wife's door with those who had participated in the theft. Upon witnessing the scene, those individuals contemplated the dire consequences of failing to return the stolen items. They feared that one day, Uncle Zhang might arrive wielding an axe, ready to smash down their own front door, leaving them in a predicament akin to that of Zhang Chong's wife's family, with an unshut door in a home as frigid as an ice cellar. Faced with such a terrifying prospect, their hesitation vanished, and they hastily returned the pilfered goods. Consequently, Uncle Zhang and his daughter successfully reclaimed their rightful possessions and even retrieved some extra items. Chen Yu silently observed the unfolding scenes on the monitor, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he mused to himself that Uncle Zhang possessed a degree of tenacity, leading him to believe that there was still hope for the man. Chapter 33. Disruption and reopening. The recent incident of food theft was akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, stirring the chaotic undercurrents beneath the surface. In this apocalyptic environment, many individuals found their thoughts becoming increasingly warped and irrational. At this moment, the atmosphere in Zhao Yong's room was notably oppressive and restless. 7 or 8 of his subordinates were gathered around him, individuals he had summoned to share a meal when the apocalypse first struck, under the impression that he would assign them tasks. Little did they know, they were now trapped, unable to leave. Among them were the scar-faced man and the bespectacled individual whom Chen Yu had encountered previously. By fortunate coincidence, when they arrived, they had brought a substantial supply of food and drink, which had sustained them for the past few days. However, as their provisions dwindled, anxiety began to mount. The scar-faced man furrowed his brow and urgently addressed Zhao Yong. "Brother Yong, others are already making moves to seize food. We cannot afford to wait idly. We must devise a plan." Upon hearing this, Zhao Yong's temper flared, and he railed, "Damn it, how can anyone act faster than us? Who knows when this wretched weather will return to normal? If we continue to linger like this, we will starve." The bespectacled man chimed in, "Brother Yong, with our meager stock, there's no way will last until the weather improves. Even if it does, we might not be around to see that day. We need to think quickly." Zhao Yong gritted his teeth and resolved, "Let's take action. Regardless, even if the police wanted to intervene, they wouldn't arrive in time. We have nothing to fear. We will first make an example of someone to instill fear in the others. If they wish to survive, they must surrender their supplies. Those who defy us will face death. We cannot afford to show mercy." The others, not lacking in ruthlessness themselves, eagerly prepared for action upon hearing his words. At that moment, a chubby young man stepped forward and inquired, "Brother Yong, who shall we target first?" Zhao Yong narrowed his eyes, contemplating for a moment before responding with malice. "Let us take aim at Aunt Lynn. If it weren't for that meddlesome old woman, always prattling on about how the government would come to save us and preventing us from seizing supplies, we wouldn't have fallen to this dire state. She must pay for this." Having concluded, the group began rummaging through the room, gathering weapons. Zhao Yong, having many enemies, had long prepared an arsenal within his quarters. In a short while, each person had armed themselves, some wielding axes, others brandishing knives, each exuding a menacing aura, ready to embark on a violent endeavor. Meanwhile, Aunt Lynn remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger closing in on her. She was still preoccupied with regret over her previous decision to sell food at a low price. The more she pondered, the more pain she felt, incessantly lamenting her foolishness for so easily relinquishing her supplies, entirely oblivious to the calamity that was about to befall her. Zhao Yong, accompanied by a group of his intimidating subordinates, ascended to the 3rd floor where Aunt Lynn resided. Following Zhao Yong's command, The chubby fellow approached the door and knocked. The sound echoed, and soon enough, Aunt Lynn's cautious voice inquired from within, "Who is it?" The chubby man lowered his voice and replied, "I'm a resident from the 5th floor." Upon hearing this, Aunt Lynn remained vigilant, pressing on with her inquiry. "What is it about?" Feigning an air of mystery, the chubby man urged, "Please open the door. I have something of utmost importance to discuss with you. This matter must remain confidential, and I can only speak to you privately." However, Aunt Lynn, being astute and seasoned by her experiences, was not easily swayed. She resolutely remained behind the door, responding, "Whatever it is, you can say from outside. I can hear you just fine. There's no need to open the door." In a hurry, the chubby man exclaimed, "Aunt Lynn, I know which household has a surplus of supplies. Let us strategize on how we can procure those provisions. Then we won't have to worry about food." Upon hearing this, Aunt Lynn felt a mix of skepticism and curiosity. After pondering for a moment, she asked, "Tell me who has the supplies, and then I might consider opening the door." Noticing Aunt Lynn's reluctance to fall for their ruse, the chubby man grew anxious and turned to Zhao Yong. Zhao Yong furrowed his brow and, in a hushed tone, urged, "Keep pressing her to open the door. Otherwise, don't say anything. I don't believe she can resist the temptation of an easy gain." Heeding Zhao Yong's advice, the chubby man addressed Aunt Lynn once more. "Aunt Lynn, I'm sharing such vital information with you. Surely, you can show some sincerity. Look at the freezing weather outside. It's quite cold. Just let me in to talk." Aunt Lynn, weighing her curiosity against the potential danger, hesitated. On one hand, she was intrigued to learn which household had resources, thinking it might ease her future hardships. On the other hand, she feared the risks involved. After much deliberation, she cautiously opened the door a crack to assess the situation. Unexpectedly, the moment the door creaked open, Zhao Yong and his men seized the opportunity, forcefully pushing the door wide open. As Aunt Lynn gasped and prepared to scream, Zhao Yong swiftly lunged forward, brandishing an axe and pressing it against her throat. The cold blade against her skin rendered her pale with fear, silencing her completely. Her body trembled involuntarily, her eyes wide with terror, barely daring to breathe. Inside the house, Aunt Lynn's husband and son, alerted by the commotion outside, rushed out. However, upon witnessing the alarming scene, 7 or 8 burly men brandishing sharp weapons, their blades glinting menacingly in the light, they froze in place, as if paralyzed by an unseen spell. Their legs shook uncontrollably, beads of sweat trickled down their foreheads, and they were engulfed in fear, uncertain of what awaited them next. Zhao Yong swaggered into the room and plopped down on a sofa, crossing his legs with an air of contempt and cruelty. He gazed at the trembling and terrified Lin family, his lips curling into a sneer as he spat. "Damn it, you old hag. You kept prattling on about how the government would come to our rescue. Look how many days have passed without a whisper of news. I warned you last time. If I catch you trying to deceive me again, I won't hesitate to put an end to you." Oof. In this day and age, the police have no authority here. Even if someone were to get killed, no one would dare intervene. If you know what's good for you, you'll obey. Otherwise, you'll regret it. Lindama, quenking in fiar, stammered, I truly did not deceive you. Initially, the government did say they would come to our aid, but they never provided a specific timeline. They merely asked us to be patient. I was only hoping for their arrival, which is why I said that. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yong snorted dismissively, his impatience palpable. "I can wait. But until the government arrives, your family must supply our food. In this situation, everyone must find a way to survive. Since you made me believe that unreliable promise, you shall now bear the consequences. If not, don't blame me for being ruthless." He brandished the axe in his hand, the meaning unmistakable. Refusal would not end well. The Lin family trembled at the sight of the axe, paralyzed by fear, unsure of how to proceed. Zhao Yong signaled to his 2 henchmen standing by, who immediately understood the command and turned to rummage through the Lin family's rooms in search of food. They searched vigorously, turning over drawers and cabinets, even scouring under beds and in closets, yet they could only muster a meager amount of food, which they placed on the table. Zhao Yong surveyed the scant provisions with a furrowed brow, skepticism etched on his face as he demanded, "Did you search thoroughly? This family runs a supermarket. How could they have only this little? There must be more hidden away." Go look again. The henchman, looking defeated, replied urgently, Brother Yong, we truly searched everywhere. Even the bathroom. We turned over every nook and cranny, but this is all we found. There's nothing else. Zhao Yong's temper flared, his face reddening with rage. He raised the axe and struck down hard onto the coffee table with a thunderous crash, splintering it and sending its shavings flying. With eyes wide and furious, he barked, Where's the food hidden? I advise you to hand it over immediately. If you comply, I might spare you. Otherwise, the consequences will be dire. You know exactly what I'm capable of. His fierce demeanor instilled even more dread in the Lin family, who quaked in silence, too terrified to utter a word. In that moment, Zhao Yong was consumed by anger, his gaze fixed on the Lin family, filled with menace. He spoke with a menacing tone. So you still dare to be defiant? Do you truly believe I lack the courage to deal with you? Rising from his seat, he brandished an axe before Aunt Lynn, shouting to his subordinates, Search this house thoroughly once again. Even if you must dismantle the walls, find the food. If you fail, do not blame me for being unmerciful. Hearing this, his men hurriedly dispersed, continuing their search within the house, yet yielding little in the way of results. Observing this, Zhao Yong clenched his teeth, approached Aunt Lynn's elderly husband, and seized his collar, pressing the axe against his throat. He bellowed at Aunt Lynn, Old woman, I grant you one final opportunity. If you do not produce the food this time, I shall take it out on your husband. In this world, the death of one more person goes unnoticed. Aunt Lynn, terrified, wept as she pleaded, We truly have nothing left. We are on the brink of starvation ourselves. We sold everything we had. There is nothing hidden away. Please spare us. Yet Zhao Yong remained unconvinced, tightening his grip, drawing blood from the old man's neck, and continued his threats, still resorting to deceit. It seems only a demonstration of my resolve will compel you to speak the truth. However, Aunt Lynn's family truly had no food left. No matter their pleas, Zhao Yong remained steadfast in his belief that they were lying. Ultimately, with a heart hardened by malice, Zhao Yong struck with the axe towards Aunt Lynn's husband. The anguished screams of Aunt Lynn and her son filled the air, yet they could not deter Zhao Yong from his violent course. His eyes now ablaze with fury. He no longer cared about the lives he would extinguish. His dark countenance turned towards Aunt Lynn's son, and with a sinister tone, he declared, I shall grant you one more chance. If you fail to reveal where the food is hidden, you shall meet the same fate as your husband. I am a man of my word. Do not force my hand. Faced with the glinting axe and her son's ashen face, Aunt Lynn felt an overwhelming wave of dread wash over her, rendering her incapacitated and collapsing to the ground, tears streaming down her face. She prostrated herself and begged for mercy, her voice trembling. I know where there is food. It belongs to Chen Yu. Most of the food in this building was sold to him. We must have plenty left. I beg you, spare us. We have truly hidden nothing. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yong's eyes gleamed with a flicker of hope, and he replied, Take me to him. If you can find a way to open the door and allow me to acquire the food, I shall let you live. But if you dare to play tricks, none of you shall survive. Do you understand? His tone brooked no argument, and Aunt Lynn, fearing for her life, nodded vigorously, hoping that by divulging this information, she could save herself and her son, though she remained uncertain of what awaited them next. With trembling legs, Aunt Lynn stood, her heart racing with anxiety, uncertain whether she would succeed in opening the door to Chen Yu's residence. Aunt Lynn, filled with helplessness, dared not oppose Zhao Yong's wishes and could only brace herself as she led him and his companions towards Chen Yu's residence. Along the way, her heart fluttered with anxiety. She feared not only that Chen Yu might refuse to open the door, but also that, even if he did, Zhao Yong and his cohorts would not spare her or her son once they obtained the food. However, at that moment, there seemed to be no alternative course of action. Upon arriving at Chen Yu's doorstep, just as Aunt Lynn was about to knock, a cold voice emanated from within, declaring, Do not think to deceive me into opening the door. I am well aware of what is happening outside. No matter what you say, I shall not open it. You might as well give up and spare yourselves the effort. This voice pierced through the door, leaving Aunt Lynn momentarily stunned and at a loss for what to do. Upon hearing these words, Zhao Yong's expression darkened immediately. He stepped forward and shouted at the door, Chen Yu, Be sensible and open the door at once. Otherwise, when I break it down, you will regret it. Do not say I did not warn you." As he spoke, he brandished the bloodied axe in his hand, his gaze filled with menace and threat. Yet, there was no response from within, as if Chen Yu had dismissed his words entirely. Enraged, Zhao Yong began to strike the door furiously with the axe, but alas, it was too small to breach the security door. Zhao Yong's temperament was such that setbacks only fueled his determination. This minor obstacle would not deter him. Instead, it seemed to ignite the fire of his wrath. With a furrowed brow and a fierce glint in his eyes, he turned to his subordinate and commanded, "Go, fetch the fire axe from the first floor for me. Today, I will not be thwarted." Every building is equipped with a fire cabinet on the ground floor, which contains a fire axe. The subordinate, heeding the command, hurried downstairs without delay. Before long, he returned, panting, with the fire axe in tow. After his earlier threats and exertions, Zhao Yong was somewhat fatigued. He leaned against the wall and directed his subordinates to take turns smashing the door with the fire axe. The sound of the axe striking the door resonated through the hallway, creating a cacophony that made one's ears ring. Meanwhile, Zhao Yong stood idly by, smoking a cigarette, his gaze fixed intently on the door as if he were determined to break it down and obtain the food inside, unwilling to relent. As for Chen Yu, inside, he could hear the increasingly fierce pounding on the door and realized that Zhao Yong and his group were not to be trifled with. Fear gripped him, leaving him in a state of panic. Being a privileged young man accustomed to wielding power, he found himself at a loss, realizing that no one feared his wealthy father in this moment of peril. In his frenzy, he hastily sent a message in the owner's group, pleading for assistance. "Is there anyone who can help me? I can provide food. Aunt Lynn, accompanied by Zhao Yong, is currently trying to break down my door. I beg you all, please help me." His words trembled with fear and desperation. Chen Yu had, in fact, anticipated such an outcome ever since Chen Yu began to acquire food at exorbitant prices. In this chaotic and ruthless environment, possessing an abundance of food without any strength is akin to being a succulent piece of meat, inevitably destined to become the spoils of others. Within the owner's group, although everyone clearly saw Chen Yu's desperate plea for help, not a single soul dared to respond, let alone offer assistance. After all, no one wished to meddle in affairs that did not concern them or provoke Zhao Yong, a man known for his ruthless disposition and accompanied by several henchmen. Fearful of drawing calamity upon themselves, they chose to turn a blind eye, silently praying that this predicament would not ensnare them. As his subordinates relentlessly battered the door with fire axes, it began to show signs of yielding. Splinters flew, and the frame started to teeter precariously. Zhao Yong watched with a sinister grin as the door succumbed to the onslaught, urging his men with fervor, "Hurry, put in more effort. We will breach it soon." Inside, Chen Yu sat paralyzed on the floor, his face ashen, listening to the ominous sounds of destruction drawing ever closer. He realized he might not escape this impending doom, yet felt utterly powerless. With a thunderous crash, the door finally gave way under the relentless battering, collapsing violently. Zhao Yong, witnessing the scene, discarded his cigarette, but, extinguishing it with a forceful stomp, and swaggered into the room with his subordinates. The moment Zhao Yong set foot inside, he was taken aback by the sight of food that filled the room to the brim. In the living room, countless boxes of instant noodles were neatly stacked, bags of rice piled high like small mountains, and an array of colorful snacks scattered haphazardly, cluttering the space. Adjacent to this, in an empty room, an abundance of bottled water stood closely packed. Zhao Yong and his gang's eyes sparkled with excitement at the sight, their faces alight with astonishment. At that juncture, Aunt Lynn also found herself mesmerized by the food, her avarice unabashedly evident. She turned to Zhao Yong, her voice tinged with urgency. "I brought you here, surely. I deserve a share of this bounty." A sly smile crept across Zhao Yong's lips as he retorted, "How much do you desire?" Enraptured by the food, Aunt Lynn failed to notice the ulterior motive behind Zhao Yong's expression, her gaze greedily fixed on the treasure strewn about the living room. Without hesitation, she declared, "I don't need much, just a third will suffice. If I hadn't brought you here, you would never have known where he resided." Upon hearing this, Zhao Yong paused momentarily before erupting into a chilling laughter that echoed ominously within the walls. Once his mirth subsided, his countenance darkened, and he unleashed a brutal kick that sent Aunt Lynn sprawling several meters away, akin to a rag doll, crashing heavily to the ground as she cried out in pain. Zhao Yong stepped forward, towering over Aunt Lynn, and coldly remarked, "Do you not comprehend the gravity of the situation? At this juncture, do you still dare to negotiate with me? Your focus should be on preserving your life rather than coveting food." At that moment, Aunt Lynn regained her senses, and upon meeting Zhao Yong's icy gaze, she trembled in fear, too terrified to utter another word. It suddenly dawned on her that her late husband had been brutally slain by this merciless man before her, sending a chill of dread coursing through her. Hastily, she fell to her knees, repeatedly bowing her head in supplication, weeping and pleading, "Please spare me. I shall never dare again, I implore you." Zhao Yong, visibly annoyed, furrowed his brow and retorted, "Get lost. From now on, you will obediently follow my commands. Whatever I instruct you to do, you will do it. Start discreetly inquiring within the community about who has food supplies, then report back to me. If you perform well, perhaps I may spare your life. But should you dare defy me, you will regret it." Aunt Lynn, fearful of disobedience, could only nod vigorously, her heart heavy with despair, yet utterly powerless, resigned to Zhao Yong's whims. After Aunt Lynn scurried away, Zhao Yong leisurely approached Chen Yu. He crouched down, tilting his head with a smirk that danced between amusement and mockery as he regarded the cowering Chen Yu huddled in the corner. "You were quite audacious just moments ago behind that door, weren't you? Where has that bravado vanished to now? Why are you silent?" At this point, Chen Yu was thoroughly terrified, clutching his head with trembling hands, his body curled in on itself, too frightened to respond. He shook uncontrollably, his teeth chattering as if he were a lamb awaiting slaughter, engulfed in despair and helplessness. Seeing Chen Yu in such a state bore Zhao Yong, who stood up and waved his hand at his two henchmen, instructing, "Take him outside, let him experience the bitter chill of winter." The mere mention of this sent Chen Yu into a panic, as he cried out hoarsely, "Please, spare me. I was wrong. I shall never dare again. I will freeze to death out there." Yet, the two henchmen, devoid of any compassion, approached him expressionlessly, opened the window with a rough motion, and callously stripped Chen Yu of his outer coat before unceremoniously tossing him into the snowy abyss outside. Chen Yu's body arced through the air, and with a thud, he plunged into the deep snow, disappearing entirely, leaving behind an eerie silence. Zhao Yong stood by the window, watching with keen interest for a few moments. But when he heard no further sounds, he found it utterly dull and turned away, sauntering towards the sofa in the living room. He plopped down, reclining comfortably with his legs crossed, leisurely directing his subordinates to begin transporting the food into his home, already plotting his future. At that moment, the bedroom door creaked open, revealing a stunning woman clad in alluring sleepwear, headphones adorning her head, stepping into view. The enchanting beauty possessed an alluring figure, with the contours beneath her nightwear subtly revealing themselves. Zhao Yong's eyes sparkled with delight, exhilarated by this unexpected surprise, contemplating how this joy could indeed be magnified. Oblivious to the commotion outside, the woman, adorned with headphones, was lost in her melodies within the confines of her bedroom. Suddenly confronted by a throng of unfamiliar, menacing men invading her sanctuary, she gasped in terror, instinctively attempting to retreat and shut the door behind her. Yet, Zhao Yong and his companions, capable of breaching even the most robust security doors, found no obstacle in the bedroom door. In an instant, Zhao Yong lunged forward and with a resounding thud, he forcefully kicked open the door to the bedroom. Almost immediately, the air was filled with the woman's piercing screams, reverberating through the room, laden with profound dread. However, as time steadily progressed, those anguished cries gradually diminished, eventually fading into a muffled sound, as if silenced by some unseen force, leaving the entire abode enveloped in a chilling silence. Outside, the relentless grip of winter prevailed, yet within, amidst the chaos and malevolence, a deceptive warmth pervaded the space, masking the unfathomable darkness and despair lurking beneath. Chapter 34. The resilient Aunt Lynn stumbled her way home, nearly collapsing as she entered. Upon crossing the threshold, she was met with the sight of her son, still in a state of shock. In an instant, the two of them embraced and wept together, their cries resonating with the anguish of lost loved ones and the terror of having survived a harrowing ordeal. A tapestry of emotions filled the small room, echoing against its walls. Fortunately, after Zhao Yong and his companions had seized the bountiful provisions from Qin Shou's household, they deemed Aunt Lynn's meager supplies beneath their notice. Thus, aside from the tragic loss of her husband, the family endured no further significant losses. After shedding tears for a while, Aunt Lynn gradually regained her composure. She pondered that, considering her husband's advanced age and declining health, his passing might, in a twisted way, spare them the burden of feeding one more mouth. With this thought, she found herself somewhat reconciled to the outcome. Her son, Zhang Zhonglin, having been numbed by the chaos and brutality surrounding them, found a semblance of logic in his mother's reasoning. They comforted one another, and in time, began to come to terms with their reality. At that moment, a furrow creased Zhang Zhonglin's brow as he asked, his voice laced with concern, "Mother, do you truly believe they killed Qin Shou?" Aunt Lynn sighed deeply, her expression resolute. "Indeed they did. I witnessed it firsthand, clear as day. Moreover, they also violated the mistress Qin Shou had kept." The scene was utterly wretched. Zhang Zhonglin's heart sank at her words, prompting him to inquire anxiously, "What shall we do now? Will they continue to trouble us?" Aunt Lynn gently patted her son's shoulder, attempting to reassure him. "No, they won't. Zhao Yong still finds me of use. He has asked me to discreetly inquire within the homeowners group about who still possesses food supplies. As long as I comply, we should remain safe for the time being." After a moment of silence, Zhang Zhonglin slowly replied, "Very well. As long as we can stay safe, that is all that matters. In these times, we must prioritize our own survival, regardless of how many others may perish." Though initially consumed by worries about their precarious situation, Zhang Zhonglin's curiosity unexpectedly piqued. With a hint of intrigue, he asked, "But, Mother, was Qin Shou's mistress attractive?" Aunt Lynn's brow furrowed in disapproval at his question. If she were unattractive, how could she possibly entice another woman's husband? Let me tell you, she was nothing short of a brazen vixen, flaunting herself even in the biting cold of winter. Such a shameless woman deserves the fate that befell her at the hands of Zhao Yong and his gang. Having spoken, Aunt Lynn regarded her son with suspicion. "Why do you inquire about her? I must emphasize, such a woman shall never cross our threshold. Do not entertain any misguided notions." Zhang Zhonglin quickly waved his hands in protest, insisting, "No, of course not. Mother, I was merely asking out of curiosity. There was no ulterior motive." Upon hearing his explanation, Aunt Lynn's demeanor softened slightly as she continued, "My son is far too remarkable. Such a woman could never be worthy of you. I find that Xiao Feifei might be quite suitable for you. That girl is far more beautiful than this mistress, and she is a police officer, which adds to her dignity. I will find a time to inquire about the situation and see if I can connect you two." Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhonglin's spirits immediately deflated as he hung his head and said, "She probably wouldn't even look at me. The last time I mustered the courage to approach her, she completely ignored me. I suppose I didn't even register on her radar." However, Aunt Lynn dismissively snorted and replied, "Humph, does she dare to disregard you? Rest assured, my son, we are currently in an apocalyptic era where resources are of utmost importance. I have my methods to deal with her. Once she finds herself lacking in supplies, she will undoubtedly seek my assistance, and at that point, I shall have her firmly under control, ensuring she complies with our wishes." Zhang Zhonglin's eyes brightened at her words, and he excitedly asked, "Really, Mom? What do you plan to do? Please tell me." His eager expression suggested he could already envision Xiao Feifei as his girlfriend. Aunt Lynn smiled with satisfaction and reassured him, "My son, you need not worry. The government will surely send supplies soon. Once they arrive, I will discreetly withhold her share. And without resources in this harsh world, she will be unable to sustain herself. In her desperation, she will come seeking me, allowing us to seize the opportunity to manipulate her as we wish." However, upon hearing this, Zhang Zhonglin's excitement waned, replaced by a look of dejection as he murmured, "Alas, we have no idea when the government will come to our aid. How long must we wait? People are often like this. When there is nothing, it is acceptable. But when a grand promise is made and then delayed, the anticipation can drive one to madness. I fear that before we receive government assistance, we may not be able to hold on any longer." His face reflected his anxiety as he spoke. Aunt Lynn gently patted Zhang Zhonglin's shoulder in an attempt to comfort him, saying, "Son, take heart. Even if government assistance does not arrive promptly, we have other means. If necessary, I can rely on Zhao Yong's influence. Although he is somewhat ruthless, he is still counting on me to gather information within the owner group. If I can win him over, he can apply some pressure on Xiao Feifei. As a girl, what could she possibly do? Surely, she will comply with our plans. Thus, you need not worry too much. I have this matter under control." Upon hearing Aunt Lin's words, the worry on Zhang Zhonglin's face lessened. Meanwhile, Zhao Yong was already commanding his subordinates to move all the supplies seized from Qin Shou's home into his own residence, which was instantly filled to the brim. Additionally, the mistress, Cheng Cheng, whom Qin Shou had been supporting, was also taken away by Zhao Yong. Cheng Cheng was indeed no ordinary woman. Possessing striking beauty and a voluptuous figure, she had relied on her looks to attract several wealthy suitors before becoming Qin Shou's mistress. She was well-versed in the art of charming men, adeptly employing her skills to extract considerable sums from them. However, her spending was equally extravagant. The more she earned, the more she squandered, and soon her funds dwindled. It was only then that she returned to her former profession, entangling herself with Qin Shou, hoping to continue indulging in a life of luxury through her old trade. As for Zhao Yong, observing Cheng Cheng in this manner filled him with a sense of pride. He felt a long-lost sensation of conquest as he controlled such an enchanting woman. He cared little for her tumultuous past, dismissing it as mere frivolity. Zhao Yong's subordinates watched their leader revel in such pleasures, their hearts racing with envy as they yearned to partake in this hedonistic delight. One bold subordinate, summoning his courage, was about to speak to Zhao Yong about this matter when, before he could utter a word, Zhao Yong's expression darkened. He delivered a swift kick, catching the subordinate off guard, sending him staggering and nearly crashing to the ground. Enraged, Zhao Yong bellowed, "Get lost. This woman is mine now. Let us see who dares to have designs on her. You better know your place, or you'll regret it." His fierce demeanor silenced the others, leaving them too frightened to breathe. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Yong realized he would need these men as his enforcers in the future. Offending them could lead to trouble, so he softened his tone, clearing his throat. "All right, you lot, stop staring at me. I'll arrange something for you. Just show up tonight, and don't cause any trouble." Upon hearing this, the subordinates' worries evaporated, their previous discontent forgotten. They quickly expressed their gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, boss. You truly look out for us." Their obsequiousness was evident, having been thoroughly cowed by Zhao Yong's blend of incentives and threats. Each one eagerly anticipated a night that, they hoped, would fulfill Zhao Yong's promise of indulgence. Zhao Yong then pulled out his phone and dialed Aunt Lynn. As soon as the call connected, he spoke plainly. "Hello, Aunt Lynn. My brothers need some female companionship tonight. Please arrange someone for me." Aunt Lynn's expression soured upon hearing this, her face contorting in distress. "Oh dear, you're putting me in a difficult position. In this day and age, everyone is too frightened to venture out. Where am I supposed to find women for you? Even if I wanted to procure someone, I wouldn't know where to begin. Don't make this harder for me." Zhao Yong, growing impatient, let his tone turn menacing. "I don't care how you manage it. If my brothers don't have women tonight, I'll send your son to keep them company. Don't think I'm joking. My men have their taste too, so don't say I didn't warn you." Upon hearing those words, Aunt Lynn trembled with fear, her heart filled with both anger and dread. She was infuriated by Zhao Yong's unreasonable demeanor and terrified that he might inflict something dreadful upon her son. Hastily, she exclaimed, No, Zhao Yong, please calm down. I will find a way. Just don't harm my son. I will do my utmost to arrange everything. Just give me some time." At that moment, Aunt Lynn was in a state of urgent distress. Utterly at a loss as to how to navigate this daunting predicament, She could only agree for the time being and ponder how to confront this challenging issue. Her voice quivered as she held her phone, hesitating for a while before suggesting, perhaps you could give me some food? That way, I could attempt to make arrangements for you. Zhao Yong contemplated for a moment before responding, fine, I'll give you a box of instant noodles. But you must resolve this matter by tonight. Can you manage that? Upon hearing about the box of noodles, Aunt Lynn felt as though she had grasped a lifeline. She eagerly nodded, exclaiming, absolutely, you can rest assured. I will make the necessary arrangements. Come pick it up, Zhao Yong concluded, then hung up the call. Without a moment's delay, Aunt Lynn hurried to Zhao Yong's residence, struggling to carry the box of noodles back to her home under Zhao Yong's impatient gaze. Once back, she sat there, her brow furrowed in worry, contemplating for a long while. Suddenly, an idea struck her mind. She thought of Zhang Chang's wife, Wan Na. Wan Na was in a dire situation. Her husband was gravely injured. Their food supplies had long been depleted, and they were left with nothing. Aunt Lynn mused that if she provided Wan Na with some food, she might be willing to accompany Zhao Yong as subordinate. With this thought in mind, Aunt Lynn picked up her phone and dialed Wan Na's number. When the call connected, Aunt Lynn endeavored to sound as congenial as possible, saying, Xiao Na, I have a channel through which I can procure food. Would you be interested? On the other end, Wan Na was taken aback, filled with gratitude that Aunt Lynn was thinking of helping her during such a trying time. She quickly replied, Thank you, Aunt Lynn. Given the current circumstances, food is incredibly important. But how can we obtain it? Aunt Lynn continued, Wait for a moment at Chen Yu's room. I will get you some noodles. Wan Na, puzzled, asked why go there. That seems a bit strange. Aunt Lynn hurriedly explained, Oh, Xiao Na, here's the thing. Zhao Yong has taken all of Chen Yu's food, but there are still some supplies left. If you go there, I will show you where the food is hidden. Wan Na remained skeptical and questioned, If you know where it is, why don't you take it yourself? Feigning exasperation, Aunt Lynn replied, I did take some, but I simply couldn't carry any more. I thought of you, knowing you have nothing at all, so I specifically saved a little for you. Honestly, there is no benefit for me to deceive you. I genuinely want to help. Upon hearing this, Wan Na felt a lingering doubt in her heart. However, considering her current state of desperation, the allure of food proved too enticing to resist. Thus, she resolved to heed Aunt Lynn's advice and give it a try. After contemplating Aunt Lynn's words, which seemed to hold some merit, she decided against further hesitation and made her way towards Chen Yu's room. Meanwhile, as soon as Aunt Lynn hung up the phone, she hurriedly dialed Zhao Yong's number. Once connected, she eagerly reported, Zhao Yong, I have succeeded here. The person has already gone that way, so you need not worry. Satisfied with her words, Zhao Yong let out a contented hum and ended the call. As Wan Na stepped into Chen Yu's room, she noticed 6 or 7 men seated inside. Without a second thought, she assumed they were merely coincidentally present and stated, I am here on Aunt Lynn's behalf to collect food. At that moment, a man with a scarred face rose, wearing an expression that was both mocking and sinister, and said, There is plenty of food, come over here. He then called out to a chubby fellow beside him, Hey, go fetch a few packets of instant noodles. The chubby one complied and soon returned with 5 packets of noodles, placing them on the coffee table. Upon seeing the food, Wan Na's spirits lifted and she eagerly approached to grasp the noodles, preparing to leave. However, just as she took a couple of steps, she was obstructed by the scarred man, who wore a wicked grin and slowly remarked, You have received the food. Now it is time for you to work. Wan Na, bewildered and fearful, asked what work. As she discerned the malevolent intent reflected in the faces of these men, a wave of foreboding washed over her, prompting her to turn and flee. Yet, before she could make her escape, a blonde-haired man lunged forward, seizing her from behind. Terrified, Wan Na cried out, Let me go. What do you want from me? Her desperate pleas did not deter them. Instead, they seemed to ignite their excitement further. The blonde man, holding her tightly, marched towards the bedroom, indifferent to her futile struggles. Soon, anguished cries erupted from the bedroom, filled with despair and pain, reverberating throughout the room. Yet the others outside remained unmoved, as if deaf to her suffering. After 3 long hours, Wan Na emerged from the room, trembling. Her hair was disheveled, her clothing torn in several places, and she appeared as though her spirit had been shattered. Yet, She clung tightly to the 5 packets of instant noodles, as if they were her sole source of strength at that moment. Limping towards home, each step sent waves of pain through her body, but gritting her teeth, she persevered until she finally returned home. Upon entering, she made her way to the bathroom. Gazing into the mirror at her disheveled reflection, tears streaming uncontrollably down her face, she quietly adjusted her clothing, attempting to present herself as less wretched, and took out a bottle of perfume from the wardrobe, spritzing it onto herself in a bid to mask the unpleasant odors. With a forced sense of determination, she made her way to the kitchen, prepared 2 packets of instant noodles, and carefully brought them to her husband, Zhang Chong's bedside, feeding him spoonful by spoonful. Once Zhang Chong had finished, she sat there and consumed the remaining noodles entirely, even slurping the broth clean, as if filling her stomach could momentarily allow her to forget the recent agony and humiliation she had endured. At that moment, Chen Yu was comfortably seated indoors, savoring a succulent steak and occasionally sipping a glass of fine red wine. The air conditioning was set to a pleasant temperature, and a gentle warm breeze caressed him, providing unparalleled comfort. Just then, his phone rang unexpectedly. He set down his glass, glanced at the caller ID, and upon seeing it was Zhang Ying, he answered with a smile, inquiring, "What's the matter?" On the other end, Zhang Ying spoke in an urgent tone, laced with gravity. "There's been a serious incident. Chen Yu, you know Chen Yu, right? He has been killed by Zhao Yong, and all the food from his home has been taken by Zhao Yong and his gang." I was inside when I heard a series of loud knocks at the door, sensing something was amiss, so I stepped outside to investigate, only to witness this scene. Moreover, even a mistress that Chen Yu was keeping has been taken by Zhao Yong. Chen Yu perked up at this news, his eyes alight with intrigue, thinking it a tremendous loss not to have witnessed such explosive events firsthand. However, he quickly regained his composure, a hint of concern crossing his face as he cautioned, "You must be careful. Since Zhao Yong has already shed blood, he certainly wouldn't hesitate to kill again. You need to exercise utmost caution during this time. And if you find yourself in any danger, contact me immediately. Don't be reckless." Zhang Ying, however, dismissed his worries with a nonchalant tone. "You underestimate me too much. Do you think my years at military school were for naught? I'm not so easily bullied. If trouble arises, I can take care of myself. So don't fret unnecessarily." Her voice radiated confidence, bolstered by the skills she had honed during her military training. While Chen Yu indeed had faith in Zhang Ying's capabilities, he was also aware of the saying, "A chaotic fist can defeat a master." Zhao Yong and his cohorts were numerous, and should they employ underhanded tactics, it was entirely possible that Zhang Ying could find herself in perilous waters. At this juncture, Chen Yu inquired, "Have you informed Uncle Zhang about the situation?" Zhang Ying promptly replied, "As soon as I witnessed the events, I notified him right away, considering he lives nearby and should be forewarned." Hearing this, Chen Yu felt a slight sense of relief. After all, both Zhang Ying and Uncle Zhang were recent investments of his, and if they were to be ensnared by Zhao Yong's machinations, all his efforts would have been in vain, resulting in a significant loss. Chen Yu furrowed his brow, his mind brimming with anxiety regarding the current situation. He then inquired, "Xiao Ying, do you have any updates from the military? Are they preparing to commence the rescue operations?" Zhang Ying promptly responded, "I have seen in our group that some seniors are currently in the army, and they have indeed begun to address the disaster relief measures. However, for the time being, they can only start with the infrastructure. I have heard that they are fully committed to maintaining the power stations and communication facilities. After all, ensuring the functionality of these 2 components requires significantly less manpower compared to the large-scale distribution of supplies. Moreover, as you are aware, the snow outside has accumulated to a height of 3 meters, making it exceedingly difficult to clear. Relying solely on human effort to create a pathway would demand an immense amount of labor. They have indicated that given the current circumstances, we must brace ourselves for at least a month before the government can arrive to assist us, and this is merely the most optimistic estimation. Furthermore, when the time comes, they will prioritize the rescue of top talents according to a list, which means individuals like us will likely be relegated to a wait of 2 to 3 months. In any case, we cannot expect immediate assistance." As Zhang Ying spoke, Her tone reflected a sense of helplessness. In this frigid, chaotic, apocalyptic environment, the delay in rescue efforts indeed left one feeling uncertain, forcing them to devise every possible means for self-preservation. Chapter 35. The fierce Xiao Feifei. After hanging up the phone, Chen Yu found himself with nothing to do, so he opened his mobile phone to check the homeowners group. To his surprise, the group was eerily silent. It seemed as if no one was aware of Qin Shou's murder or the food theft. Whether they were intimidated by Zhao Yong or simply oblivious to the events remained unclear. Regardless, there was not a single discussion about the matter, as if it had never occurred. Furrowing his brow, Chen Yu contemplated the situation and decided it was imperative to inform Xiao Feifei. He picked up the phone and dialed her number. As soon as the call connected, he heard her panting breath. Chen Yu surmised she was likely exercising, so he teased her, "Officer Xiao, at this hour, you're still working out? With the current situation, you can't even venture out to catch thieves. There's no place for your training to be utilized." Xiao Feifei recognized the jest and, unwilling to be outdone, retorted, "It's beneficial to stay fit. Who knows when I might need to fend off someone like you." After uttering those words, she felt they bordered on the ambiguous, her cheeks flushing slightly. She quickly clarified, "What I meant was, you certainly know how to rile me up. If I ever catch you, I shall make sure to teach you a lesson." Feigning ignorance to her insinuation, Chen Yu cleared his throat and shifted to the matter at hand. "You must remember what I'm about to tell you. Aunt Lynn from a neighborhood committee brought a group of people to her residence today and robbed them of their supplies. The husband was killed, and the wife was taken away." Upon hearing this, Xiao Feifei's demeanor shifted to one of urgency as she inquired, "Where did this happen? I need to go check it out immediately." Chen Yu quickly interjected, "Where do you think you're going? Do you believe it's like before? Well, you can go wherever you please. The entire nation is rife with murder and robbery. Do you think you can handle it?" She chuckled awkwardly. "It's just a professional instinct. However, once the weather warms up and order is restored, those thugs must be apprehended and dealt with severely. It's utterly lawless." A thought crossed Chen Yu's mind, prompting him to test Xiao Feifei's limits. He asked, "If you could confront them now, would you shoot them if they resisted?" Xiao Feifei paused, momentarily taken aback. "Are you serious?" Feigning nonchalance, Chen Yu replied, "Just answer according to your true feelings. I'm merely curious." After a brief silence for contemplation, she responded, "If they truly dared to resist, given my temperament, I would undoubtedly fire. After all, I was demoted to this position as a result of a similar incident. Although I didn't shoot then, the assailant was severely injured by my hand and remains hospitalized." Upon hearing this, Chen Yu was momentarily taken aback, his mind racing with thoughts. How unexpected it is to learn of such a past concerning Xiao Feifei. Clearly, I must exercise caution in our conversations henceforth and refrain from making lighthearted jokes. With this in mind, he hastily spoke up, "Officer Xiao, Sister Xiao, I hadn't anticipated your formidable nature. If I have offended you in any way in the past, I hope you'll forgive my indiscretions." Xiao Feifei chuckled at his words and replied, "Given that you address me as sister, I shall overlook your previous blunders. However, should you err again, I shall not be so lenient." With that, she found herself laughing uncontrollably. Once her laughter subsided, Chen Yu continued, "I was merely jesting earlier, but you must remain vigilant in the future. Do not be complacent, thinking you can handle multiple adversaries. Safety must always be the priority." Xiao Feifei, unfazed, retorted, "Your words sound akin to a lecture for a child. I have been part of society for several years, and here you are, a mere university student, attempting to educate me." Nevertheless, she swiftly shifted the conversation, advising him, "You ought to be cautious as well. Previously, they had shown restraint in their attempts to steal your snowmobile, but now that they have resorted to murder, their methods will undoubtedly become increasingly ruthless. Remain on guard." Chen Yu expressed his concern for her health, inquiring whether her cold had improved. Xiao Feifei smiled and replied, "I must thank you for the cold medicine and the chicken soup you left behind. You certainly know how to take care of others." After exchanging a few more pleasantries, they concluded the call. Once Xiao Feifei hung up, her demeanor transformed. Her spirits seemed to lift considerably. She sat quietly beside the stove, which radiated warmth, the flickering flames casting a soft glow upon her already enchanting features, enhancing their gentle aura. With her head slightly tilted back and her gaze somewhat distant. She appeared lost in contemplation, pondering the matters Chen Yu had raised. A faint smile lingered at the corners of her mouth, as if the conversation had sparked delightful memories, filling her with joy. This smile, a radiant gem upon her face, remained steadfast amidst the chilling and oppressive atmosphere of this post-apocalyptic world, rendering it all the more heartwarming. Chen Yu stood up and moved to the window, gazing silently at the vast, white expanse outside, a slight smile gracing his lips as he murmured to himself, "I eagerly await your attempts to seize what is ours." His eyes held a trace of inscrutable intrigue, leaving one to wonder what schemes were brewing within his mind. Meanwhile, at Zhao Yong's home, a group had gathered, animatedly discussing Zhang Chang's wife, Wan Na. The scar-faced man wore a knowing expression, a sly smile playing on his lips as he leisurely remarked, "Who would have thought that Zhang Chang's wife could be so delightful? In the past, whenever I dared to gaze at her a moment longer, she would scold me, calling me a petty scoundrel, her tongue sharp enough to leave me feeling utterly humiliated." Little did she expect that the very person she derided as a lowly wretch would one day find himself sprawled upon her, laughing heartily. As he spoke, a self-satisfied grin spread across his face, his laughter echoing through the room, exuding an unsettling, lecherous vibe. Beside him, the chubby fellow eagerly chimed in, "Brother Yong, you cannot fathom how exhilarating that woman truly is. I have never experienced anything so thrilling in my life." He smacked his lips as if savoring the moment, his expression a mix of indescribable satisfaction and lewdness. The bespectacled man, who entered the bedroom second, still bore the marks of 2 bloody scratches inflicted by Wana, appearing somewhat disheveled. Yet, despite this, he felt an unusual thrill coursing through him. "Once you've tasted such experiences," he declared, "it's akin to unlocking the gates of hell. There's no turning back, no way to stop." His words ignited laughter among the others, devoid of any remorse or pity, merely reveling in their vile indulgences. The atmosphere in the room thickened with a nauseating, sordid aura. Zhao Yong lounged comfortably, legs crossed, a smug grin on his face as he surveyed his subordinates. "Rest assured, you can carry out your tasks boldly," he proclaimed. "As long as I, Zhao Yong, have sustenance, you shall never go hungry. My reputation in this area is renowned far and wide. Aligning with me guarantees you a prosperous future filled with fine food and drink." Upon hearing this, his followers instantly grasped the implication of his words, eager to affirm their loyalty. Their faces lit up with sycophantic smiles, each chiming in with flattery. "Indeed, Brother Yong, your reputation is unmatched. It is our fortune to follow you. Your loyalty and camaraderie are commendable, and we pledge our unwavering allegiance to your lead. With your assurance, Brother Yong, we shall work with renewed vigor. Just watch, we will not disappoint you, and we shall follow your every command." The room buzzed with obsequious praise, and Zhao Yong reveled in their adulation, feeling increasingly like a figure of authority, grinning from ear to ear. At that moment, Zhao Yong's hand firmly encircled Cheng Cheng's delicate shoulder, while his other hand roamed indiscriminately over her chest, a display of utter vulgarity. Cheng Cheng giggled, her laughter tinged with reluctance, yet it bore an undertone of compliance. In this chaotic world, it seemed her only path to stability lay in her dependence upon Zhao Yong. As Zhao Yong was stimulated by Cheng Cheng's delicate laughter, it was as though he were infused with a surge of adrenaline. His blood rushed to his head, rendering his face a vivid crimson, his eyes ablaze with desire. In a sudden, decisive movement, he bent down and swept Cheng Cheng into his arms, striding purposefully towards the bedroom. Shortly thereafter, a cacophony of noise erupted from within, reminiscent of furniture being overturned, or perhaps the sounds of a fierce struggle between 2 individuals, eliciting a flush of embarrassment and a torrent of imagination in any who might overhear. However, who could have anticipated that merely a minute later, Zhao Yong would emerge from the bedroom, his demeanor utterly deflated, cradling Cheng Cheng in his arms? The vibrant hue that had once adorned his face had now faded to a pallor, his steps slightly unsteady, clearly indicating that the recent exertion had drained him of considerable energy. Observing this, his subordinates, including the scar-faced man, hurriedly donned smiles, showering him with praise, exclaiming, "Brother Yong, you are truly remarkable. In just a short span, you've managed to subdue this woman completely. You truly are exceptional." Their words dripped with flattery and sycophancy, as if Zhao Yong had accomplished a monumental feat, revealing the crude and despicable nature of their ilk. Meanwhile, Aunt Lynn was a bundle of nerves, her heart racing as though a rabbit were trapped within her chest. She was consumed by worries that Wan Na might soon realize the truth and storm over to confront her. Thus, she paced anxiously within the confines of her home, her footsteps betraying her unease. Eventually, unable to quell her anxiety, she instructed her son, Zhang Zhonglin, to investigate the situation and discern what was transpiring with Wan Na. He complied and ventured out, but when he returned, he muttered incoherently, his words a jumble of discontent. Aunt Lynn, trembling with apprehension, awaited his report, and 5 long hours passed. When she finally noticed that Wan Na had yet to approach her, she exhaled a sigh of relief, murmuring to herself, "Humph. It appears that such a seemingly upright person is not so virtuous after all." She conveniently overlooked her own role in deceiving Wan Na, instead shifting the blame entirely onto others, displaying a remarkable talent for distorting reality. With another huff, she began to calculate. Having provided Zhao Yong with a woman, she had, at the very least, secured a box of instant noodles in return. If she rationed them carefully, they could sustain her for 5 days. This transaction seemed rather advantageous. Subsequently, her thoughts turned to which woman she might ensnare next to continue extracting supplies from Zhao Yong. As she pondered, she approached her son, frowning as she inquired, "What are you mumbling about? You seem quite peculiar." Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhonglin immediately looked up, urgency etched across his face, and exclaimed, "Mom, when will you give me Xiao Feifei? I can hardly wait any longer." Aunt Lynn, taken aback by his impatience, retorted, "What are you so anxious about? It has only been a few hours. You cannot expect me to devise a plan so swiftly. Give me some time." However, Zhang Zhonglin was relentless, throwing a tantrum and stamping his feet as he declared, "No, I want it now. I can't wait any longer." Aunt Lynn had always regarded her son as her prized possession, indulging him throughout his childhood. Seeing her son's aggrieved expression, she felt a pang of anxiety and quickly reassured him. "Oh dear son, Xiao Feifei, doesn't he live in the same building as us? Even if I wanted her to come, with this freezing weather, she wouldn't be able to make it. Please be patient a little longer." Yet, Zhang Zhonglin continued to urge Aunt Lynn. Growing somewhat exasperated by his insistence, she suddenly recalled something and asked, "When you were in Qin Shou's room, did you go in to take a look?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhonglin's face turned crimson, and he shyly admitted, I heard some noises inside and felt curious, so I went in to take a look for a moment. However, they soon asked me to leave." Aunt Lynn then understood that her son was at that tender age of budding curiosity. She pondered, perhaps it would be wise to help him find a companion to satisfy his burgeoning needs. Just then, a mother from the 3rd floor tagged her in the community group, sending a message that read, "Aunt Lynn, do you have any food left? We run out here, and the children are without milk. What should we do? If you have any extra, could you please assist us?" Upon reading this message, Aunt Lynn's eyes lit up, and a brilliant idea struck her. She could resolve her son's situation with this very individual. Unbeknownst to the mother, who merely sought assistance to fill her own and her child's stomachs, Aunt Lynn had set her sights on her for her own ulterior motives. If she were to discover Aunt Lynn's intentions, it would surely lead to despair. Being quite shrewd, Aunt Lynn did not voice her clandestine thoughts in the group chat. First, she added the mother as a friend, then called her, feigning a tone of kindness mixed with reluctance, saying, "Oh dear, I don't have much food myself. But since you and your child are in such a pitiful situation, I might be able to spare you 5 packets of instant noodles. If you're willing, you may come and collect them." Upon hearing this on the other end of the line, the mother could scarcely believe her ears. Having already lost hope, she was overwhelmed with gratitude that Aunt Lynn was indeed willing to help her. With tears of joy in her voice, she repeatedly expressed her thanks. "Thank you so much. Aunt Lynn, you are truly a kind person. I will come right over." After hanging up the phone, the mother hurriedly entrusted her child to the couple staying with her for assistance and rushed towards Aunt Lynn's door. Upon arrival, she raised her hand and began to knock. In just a few seconds, The door creaked open, and Aunt Lynn greeted her with a warm smile, ushering her inside. As Aunt Lynn's air conditioning was still functioning well, the mother felt enveloped in warmth almost immediately after entering the house, a delightful contrast to the cold outside. She subconsciously removed her coat, draping it casually over the sofa, and in doing so, her voluptuous figure was fully revealed. However, upon lifting her gaze, she discovered Zhang Lin, the son of Aunt Lynn, staring intently at her chest with a gaze that ignited a wave of discomfort within her. Frowning with irritation, she hastily donned her coat once more and repositioned herself to sit further away from Zhang Lin. Aunt Lynn turned to the kitchen to pour a glass of water, and while the maternal figure was momentarily distracted, she secretly sprinkled the medication her son had handed her into the water. The medication dissolved seamlessly, leaving no trace. Oblivious, the mother accepted the steaming cup of water from Aunt Lynn, expressed her gratitude, and began to drink. Aunt Lynn engaged her in casual conversation, attempting to lower her guard. Gradually, the mother felt an increasing warmth enveloping her. Initially, she attributed it to the air conditioning, prompting her to remove her coat again. Yet, the sensation of heat intensified, leaving her anxious and restless. At that moment, even the dimmest of minds would sense something amiss. A foreboding intuition surged within her, and she hurriedly stood, intending to leave the premises. Yet, before she could reach the door, her legs weakened, and she collapsed, losing all control over her body while her mind struggled to remain lucid. Helplessly, she watched as Zhang Lin approached, carrying her into the bedroom, where he methodically began to disrobe her. Panic and anger surged within her, and she fought desperately to resist, but her body would not obey, rendering her struggles futile. Tears of humiliation and despair streamed down her cheeks as she bore witness to her degradation. 3 hours passed before the effects of the drug began to wane, allowing her to recover some strength. Despair etched across her face. Her first thought was to surrender to death. Yet, the image of her child brought her back. How could she leave her child behind? For the sake of her offspring, she resolved to endure. Steeling herself against the pain, she gritted her teeth and rose from the bed, donning her clothes before making her way to Aunt Lynn. With a voice laced with unbridled hatred, she coldly demanded food. Her tone was charged with a desire for vengeance, as if she wished to exact 1,000-fold retribution upon Aunt Lynn and Zhang Lin. Aunt Lynn, initially poised to feign sympathy, faltered upon meeting the mother's murderous glare, swallowing her words and retreating in fear, hastily handing her 5 packets of instant noodles. The mother accepted the noodles without a backward glance, her silhouette radiating a resolve steeped in bitterness and hatred. Upon returning home, she felt as though her spirit had been shattered, her mind replaying the indignities she had endured. The nauseating pain and suffering clung to her, refusing to dissipate. She stepped into the bathroom, turning on the faucet, allowing the icy or scalding water to cascade over her body. Time and time again, she scrubbed her skin vigorously, as if only through this act could she erase the unbearable touches and memories that clung to her. She scrubbed with such intensity that her skin turned crimson, and certain areas throbbed with pain, yet she seemed oblivious to the discomfort, mechanically repeating the motion until sheer exhaustion compelled her to finally cease. Subsequently, she slowly sank to the floor, cradling her head in her hands, her body trembling incessantly. The repressed anguish and fury surged forth uncontrollably, and she succumbed to a torrent of tears. The sound reverberated within the confines of the bathroom, steeped in despair and helplessness, each sob seemingly wrenched from the deepest recesses of her heart. It was unclear how long she wept, her voice growing hoarse, until at last she emerged from the bathroom. Her gaze was hollow and sorrowful as she made her way, step by step, into the room. Upon seeing her child peacefully asleep on the bed, the tears that had momentarily subsided began to flow anew. She gently lifted the child, pressing her face against the soft cheek, holding tightly yet daring not to make a sound, weeping silently as the tears fell drop by drop onto the infant's swaddling, the voiceless grief seeming to threaten to engulf her whole. Chapter 36. The crisis of the overweight individual as the mother cradled her child and entered the room. Enveloped in her own anguish, the couple she had taken in quietly approached the door. They gently closed the already ajar door and subsequently hid within the confines of the room, lowering their voices to furtively discuss their affairs. This couple, known for their penchant for exploiting small advantages, had previously agreed to compensate the mother for their stay. However, they continually procrastinated, claiming they would only pay once the natural disasters had passed. Despite the mother's attempt to collect the owed money, their obstinate demeanor, coupled with her solitary existence, made her hesitant to press the matter further, fearing potential repercussions should they feel cornered. The couple had recently relocated. The husband, Yang-Su, was relatively competent in his professional life, having attained the position of product manager. His wife, Lu-Yi, had assumed the role of a full-time homemaker since their marriage, primarily responsible for caring for their child. Their son, Yang-Wu, was at the cusp of graduating from high school, having just completed his college entrance examinations. He spent his days idly at home, engrossed in video games and seldom venturing outside, embodying the archetype of a gaming addict. Previously, the family had stockpiled provisions, believing their son's presence at home, alongside their reasonably comfortable living conditions, warranted such a reserve. However, after a week of consumption, their supplies were nearly exhausted, and they faced the imminent prospect of running out of food. At that moment, Lu-Yi, leisurely attending to her own well-being, was simultaneously chastising her husband. Having married at a young age, she was only 36, despite her son nearing graduation. Her life, free from significant worry, revolved around self-care, allowing her to present herself with a youthful appearance reminiscent of someone in their late 20s. The couple was huddled together, seemingly concocting some trivial scheme. Furrowing her brow, Lu-Yi nudged her husband and exclaimed with irritation, "I just saw the mother bring in a few bags of instant noodles from somewhere. Why don't you go and ask her for a couple of packs? Look at our dwindling food supplies. If we don't devise a plan, we will surely go hungry." Yang-Su hesitated, a pained expression crossing his face as he responded, "Isn't it inappropriate? She has kindly taken us in, and now we would ask her for food? I cannot bring myself to do that. If you want to eat, you should ask her yourself." Lu-Yi, taken aback by his reluctance, raised her voice in frustration. "At this juncture, you still care about your pride? I have no idea what our next meal will be with our son. Do you wish to watch us starve?" Yang-Su quickly glanced towards the door, lowering his voice as he urged, "Keep your voice down. It would be quite inappropriate if anyone overheard us." "Fine. I will go and see what I can do." Lu-Yi scoffed, continuing, "Look at how she entered. She must have secured a connection with someone who possesses food. I could smell it from a distance." Yang-Su wore a puzzled expression and inquired, "What scent are you referring to?" Lu-Yi shot him a disdainful glance and retorted sharply, "What scent do you mean? Did you not notice the fragrance lingering on me last night? Oof. Don't tell me you've forgotten." As she spoke, she rolled her eyes with an expression full of contempt. Yang-Su remained incredulous and replied, "Are you serious? She doesn't seem like that kind of person. Don't jump to conclusions." Upon hearing this, Lu-Yi immediately became enraged, raising her voice. "What do you mean by that? Just because she doesn't seem like that kind of person, does that imply I am? I've noticed you staring at her figure at every opportunity. Do you harbor some hidden thoughts?" Yang-Su's temper flared in response, and he retorted loudly, "Why are you fabricating such nonsense? Always being suspicious. I have no interest in her. Can you please stop making a scene?" Lu-Yi widened her eyes, questioning him. "How dare you raise your voice at me? Are you irritated by my presence now that there is a young mother around? Is that it?" Yang-Su felt increasingly vexed at her words. Indeed, ever since they had been staying at the young mother's house, his wife had been arguing with him incessantly. Initially, he could tolerate it, but now, with the gentle young mother as a contrast, his dissatisfaction with his wife grew stronger. Yet, he felt unable to express his frustrations, leaving him in a state of turmoil. Life in this apocalyptic world was already challenging, and the constant bickering at home only compounded his distress. Overwhelmed by Lu-Yi's accusations and wails, Yang-Su's frustration ignited, and he could no longer contain it. He raised his hand and struck Lu-Yi with a resounding slap. The sharp crack echoed as the blow landed heavily, leaving Lu-Yi dazed, her head buzzing. She stared wide-eyed at Yang-Su, seemingly unable to fathom the reality that her husband had struck her. However, she quickly regained her composure, feeling a surge of indignation and sorrow, and immediately burst into tears. Her wailing was so loud that it disrupted Yang-Wu, who was immersed in his gaming world with headphones on, causing him to lose his concentration. Frustrated, he yanked off his headphones and shouted at the wrestling couple, "Enough. Stop it. You're ruining my game." His voice dripped with impatience. But the two were so engrossed in their altercation that they paid him no heed, and the room remained a chaotic cacophony. They continued to grapple, pulling and tugging at each other, neither willing to relent. However, having eaten very little in recent days, their strength had waned. Before long, they were both panting and exhausted, their movements gradually slowing. Eventually, they had no choice but to cease their struggle, each gasping for breath and glaring furiously at the other. Meanwhile, Chen Yu was leisurely playing with his dog, blissfully unaware of the turmoil unfolding elsewhere. At that moment, an urgent call from Fatty interrupted. As soon as the line connected, his panicked voice echoed through. "Chen Yu, this is bad. Someone is coming to steal my food. They are right at my doorstep, preparing to break in. I just had no choice but to shoot one of them, yet they refuse to leave and are still in standoff." Upon hearing this, Chen Yu furrowed his brow and quickly inquired, "How many are there? Do they have any weapons?" Fatty, panting on the other end, replied, "I haven't noticed any guns, but there are quite a few, around 20. I even recognized one. He seems to be from the local urban management office, and the others are likely his associates. I truly don't know what to do now. Please help me think of a solution." After a brief contemplation, Chen Yu responded, "Wait for me. I can reach you in about an hour." Although he said this, Chen Yu was acutely aware of the risks involved in confronting such a large group alone. He was reluctant to take such a perilous gamble. Suddenly, he thought of Uncle Zhang, who he believed could be reliable in this situation, and without hesitation, he dialed Uncle Zhang's number. Once connected, Chen Yu asked, "Uncle Zhang, are you busy at the moment?" Zhang replied, "Not particularly. What is the matter? Do you need my assistance?" Chen Yu hurriedly explained, "Yes, Uncle Zhang, a friend of mine is in danger right now. Can you accompany me to help him?" Without a second thought, Zhang readily agreed, "Of course, if you're helping me, I will certainly help you." Feeling a sense of relief at Zhang's willingness, Chen Yu said, "Just wait for me." He then retrieved a snowmobile from his storage, along with 2 batons, thinking it wise to bring additional means of self-defense. He also prepared a set of tactical gear for Zhang, knowing that with so many adversaries, an extra layer of protection would be prudent. Having gathered all the necessary equipment, he mounted the snowmobile and sped towards building number 3. Upon his arrival, he found Zhang already waiting downstairs. After disembarking, Chen Yu quickly handed over the batons and the tactical gear, urging, "Uncle Zhang, please put these on for safety. Those individuals are not easy to deal with." Zhang accepted the equipment and efficiently donned it, meticulously checking to ensure everything was in order. Once satisfied, the two of them climbed onto the snowmobile. Chen Yu twisted the throttle, and the vehicle roared to life, propelling them swiftly towards Fatty's home. The journey was eerily quiet. The wide expanse of snow muffled all sounds save for the crunching beneath the snowmobile's tires. As they progressed, not a single trace of life was visible. It felt as if they were the only 2 souls remaining in a world encased in ice, racing towards an uncertain peril. The atmosphere was both serene and tinged with tension. Chen Yu patted Zhang's shoulder and said, "Uncle Zhang, why don't you take the wheel? I'll keep an eye on the surroundings from the back." As he spoke, he exchanged positions with Uncle Zhang, meticulously donning his attire and concealing himself behind. His eyes remained vigilant, attentively scanning the nearby shops while swiftly directing Uncle Zhang on their route. The roadside was adorned with a myriad of shops, densely lining the street, fully occupying the thoroughfare. Chen Yu observed these establishments, calculating that he must not squander this splendid opportunity. Anything he deemed useful was promptly stowed away in his space. There were clothing stores brimming with garments, hardware shops filled with an array of tools, as well as supermarkets, vegetable markets, and hotels. During the hour-long journey, aside from guiding Uncle Zhang on where to proceed, Chen Yu devoted the majority of his time to the collection of supplies. He did not overlook even the benches within the stores, contemplating that when firewood ran low, these benches could serve as fuel for warmth, ultimately proving useful and not to be wasted. Thus, along the way, Chen Yu's space accumulated numerous treasures. As they approached the Fatty's residence, Chen Yu hastily retrieved his phone and called him. Upon connection, hearing Fatty mention that there was currently no issue and that the individuals outside remained at a standoff, Chen Yu felt a slight sense of relief wash over him. Subsequently, he directed Uncle Zhang to steer the snowmobile near Fatty's villa. They did not rush to reveal themselves, but instead sought a concealed spot to quietly observe the situation. Indeed, it mirrored Fatty's account perfectly. Around 20 individuals were gathered at the villa's entrance, enduring the biting cold of -30 degrees Celsius. Remarkably, this group had persevered for over an hour in such frigid conditions, and Chen Yu couldn't help but admire their tenacity, though he felt that their fervor in vying for supplies was quite audacious. Turning to Uncle Zhang, he patted him on the shoulder and led him to a sheltered corner. Extracting a small bottle of white liquor from his space and offering it to Uncle Zhang with a smile. "Uncle Zhang, here, have a sip to warm yourself. We will need your strength soon." Uncle Zhang, a connoisseur of fine spirits, had abstained for a week and was quite eager. His eyes sparkled at the sight of the liquor. Without hesitation, he accepted the small bottle and, tilting his head back, gulped down 2.5 liang of the potent drink in one go. After finishing, he smacked his lips, feeling considerably more at ease, and thumped his chest, assuring, "Don't worry, Xiao Chun, just wait and see. I can handle these individuals all by myself," ensuring they return empty-handed. His confidence was not mere bravado. After all, the opposing group had been standing in the snow for over an hour, undoubtedly exhausting their strength and likely suffering from the cold. In contrast, he was well-rested, having had a drink, and was clad in complete protective gear, holding a significant advantage. Confronting these individuals would undoubtedly be a trivial task, feeling rather effortless. However, Chen Yu would never allow Uncle Zhang to venture forth alone. His physique had undergone a rigorous double enhancement, and even if he were to go alone, he could easily dispatch the 20-odd individuals without breaking a sweat. Yet, he was inherently cautious. As he would put it, he was rather dogged in his approach, believing that having more hands on deck would ensure greater security. Moreover, he yearned for the thrill of battle. Thus, he was determined to join in the fray. The group was preoccupied with their fixation on the villa's grand entrance, rubbing their hands together while chattering animatedly about how to force their way in, entirely oblivious to the two figures stealthily approaching from behind. At the opportune moment, Uncle Zhang swung his baton with force, striking a man who was hunched over in an attempt to warm his hands. The blow landed squarely on the man's back, eliciting a pained cry as he crumpled to the ground, startling the others from their stupor. "What the hell? Who are you to come here looking for trouble?" bellowed a towering figure, clearly the leader of the group, his voice laced with menace and impatience. Chen Yu remained unperturbed, retorting, "And who might you be to come here uninvited?" The burly leader puffed out his chest, brimming with arrogance as he declared, "I am Zhou Haonan, revered on the streets as Brother Haonan. I've had my eye on this villa for quite some time. If you know what's good for you, vacate the premises and refrain from being a nuisance." As he spoke, he scrutinized Chen Yu and Uncle Zhang, noting their full armament and the batons they wielded, their demeanor exuding vitality. Recalling the earlier incident where one of his subordinates had been knocked down and had yet to rise, doubt began to creep into his mind. They had been out in the snow for far too long, and their stamina was waning. He was reluctant to engage these two men directly. Yet Chen Yu paid no mind to his inner turmoil and casually replied, "My name is Baba." Zhou Haonan instinctively repeated the name, "Dad?" His thoughts raced, questioning the absurdity of such a peculiar name. Upon hearing him called Dad, Chen Yu feigned ignorance of the oddity and affirmed, "Indeed." This reaction prompted Zhou Haonan's subordinates to chime in, "Brother Haonan, he asked mocking you." Only then did Zhou Haonan realize the implications, and fury surged within him. "Damn it! How dare you take advantage of me? Are you seeking death?" he roared. "Brothers, attack." With that furious command, his subordinates surged forward. However, most of them wielded only steel pipes, and many had resorted to makeshift weapons like table legs scavenged from the vicinity. These were hardly formidable arms. Moreover, trudging through the thick snow rendered every movement laborious, and compounded by their 2-day fast, they were already dizzy and weak, every step draining their dwindling reserves of strength. In contrast, Uncle Zhang exhibited remarkable ferocity, as if he traversed an uninhabited realm. Brandishing a baton, he moved with the vigor of a tempest, effortlessly incapacitating adversaries with each strike. Within mere minutes, he had felled 7 or 8 individuals, who now lay groaning on the ground, unable to rise. On the other hand, Chen Yu surpassed even Uncle Zhang in his ferocity. He resembled a gust of wind, and those who faced him could scarcely withstand his onslaught. Once his gaze fell upon them, they were swiftly brought to their knees. Thus, in a brief span of 10 minutes, the 20 or so assailants were all vanquished. Sprawled in the snow, wailing pitifully, creating a scene of utter disarray. Turning to Uncle Zhang, Chen Yu spoke with an icy demeanor. The leader must not be spared. Eliminate him. Upon hearing this, Uncle Zhang found himself engulfed in turmoil. During the skirmish, he had merely subdued the foes without delivering any fatal blows, for he was not a man of cruel disposition. Yet now, Chen Yu's command to take a life placed him in a moral quandary. Gripping his baton tightly, his brow furrowed in contemplation, he was uncertain how to proceed. Chen Yu silently observed him, refraining from further words, patiently awaiting his decision. Uncle Zhang was tormented by his thoughts, various ideas flashing through his mind. Suddenly, the image of his daughter surfaced, along with memories of the life-saving provisions Chen Yu had provided earlier. He realized that without Chen Yu's assistance, he and his daughter would certainly perish in this apocalyptic world. After much deliberation, he ultimately resolved to heed Chen Yu's directive, prioritizing his daughter's safety above all else. Resolute, Uncle Zhang clenched his teeth and tightened his grip on the baton, approaching Zhou Haonan step by step. At that moment, Zhou Haonan lay on the ground, horrified as he saw Uncle Zhang advancing, desperately shrinking back and pleading for mercy. However, Uncle Zhang had made up his mind. Without hesitation, he swung the baton with force, striking Zhou Haonan's head. A dull thud resonated, followed by a spray of blood that stained the surrounding snow crimson. Witnessing Uncle Zhang's resolve brought a sense of relief to Chen Yu. He thought, at last, I have someone entirely loyal to me, making future endeavors much more manageable. The remaining onlookers, having witnessed their leader brutally slain, turned pale with fear, their knees trembling, devoid of any will to resist. They knelt in the snow, fervently bowing their heads and pleading for mercy, exclaiming, "We beg you, spare us. We shall not dare again. Grant us this one reprieve." Their voices were laden with terror and despair, echoing sorrowfully in the frigid air. Seeing this, Uncle Zhang furrowed his brow, contemplating a decisive course of action to eliminate all the remaining threats. Yet, just as he was about to act, Chen Yu swiftly intervened. He understood that taking one life was sufficient. Exterminating the entire group might lead to an insurmountable psychological burden, potentially distorting Uncle Zhang's psyche in the future. Uncle Zhang paused momentarily, then exhaled deeply, feeling an inward relief that Chen Yu had intervened. Indeed, having just taken a life had already stretched the limits of his psychological endurance. If he were to continue down that path, he feared he would be unable to act, his hands trembling so violently that he might drop his baton. Chen Yu, observing those kneeling before him, spoke with an impassive demeanor. "You may leave, but be sure to take the bodies with you. Today, I will grant you leniency. However, mark my words, should I ever catch you here engaging in wrongdoing again, you are well aware of the consequences. At that time, I shall not be so accommodating." Upon hearing this, the individuals felt as if a great weight had been lifted from their shoulders, hastily assuring him, "Rest assured, brother, we would never dare return. We will never come back again. Thank you for sparing us." They then scrambled to their feet, awkwardly dragging the two corpses behind them, their retreat marked by a palpable sense of panic and dread, as if they feared that Chen Yu might change his mind and pursue them. Chapter 37. Qianduo was anticipation once those individuals had retreated. Chen Yu approached and lightly rapped on the villa's door. In truth, Fatty had already observed through the window as the assailants fled and was anxiously awaiting the arrival of Chen Yu and his companions. Upon hearing the knocking, he hurried to open the door, his face alight with excitement as he welcomed the two inside. Without hesitation, Fatty enveloped Chen Yu in a hearty embrace, so vigorous that it nearly left Chen Yu gasping for breath. Once released, Chen Yu introduced Uncle Zhang to Fatty, who greeted him warmly before leading the two into the living room. As they entered, Fatty's parents promptly approached, expressing their heartfelt gratitude towards Uncle Zhang. It turned out that during the earlier commotion, they had been quietly observing from upstairs, deeply appreciative of Uncle Zhang's assistance. Uncle Zhang, upon hearing their thanks, modestly waved his hands, insisting that it was merely his duty. Then, Fatty's parents turned their curious gaze towards Chen Yu, inquiring about their journey in the frigid weather. Chen Yu smiled and replied, "Uncle Zheng, I rode here on my snowmobile." Uncle Zheng chuckled. "Ah, it must have been quite chilly out there. Please, take a seat and warm yourselves. We shall have a meal together soon. It will be a lively occasion." Upon hearing this, Uncle Zheng interjected, "Perhaps we should forego the meal. Resources are quite scarce at present, and every bit we can save counts." However, Uncle Zheng waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Do not worry. Before the cold set in, my son prepared ample supplies sufficient for several years. How much can we consume in one meal? You have saved our family's lives. Sharing a meal is the least we can do. Please do not decline." With Uncle Zheng's insistence, Uncle Zheng felt compelled to acquiesce and refrain from further protest. At that moment, Fatty chimed in, "Indeed, not only should we eat, but we must also indulge in some fine spirits. I have quite a collection of excellent wines, which I've been saving for special occasion. Today is perfect for tasting." With that, Fatty turned to fetch the wine. When Uncle Zheng caught sight of the liquor Fatty produced, his eyes sparkled with delight. His love for fine wine ignited as anticipation danced across his face. Observing Fatty, Chen Yu recalled the earlier incident outside and inquired, "What led you to provoke those individuals?" Fatty sighed in resignation. "They are merely a group of local city management officers. Just before the extreme cold hit, while I was transporting food home, they mocked me for stockpiling supplies, claiming it would be of no use. Yet, with the onset of this severe cold, they found themselves without provisions and sought to steal ours. Fortunately, we drove them off this time, and hopefully, we shall remain safe henceforth." Chen Yu shook his head, his expression grave. "We must not let our guard down. Who knows if others will come? Moreover, your marksmanship needs improvement. You only managed to hit one with so many shots." Upon hearing this, the stout man immediately felt a wave of grievance wash over him. Mumbling, "I practice frequently, you know. It's just, I don't have many bullets left, and now there are barely 100 remaining, so I can't afford to waste them." Chen Yu chuckled and replied, "After we finish our meal, I shall provide you with some additional bullets. You must practice diligently. They could be vital for your survival in critical moments." The stout man perked up at this, a smile spreading across his face as he nodded enthusiastically in agreement. Just as the group was engrossed in lively conversation, Aunt Zheng approached from the kitchen, a smile gracing her features as she said, "Enough chatter, the dishes are ready. It's time to eat." With that, they all rose and followed Aunt Zheng to the dining room. Upon entering, they were greeted by the sight of a steaming hot pot, the fragrant steam rising invitingly, instantly warming their spirits. The table was adorned with an array of hot pot ingredients, a veritable feast for the eyes, most of which were various meats, thinly sliced cuts, and a selection of marinated meatballs that looked particularly appetizing. Without hesitation, the group shed their outer garments, gathered around the table, and began to indulge heartily. Outside, the world was blanketed in ice and snow, the cold biting at their skin, yet within the warmth of the room, it felt like spring, enhanced further by the delicious hot pot, creating an atmosphere of sheer comfort. As they dined, they clinked glasses occasionally, sipping on spirits, and before long, the contents of 2 bottles of baijiu had vanished into their bellies. Once they had satisfied their hunger and thirst, the stout man stood up, enthusiastically beckoning Chen Yu and Uncle Zheng, leading them to the basement. The basement was filled with a variety of supplies, neatly arranged. The stout man first grabbed a large bag, filling it with 30 pounds of cured meat, which appeared glossy and of excellent quality. Next, he picked up a box of baijiu and a bag of rice, all substantial in weight. He presented these items to Uncle Zheng with sincerity, saying, "Uncle Zheng, these provisions are my way of thanking you for your assistance today. Please accept them and enjoy at your leisure. If you run out, don't hesitate to let me know." Uncle Zheng, upon seeing this, quickly waved his hands in refusal, saying, "Oh no, that is too much. I merely lent a hand today. I cannot accept such generous gifts. Please take them back." However, at that moment, Chen Yu interjected, "Uncle Zheng, do accept them. After all, the stout man has plenty of supplies at home. This is merely a token of his gratitude, so don't be too modest." Hearing Chen Yu's words, Uncle Zheng hesitated for a moment before finally accepting the offerings, feeling a deep sense of appreciation for both the stout man and Chen Yu. Chen Yu assisted Uncle Zhang in carefully placing the provisions onto the snowmobile, ensuring everything was secured before turning back to the stout man. He extracted 500 rounds of ammunition from his belongings, along with a gleaming handgun, presenting them to the hefty man before him. Here, take these bullets and this pistol for Uncle Zhang to practice his marksmanship. Should you encounter any perilous situations in the future, you two can each wield a gun and keep an eye on one another. I trust that no one will easily breach our defenses. Upon seeing the handgun and the abundance of bullets, the hefty man's eyes sparkled with delight, his face blossoming into a broad smile, radiating joy. He eagerly reached out to accept the items, exclaiming, "Ah, Chen Yu, you are truly generous. With these in hand, I feel so much more secure. We need not fear those foolish individuals seeking trouble anymore. Thank you immensely." He couldn't help but fondle the pistol with great affection. Once Uncle Zhang returned after securing the food on the motorcycle, the group engaged in lively conversation, sharing their experiences and amusing anecdotes amidst the biting cold. After a while, Chen Yu noticed the hour was getting late and decided it was time to depart. Just then, the hefty man's phone rang, and upon glancing at the caller ID, he saw it was Qian Duo calling. He promptly answered, but before he could inquire, an urgent and somewhat helpless voice came through the line. "Fatty, is your air conditioning still functioning?" Instinctively, he replied, "Yes, why?" Qianduo's voice was laced with anxiety as she responded, "I'm in dire straits. The air conditioning has broken down, and the temperature in my room has plummeted to below -10 degrees. It's unbearably cold. Qin Yun and I are left with no choice but to burn furniture for warmth, but that is not a sustainable solution. You must help us think of something." Her tone conveyed a deep sense of helplessness, clearly worn down by the frigid weather. Hearing her plight, the hefty man turned to Chen Yu, a mischievous grin spreading across his face, and teased over the phone, "Why didn't you call your brother Chen? He is exceptionally resourceful and might just solve your predicament in an instant." He winked at Chen Yu, clearly enjoying the moment. Qian Duo huffed on the other end, a hint of embarrassment in her voice. I didn't want him to think I'm a burden. I was hoping to leave a good impression on him, which is why I sought you out instead." "Oh, you insufferable fatty. Stop teasing me and quickly come up with a solution. I'm practically freezing to death." Feigning seriousness, the hefty man replied, "Is this how you plead for assistance? However, considering our long-standing friendship, fine. Just wait. We'll be there shortly, so don't fret." Upon hearing this, Qian Duo felt a weight lift from her heart, her spirits rising significantly. She quickly responded, "That's wonderful. I'll wait here for you, but do hurry." Yet her tone remained tinged with urgency. After hanging up, the hefty man grinned at Chen Yu, raising an eyebrow as he asked, "So, what's the verdict? Are you going, or shall I?" His demeanor clearly indicated he was playfully teasing Chen Yu. Although Chen Yu understood the jest, he found himself at a loss for a retort. After all, Qian Duo was genuinely concerned for herself. Even in such difficult times, she did not wish to burden others. Moreover, with her sweet visage and alluring figure, it was indeed quite challenging for anyone to refuse her requests. Chen Yu, uninterested in the plump fellow's teasing, turned without a word and made his way outside. The chubby man, seeing this, hurriedly called after him, "Wait up." He rushed to the basement, grabbed a box of instant noodles, a few packs of ham, and several sausages, stuffing them all into a large bag before chasing after Chen Yu, eager to bring the provisions along. Observing this, Chen Yu quickly said, "You keep it. I have enough food here. You should save some for yourself. In this bitter cold, the harsh weather won't vanish anytime soon, so we must cherish our resources." The plump man chuckled and replied, "All right then, since she is your woman. She should eat what you provide. I won't fret over it. You should hurry back." With that, he reclaimed the bag. Uncle Zhang looked at Chen Yu with concern and inquired, "Do you need me to accompany you? More hands make lighter work." Chen Yu shook his head and replied, "No need to trouble yourself this time. I can manage alone. Let me first take you back." Uncle Zhang then added, "If you're in a hurry, I can wait here for your return. I have nothing pressing to attend to." Chen Yu smiled and responded, "It's all right. I'm not in a rush. An hour or two one tea make a difference." After their exchange, he bid farewell to the plump man and rode back with Uncle Zhang on the motorcycle. An hour later, they returned to the community smoothly. Once Uncle Zhang reached the base of Building 3, Chen Yu prepared a ride towards Qian Duo's home. Uncle Zhang disembarked and headed inside the building, taking the elevator up to the 10th floor, arriving at Chen Yu's door. He knocked gently, and upon hearing the sound, Zhang Ying peered through the peephole, recognizing Uncle Zhang. Initially reluctant to open the door, she hesitated as she noticed him waiting patiently for half an hour. Finally, she relented and opened the door. Once inside, Uncle Zhang set the bag of food on the floor, crouched down, and began to unpack the provisions. Laying them out on the table, gleaming cured meats and various other items filled the surface. Observing the bounty, Zhang Ying curiously asked, "Where did these come from?" With a smile, Uncle Zhang replied, "I accompanied Chen Yu today to assist a classmate. As a token of gratitude, they provided us with these gifts. I remembered you love cured meat, so I brought some for you." Upon hearing Uncle Zhang's words, Zhang Ying was momentarily taken aback. Her mind flooded with fond memories of cherished moments spent with her father, which softened the lingering resistance in her heart. Upon observing Zhang Ying's demeanor, Uncle Zhang discerned that he had made initial strides in mending the relationship between the two. He understood that such matters could not be rushed and required a gradual approach. Consequently, he quietly departed, leaving Zhang Ying alone in the room, contemplatively gazing at the food before him. The community where Qian Duo resided was approximately an hour's drive from the neighborhood where Chen Yu lived. Riding his snowmobile, Chen Yu sped forward with remarkable swiftness. As he traversed the route, he instinctively collected any useful items from the shops he passed, seizing every opportunity to gather resources. In no time, he arrived at the community where Qian Duo lived. After parking his vehicle, Chen Yu dismounted and proceeded toward the entrance of the community. With a thought, he stored the snowmobile in his space, while remaining vigilant of his surroundings as he briskly walked towards Qian Duo's residence. Upon reaching the floor where Qian Duo lived, he paused momentarily at the door before retrieving 2 boxes of charcoal from his space. With the air conditioning out of order, these charcoals would effectively address their heating dilemma. Subsequently, he extracted 20 pounds of beef, 20 pounds of ribs, and 50 eggs. Having prepared these provisions, he finally raised his hand to knock on the door. Inside, Qian Duo hurriedly approached the peephole upon hearing the knock. As soon as she recognized Chen Yu, her face illuminated with surprise, and she quickly opened the door. Her eyes, which had previously appeared dim due to the cold and anxiety, now sparkled with joy. However, curiosity and a hint of nervousness prompted her to inquire, "How did you come? Did Fatty notify you?" At that moment, Qin Yin also emerged from within to greet Chen Yu. Upon entering the room, it was immediately apparent that the temperature was unbearably low. Despite the fireplace crackling, the atmosphere remained frigid, with the chill seemingly penetrating to the bone. Chen Yu, accustomed to such cold environments, paid it little mind and made his way to the sofa, plopping down onto it. Qian Duo and Qin Yin settled beside him, and the air was soon filled with delightful fragrances wafting from both sides, momentarily distracting Chen Yu. However, he swiftly regained his focus, aware that there were matters of importance to address. He turned to Qian Duo with a serious expression and advised, "You should store these provisions for now. I surmise your supplies are running low, so you must be prudent." Upon hearing this, a blush crept onto Qian Duo's cheeks as she bashfully replied, "Oh dear, I've indeed been eating more lately. I feel like I've gained some weight." As she spoke, she playfully pinched her cheek, looking utterly adorable. Chen Yu, upon hearing her words, instinctively glanced at the area closest to her, nodding in agreement. "Yes, it seems you've gained quite a bit." Just as Qian Duo was about to retort, she lifted her gaze only to find Chen Yu's eyes fixated on her chest, causing her face to flush crimson in a mix of embarrassment and shyness. Although she was clad in a thick down jacket, fully aware that visibility was limited, she instinctively tightened her clothing, her bashful demeanor undeniably stirring emotions in those who beheld her. Chen Yu, recognizing his own lapse in composure, feigned a cough to divert attention, hastily stating, "I shall retrieve the remaining items from outside." With that, he rose and exited the room. Upon stepping outside, Chen Yu first lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply to steady his nerves, before producing a sturdy stove from storage. This stove, quite commonplace in the northern regions, was a valuable asset, serving multiple purposes: cooking, boiling water, and providing warmth. He re-entered the room with the stove, positioning it securely by the window. Meticulously, he connected the ventilation pipes, patiently instructing Chen Duo and Chen Yun on its usage while demonstrating the process. Once he had covered the essentials, he ignited the stove and placed a kettle atop it, initiating the boiling of water. Gradually, the chill in the room dissipated, the warmth surpassing that of the mere fireplace. As the water reached a boil, the lingering coldness was further dispelled, prompting Chen Duo to deftly prepare a cup of tea for Chen Yu, which she gently set on the coffee table before taking a seat on the opposite sofa. Habitually, Chen Yu reached into his pocket, retrieving a cigarette which he lit and began to enjoy leisurely. Noticing this, Chen Yun promptly moved to fetch the ashtray, placing it before him. Amused yet slightly exasperated, Chen Yu thought to himself, "This atmosphere makes me feel like a feudal lord." At that moment, Chen Duo could no longer contain her curiosity and inquired, "Did Fatty mention anything to you?" She had been pondering this matter and sought clarity on how Chen Yu had arrived. Taking a drag from his cigarette, Chen Yu replied slowly, "I happened to overhear your phone call." Chen Duo's eyes widened in surprise as she pressed further, "What were you doing at Fatty's?" With a casual flick of ash, Chen Yu responded, "Someone was planning to rob Fatty of his supplies. As he is but a solitary man, he called upon me for assistance." Concern etched on her face, Chen Duo quickly asked, "Did anything happen to you?" With a smile, Chen Yu reassured her, "No, it was merely a group of 20 or so, easily managed without much effort." Instantly, admiration sparkled in Chen Duo's eyes as she gazed at Chen Yu and exclaimed, "You are so impressive. Have you trained in martial arts before?" Chen Yu, momentarily at a loss for words, thought to himself, "This Na'vi girl believes everything I say." Nonetheless, he replied, "Yes, I practiced before. Haven't you seen me?" Both Chen Duo and Chen Yun exchanged puzzled glances, simultaneously asking, "When did we see that?" Chen Yu playfully winked at them, deliberately flexing his muscles in a mock display of strength. In that moment, Chen Duo and Chen Yun instantly comprehended the situation. Recalling the last video where they had seen Chen Yu emerge from a shower, revealing his chiseled 8-pack abs, their faces flushed crimson, a wave of heat washing over them, leaving them feeling exceedingly bashful. Yet, both were secretly preoccupied with thoughts of Chen Yu's impressive physique, indeed, with his remarkable build and handsome features. Coupled with the ample provisions he had during this frigid weather, his combat prowess was undeniably formidable. In all respects, he could easily be considered a second-generation version of Peng Yuyan. Such a flawless man would undoubtedly be difficult for anyone to resist, stirring a secret admiration within their hearts. With a furrowed brow, Chen Yu inquired solemnly, "Have there been any reports of resource theft in your vicinity?" Upon hearing this, Chen Duo's expression shifted to one of slight anxiety as she recounted, "Yesterday, I believe I heard a commotion from upstairs, accompanied by intense sounds of argument. However, I'm not entirely certain of the details as I did not dare venture out to investigate, merely listening from within my room." Chen Yun chimed in, "It must have been related to the resource theft. Ever since we heard that disturbance yesterday, there's been no communication from our community's owner group. It seems something significant has occurred, or perhaps they're simply afraid of drawing attention to themselves, hence their silence." Chapter 38. An uninvited disturbance. Upon learning of the heinous incident involving the theft of supplies in the neighborhood, Chen Yu felt an immediate sense of dread. The safety of Chen Duo and Chen Yun weighed heavily on his heart, akin to a colossal stone pressing down upon him. After all, these two fragile women were defenseless, and the thought of nefarious individuals breaking in sent shivers down his spine. He abruptly rose from his seat, pacing anxiously within the confines of the room, each footfall echoing ominously against the floorboards. As he walked, his gaze was sharp and penetrating, scrutinizing every corner of the space. The house appeared relatively sturdy, yet if someone were intent on forcing their way inside, it seemed there was no alternative but to breach the front door. Furrowing his brows in contemplation, Chen Yu resolved to promptly fortify the door, as an additional layer of security would bring him some semblance of peace. After a moment, he halted and turned to Chen Duo and Chen Yun, inquiring with genuine concern, "Have you eaten?" No sooner had the words left his lips than their stomachs grumbled in unison, the sound resonating clearly in the tranquil room, urgently articulating their hunger. Both women blushed crimson, resembling ripe tomatoes, overwhelmed by a wave of shyness. Noticing their reaction, a smile crept onto Chen Yu's face, and without further ado, he exited the room. A brief interlude later, having taken a moment to enjoy a cigarette, he returned hastily, bearing an array of dishes. In his hands were several vibrant meat dishes, their tantalizing aromas wafting through the air, alongside a refreshing vegetable dish, a perfect complement to the hearty fare. Additionally, he carried a steaming pot of lamb soup. The moment he lifted the lid, a rich fragrance enveloped the room, intensifying their appetites. Moreover, he had brought in a box of fresh fruits, red apples, yellow bananas, and purple grapes, visually enticing and utterly irresistible. Upon sighting this bounty, Chen Duo and Chen Yun's eyes sparkled like stars in the night sky, their delight particularly evident at the sight of the fruit box. In a moment of exuberance, Chen Duo, seemingly propelled by an unseen force, leaned in and placed a gentle kiss on Chen Yu's cheek, swift as lightning and light as a feather. Startled by her own boldness, she gasped, covering her flushed cheeks with her hands, and hurriedly retreated. Chen Yun, exhibiting a more composed demeanor, smiled warmly, accepted the dishes, and expertly set about heating them on the stove in preparation for their meal. Observing Chen Duo's shy retreat, Chen Yu chuckled inwardly, reflecting on how, after their previous passionate kiss, this innocent peck had rendered her so bashful, truly endearing and amusing. Approximately 20 minutes later, the tantalizing aromas of the food intensified, enveloping the entire space like an invisible mist. Chen Yun turned to Chen Yu, calling out, "Chen Yu, dinner is ready." Chen Yu waved his hand dismissively, replying, "I just ate at Fatty's. I truly cannot manage another bite. Please, enjoy your meal without reservation." With their stomachs growling in protest, Chen Duo and Chen Yun could no longer restrain themselves in the presence of such a delectable spread. In the present moment, they cast aside their reservations, picking up their chopsticks and indulging in a sumptuous feast. Chen Duo lifted a piece of braised pork, savoring its tender, juicy essence as it danced upon her palate, her eyes narrowing in satisfaction. Meanwhile, Chen Yun elegantly sipped her lamb soup, occasionally adding a chopstick full of greens, relishing every bite. Chen Yu, seated nearby, enjoyed his tea, observing the two lovely women delighting in their meal, the scene exuding warmth and beauty. Suddenly, a thunderous knock reverberated through the door, sharp and insistent, striking like a hammer upon the heart, jarring in the serene ambience of the room. Chen Yu's senses heightened instantly, his nerves taut as a drawn bowstring. He sprang to his feet, placing his teacup down with a clatter. He gestured for Chen Duo and Chen Yun to remain silent, indicating they must not make a sound. Before stealthily approaching the door, each step measured to avoid any noise. Upon reaching the entrance, he cautiously leaned closer to the peephole, peering outside. There stood several men, their faces brutish and menacing. They pounded on the door with fervor, their mouths spewing a torrent of profanities. Chen Yu's keen eyes quickly discerned the bulging shapes concealed in their arms, a chill running through him as he realized they were likely armed. He hurried back to Chen Duo, lowering his voice and gravely stating, "Could you check if these individuals belong to your community?" A wave of fear washed over her, yet she steeled herself against the dread, cautiously making her way to the door. She leaned in to scrutinize through the peephole. After a moment, she turned to Chen Yu and whispered, "They are from our neighborhood, but they're nothing more than a group of wealthy, second-generation scions, known for their indulgent lifestyle and penchant for troublemaking." Chen Yu furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before responding, "Inquire as to why they are here." Taking a deep breath, Chen Duo summoned her courage and called out, "What do you want?" A voice from outside responded brusquely, "We've come to borrow some food. Open the door and stop dawdling." There was a roughness to the tone, laced with a sense of entitlement. Hastily, Chen Duo replied, "We have no food left. Seek elsewhere and do not waste your time here." Upon hearing this, the men's demeanor shifted to one of aggression, their voices turning threatening. "Open the door and let us search. If there's nothing, we'll leave. Otherwise, don't blame us for being unkind. You'll regret it." Chen Duo understood the gravity of the situation. She was no naive child. If she opened the door, they would undoubtedly refuse to leave, possibly resorting to even more egregious actions. Thus, she resolutely declared, "Leave now. I want to open the door. Save your efforts and leave at once." At this moment, the individuals outside had completely shed their fade, revealing their menacing true selves, and began to shout wildly, "Don't push your luck. Open the door immediately, or once I break it down, you'll wish you hadn't. Just wait, you'll see." Their words dripped with threats, sending a chill down one's spine, as if one could envision their grotesque expressions. Chen Yu leaned towards Duo's ear, lowering his voice and speaking with a steady calmness. Duo. Tell them to step back a bit. Inform them that we will place the food at the door. We must stabilize the situation and prevent them from acting impulsively. We need to devise a thoughtful plan to thwart their intentions. Taking a deep breath to steady her frayed nerves, Duo followed Chen Yu's instructions and called out loudly towards the door, "Please step back a little. We will leave the food at the entrance. So don't come so close. Keep your distance." Upon hearing her words, the group of affluent youths exchanged glances, hesitating momentarily. However, the prospect of obtaining food to satiate their hunger compelled them to retreat until they were no longer visible through the peephole. Only then did Chen Yu turn to Duo and Chen Yun, his expression serious as he instructed, "Once I step outside, lock the door promptly and remain inside. No matter what occurs, do not open it. I will handle these individuals for you. Rest assured, I will ensure your safety." With that, Chen Yu resolutely opened the door and strode out with purpose. In that instant, a police baton materialized in his grip, radiating a cold gleam under the dim light of the corridor, exuding an aura of intimidation. As he navigated the hallway and reached the corner, he spotted the group of affluent youths standing not far from the entrance, their expressions a mix of impatience and arrogance. The leader, a burly figure with a buzz cut, furrowed his brow as he noticed Chen Yu's sudden appearance, eyeing him warily before demanding, "Who are you, and what do you want? Where did you come from?" Unfazed, Chen Yu held his head high, taking a few steps forward, and replied nonchalantly, "Are you the one seeking food? Why the rush? Have you forgotten your manners?" Upon hearing this, the buzzcut leader's eyes widened, and he barked, "Where's the food? Stop wasting time and bring it out, or you'll regret it." As he spoke, he shifted slightly, revealing a dagger tucked into his waistband, signaling his readiness for confrontation. Chen Yu cast a calm glance over the group, assessing them thoroughly, and a sense of certainty washed over him. Despite their outward bravado, their movements were merely posturing, lacking genuine skill, with unsteady steps and frantic eyes. A cold smile curled on Chen Yu's lips. He dismissed them entirely, convinced they were nothing more than paper tigers, easily toppled with a mere poke. Chapter 39. Elimination of Potential Threats. Chen Yu narrowed his eyes slightly, a glint of cold light flashing within them, and his entire demeanor underwent a dramatic transformation. In an instant, an invisible pressure surged forth from him like a tumultuous wave, sweeping towards the group of wealthy heirs before him. The once arrogant individuals found themselves feeling as though a colossal stone weighing 1,000 pounds was pressing down upon their chests, rendering their breaths rapid and labored, each inhalation seemingly requiring every ounce of their strength. Terror manifested on their faces, their eyes betraying a tumult of panic and unease. The buzz-cut young man, witnessing Chen Yu approach fearlessly with empty hands and an air of calm composure, felt his pride trampled underfoot. An intense fury ignited within him, akin to a powder keg set ablaze, erupting instantaneously. He erupted into a furious tirade. "Damn it, you must be tired of living to act so brazenly before me. Don't you know who I am? In this place, a stamp of my foot would make the ground tremble." Yet, Chen Yu remained unfazed by his tirade, his gaze piercing like that of a hawk, as he coldly inquired, "Did you kill the people upstairs?" At that moment, he saw confirmation of this matter. Only by ascertaining whether they had committed the unforgivable act of murder could he act without a shred of guilt. After all, the severity of one's response varied drastically depending on the nature of the individual involved. Upon hearing the question, the buzz-cut man was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of surprise crossing his face, followed by a cruel and disdainful smirk. He arrogantly replied, "Oh, you know about that, do you? Are you scared? Oof. If you were to kneel and beg for mercy, perhaps I would be in a good mood and spare your life. Ha ha ha." His harsh laughter reverberated ominously in the narrow corridor, chilling the air, while his lackeys joined in the mockery, treating Chen Yu as if he were merely a fish on their chopping block, ready for slaughter. Upon hearing this, Chen Yu had already reached a conclusion. Since they had begun to kill indiscriminately, he felt no moral burden in confronting them. His eyes turned icy, akin to unmelting glaciers, as he ominously declared, in that case, there is no need for you to continue living. Today, you shall pay the price for your wicked deeds. As his words hung in the air, he wielded his baton, which transformed into a streak of black lightning, accompanied by the sound of fierce wind as it descended forcefully upon the buzz-cut man's head. Though the man typically displayed quick reflexes in comparison to Chen Yu, his speed was akin to that of a snail. His hand instinctively reached out, but before he could mount any effective defense, Chen Yu's baton struck him with tremendous force, landing squarely upon his skull. A sudden, dull thud echoed, reminiscent of a heavy object colliding, and instantly, a fountain of blood erupted from his head, splattering everywhere in a horrifying spectacle. The man with the crew cut was struck so hard that stars danced before his eyes, and his mind buzzed with confusion, leaving him momentarily dazed and blank. Instinctively, he dropped the steel pipe he had intended to wield as a weapon, clutching his head with both hands as he emitted a muffled groan of agony. With a heavy thud, he collapsed to the ground. The scream that had been on the verge of escaping his lips was stifled in his throat, leaving him lying in a pool of blood, his fate uncertain. The remaining wealthy youths gaped in shock, their faces etched with terror. They had never anticipated that their usually formidable leader would be so utterly defenseless against Chen Yu, unable to withstand even a single blow. Overcome with fear, their legs turned to jelly, and they trembled uncontrollably, frozen in place as if paralyzed. Chen Yu regarded the remaining individuals with an impassive expression, his gaze radiating a chilling intimidation that seemed to penetrate their very souls. He slowly inquired, "Do you wish to try your luck as well? To see if your heads are any tougher than his?" The mere thought of the recent gruesome scene haunted them, an indelible image etched in their minds. They lacked the courage to confront Chen Yu. Their legs buckled beneath them, and they fell to their knees, desperately begging for mercy. "Please, we beseech you, spare us. We will never dare again. It was that crew cut who forced us into this. We were left with no choice." A blonde-haired youth cried out, his voice trembling with fear and despair. The others echoed his pleas, their desperate cries resonating in the corridor, each more pitiful than the last. Yet Chen Yu remained unmoved, coldly declaring, "Only 3 of you may leave, the rest will stay. As for who departs and who remains, that is for you to decide." His tone brooked no dissent, akin to a judgment from the depths of hell, determining their fates. Upon hearing this, the group exchanged glances, their eyes filled with hopelessness and turmoil, caught in a dilemma that paralyzed their decision-making. At that moment, a bespectacled youth, with an icy demeanor, exuded a fierce glint in his eyes. Seizing the chaos, he abruptly bent down to retrieve a fruit knife from the ground and, without hesitation, plunged it mercilessly into the side of a nearby companion. The assailed comrade was caught completely off guard, utterly unprepared for such a sudden betrayal. The blade sank deep into his heart. Following this, the bespectacled youth, consumed by madness, viciously stabbed his victim multiple times, blood gushing forth like a fountain, splattering onto those nearby, an unstoppable deluge. Soon, a pool of blood formed on the ground, permeating the air with its acrid metallic scent. After the brutal act, the bespectacled youth trembled violently, his face a mask of horror and insanity. He feigned composure as he glanced at Chen Yu, his voice trembling as he uttered, "See, can I leave now?" Chen Yu furrowed his brow, casting him a deep, disdainful look that emanated a hint of revulsion. In a calm tone, he replied, "You may go. However, remember, this is a singular opportunity one grant you. Do not allow me to witness your misdeeds again." Upon hearing this, the bespectacled man felt as if a great weight had been lifted from his shoulders, momentarily disregarding his blood-soaked trousers that dripped with crimson fluid. He scrambled away in a frenzy, his steps chaotic, as if pursued by a legion of malevolent spirits, eager to escape this terrifying place. The remaining individuals, initially taken aback, exchanged glances that revealed a fierce determination. In their desperate bid for survival, they transformed into frenzied beasts, engaging in a brutal melee. The corridor erupted into a cacophony of screams and battle cries, reverberating throughout the space, the scene a chaotic and sanguinary tableau. The air was thick with the metallic scent of blood, evoking a sense of nausea. Before long, this savage slaughter reached its grim conclusion. leaving none of the foreign men able to rise. They lay sprawled in various positions amidst the blood-soaked ground, silent and still, their bodies contorted, faces frozen in expressions of terror and agony, seemingly narrating the fragility and brutality of life. With an impassive demeanor, Chen Yu approached, casually discarding each lifeless body as if they were mere refuse. He then positioned himself at the corridor's entrance, observing the bespectacled man who was slowly retreating below, and with a disdainful huff, retrieved an AWP sniper rifle from the void. The weapon gleamed with a chilling metallic sheen. Aiming at the man's thigh, his gaze resolute and merciless, he pulled the trigger, unleashing a deafening roar as the bullet pierced through the flesh. The man let out a heart-wrenching scream, collapsing to the ground, clutching his wound with both hands, agony etched across his features. As Chen Yu watched the writhing figure, a rare flicker of compassion stirred within him. He thought to himself, "I shall grant you mercy this time, hoping you may survive. After all, I adhere to reason. If I declare your life spared, then so be it. However, should I encounter your wrongdoing again, you shall not be so fortunate." With that, he stowed the weapon and turned back towards the dwelling. Lying in the icy snow, the man's anguished cries echoed through the cold, desolate surroundings. Yet as time passed, his voice gradually faded, perhaps due to excessive blood loss or the numbing chill that sapped his strength, blurring his consciousness. His body twitched slightly in the snow, as if engaged in a final struggle. Ultimately, his head sank feebly into the snow, his body motionless, lying in quietude, no longer able to emit a sound, as if merging with the vast expanse of white. The surrounding snow, stained crimson, bore witness to the unspeakable brutality that had just transpired, whispering tales of the horrific slaughter that had unfolded. Chapter 40. The awkward Chen Duo at this moment. Chen Duo and Chen Yun were like two startled fawns, huddled together in the corner of the room, scarcely daring to breathe. The cacophony of fierce fighting and the heart-wrenching cries from outside pierced their hearts like sharp daggers. Each scream resonated like a heavy hammer, causing their hearts to rise to their throats, as if they might leap from their chests at any moment. With their eyes tightly shut and hands clasped in fervent prayer, they silently beseeched the heavens for Chen Yu's safe return. Their devout demeanor seemed to entrust all their hope to this voiceless supplication. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed through the tension-laden silence. The sound, jarring in its clarity amid the stifling atmosphere, sent a shiver down Chen Duo's spine. Her legs felt weak, as if treading upon cotton, and she timidly moved toward the door, each step fraught with difficulty, her heart brimming with dread and unease. She could not bring herself to peer through the peephole, fearing that the visitor might not be Chen Yu, but rather those ruthless assailants. As she wrestled with her anxiety, Chen Yu's familiar and steady voice, akin to a celestial melody, penetrated the air. "Open the door quickly. I've sent everyone away." Upon hearing this voice, the heavy stone that had lodged in Chen Duo's heart instantaneously fell, and her taut nerves began to ease. Without hesitation, she reached forth to unlock the door. The moment the door swung open, and she beheld Chen Yu standing before her unscathed, without a single mark upon him, the weight of worry that had burdened her and Chen Yun dissipated entirely. In that instant, the two women, forgetting their usual reserve, rushed to Chen Yu like a ship finding refuge in a storm, embracing him fervently. They clung to his arms as if he were their steadfast anchor amidst the chaos of the world. Together, they moved into the room, the scene exuding a sense of relief and gratitude for having survived. Chen Yu was momentarily taken aback by this unexpected display of affection. He felt his arms enveloped in softness, the warmth and tenderness stirring ripples within his heart, causing his pulse to quicken in response to this novel sensation. Once they were seated on the sofa, Chen Duo and Chen Yun continued to cling tightly to Chen Yu's arms, fearful that if they released him, he might vanish like a fleeting dream. Their reliance on him conveyed that he was indeed their everything in this tumultuous time. Anyone observing would unmistakably sense the profound trust and intimacy they held for him in that moment. With a worried expression, Chen Duo lifted her gaze to Chen Yu, her eyes brimming with concern. "You've driven them away, but will they not return?" Her voice trembled slightly, revealing that the earlier events still haunted her. Chen Yu nodded gently, a warm smile gracing his face as he reassured her, "Rest easy. They will certainly not return. However, you must remain vigilant within the house and never let your guard down. In this tumultuous world, one must remain ever vigilant. Chen Yu, intrigued by the conversation, leaned closer, tightening her grip on Chen Yu's arm. With her large, glistening eyes, she inquired, "How did you manage to persuade them?" At that moment, both of them were closely nestled beside Chen Yu, their warm breaths gently caressing his cheek, accompanied by a faint, sweet fragrance that wafted into his nostrils. Chen Yu found himself stirred by this ambiguous atmosphere, his body involuntarily responding as a familiar warmth began to rise within him. Feeling somewhat uncomfortable, he took a sip of tea, attempting to mask his embarrassment. After a brief hesitation, he succinctly replied, "I killed them." These simple words resonated like thunder in Chen Yu's ears, startling her significantly. She instinctively let out a sharp cry, her voice piercing and jarring. Chen Yu, taken aback by her sudden outburst, trembled slightly, causing some tea to spill onto his trousers. Alarmed, Chen Duo hurriedly reached out to assist in cleaning the mess. However, in her flustered state, her hand inadvertently brushed against something it should not have. Initially oblivious to what she had touched, she instinctively applied pressure. Chen Yu's face immediately stiffened, an indescribable awkwardness flooding his mind. He quickly grasped Chen Yu's errant hand, springing to his feet and striding to the window. Gazing outside, he sought solace in the cool air, hoping to quell the turmoil within. Meanwhile, Chen Duo realized her blunder, her face flushing crimson, resembling a ripe apple, wishing desperately to vanish into a crevice of the earth. Bowing her head, her hands fidgeted nervously, unsure of where to place them. The atmosphere in the room became palpably tense and charged, as if the very air had solidified. Chen Yu swiftly broke the suffocating silence, clearing his throat and feigning composure. He asked, "What happened to your air conditioning? Did it break suddenly?" Chen Duo, still blushing, remained at a distance, too shy to approach him. Having never had a boyfriend, her understanding of romantic interactions was limited to theoretical knowledge gleaned from books and the internet, which paled in comparison to the reality of the situation. Her mind raced with chaotic thoughts, filled with embarrassment and curiosity about future encounters with men. Breathing became increasingly labored, her chest rising and falling rapidly. At that moment, Chen Yu appeared more composed. She walked gracefully to Chen Yu and softly replied, "It just stopped heating all of a sudden. I checked, and the outdoor unit isn't running. I have no idea what's wrong." Chen Yu, though lacking expertise in air conditioning repairs, was determined not to lose face in front of the two young women. Striving to maintain an air of competence, he quietly retrieved his phone, turning his back to search for relevant information online. After a short while, he felt reassured and turned around, speaking confidently. "The outside temperature is too low. The air conditioning unit has frozen up, rendering it inoperable. This is a common issue in cold weather." Chen Yu listened thoughtfully, nodding in understanding, and said, "We will have to rely on the stove then." Fortunately, with this stove, the room is much warmer now. Before we had it, the temperature inside was below freezing, making it unbearably cold. Now it's above zero, which is a significant improvement. When the time comes, we can sleep by the stove, tucked under an extra blanket, and we should be able to endure this frigid weather. As she spoke, she glanced at the stove, its flames dancing joyfully, casting a warm glow that enveloped the room in a cozy ambience. Chen Yu pondered for a moment before asking, "Are all the units in this building occupied?" His eyes revealed a hint of curiosity, as if he were devising a plan. Chen Yu considered his question and replied, "It seems there are no occupants on the lower floor. I've been here for a week or two and have never seen that household come out. I'm not sure of their circumstances. Perhaps they are away, or the unit is simply vacant." Upon hearing this, Chen Yu's eyes brightened slightly, and he said, "Stay here for a moment. I'll check downstairs. Perhaps I can find something useful." With that, he turned and exited with resolute steps. Arriving at the door of the vacant unit, Chen Yu cautiously glanced around to ensure no one was watching before retrieving a large hammer from his mysterious space. Gripping the hammer firmly with both hands, he struck the security door with powerful blows. Each thud resonated heavily, and within moments, the door gave way. Of course, this was merely a performance for any potential onlookers. In reality, everything had been drawn from his enigmatic storage. Subsequently, Chen Yu returned to the floor where Chen Duo was located, retrieving two brand new heaters from his space. They appeared highly functional. He then produced a 50 kW diesel generator, which, while sizable, could generate 40 degrees of electricity per hour, albeit with a relatively high fuel consumption of 10 liters per hour. However, the two heaters were not particularly power-hungry, consuming only about 5 degrees of electricity daily. Thus, the generator's output would suffice for a week's worth of heating. This was undoubtedly a timely blessing, ensuring they would enjoy a more comfortable existence during the bitter cold. Chen Yu had thoughtfully registered Chen Yu's fingerprint in their fingerprint lock, allowing him to enter the room without difficulty. Upon seeing Chen Yu return with such an assortment of items, both Chen Yu and Chen Yun were astonished, their eyes wide and mouths agape in disbelief. They hurriedly inquired, "Did you find all this downstairs?" One incredible stroke of luck. Chen Yu, with an unflinching demeanor, calmly remarked, "Indeed. I never anticipated that the household downstairs possessed a diesel generator. What fortunate serendipity it is that I stumbled upon it, and now it has been restored. It seems that fate is indeed favoring us." After his declaration, the group promptly set to work, transporting the items indoors. Chen Yu then selected an appropriate room and expertly installed the diesel generator. He patiently elucidated the operation of the generator to them, detailing everything from the startup procedures to routine maintenance, ensuring they had a comprehensive understanding of its output capabilities. Subsequently, he placed 200 liters of diesel in the same room. Considering the generator's fuel consumption and the heater's electricity usage, this diesel would suffice for generating 800 degrees. If solely allocated for the heater, it would sustain them for several months. Furthermore, as there had yet to be a power outage, this diesel would serve merely as a precautionary reserve. In this manner, their future days would be marked by greater comfort and peace of mind, free from the concerns of cold and power failures. Chapter 41. Reinforcing the door at this moment, Chen Yu had completely regained her composure from the earlier frenzy and shyness. Standing beside the diesel generator, she tilted her head, her eyes filled with curiosity as she softly remarked, "Is this something that people actually collect? It seems rather uncommon. In all my years, this is the first time I've seen such a large diesel generator." Chen Yu smiled gently, a warm expression gracing his lips as he patiently explained, "Everyone has their own interests. Some individuals enjoy collecting stamps or antiques. Perhaps this gentleman has a particular fondness for mechanical contraptions." He added, "Regardless, this works to our advantage. It could prove invaluable in a critical moment." Suddenly, Chen Yu appeared to recall something of great importance, his demeanor shifting to one of seriousness as he continued, "Let me reinforce the door for you later. The world is rather unpredictable, and we cannot foresee when danger may strike. In the event of an emergency, a fortified door could buy you valuable time, at least until I arrive. A little extra security can bring peace of mind." Upon hearing this, Chen Yun's eyes sparkled with curiosity, and she eagerly inquired, "How will you reinforce it? Will you use some special materials or unique techniques?" With confidence, Chen Yu patted his chest and replied, "Just watch me. Leave this to me. I have ample experience with similar tasks and can assure you that I will make this door as solid as a fortress." With that, Chen Yu strode purposefully to the entrance, retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, lit it with a lighter, inhaled deeply, and exhaled a series of smoke rings as he took a brief pause. Then, as if performing a magic trick, he produced several metal profiles and a welding gun from his space. The materials gleamed with a cold, metallic luster, and the welding gun emitted the distinctive scent of industrial equipment. Steadying himself with these tools in hand, he returned to the room. Skillfully adjusting the angle of the welding gun, he began to weld a sturdy tripod. His gaze was focused and resolute, fixated on the welding joint. His movements fluid and decisive, a clear indication of his extensive experience. Before long, a robust tripod was completed. He meticulously measured and aligned several slots on either side of the door, welding them with precision. As he worked, he calculated in his mind that by securely positioning the tripod against the door and locking it in place with the profiles, a formidable protective system would be formed, rendering it nearly impossible for anyone to break through. Even if someone attempted to force their way in, it would require considerable effort, significantly enhancing the security. By the time Chen Yu finished, night had quietly descended, enveloping the world outside in an inky darkness, obscuring visibility entirely as if a massive black curtain had descended over everything. He had initially planned to take his leave, having spent quite some time there, with numerous matters awaiting his attention at home. Yet, Chen Duo and Chen Yu seemed to have anticipated his thoughts, swiftly stepping forward to block his path, one on each side. With worry etched upon their faces and concern reflected in their eyes, they implored, "It is quite dark outside now, and the streets lack any streetlights. Driving back at this hour is exceedingly perilous. Should any mishap occur, how could we rest easy? It would be prudent to stay the night and return at dawn." Their earnest gazes and sincere words rendered it nearly impossible to decline, although Chen Yu was typically cautious and prioritized his safety above all else. The current circumstances, darkness enveloping the outside world and the uncertainty of the roads, posed significant risks for a late-night drive. After much contemplation and weighing the options, he ultimately chose not to dismiss the kind intentions of Chen Duo and Chen Yu, deciding to stay for the night. Seeing his acquiescence, Chen Duo promptly set about preparing the bedding. With the air conditioning malfunctioning, a biting chill permeated the room, and to achieve a more comfortable slumber, they would need to gather around the stove. She approached Chen Yu with a light step and softly remarked, "The air conditioning is broken, and it's dreadfully cold inside. Would you help me move the bed closer to the stove? Otherwise, I fear I won't be able to sleep at all tonight, and might wake up freezing several times." Chen Yu quickly replied, "You two should sleep by the stove. I'll manage in the room with a heater for the night. While the heater may not compare to the stove, it will suffice, and I prefer not to inconvenience you." However, Chen Yu disagreed, asserting that you'll surely freeze. In this bitter cold, a heater cannot compare to a stove. We should all sleep together by the stove. Besides, we are all bundled up in layers, so it won't be inconvenient at all. We are friends. There's no need to stand on ceremony. Realizing that further hesitance might come across as overly sensitive, Chen Yu relented. Without further ado, he turned and approached the bed, grasping the edge firmly and lifting it with effort, carefully placing it beside the stove. He reasoned that this arrangement would provide warmth for the night, ensuring a more restful sleep. Subsequently, he moved to the sofa, straining slightly to reposition it as well. Once settled, he declared, "You two can take the bed, and I will manage on the sofa. It is quite spacious, and this arrangement seems quite agreeable for all." After preparing the space, Chen Yu felt a sheen of sweat break out across his body, his forehead dotted with fine beads of perspiration. Having exerted himself throughout the day with welding and moving furniture, he felt sticky and uncomfortable, concluding that he needed to wash up to avoid catching a cold. He was fortunate that Chen Duo had already gone to take a shower. Thus, he could only sit by the stove for a while longer. Chen Yu, ever considerate, noticed Chen Yu's sweaty appearance. She swiftly poured a cup of hot water from the table and gingerly handed it to him, inquiring with genuine concern, "Has there been any robbery incidents in your neighborhood as well?" The frequency of these robberies has been rising, leaving everyone feeling quite anxious. Chen Yu took the cup of water, casting a grateful glance at Chen Yu. After sipping some hot water, he lamented, "It seems there have been several incidents. Even the chubby guy hasn't been spared. The other day, when I visited his home, I encountered someone attempting a robbery. The situation appears to be deteriorating. People will resort to anything for survival. I truly wonder what it will evolve into. Just thinking about it is frightening." Upon hearing this, Chen Yu couldn't help but sigh, a glimmer of concern in his eyes. "Alas, I wonder when the government will commence its rescue efforts. This morning, I saw online that conditions in many places are particularly dire. Numerous individuals have succumbed to the cold, and even more have starved. Watching those news reports weighs heavily on my heart. Life is becoming increasingly challenging, and it feels like there is no end in sight." Chen Yu sighed in agreement, expressing, "In the past, people flocked to big cities, believing they offered ample opportunities and a better quality of life. Yet now, in this frigid weather, rural life must be 100 times better than in the city. In the countryside, at least there are ways to secure food and warmth, unlike in the city where supplies depend on external sources. When those supplies fail, we are left in despair." Chen Yu nodded in deep agreement, stating, "Indeed, a distant relative of mine lives in the countryside. Their cellar is stocked with abundant food, and they can chop wood for warmth, far superior to our situation in the city. We live in constant fear, anxious about the day when we might run out of food or heating, plunging us into desperation." His face was etched with a mix of envy and resignation, as if he could envision his relative's stable life in the countryside. Chen Yu sighed softly, remarking, "There's little use in discussing this now. We can only take it one step at a time. By the way, how are your parents faring? I worry about them." Upon hearing this, Chen Yun's expression darkened, and his tone grew heavy as he replied, "I contacted them yesterday. My elder brother is at home, and fortunately, before the severe cold set in, they managed to stockpile some food, so they aren't starving just yet. However, I've heard that their supplies are dwindling. Today, I learned that the government has dispatched a batch of food. I wonder if it will reach my family. I sincerely hope they can successfully obtain the relief supplies." Chen Yu breathed a slight sigh of relief, saying that a relief. In these circumstances, ensuring they aren't starving is already a significant advantage over many others. Countless people are struggling to find even a morsel to eat and are in deep distress. Let us hope that conditions improve soon, allowing everyone to lead a stable life. The flames in the stove danced incessantly, akin to joyful sprites in a spirited ballet, as the heat radiated and gradually enveloped the room. The once bone-chilling cold was slowly dispelled. Now, clad in a down jacket, one could maintain a relatively comfortable state, no longer subjected to the merciless torment of the cold as before. Chen Yu sat quietly to the side, silently extracting a cigarette. After igniting it with a lighter, he inhaled deeply, and the curling smoke ascended before him, mirroring the intricate thoughts swirling within his mind. He merely gazed ahead, speechless, as if ensnared in contemplation. Perhaps he was troubled by the dismal situation, or maybe he was pondering how to navigate the arduous days ahead and the path that lay before him. The room fell into an unusual stillness, pierced only by the sporadic crackling sounds emanating from the stove, as if it were performing a unique symphony for the tranquil night. Chapter 42. Time to rest. At that moment, Chen Duo emerged from the bathroom, her hair damp and droplets of water cascading down. While gently drying her hair with a towel, she glanced at Chen Yu and said, "You should take a shower first. I'll find you some clean clothes. After you wash up, you can feel more comfortable. You've worked hard today and must be quite sweaty." Her demeanor was both gentle and considerate, warming his heart. Chen Yu softly set down his cup and rose to head towards the bathroom. Upon entering, he was greeted by the lingering scent of shower gel that enveloped the small space. He thought a simple rinse would suffice today, so he swiftly removed his clothes and hung them neatly on the rack. Turning on the shower, warm water cascaded down, creating a comforting sensation on his skin. A few minutes later, Chen Duo approached the bathroom door and gently knocked. "I've left your clean clothes outside the door. I don't have any underwear, but I found an old set of pajamas that I bought in a larger size and forgot to return. You can use them." Chen Yu replied from inside, "It's fine as long as I can wear them. It's just for one night." After hearing her footsteps fade away, he opened the bathroom door, retrieved the pajamas, and quickly donned them before stepping out. At that moment, Chen Duo had just finished drying her hair. Seeing Chen Yu approach, she smiled and said, "Come here quickly. I can help you dry your hair too. Sleeping with wet hair isn't good. It might give you a headache." Although Chen Yu insisted he didn't need it, he secretly appreciated her concern and walked over to sit in the chair. Chen Duo took the hairdryer, gently styling his hair as the warm air caressed his scalp, providing an exquisite comfort. After finishing, Chen Yu moved to the sofa, reclined, and sank into its embrace. Though it was a sofa, when laid flat, it resembled a bed, albeit slightly narrower. However, for Chen Yu alone, there was ample space to stretch out and enjoy a restful reprieve. As Chen Duo sat there, a sudden thought struck her. She realized she had left her change of clothes in the bathroom and hadn't retrieved them. Panic surged within her as she thought, "Oh no, my change of clothes are in there. Chen Yu must have seen them." The more she pondered, the more embarrassed she felt, prompting her to hastily rise and head towards the bathroom. Upon arriving, she glanced around and was taken aback to find her strawberry-patterned pajamas missing. Initially startled, she frowned and contemplated her memory, wondering if she had mistaken their location. In a flurry, she searched the room, scouring every corner, yet the elusive outfit remained absent. Anxiety crept in as she mused. Could it be that Chen Yu took them? But what would he want with my clothes? Surely he can't be a pervert? Upon contemplating this, Chen Duo hastily shook her head and began to reassure herself. It cannot be. It cannot be. Chen Yu generally appears quite reliable. He must have taken it by accident. He certainly does not strike one as the type to engage in such behavior. Surely, there is some misunderstanding, and perhaps it will all be resolved shortly. Yet, despite her self-reassurance, her heart remained in turmoil, unable to find solace. Standing there with her brow slightly furrowed, she could not help but continue to fret. Could it be intentional? It was merely a moment's mishap during lunch when I inadvertently touched an inappropriate area. And even then, it was just a subconscious squeeze. Yet, how could he steal my undergarments? That is utterly excessive. The more she pondered, the more vexed she became, her face flushing involuntarily. Embarrassed, she felt unable to confront Chen Yu directly, leaving her in a state of inner conflict, uncertain of how to proceed. At this moment, Chen Yu was comfortably reclined on the sofa. His constitution was quite exceptional, showcasing a resilience to the frigid weather that surpassed that of an average person. The current temperature indoors had yet to dip below freezing. To him, it was hardly a concern. Even dressed in short sleeves, he merely felt a slight chill. Unlike others who bundled up tightly at the slightest drop in temperature for fear of succumbing to the cold, Chen Yu had already retreated to the bathroom for a shower, leaving Chen Yu alone on the sofa, idly scrolling through his phone. Just then, Chen Duo approached him and softly offered, "Let me wash your clothes. We have a dryer here. Once washed and dried, you can wear them tomorrow." Chen Yu felt a warmth in his heart at her words and quickly nodded, expressing his gratitude. "I truly appreciate it." As Chen Duo reached for the clothes Chen Yu had set aside and turned to leave, a small piece of pink fabric unexpectedly slipped from his jacket. Upon noticing it, her face flushed crimson and her heart raced to her throat. In a flurry, she grabbed the fabric and hastily stuffed it in her pocket, her movements swift as if fearing Chen Yu might catch sight of it. Chen Yu observed her flurry of actions but could not discern what she had taken. Though curiosity piqued within him, he refrained from inquiring, assuming it to be a personal item belonging to her. Once Chen Duo deposited the clothes into the washing machine and initiated the cycle, she returned to the bed, lying down with care. Before long, Chen Yu emerged from her shower. After a day filled with anxiety and busyness, the group was utterly fatigued, and soon, they all succumbed to sleep on the bed and sofa. The room quickly filled with the rhythm of their steady breathing, descending into tranquility, with only the heater continuing to radiate warmth, safeguarding this serene abode. However, Chen Duo was far from a tranquil sleeper. She tossed and turned restlessly, frequently shifting positions. Before long, she rolled over onto the sofa where Chen Yu lay. Chen Yu was suddenly awakened, and upon opening his eyes, he discovered Chen Duo nestled in his embrace. The warmth and softness of her presence quickened his heartbeat. However, Chen Yu was acutely aware that he must not take advantage of the situation. He suppressed the strange feelings within him and carefully lifted Chen Duo back to her bed. To his surprise, before an hour had passed, he felt a faint, alluring fragrance wafting through the air once more. He understood immediately that she had rolled back into his arms. With a resigned sigh, he once again cradled her, contemplating in silence, "If you crawl back into my embrace again, I shan't be responsible for my actions. This has happened repeatedly. It seems you are testing my limits, and I shall not be courteous should it occur once more." With such thoughts, Chen Yu drifted back into a drowsy slumber. As the night deepened, exhaustion from the day overtook him, and he succumbed to sleep. When the dawn broke, Chen Yu awoke leisurely, only to find Chen Duo completely curled up in his arms, her delicate lips slightly parted. Just as he intended to rise quietly, he suddenly realized that his hand had unknowingly ventured beneath her sleeping garment. To his astonishment, it became evident that Chen Duo was not wearing a bra, and his hand inadvertently rested upon her. He instinctively moved, contemplating the surprising realization that he could only cover a portion of her. A thought crossed his mind. Appearances can indeed be deceiving. However, fearing he might awaken her, he hastily tried to withdraw his hand. At that moment, Chen Duo stirred awake, her eyes widening as she beheld Chen Yu's hand in an inappropriate position, moving slightly. Instantly, her face flushed with embarrassment, as if ignited by fire. When Chen Yu's hand shifted, she unintentionally let out a cry, a sound that resonated sharply in the quiet room. Startled by the noise, Chen Yu quickly retracted his hand and, in his flustered state, attempted to rise. Unfortunately, in his haste, he collided painfully with the corner of the bed. The pain was excruciating, piercing through him. What man could possibly endure such agony? Chen Yu, realizing her own awkwardness, promptly pulled the covers over herself, wishing fervently that the blanket could conceal her entirely. Chen Yu, preoccupied with his pain, could do nothing but lie there and recover. After a few moments, Chen Yu, noticing the silence outside, cautiously peeked out from beneath the blanket. She immediately caught sight of Chen Yu's pained expression, and a pang of guilt washed over her. She softly inquired, "I didn't mean to. Are you all right?" Feigning a pitiful demeanor, Chen Yu jokingly replied, "I don't know. I suspect it may never be usable again." Chen Yu, oblivious to the jest, panicked at his words, momentarily forgetting her shyness as she reached out to gently soothe him, anxiously asking, "Is it better?" Chen Yu, taken aback by her actions, felt those peculiar emotions within him intensifying. He lifted his gaze and noticed that Chen Yun was still not fully awake. Leaning down, he brought his lips close to Chen Yu's ear. Lowering his voice with a hint of flirtation, he murmured, "Not quite ready yet. Why not give it a try?" Upon hearing his words, Chen Yu's face flushed crimson, and she stammered, "No, Yin Yin is right beside us." As she spoke, she raised her eyes only to find Chen Yu staring intently at her lips. Instantly, her mind conjured images from the suggestive video she had seen days earlier, causing her to lower her head, unable to meet Chen Yu's gaze. Her heart raced as if a little rabbit were trapped within her chest. Yet a thought crossed her mind. What if Chen Yu truly was incapable? If that were the case, what would she do in the future? Reassuring herself, she reflected that she had long harbored feelings for him, and he likely did not despise her. Otherwise, he wouldn't have kept her lingerie. The odds were in favor of their future together. With this in mind, she bit her lip, steeling herself, and decided that it would eventually belong to him anyway. Thus, she slowly crawled out from under the covers and moved beside Chen Yu, suppressing her embarrassment as she began to assist him with the testing. This endeavor lasted for half an hour, leaving Chen Yu feeling utterly mortified. She hurriedly rose and dashed to the bathroom, remaining inside for quite some time before emerging, her cheeks still flushed. Just then, Chen Yun awoke, rubbing her eyes and sniffing the air, questioning, "What is that smell?" Chen Yu quickly replied, "It must be the scent from the clothes I just dried." Without waiting for Chen Yun to inquire further, he continued, "Let's prepare breakfast. After we eat, I plan to head back." Upon hearing that Chen Yu intended to leave, Chen Yu's heart sank, and she could no longer afford to be shy. She rushed to his side, grasping his arm with a hint of playful affection, and implored, "Are you in such a hurry to go?" Their relationship had just taken a significant step forward, and she was reluctant to let him depart so soon. Chen Yu chuckled with a hint of exasperation, explaining, "I'm afraid if I don't return, someone might come to steal my food. I need to keep an eye on things over there." Chen Yu, hearing his words, found it difficult to insist he stay. After a moment's hesitation, she timidly asked, "Are you feeling better now?" She was still acutely aware of the lingering sensations, worried about Chen Yu's condition. Chen Yu, noticing her anxious demeanor, couldn't help but chuckle. "I'm fine now, and I feel stronger than before." Chen Yu's eyes widened in surprise, instinctively covering her mouth as she recalled the awkward yet suggestive moments they had just shared. A twinge of fear took hold of her regarding Chen Yu's unpredictable nature. However, hearing that he was all right eased the weight in her heart, allowing her to think that, as for the future, she could gradually adapt and perhaps find acceptance. Meanwhile, Chen Yun, who had been listening in confusion, was utterly bewildered by their cryptic exchange, feeling rather perplexed. With a soft murmur, she turned to prepare breakfast. After finishing breakfast, Chen Yu, with a serious expression, earnestly admonished the two, saying, "You must prioritize your safety. If anything arises, do not hesitate to contact me. Do not let your guard down. Under no circumstances should you open the door to anyone." Chen Yu and Chen Yun nodded obediently in response. Subsequently, Chen Yu stepped outside, mounted his motorcycle, and after a few roaring sounds, he set off, leaving behind the place that had bestowed upon him a night filled with extraordinary tales. Chapter 43. Return to the community. Under the lingering gaze of reluctance from Chen Yu, Chen Yu steadily maneuvered the snowmobile, gradually departing from the community. The biting cold wind sliced across his cheeks, prompting him to squint slightly as his eyes fell upon the entrance of the neighborhood. The once vibrant row of shops was now shrouded beneath a thick blanket of snow, only faint outlines discernible, rendering their original forms nearly unrecognizable. Chen Yu could only rely on the barely visible signs and his memory to ascertain the nature of the establishments. Take the supermarket, for instance. It had long been stripped bare of food, the shelves now desolate. Yet, remnants of daily necessities remained, shampoos and shower gels neatly arranged on the shelves, their bottles glimmering with a faint light. An assortment of condiments, including soy sauce, vinegar, and salt, quietly awaited discovery in the corners. Chen Yu mused that these items would surely prove invaluable in this time of scarce resources. Seizing the opportunity when the sun began to set and the area was deserted, he employed his abilities, extending his consciousness into the space, and in an instant, these items were drawn into his mysterious realm by an unseen force. Continuing along the path, Chen Yu took note of several other shops. A pharmacy caught his eye. Through the frost-covered window, he glimpsed a well-stocked array of common medicines and medical supplies, cold remedies, fever reducers, anti-inflammatory drugs, along with various bandages, gauze, and alcohol. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated his powers once more, incorporating these precious resources into his collection. Not far off stood a furniture store, brimming with an assortment of furnishings, sofas, beds, tables, and chairs in various styles. Chen Yu contemplated that he might need to redecorate his residence one day, and thus, he gathered all these items into his space. There was also a large mall, teeming with clothes and appliances, various styles of down jackets, thermal underwear, as well as televisions, refrigerators, and heaters. In the blink of an eye, they vanished from their spots and entered Chen Yu's enigmatic domain. An hour later, Chen Yu finally arrived at the villa. He first circled the vicinity cautiously, searching for a suitably discreet location. After confirming that no suspicious individuals were present, he once again employed his abilities to store the snowmobile away. He then stepped inside the villa, his gait slightly weary. Upon entering, a wave of warmth enveloped him. Chen Yu exhaled deeply, casually shedding his outer garment and tossing it aside, collapsing onto the sofa as if a great weight had been lifted from his shoulders. The day's exertions had left him utterly drained, and at last, his weary body could find respite. At that moment, upon hearing the commotion, Lifu dashed over like an arrow released from bow. It bounded to Chen Yu's side, nuzzling against his pant leg while emitting soft whines. Its demeanor akin to that of a child expressing displeasure at having been apart from its owner for so long. Chen Yu suddenly recalled that he had been preoccupied with external matters throughout the day, completely neglecting the responsibility of feeding Lifu. A pang of guilt welled up within him, prompting him to gently stroke Lifu's head. The softness of its fur brought a sense of calm to his heart. He then retrieved a bag of dog food from his space, tearing the packaging with a satisfying sound before pouring the kibble into a dish. Upon seeing the food, Lifu's eyes sparkled like two twinkling stars, and it hurried over, bowing its head to devour the meal with great enthusiasm. The sight of its eager munching was quite amusing, its tail wagging incessantly as if to express its joy to Chen Yu. Meanwhile, at the home of Bao Ma, Lu Yi and the others had consumed all the food, their stomachs growling in protest of their owner's negligence. Lu Yi, with a worried expression and furrowed brows, turned to Yang Su and lamented, "What are we to do now? There is no food left. What will we eat later? We have already gone without 3 meals, and if we don't eat something soon, we will surely starve. I feel as though I can hardly stand." Yang Su, still stewing over their earlier argument, had been harboring his frustration, unable to shake off the negative emotions. Upon hearing Lu Yi's words, his irritation flared up, and he retorted angrily, "Eat, eat, eat. All you think about is food. Missing a couple of meals, one tea kill you. All you do is complain. What good is it to say this now? Can you conjure food out of thin air?" Lu Yi, shocked that her husband was raising his voice at her again, felt her own suppressed anger surge forth. She raised her voice in response. "Why are you yelling at me? If you're so capable, then don't eat. You're always the one eating the most. I suggested you conserve some energy and eat less each day, yet you just lounge around, not considering our current situation. Life is already tough enough, and you still can't settle down." Yang Su's face flushed with indignation, especially since she had brought up that particular issue, further fueling his anger. He exclaimed, "Can one hand clap alone? If you're unhappy, why should I exert myself? Oof. Don't lay all the blame at my feet." At that moment, their son Yang Wu could no longer contain himself and shouted, "What are you two always arguing about? I am starving. Are you trying to starve me? All you do is bicker without thinking about me. I feel like I'm about to faint from hunger." This couple cherished their son deeply and would not allow him to suffer in any way. Upon hearing Yang Wu's plea, they immediately halted their quarrel, as if a pause button had been pressed. Lu Yi quickly said, "Have you asked Bao Ma where the food came from? We must find a way to get something to eat. We cannot let our son go hungry." Yang Su, somewhat irritated, replied without turning around, "I asked already. It came from Aunt Lynn." Upon hearing this, Lu Yi's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope as she exclaimed, "Let us go over and ask for some. If we do not eat soon, we truly cannot endure any longer. Our son is still young, and we cannot let him go hungry." Yang Su understood her plight as well. Indeed, if they did not consume something soon, not only would their stomachs protest, but their bodies would also reach their limits. Thus, the couple made their way to Aunt Lynn's house. At that moment, Aunt Lynn was inside, engaged in a phone call with Zhao Yong. Her demeanor resembled that of someone intently listening to a superior's directives. She sat upright, her back straight, gripping the phone tightly. As she listened, she nodded vigorously, repeatedly assuring, "Yes, yes, Zhao boss, you need not worry. I shall comply." Her respect was palpable, as if Zhao Yong were a lifeline. However, a closer inspection of her countenance revealed the struggle and distaste she sought to conceal. It was evident that she was unwilling, finding Zhao Yong's demands somewhat excessive. Yet due to certain constraints, she felt compelled to feign compliance. Yet, when she heard Zhao Yong mention he would provide her with a box of instant noodles as a reward, her previously dull eyes sparkled with avarice, as if two small lights had been ignited within. Her lips involuntarily curved into a slight smile. Her mind captivated by the prospect of that box of noodles, an incredibly precious commodity in these times of dire scarcity. Suddenly, a series of knocks at the door shattered the silence within the room. Aunt Lynn waited for Zhao Yong to end the call before casually glancing toward the door and raising her voice to inquire, "Who is it?" Her tone bore a hint of caution. Outside, the voices of Lu Yi and her husband could be heard, and Lu Yi quickly replied, "Aunt Lynn, it's us. We heard that Bao Ma received food from you, and we have nothing to eat. We are starving. Could you possibly spare us a little?" Her tone was filled with hope, tinged with a hint of flattery, almost pleading. Upon hearing this, Aunt Lynn grew impatient, her brows furrowing as she curtly responded, "Where am I supposed to find food? I am nearly out of food myself. I have no surplus to give you. Please do not waste my time. You should leave at once. Do not bother me further." Desperate, Lu Yi implored, "Aunt Lynn, could you please open the door first? It is terribly cold outside, and we are shivering. We truly are on the brink of starvation." Yet, Aunt Lynn remained unmoved, retorting, "It would be pointless for you to enter. I genuinely have no food left. I'm not deceiving you. You must think of another solution. Do not linger here. If you do not leave, I shall have to be ungracious." Her tone was resolute, showing no intention of opening the door. Realizing that Aunt Lynn would not relent, Lu Yi understood that further pleas would likely be futile. With a resigned sigh, she ceased her attempts and turned to leave. Her shoulders drooped slightly, and her face was etched with a sense of desolation. At that moment, Aunt Lynn, curious about the sudden silence outside, stealthily approached the door, peering through the peephole to glimpse the scene beyond. Upon catching sight of Lu Yi's strikingly beautiful visage, a crafty idea began to form in her mind. A faint, enigmatic smile graced her lips as she entertained a selfish and calculating thought, contemplating the possibility of leveraging Lu Yi to extract greater benefits from Zhao Yong. Chapter 44. Yang Su's desperation. Aunt Lynn slowly opened the door, the creaking sound shattering the profound silence of the corridor. A seemingly kind smile adorned her face as she addressed Lu Yi. "Please come in." Lu Yi and Yang Su entered the room with the urgency of drowning souls grasping a lifeline, as if liberated from a dire fate. The frigid, wintry air outside gnawed mercilessly at their bodies, rendering their hands and feet numb, nearly devoid of sensation. Once inside, Aunt Lynn feigned warmth in her tone, cheerfully saying, Please take a seat. I shall fetch you a cup of tea to warm you up. Lu Yi, however, had little inclination for tea, her thoughts consumed by the pressing matter of food. Out of sheer politeness, she inquired anxiously, Aunt Lynn, do you have any food available? Aunt Lynn regarded Lu Yi with a gaze that held a hint of scrutiny, akin to appraising a coveted item for sale. She leisurely replied, while I currently have no food, I am aware of where to procure some. Upon hearing this, Lu Yi's previously dim gaze brightened instantly, akin to stars twinkling in the night sky. She urgently pressed, where can we find food? Please tell us. We would do anything for something to eat. Aunt Lynn, however, did not rush to respond. Instead, she furrowed her brow, pretended to ponder for a moment, and then countered, do you know where Baoma's food comes from? Lu Yi's complexion turned ashen in an instant, as though struck by a thunderclap. A disquieting thought surged within her, causing her body to tremble involuntarily. Observing the terror in their expressions, Aunt Lynn understood that they had grasped her implication. She did not press further, but waited in silence, her eyes betraying a subtle indifference. At that moment, Yang Su clenched his teeth, his face etched with helplessness and struggle. With a pained expression, he implored Lu Yi, my dear, we have gone several meals without food. Though I loathe this situation, for the sake of our son, please bear with it a little longer. Otherwise, we shall all face starvation. Our son is still young. If he suffers harm from hunger, how could we ever forgive ourselves? Upon hearing these words, a torrent of grievance and sorrow surged within Lu Yi, overwhelming her like a flood breaking through a dam. Unable to contain herself, she wept, her voice quivering as she asked who. Aunt Lynn understood her question was about companionship and quickly replied, Zhao Yong. In that moment, Lu Yi found it difficult to accept such a reality, her tears cascading like pearls released from a broken string. Yang Su, witnessing her distress, felt a pang of sorrow, his eyes reddening as he continually reassured her, my love, I know this situation is unfair to you, but all that we do is for our son. If it were possible, I would willingly take his place, but we are left with no choice. Consider this a sacrifice for our family, for our son's survival. After listening to his words, Lu Yi recalled the pitiful image of her son, who had gone hungry for several meals. His frail body lacking energy and his eyes filled with an intense yearning for sustenance. Ultimately, she bit her lip, leaving a white imprint on her lower lip, and with great difficulty, nodded her head, suppressing the pain in her heart. She asked, where? Her voice was scarcely louder than a whisper, yet it resonated with profound sorrow. Aunt Lynn replied, it's inside Chen Yu's house. You just need to go there. Remember, do not play any tricks, or else there will be no food. Yang Su, filled with compassion, embraced his wife tightly, as if trying to shield her from all the storms of life with his warmth. He gently patted her back in a comforting manner, again and again, his gestures tender yet imbued with an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Subsequently, the couple walked slowly towards Chen Yu's house, as if their souls had been lost, their steps heavy with despair, their figures radiating a sense of abandonment. As if cast aside by the world, Aunt Lynn, watching them depart, revealed a smirk of satisfaction, her expression tinged with greed and selfishness. She hastily picked up the phone to call Zhao Yong, her tone dripping with flattery, almost obsequious as she said, I found another woman for you. Though she may be a bit older, her figure is splendid, and her skin is fair and tender. I am certain you will be pleased. Just wait to enjoy. Zhao Yong chuckled on the other end, his laughter resonating with debauchery and recklessness. Good. You are indeed efficient this time. Come to my place tonight, and I assure you a box of instant noodles will not be lacking, along with your rewards. Upon hearing this, Aunt Lynn's smile widened, her eyes narrowing to slits as if the box of noodles was already securely placed in her home. After hanging up, she felt elated, humming a disjointed tune as she entered the kitchen, delighting in the thought that she would once again acquire a box of noodles, which would allow her to endure for another 3 days, a much-needed respite during these trying times. A box of instant noodles symbolized the hope of survival. Meanwhile, Lu Yi had anxiously arrived at the front of Chen Yu's house. The front door had been repaired. Although it could not be locked, it at least closed properly, for otherwise, the scant warmth within would be swiftly devoured by the cold, making it impossible to remain inside during this frigid weather. Yang Su approached, and knocked on the door, the sound echoing loudly in the silence of the corridor. He stood there, rubbing his frostbitten hands, waiting for a moment, until he heard footsteps approaching from within, followed by someone opening the door. The door was opened by a man with a horse-like face, whose expression was devoid of emotion. He glanced at the two with icy eyes, akin to a cold pool, saying nothing, merely stepping aside to silently usher them in. Lu Yi and Yang Su cautiously entered the house, their steps as light as if walking on cotton, fearful of disturbing anything. Upon entering, they discovered 3 men seated in the living room, in addition to the horse-faced man who had opened the door, making a total of 4 individuals. Upon witnessing the scene, Lu Yi's heart sank, a chill coursing through her from the soles of her feet to her core, causing her to tremble involuntarily. Steeling herself, she stammered, "Where's Brother Yong? We're here to get food from him." Huang Mao, who was smoking in the living room, cast a disdainful glance in her direction, his eyes brimming with contempt. Indifferently, he gestured toward the coffee table, saying, "The food is on the coffee table." Hastily, Lu Yi turned her gaze to the solitary 5 packs of instant noodles resting on the table, her eyes widening in disbelief as she exclaimed, "Only 5 packs? This is hardly enough for our family of 3. The man with the horse-like face, upon hearing this, shot an accusatory look at Huang Mao, his eyes filled with reproach. He then swiftly retreated into a room, returning shortly with another 5 packs of noodles, which he slammed onto the coffee table with a resounding thud, as if to vent his frustration. Seeing this, Lu Yi hurriedly stuffed the noodles into a bag, her movements frantic and hasty, eager to escape the place that filled her with dread. However, just then, the man with the horse-like face stepped forward, blocking the doorway like an immovable wall, his posture indicating that they were not permitted to leave. Huang Mao sneered, his laughter reminiscent of a mournful owl's call, eerie and unsettling. "Why are you all so oblivious? Have you never engaged in business? No investment, no gain, humph." He gestured dismissively towards the bedroom, commanding, "Go in there." His tone was unequivocal, laden with an oppressive air. Yang Su, feeling helpless, gazed at Lu Yi, his eyes filled with anguish and conflict. He gently patted her shoulder, murmuring, "I'm sorry. You go in. I'll wait for you outside." He turned to leave, but the man with the horse-like face swiftly blocked his path, pointing to another room and stating, "You go in too." Yang Su's eyes widened in shock as he protested, "What? Why should I go in? I'm not." Huang Mao chuckled mockingly, retorting, "One person gets 5 packs of noodles, and you've taken 10, so both of you must stay. That is only fair. There is no such thing as a free lunch here." Desperate, Yang Su quickly waved his hands, pleading, "We only need 5 packs. We'll return the rest. Please let us go. I have children waiting for me at home." At this, Lu Yi's anger surged, her face flushed with indignation. Enraged, she shouted, "I would do anything for our son. Why can't you? We'll take the 10 packs. Just take him inside." Her words were clearly directed at the man with the horse-like face. At that moment, she was consumed by a mixture of fury and despair, willing to risk everything for her child. Without hesitation, the man with the horse-like face lunged forward, seizing Yang Su by the hair with a brutal grip, dragging him forcefully towards the room. Yang Su struggled mightily, his feet thrashing against the floor, but it was futile. The other 2 individuals in the living room approached, grabbing Lu Yi and ushering her towards the master bedroom. Tears streamed down Lu Yi's face, her eyes reflecting sheer hopelessness. Soon after, the room was filled with Yang Su's heart-wrenching cries, reverberating in the stillness like an echo of despair and anguish, each wail piercing the silence and stirring an unsettling tremor within the soul. It felt as though the entire world had succumbed to darkness, devoid of even the faintest glimmer of light. Chapter 45. Hard-earned sustenance. The interminable and excruciating 2 hours finally elapsed, each second akin to being seared by flames. The tightly shut door of the Qin residence, resembling the portal of fate, creaked open slowly, emitting a spine-chilling sound. Lu Yi emerged, her face etched with fatigue, as if all her strength had been siphoned away. She struggled to support the limping Yang Su, whose visage contorted in agony, as if an invisible hand had mercilessly twisted his features. With every few steps, he had to pause, his entire weight leaning on Lu Yi, gasping for breath. his chest heaving violently like a dilapidated bellows laboring to function. After a considerable moment, he managed to summon a modicum of strength, and with great effort, he shifted his seemingly leaden legs. In contrast, Lu Yi bore fewer physical injuries, yet her eyes reflected an endless sorrow and fatigue, shrouded in darkness. Devoid of even a glimmer of hope, clutched tightly in her hand was the instant noodles, acquired through blood and tears, now symbolizing all their humiliation and suffering. Step by arduous step, she painstakingly assisted Yang Su in the direction of home, each movement heavy and languid, her silhouette imbued with desolation and despair, resembling the most solitary of travelers in this world. Before long, they finally arrived home. Upon entering, the sounds of a video game abruptly shattered the oppressive atmosphere. It turned out that Yang Wu was still at home, engrossed in his game, his eyes fixated on the screen. Without turning his head, he eagerly called out at the sound of the door opening, "Is there anything to eat? Hurry up, I'm starving." His youthful voice brimmed with a fervent longing for sustenance. Upon hearing this, Lu Yi's heart tightened, and disregarding her support for Yang Su, she hurried toward the kitchen. Her footsteps were frantic and disordered as she hastily began to prepare the noodles. Under normal circumstances, a single pack of instant noodles would suffice for the three of them. But now she cooked 3 packs in one go. In her heart, she felt that they were all famished, and that a larger portion was essential to replenish their strength to face this harsh world. Before long, the noodles were ready. The steaming bowls exuded an enticing aroma. Yet for this couple, they were laden with bitterness. Lu Yi carefully served 3 bowls, her hands trembling slightly as she brought them into the living room. The moment Yang Wu beheld the noodles, his eyes lit up, reminiscent of a ravenous wolf spotting its prey. Without a thought for the heat, he devoured the meal with reckless abandon, splashing broth everywhere in a most ungraceful manner. Lu Yi watched on, her heart filled with both compassion and helplessness, urging him, "Eat slowly, don't burn yourself. No one is competing with you." Her voice resonated with a mother's profound love for her child. Manhua, Yang Su, unable to sit normally, lay on the bed, enduring the pain as he struggled to consume his noodles. Each mouthful felt akin to enduring immense torment. As he ate, memories of the humiliations and suffering they had faced surged forth like a tidal wave, overwhelming him with an uncontainable sense of grievance and sorrow. Tears cascaded uncontrollably, mingling with the instant noodles as they were swallowed, the taste bitter enough to suffocate. Yang Su struggled to swallow a mouthful of noodles, his brow furrowed tightly, as though the noodles concealed countless sorrows. He inquired, "How many packets did you cook this time? Why does it seem so much?" His voice bore hints of confusion and anxiety. Lu Yi, while consuming her noodles, replied, 3 packets. We haven't eaten for several meals. We need to eat more to regain our strength." Her tone was filled with concern for her family. Upon hearing this, Yang Su's eyes widened in disbelief, as if he had encountered something unfathomable. He scolded her angrily, "You wasteful woman. There are only 10 packets of noodles in total, and you cooked 3 at once. How can we survive for days? What will we do after this?" His voice was laden with fury and trepidation, as if he could foresee a grim future. The mere thought of the demons he had encountered at Qin Shou's house ignited both anger and fear within him. Those painful memories coiled around him like a curse, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. The more he contemplated, the more dread filled his heart. He pondered that Lu Yi had consumed 1/3 of their stock at once, meaning they would have to endure that torment again in 3 days. Given his current condition, unable even to sit on a stool, he feared that if they were subjected to such treatment again, his life might be forfeit, blood spilled on the spot. At the thought, the muscles in his face twitched, the feeling of terror shadowing him, inescapable. Lu Yi, taken aback by Yang Su's outburst, paused mid-action, holding her noodles. Her face reflected a mix of grievance and disbelief, as if she could not fathom her ears. She had never anticipated that her arduous efforts to procure these noodles, hastily preparing them for the family, would result in such scolding from Yang Su, especially when her intention was to nourish them after they had gone hungry for so long. Tears welled in her eyes, ready to spill over, and her voice quivered as she retorted, "Am I not doing this for everyone's sake? Look at how starved we are. We must eat more. Besides, it's for our son. Why else would we endure this suffering?" Is it easy for me? As she spoke, tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. She continued to eat the noodles, but their already bitter taste became even more unbearable. In her heart, she felt both anger and resentment towards Yang-su, believing he failed to appreciate her efforts, as if her sacrifices were trampled underfoot. Yang-su, upon hearing Lu Yi's words, felt an intense surge of fury ignite within him, his anger exploding like a barrel of gunpowder. His eyes widened as he shouted, "Do you think I have not contributed? You speak so easily. Did I suffer less than you in that dreadful place? Look at what I have become. I can only lie here, and even the slightest movement sends sharp pains coursing through my body, as if I am being pricked by 1,000 needles. It is excruciating, and even moving a little is a struggle. Yet there you are, acting as if you were the one aggrieved, as if my suffering does not count at all." As he spoke, Yang-su's face flushed crimson with anger, the veins on his forehead bulging like furious little serpents. Overwhelmed by his emotions, he inadvertently tugged at his wounds, causing him to gasp in pain. Yet he gritted his teeth and glared fiercely at Lu Yi, as if she had committed an unforgivable transgression. He completely forgot the shared ordeal and suffering they had just endured, lost instead in his own feelings of grievance and rage, as if the entire world conspired against him. Upon hearing Yang-su's frantic accusations, Lu Yi's tears surged forth like a flood breaching its dam. With a resounding thud, she slammed the bowl of instant noodles onto the table, causing the broth to splatter. "Why are you yelling at me?" Lu Yi retorted, her voice thick with tears. "Am I not aware of your suffering? But what about me? As a woman, I sacrificed my dignity for these 10 packets of noodles. Do you think I feel good about it? I'm only thinking of our son, of this family. If there were any other way, would I resort to such desperate measures? And now, you lay all the blame on me. Do you have no conscience left?" As she spoke, she wiped her tears with her hands, her body trembling with sobs, her heart filled with indignation and resentment. Yang-su's gaze held both anger and profound disappointment, as the trust and reliance they once shared seemed to fracture amidst their quarrel. Lu Yi continued to lament, "Just moments ago, I was terrified beyond measure. Yet I persevered through it all. Not only did you fail to show me compassion, but you also berated me. Do you think I wanted this?" Each word escaped her lips as if wrung from her very soul. The pent-up grievance and resentment erupted in that moment. Upon hearing Lu Yi's heartfelt words, Yang-su's expression softened slightly. The fierce glare in his eyes diminished, as if all his strength had been drained away. His lips trembled, seemingly on the verge of speaking. Yet he found himself at a loss for words. Deep down, he understood that Lu Yi was right. They were both compelled to endure such indignities for the sake of their family and their son. Lu Yi, too, must be feeling wronged and pained. He realized that he had been too impulsive, focusing solely on his own frustrations while neglecting her feelings. With this realization, Yang-su's eyes began to moisten. He opened his mouth, his voice tinged with guilt as he softly said, "My dear, I was just too anxious earlier and failed to control my emotions. I know it's not easy for you either. We have both been through so much." As he spoke, he attempted to shift his position to reach for Lu Yi's hand, hoping to offer her some comfort. However, the movement sent another wave of agony through his injuries, causing him to stifle a groan, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. He could only helplessly gaze at Lu Yi, his eyes brimming with guilt and sorrow, yearning for her forgiveness. Chapter 46. The silence of the homeowners group as the night gradually enveloped the earth. The entire world seemed to be shrouded in a dark curtain. Chen Yu remained in the warm and comfortable villa, showing no inclination to cease his activities as he continued to exercise vigorously. Lai Fu, too, was brought onto the treadmill, joining in the workout. Initially bewildered, the little creature struggled to maintain its balance on the machine, its paws flailing about. However, it soon adapted to the rhythm, scampering along with its short legs. At that moment, the interior and exterior of the house represented two starkly contrasting worlds. Outside, the temperature had plummeted to -30 degrees, and the frigid air penetrated like countless icy needles into one's bones, chilling to the core. Even a brief stay outdoors felt as if one were on the verge of freezing entirely. Inside, however, it was as warm as spring, with the heating system continuously delivering comforting warmth. allowing one to bask in unparalleled coziness without a worry about the harsh cold. After concluding his workout, Chen Yu felt invigorated. He took a hot shower and donned a fresh, crisp outfit before leisurely making his way to the living room. Just as he settled down, preparing to unwind, a call from Fatty interrupted him. Chen Yu picked up the phone and, with a hint of irritation, said, "What now?" Upon hearing his tone, Fatty immediately took offense and exclaimed, "Hey, your tone doesn't sound very welcoming, my friend. We're good buddies, so why the coldness?" Chen Yu rolled his eyes in exasperation and replied, "Cut the nonsense. What do you want? Spit it out. I just finished exercising and I'm quite tired." Fatty sighed dramatically and lamented, "I'm going absolutely stir-crazy. Staying home every day with nothing to do is unbearably dull. What do you do at home to pass the time? You must share some of your wisdom with me. I feel like I'm going to lose my mind from boredom." Unable to resist teasing him, Chen Yu remarked, "Why don't you exercise a bit more every day? Just look at your physique. You're getting so heavy that you can barely move. If someone tries to rob you again, I'm not coming to your aid. With your stamina, you probably wouldn't even be able to run, and I'd have to drag you along." After a moment of silence, Chen Yu pondered something deeply, and then slowly said, "I might be heading to Neon Country soon, and I was thinking of taking you with me, but I'm not sure if you can handle it." Fatty's excitement was palpable as he exclaimed, "Really? I missed out last time, and it left me quite disappointed. This time, I absolutely must go with you. There's no way I'm letting this opportunity slip by." "But how are we getting there?" Chen Yu replied nonchalantly, "We'll take snowmobiles. Just look at the situation outside. There's several meters of snow everywhere, and ordinary vehicles simply can't navigate through it. Snowmobiles will be far more convenient." Fatty's eyes widened in surprise as he exclaimed, "Are you serious? How long will it take to get there? It must be exhausting. Besides, driving a snowmobile that far, what if something goes wrong?" Chen Yu chuckled and explained, "There's no rush. I saw online that the sea level is already frozen. If we wait a bit longer and the temperature drops further, the ice layer might thicken. At that point, we could drive right over. It's only about 700 kilometers away, and if the road conditions are good, we can make it in roughly 10 hours, not too long at all." Upon hearing that Chen Yu was heading to Japan, the plump friend suddenly had a thought and couldn't help but tease, "Why the sudden trip to Japan? Did you leave some romantic entanglement there last time? Otherwise, why would you go there out of the blue? Come on, confess." Chen Yu, considering the plump friend to be close enough to share this with, replied candidly, "You guessed it right. There is indeed something. During my trip, there was a girl who acted as my guide. She made me feel exceptionally comfortable, taking care of me meticulously throughout my stay. Before I left, I made sure everything was arranged for her." The plump friend, wide-eyed in disbelief, exclaimed, "I was just guessing. You actually have a romantic interest there? What about Xian Duo? You can't possibly want both. That would be too greedy. When did you become so sentimental?" Chen Yu quickly waved his hand, saying, "Of course not. You're thinking too far. I'm not that kind of person." The plump friend smirked and replied, "I doubt you have the courage for that. So, which one will you choose? You can't drag this out indefinitely. You need to think this through." Chen Yu, looking puzzled, countered, "Choose what? I didn't mean I want both. I have another one, but you just don't know about it." The plump friend's eyes widened in shock, his mouth agape as he pointed at Chen Yu, saying, "You truly astonish me. When did you undergo such a transformation? How come I know nothing about this? You've been keeping this under wraps." With a mysterious smile, Chen Yu replied over the phone, "In the future, there will be even more shocking news, but I want to reveal it now. Anyway, I'm going to watch some television and prepare for bed." The plump friend, eager, quickly said, "When you go to Japan, you must invite me along. Don't forget about me. I can hardly wait." Chen Yu chuckled helplessly and responded, "I got it. Don't worry, I'll definitely invite you." After hanging up, Chen Yu, feeling a bit bored, opened his phone and entered the owner's group. He noticed that the messages in the group had dwindled significantly. The once lively discussions among members had all but vanished. It seems that Zhao Yong's nefarious actions have become widely known, as the events that transpired earlier have, to some extent, circulated among the populace. Now, a palpable fear has taken hold, rendering individuals hesitant to voice their thoughts in the group, apprehensive that a misstep in words or an overly conspicuous display may draw Zhao Yong's scrutiny. After all, he is not one to be trifled with. Should he set his sights upon someone, The consequences could be dire, with the loss of sustenance being the least of one's worries. One's very life may hang in the balance. Consequently, the members are now exceedingly cautious, opting for silence whenever possible, resulting in an atmosphere of desolation within the community, permeated by a sense of oppression. Chapter 47. Why the sudden drop in temperature? Chen Yu stifled a yawn, lazily rising from the sofa and stretching his limbs as he ambled toward the bedroom. His gait was leisurely, as if the entire world held no significance for him. At that moment, he was immersed in his own realm, entirely oblivious to the subtle changes unfolding outside his window. The sky was thick with rolling clouds, dark as ink, while the temperature seemed to descend gradually, as though pulled down by an invisible hand. All of this went unnoticed by Chen Yu. He shut the bedroom door behind him and lay down on the bed, quickly surrendering to slumber, blissfully unaware of the increasingly harsh weather outside. When he finally stirred from his deep sleep, sunlight had already filtered through the curtains, casting golden beams across the room. Groggily, he glanced at the clock and realized it was already past 8 in the morning. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he got out of bed, performed a quick wash, and as he stepped out of the bathroom, he spotted Lifeng bounding toward him with unrestrained joy. Lifeng wagged his tail, circling around Chen Yu's legs and affectionately nudging against his trousers, emitting soft whimpers of delight, an utterly adorable sight. Upon witnessing this, Chen Yu's lips curled into a faint smile as he gently patted Lifeng's head, saying, "Little one, you must be hungry." With that, he turned to fetch some dog food, adding a bit to the little bowl. Lifeng, upon seeing the food, yelped with excitement and dashed over to devour the kibble with great enthusiasm, his eating antics utterly charming. Chen Yu then moved aside, taking out his phone, pondering the recent happenings in the neighborhood. As he opened the homeowners group chat, he was inundated with a relentless stream of messages, nearly overwhelming in their volume. Various updates flooded in like a tide, causing his phone screen to flicker incessantly. After a brief scan, he learned that the temperature had plummeted another 10 degrees, now reaching a chilling -10 degrees Celsius, an intensity of cold beyond imagination. Even worse, with such frigid temperatures, all the heating systems had ceased to function, rendering them incapable of providing warmth. Last night, the sudden onset of this severe cold had awakened everyone, leaving them shivering uncontrollably, their teeth chattering incessantly. In desperation, many resorted to dismantling furniture for firewood to keep warm. The entire community was steeped in the scent of burning timber, with flames flickering in the darkness, yet failing to alleviate the pervasive fear that gripped the hearts of the residents. While it was true that no one had succumbed to frostbite the previous night, an unforeseen tragedy unfolded. Several households, perhaps due to inadequate fire safety measures, found their flames escalating uncontrollably, engulfing their homes in fierce flames that could not be extinguished in time. The fire soared into the sky, illuminating the night, accompanied by the anguished cries and wails of the onlookers, a heart-wrenching spectacle. Such a demise was indeed unexpected. One might have anticipated that in such frigid weather, the worst fate would be freezing to death. Who could have foreseen that some would perish in flames? This was an utterly tragic turn of events, casting a pall of confusion and sorrow over the entire community. In the past, when faced with difficulties, the residents would often turn to Aunt Lynn, the director of the neighborhood committee, hoping she would step in to mediate and assist in resolving their issues. However, after enduring repeated deceptions and witnessing her unreliable behavior, the community has grown disillusioned with her empty promises. She has failed to fulfill any of her commitments and has taken their trust for granted, treating it as a mere jest. Now, the residents of the community have completely lost faith in her and have ceased to expect any assistance from her. Even amidst the harsh challenges brought on by the biting cold, no one is inclined to speak to Madame Lynn, as if she has been mentally erased from their lives. To them, her role as the neighborhood committee director has become utterly insignificant. In stark contrast, within Zhao Yang's home, a lively scene unfolds. 7 or 8 individuals gather around a steaming hot pot, where the bubbling broth emits a delightful gurgle and various ingredients bob up and down in the pot. They relish the food while joyfully sipping on their drinks. Although the air conditioning has failed to provide warmth due to the extreme cold, the steaming hot pot and fiery liquor have managed to dispel some of the chill, creating a vibrant and boisterous atmosphere. After several rounds of drinks, the guests begin to feel the effects, their faces flushed and their gazes becoming somewhat unfocused. At this moment, a man with a scarred face, his cheeks flushed, slurs his words as he exclaims, "Brother Yong, do you remember the lottery vendor at the entrance of the community?" Zhao Yong lifts his glass and takes another swig, slightly tipsy, and asks what about him. The scarred man chuckles, revealing a set of crooked yellow teeth, his eyes gleaming with mischief. "I recall that his daughter has returned. I caught a glimpse of her once. Her figure and looks are simply stunning. Those long legs, fair and lean, her skin as smooth as milk, and her face so beautiful. Her eyes sparkle as if they could speak, and that cherry-like mouth makes one want to kiss it. If we could get our hands on her, huh? What a thrill that would be." He sways his head in intoxicated delight, exuding an air of lewdness. At this point, Zhao Yong, feeling a bit hazy from the drinks, perks up at the conversation, his eyes glinting with interest. "Oh, is that so? Do you know where she lives? I'm in a good mood today. If she's as enticing as you say, I could take you all to fetch her, but I must have my share first. And the rest is yours to enjoy," he declares. Nearby, a bespectacled man quickly leans in, his face brimming with ingratiation. "I know where she is, on the 9th floor. Not far from here. Just say the word, Brother Yong, and we'll go get her for you without fail. I've seen her before. She is indeed a beauty, with a presence and appearance unmatched in this community." Upon hearing this, Zhao Yong slammed his hand on the table and declared loudly, "I will personally lead the charge this time. We cannot allow this opportunity to slip away. Such a stunning beauty should not be missed. It would be an utter shame." After a while, having indulged in food and drink, their bellies round and full, the effects of the alcohol began to take hold. Zhao Yong abruptly struck the table again, rising to his feet, and bellowed, "Let us go, we're off." With that, he staggered forward, leading the way out of the room, his demeanor exuding a certain bravado. His underlings, faces alight with excitement and wielding clubs, followed closely behind, a formidable procession making its way to the 9th floor. Upon reaching the 9th floor, Zhao Yong gestured to the man with the horse-like face, instructing him, "You go and knock on the door." The man complied, swaggering up to the door and raising his hand to pound on it vigorously. The sound of his knocking echoed harshly in the stillness of the corridor. Inside, Uncle Zhang, who had been minding his own business, was jolted by the sudden onslaught of noise, instantly alert. He tiptoed to the door, peering cautiously through the peephole. To his dismay, he discovered Zhao Yong and his entourage standing outside. A chill ran down his spine. He knew all too well that these were not benign individuals. Just days prior, they had raided Qin Shou's supplies and committed heinous acts, their brutality well known. Now, they approached with menacing intent, certainly not bearing good tidings. Uncle Zhang gritted his teeth, deciding to remain silent, hoping that if they knocked long enough without receiving a response, they might retreat. However, he underestimated the effects of the alcohol on this rowdy group, whose bravado had been emboldened by their libations. Zhao Yong, growing impatient after a prolonged silence, erupted with fury, shouting, "Old Zhang, open the door. I'm here to check if you have any food left. If not, I can still bring you some, so stop hiding in there." Uncle Zhang realized that if he continued to feign ignorance, these ruffians would surely break down the door. The situation could quickly spiral out of control. Thus, he steeled himself and replied, "There is no food left. We are nearly out of supplies. But thank you for your kind offer. If you truly wish to provide food, just leave it at the door and I will retrieve it myself." Zhao Yong, infuriated by this response, unleashed a torrent of curses. "Damn it. I come here with good intentions to offer you food, and you refuse to let me in? How ungrateful can you be? Open the door now, or I will not hesitate to take matters into my own hands." His voice reverberated through the corridor, laden with a palpable threat that sent shivers down the spine of anyone who heard it. Chapter 48. Zhang Ying's crisis within the confines of the room. Uncle Zhang felt his countenance darken as he overheard Zhao Yong's menacing words. His jaw clenched tightly, teeth grinding audibly, yet he showed no inclination to open the door. Abruptly, he turned, his steps resolute and hurried as he returned indoors, swiftly retrieving the baton Chen Yu had previously given him, gripping it with such intensity that the veins on the back of his hand stood out prominently. He then advanced back to the door, poised for the imminent confrontation, his gaze reflecting an unwavering determination. He was acutely aware that these individuals had descended into madness, devoid of humanity, and he could not afford to yield even a fraction. Indeed, Zhao Yong waited impatiently outside for a mere 2 minutes, his agitation akin to a volcano on the brink of eruption. Upon realizing the door remained steadfastly shut, his expression twisted into a fierce scowl, his irritation boiling over as he gestured angrily. Immediately, 2 of his henchmen, akin to feral hounds, approached menacingly. Wielding a fire axe and a hammer, without a word, they began to mercilessly smash against the security door. The corridor was soon filled with the jarring clang of metal striking metal, each blow resonating with a deafening echo that threatened to tear apart the silence. Inside the room, Uncle Zhang's palms had become slick with sweat, yet his resolve only intensified as he fixated on the door, silently vowing that when they breached it, he would take down at least one of them, even at the cost of his own life. Although the security door was remarkably sturdy, it gradually succumbed to the relentless assault. In no time, a substantial hole was hewn into the door's surface. The scar-faced man, witnessing this, exhibited a glint of greed and triumph in his eyes as he reached through the opening, attempting to unlock the door from within. In that moment, Uncle Zhang's gaze sharpened, and seizing the opportunity, he struck out with the baton like a leopard, delivering a resounding blow to the scar-faced man's hand. A sharp crack echoed as the man felt an excruciating pain radiate from his fingers, as if they had been instantly shattered. Clutching his injured hand, he cried out in anguish, his wails reverberating through the corridor, resonating with a haunting despair. Zhao Yong, witnessing his subordinate's injury, erupted in fury, his eyes wide with rage as he bellowed, "Old Zhang, you're courting death. All we wanted was for your daughter to spend one night with us, and we could have all gone our separate ways. Now, I assure you, I will not let this slide. I intend to bind you and force you to watch as we toy with your daughter." Ha! His laughter was chilling, a stark contrast to the tense atmosphere. Upon hearing that this group dared to lay their hands on his daughter, Uncle Zhang's fury ignited, his eyes blazing crimson with rage as he seethed. "You will all meet your demise." Nearby, Huang Mao scoffed disdainfully, retorting, "Boss, stop wasting breath on him. Once we break down the door, we can torment him however we please." Zhao Yong, no longer inclined to speak, waved his hand, signaling his men to continue their assault on the door. With a thunderous crash, the security door finally succumbed to the relentless blows, crashing open. Zhao Yong, wielding a steel pipe and fueled by alcohol, charged recklessly into the fray like a wild beast unleashed. At that moment, Uncle Zhang lay in ambush behind the door, akin to a lurking tiger. Upon witnessing Zhao's entrance, he wasted no time in swinging his baton, striking fiercely at Zhao's back. Although Zhao had anticipated some resistance, the numbing effects of alcohol dulled his reflexes, preventing him from evading this lethal blow entirely. The baton, imbued with Uncle Zhang's fury and strength, landed squarely on Zhao's back. The force of the impact sent Zhao tumbling forward to the ground. Fortunately, his thick cotton jacket cushioned the blow, sparing him from grave injury. However, the throng of Zhao's underlings surged in like a tidal wave, and soon the room erupted with the sounds of a fierce brawl. Despite Uncle Zhang's prowess as a former soldier, with commendable physical abilities and combat skills, he found himself overwhelmed by the sheer number of assailants. In the ensuing skirmish, he sustained numerous blows, his strength gradually waning. Yet he continued to resist valiantly, each swing of his baton infused with a desperate resolve. Ultimately, however, he was subdued by the relentless onslaught of his adversaries. Once they had securely bound Uncle Zhang with rope, Zhao struggled to rise from the floor, his face contorted with rage as he approached. With eyes blazing, he delivered a fierce kick, knocking Uncle Zhang back to the ground, and followed with a barrage of kicks to Zhang's chest, each strike fueled by his anger and frustration. He continued until he felt a slight easing of the resentment within him, then finally ceased. Gasping for breath, he crouched down to confront Uncle Zhang, whose face was bruised and battered, and demanded, "Weren't you so arrogant just a moment ago? Why the silence now?" Despite enduring excruciating pain, the fire of anger in Uncle Zhang's eyes remained unquenched. He glared defiantly at Zhao, then suddenly spat a mouthful of blood onto Zhao's face. Instantly, Zhao's expression darkened, akin to storm clouds gathering before a tempest, his gaze brimming with murderous intent. Grabbing an axe nearby, he raised it high, the sharp blade glinting ominously under the light, ready to cleave down upon Uncle Zhang. In that critical moment, Zhang Ying burst through the door like a bolt of black lightning, her speed rendering Zhao's underlings incapable of reacting in time. She darted to Zhao's side, using her momentum to deliver a powerful kick to his chest, sending him sprawling several meters away, akin to a kite severed from its string, unable to rise. Uncle Zhang, in shock and urgency upon seeing his daughter appear in such perilous circumstances, shouted, "Xiao Ying, you must flee. Don't concern yourself with me. They have lost all humanity. Do not let them capture you. Seek out Chen Yu. He can protect you." As Zhang Ying swiftly cut the ropes binding her father with a dagger, she replied urgently, "Do not speak. I will not abandon you. I can handle these few adversaries." At this moment, Zhao Yong struggled to rise from the ground, his face flushed with rage as he bellowed, "What are you all waiting for? Attack! Ensure none of them escape today." Upon hearing Zhao Yong's roar, his subordinates, as if awakening from a dream, reacted and rushed towards Zhang Ying, encircling her in an instant. Despite their numerical superiority, having just witnessed Zhang Ying's formidable prowess, they hesitated, exchanging glances, none daring to be the first to strike. In that tense standoff, the scar-faced man could no longer contain himself. Gritting his teeth, a look of determination crossed his face as he shouted, seemingly to bolster his own courage, and swung a steel pipe menacingly at Zhang Ying. With a sharp gaze, she reacted swiftly, sidestepping with the grace of a dark phantom, effortlessly evading the incoming blow. Immediately, she wielded her baseball bat in a seamless arc, her movements precise and imbued with a fierce momentum. The scar-faced man had not anticipated such a rapid counterattack, caught off guard. He was struck solidly on the calf by the bat. He let out a piercing scream, the pain surging through him like a tidal wave, causing him to clutch his leg and collapse to the ground, rolling in agony while repeatedly lamenting, "I'm dying. It hurts so much." His distress was palpable. Witnessing the scar-faced man's plight, the others felt an even greater surge of fear, instinctively retreating a few steps, hesitant to approach Zhang Ying again. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Ying hurried to Uncle Zhang's side and swiftly used her dagger to cut the ropes binding him. "Father, we must hurry," she urged anxiously. Uncle Zhang nodded, and together, the father and daughter supported each other as they swiftly exited the room. They dared not linger for even a moment. Racing up the stairs until they reached the 10th floor, where they paused to catch their breath, vigilantly observing their surroundings, wary of any potential pursuers. Chapter 49. A Mother's Revenge. Zhang Ying carefully assisted her injured father, Uncle Zhang, onto the sofa, her movements gentle as if fearful of causing him further pain. She leaned down, meticulously examining each of his wounds, from head to toe, leaving no detail overlooked. After a thorough inspection, she determined that he had only sustained superficial injuries, and she finally let out a sigh of relief, the anxiety that had lodged in her throat dissipating at last. Rising to her feet, she gazed at Uncle Zhang, her voice tinged with a hint of reproach as she softly inquired, "Why didn't you notify me about such a significant incident? I am your daughter. How could I remain uninvolved in such matters?" Uncle Zhang sighed helplessly, his eyes reflecting fatigue and affection as he replied, "There were too many of them, each one more menacing than the last. What would you have done had you come? All I desire is for you to be safe. I would never want you to be entangled in danger. If anything were to happen to you, I wouldn't know how to continue." Upon hearing his words, Zhang Ying paused, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Silently, she turned away, moving to the stove to fill a cup with hot water, her actions delicate and unhurried. She then gently placed the steaming cup on the coffee table, the sound of the cup meeting the table producing a soft thud. Next, she tied on an apron and began to prepare dinner, her thoughts focused on ensuring her father had something warm to eat to replenish his strength, hastening his recovery. In the kitchen, the sounds of pots and pans clattering filled the air as Zhang Ying skillfully chopped vegetables and cooked, each motion imbued with concern for her father. Before long, the meal was ready. She set the steaming dishes on the table, the aroma enveloping the entire room. "Dad, let us eat first. I'll go get some medicine from Chen Yu. You need to apply some safflower oil to your wounds, or they will surely swell by tomorrow," she gently urged. Uncle Zhang, upon hearing this, struggled to sit up, his expression anxious as he hastily responded, "The snow outside is so deep, and the weather is freezing. There's no need for you to go. Just bear with it. In a couple of days, you'll be fine. Don't venture out again in this harsh winter. I'll worry about you encountering an accident on the way. Zhang Ying, however, remained resolute, countering, this is not merely a matter of endurance. If you swell up, you want to be able to sleep or move comfortably. I must go. Please don't worry. Uncle Zhang wanted to protest further, but Zhang Ying interrupted him, saying, Dad, please rest easy. I will return shortly. With that, she turned and grabbed a baseball bat before heading out. Zhang Ying hurried down the stairs, the corridor dim and silent, her footsteps echoing in the emptiness. Gripping the baseball bat tightly, her knuckles whitened from the force, she felt a twinge of nervousness in her heart. She first arrived on the 9th floor, glancing at the place where Zhao Yong and his cohorts had previously caused trouble. The scene was chaotic, debris scattered across the floor. But fortunately, the aggressors had already departed. She exhaled involuntarily, acutely aware that although she possessed some skills, confronting those ruthless individuals would not be an easy task. Subsequently, she took out her phone and deftly dialed Chen Yu's number. The phone's ringtone echoed loudly in the silent corridor. After only a few rings, the call connected, and Chen Yu's voice emerged. Hello, what's the matter? Zhang Ying hurriedly replied, Chen Yu, are you at home right now? I need a bottle of hua oil. Zhao Yong just barged in and injured my father. Upon hearing this, Chen Yu's tone shifted to one of urgency. How serious is the injury? What is your father's condition? Zhang Ying responded, It's nothing grave, just some external wounds. He should recover in a couple of days. Don't worry too much. I just thought applying some medicine might help expedite the healing. Chen Yu, slightly relieved, said, Wait there, I'll bring it over. With that, he hung up the phone. Without hesitation, Chen Yu turned and mounted his motorcycle, donning his helmet. He revved the engine, and with a roar, the motorcycle sped away towards Building 3 like an arrow released from a bow. The biting cold wind lashed against his cheeks, yet he paid it no heed. His mind solely focused on delivering the medicine to Uncle Zhang as swiftly as possible. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at Building 3, ascended to the 10th floor, and stood before the door, knocking gently. The crisp sound of his knocks resonated in the corridor, and before long, the door swung open, revealing Zhang Ying, her eyes betraying a mix of anxiety and anticipation. Upon entering, Chen Yu's gaze fell upon Uncle Zhang, who lay on the sofa, his face bruised and swollen, with visible abrasions, blood seeping from the wounds. He was intermittently rubbing the injured area, likely feeling a dull ache. Chen Yu quickly approached the sofa, extending the hua oil towards him, inquiring with genuine concern, How serious is it? Uncle Zhang accepted the oil, managing a faint smile. It's all right, not too serious. With this medicine, after applying it, I should be able to move around tomorrow. Thank you, Chen Yu. In this bitter cold, I appreciate your effort. Chen Yu offered a slight nod, choosing not to elaborate further. Observing Zhang Ying already tending to Uncle Zhang, he silently turned and approached the window. Gazing out at the expanse of white snow, he watched his flakes dance downwards, as if intent on burying the entire world beneath their soft embrace. His brow furrowed, his mind racing with thoughts. The recent events made him acutely aware that the chaos within the community could no longer persist. Those who thrived on disorder were bullying the vulnerable. If this continued, countless innocents would inevitably suffer. With this realization, he made a silent vow to establish some order in the neighborhood, ensuring that those with nefarious intentions understood that this was not a place for their reckless behavior. After applying the medicine to Uncle Zhang, Zhang Ying rose to prepare a steaming cup of tea. The leaves swirled in the water, releasing an aromatic fragrance. Gently, she carried it to Chen Yu, who was lost in contemplation by the window, and softly inquired, What are you thinking about so intently? Are you considering how to deal with Zhao Yong and his crew? Chen Yu withdrew his gaze and turned to Zhang Ying. Speaking with a composed tone, I have been contemplating the current chaos in this community. Perhaps it is time to establish some rules. We can no longer allow these individuals to act recklessly. Everyone deserves to live in peace. His thoughts were rather straightforward. He believed that no one should surpass him in stature, and if there were, he would eliminate them. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ying paused slightly, a hint of uncertainty crossing her face as she hesitated and replied, Indeed, things are rather disordered at the moment. However, the government is still present. If you overstep your bounds, once normalcy is restored, could you face repercussions? After all, unilaterally imposing rules seems rather inappropriate. If you're labeled a lawbreaker, that would create significant trouble. Chen Yu merely smiled at her response and countered, repercussions? Do you genuinely believe this harsh winter will dissipate swiftly? Look at the current situation. The frigid weather has left us with scarce resources and unsettled hearts, and there are no signs of improvement in the near future. In such circumstances, rules must be established. Zhang Ying momentarily struggled to grasp the deeper meaning behind Chen Yu's words, pausing in contemplation, and then fell silent, her mind racing as she pondered his intentions. Could this catastrophe be far graver than she had imagined? Observing Zhang Ying lost in thought, Chen Yu gently patted her shoulder, offering reassurance. Do not dwell on it for now. Let us focus on ensuring Uncle Zhang recuperates well. Once a few days pass and his condition improves, we can revisit these matters. The immediate priority was to care for Uncle Zhang. Having said this, Chen Yu bid farewell to Zhang Ying and Uncle Zhang before turning to leave the 10th floor. Descending, he mounted his motorcycle, starting the engine and braving the biting cold wind as he sped towards his villa. As Chen Yu rode slowly down the road, he instinctively decelerated when passing the adjacent villa, ultimately coming to a halt and glancing towards it. The row of villas he inhabited was neatly arranged, comprising 8 units, with his own situated at the far end. Since the onset of this severe winter, he had not witnessed anyone emerge from the neighboring villa. Each time he passed by, it remained eerily silent. Over time, this absence had sparked a sense of curiosity within him. He was left wondering whether the villa was inhabited or if its occupants were simply well-stocked and comfortably sheltered, or if some misfortune had befallen them. Standing there, his brow slightly furrowed, Chen Yu contemplated the matter. He reasoned that whether the villa was occupied or not did not significantly impact him at the moment. So he decided to set the matter aside for now, intending to investigate the situation within the villa when he had the opportunity. Perhaps it concealed some surprises, or perhaps it was merely an empty house. With that thought, he restarted his motorcycle, the engine roaring to life as he navigated towards his own villa. Chapter 50. Severing the roots of distress in the dimly lit room of Aunt Lynn. A farcical scene was unfolding with wild abandon. Her son, Zhang Zhonglin, appeared possessed by a malevolent spirit, throwing a tempestuous tantrum. Once a soul becomes ensnared in illicit pleasures, it is akin to sinking into a quagmire, nearly impossible to extricate oneself. Zhang Zhonglin exemplified this. Since his last indulgence, his nefarious thoughts proliferated like rampant weeds in the recesses of his mind. At this moment, he was a frenzied beast within the confines of the room, arms flailing wildly, casting everything within reach to the ground. Vases, ornaments, books, each shattering crash echoed throughout the space, weaving a cacophony of discordant noise. Amidst his rampage, he bellowed in a hysterical fit. "No, I want a woman. You must bring her back to me. If she doesn't come, I'll die right before your eyes." His demeanor resembled that of a thoroughly spoiled, unreasonable giant infant, oblivious to the chaos he wrought around him. Aunt Lynn, in her desperation, mirrored an ant on a hot skillet, pacing incessantly. With her hands clasped in prayer, her face etched with worry, she desperately attempted to soothe her son's tempestuous emotions. "My child, please, let us remain calm and speak sensibly." Yet, in his derangement, Zhang Zhonglin seemed to have blocked out her words, deaf to her entreaties. Instead of calming, his turmoil intensified, his cries escalating into waves of vexing sound that disrupted the entire household, disturbing even the neighboring residents. Ultimately, Aunt Lynn found herself at a loss. Gazing upon her son's frenzied visage, her heart ached as if it were being cleaved by a knife. After a moment of steeling herself, she succumbed to her maternal instincts, begrudgingly acquiescing to her son's outrageous demand. Furrowing her brow, she racked her brain for a solution. Suddenly, the incident with Bao Ma flashed through her mind. She reasoned that since Bao Ma had refrained from publicizing the affair and had not sought revenge, it was likely that desperation had compelled her to endure in silence. Perhaps, if she were offered food again, she might acquiesce to her son's unreasonable request simply to satisfy her hunger. With this contemplation, Aunt Lynn, her heart heavy with trepidation, slowly picked up the phone, her fingers trembling as she dialed Bao Ma's number. Each ring reverberated like a hammer, striking her taut heartstrings. After nearly a minute, a faint connection was finally established. Aunt Lynn hastily spoke, her voice urgent yet tinged with apprehension. I have food here. She understood that Bao Ma would grasp the sordid implications behind her words. Thus she refrained from elaborating on the distasteful request. An oppressive silence enveloped the line, as if time itself had come to a standstill. After what felt like an eternity, a voice emerged from the other end, cold and unyielding, uttering a singular, resolute word, all right. Upon hearing this response, Aunt Lynn felt the weight of her anxiety lift at last. She promptly ended the call and turned to relay the news to her son. Upon hearing the sound, Zhang Zhonglin abruptly ceased his frenzied destruction, a twisted grin of both triumph and lewdness spreading across his face. He audaciously perched on the edge of the bed, legs splayed apart, exuding an air of determination and anticipation for the arrival of the mother, entirely oblivious to the disgraceful nature of his conduct. Meanwhile, Aunt Lynn observed her son's demeanor with a resigned sigh, her eyes reflecting a complex blend of indulgence and complicity. In her own room, the mother sat expressionless, the dim light casting shadows across her face. She gazed tenderly at her son in her arms, her eyes soft as water, gently bending down to plant a couple of kisses on his cheek, each gesture imbued with boundless maternal affection. However, her expression suddenly turned frigid, as if enshrouded by a layer of frost. Carefully, she laid her son down on the bed, tucking him in with great care, as if fearing to disturb his sweet dreams. Then, rising resolutely, a fierce determination flickered in her gaze as she decisively exited the room, heading towards Aunt Lynn's residence. Before long, she arrived at Aunt Lynn's doorstep, where Aunt Lynn had been eagerly awaiting her arrival. The moment she spotted the mother, a grotesque smile spread across her face, one so sycophantic it was almost nauseating. She approached with exaggerated enthusiasm, incessantly uttering flattering words. Ah, you finally made it. Come in, come in. I assure you, today will meet your expectations. Yet, the mother regarded her with indifference, as if Aunt Lynn were merely a wisp of air. Unfazed, she strode directly into the room. At that moment, Zhang Zhonglin lay comfortably on the bed, lost in sordid fantasies of what was to come. Upon seeing the mother enter, his eyes widened in greedy excitement. Brimming with desire, he extended his hand towards her, muttering vile and unspeakable words, completely immersed in his impending gratification, unaware that danger was stealthily approaching. As she drew closer, a fleeting glint of fierce resolve flashed in the mother's eyes, barely perceptible and gone in an instant. She feigned a submissive demeanor, slowly advancing towards Zhang Zhonglin. Mistaking her act for acquiescence, he reveled in his triumph, letting down his guard entirely. He lay back, even closing his eyes, prepared to indulge in this moment of sin. In that instant, the mother swiftly produced a pair of scissors, long prepared for this very moment. The scissors glimmered with a chilling light under the dim illumination, and with a decisive thrust, she severed Zhang Zhonglin's male member with chilling precision. A piercing scream erupted, a wave of excruciating pain crashing over him like a relentless tide, shattering the silence of the room. His agonized cries reverberated through the space, a heart-wrenching sound that seemed capable of tearing the very roof asunder. The chilling echoes of his shrieks sent shivers down the spine. Meanwhile, Aunt Lynn, in the living room, heard her son's harrowing cries, and her complexion drained to a ghastly white, her legs nearly giving way beneath her. Without a moment's hesitation, she dashed into the room, moving with the swiftness of a gust of wind. Upon witnessing her son's bloodied state, she felt as though she had been frozen in time, her mind a blank void, utterly bewildered in that moment. Immediately, a surge of intense fury and sorrow overwhelmed her, and she frantically rushed to her son's side, her trembling hands attempting to staunch the relentless torrent of blood that gushed forth. Yet, the crimson liquid flowed like a river that had burst its banks, unstoppable and ferocious. Vivid red blood streamed through her fingers, quickly staining the sheets, appearing all the more harrowing beneath the dim light. Aunt Lynn, both shocked and enraged, had her features contorted in an expression of pure, unbridled rage, her face a mask of unutterable ferocity. She glared at the mother, her eyes filled with a murderous intent, and through gritted teeth, she hissed, "I will kill you. You are doomed." With that, she charged towards the mother, resembling an enraged lioness intent on tearing her adversary apart. However, The mother was unperturbed by Aunt Lynn's desperate assault. Given Aunt Lynn's advanced age and frailty, she was no match for the mother's strength. The mother delivered a swift kick to Aunt Lynn's abdomen, sending her crashing to the ground like a kite severed from its string, leaving her writhing in pain. Unable to rise, only able to moan in agony. Seizing the opportunity, the mother hastened to the door, slamming it shut with a decisive clang and locking it securely, imprisoning Aunt Lynn and her son within. At that moment, her son's anguished cries rendered Aunt Lynn oblivious to her physical suffering, ignoring the stabbing pain in her abdomen. She struggled to crawl to her son's side. As she beheld his face contorted with pain, tears flowed uncontrollably down her cheeks, yet she felt powerless, only able to fret helplessly at his side. Meanwhile, the mother emerged from the room, her body splattered with blood and her hair disheveled. Yet, she paid no heed to her disheveled appearance, her sole focus consumed by thoughts of her child. She dashed into the kitchen, seized a box of instant noodles, and turned on her heel to race home. The echoes of her hurried footsteps reverberated through the hallway, each step laden with concern for her son. Inside the room, the cries and curses from Aunt Lynn and her son resonated endlessly, reverberating through the cold, silent corridor like the lamentations of tormented souls. Aunt Lynn was utterly shattered, her lips trembling incessantly as she murmured her son's name, suffused with despair and helplessness. Tears streamed down her face like a flood, soaking her garments. In her frantic search for medicine, her hands moved with reckless abandon, rummaging through drawers, scattering their contents across the floor. Yet in that moment, she was overwhelmed by sorrow and rage, her mind clouded, rendering her incapable of finding the medicine. She watched helplessly as her son's complexion grew increasingly pale, his once rosy lips now devoid of color. The heart-wrenching wails gradually diminished, until they faded into silence. The room succumbed to an oppressive stillness, the blood-soaked sheets serving as a stark testament to the life that had slipped away. Madame Lynn collapsed onto her son's body, vigorously shaking him while calling out his name. Jeanline, wake up. Don't frighten your mother. Please awaken. Yet, all her efforts were in vain, for her son had ultimately succumbed to death. At that moment, she felt as though the heavens had fallen upon her. The world around her plunged into an abyss of unending darkness, and she was irrevocably ensnared in despair's grasp. Madame Lynn had seemingly succumbed to a state of madness, her eyes hollow, yet brimming with boundless rage. She repeatedly muttered, "Kill her, kill her," her voice becoming hoarse and distorted from overwhelming grief and fury. She seized a stool and relentlessly battered the door until it finally gave way, allowing her to stumble into the kitchen, her steps unsteady as if intoxicated. Grasping the cleaver resting on the countertop, its blade glimmered ominously in the light. Without hesitation, she burst through the door, her gait unsteady yet propelled by a fierce determination to unleash her wrath upon the instigator of her torment. Like a soulless specter, she staggered to the entrance of Bao's residence. Raising the cleaver, she struck the security door with unyielding force. The resounding thuds echoed through the silent, frigid corridor, each blow reverberating in the hearts of those who heard it, sharp and chilling. While she hacked away, she venomously chanted, "Little wretch, I shall kill you. You shall pay with your life," her demeanor consumed by hatred, entirely stripped of humanity. Meanwhile, within the confines of their home, Louis's family huddled tightly beneath a scant few blankets, trembling in fear. The temperature inside plummeted to below freezing, akin to countless icy needles piercing their bones. Their lips turned a ghastly shade of purple, their limbs numb, devoid of the courage to leave their bed. Already tormented by the cold, the frightful commotion outside heightened their terror. The family exchanged fearful glances, scarcely daring to breathe. Cowering beneath their covers, their bodies shook incessantly, their eyes filled with dread and hopelessness. They could not muster the courage to answer the door, instead remaining within their trembling sanctuary, listening to the harrowing sounds beyond, praying for this nightmare to end, yet uncertain of when this torment would finally cease. Chapter 51. The Death of Aunt Lynn as darkness enveloped the night. Zhao Yong returned to his dwelling with his subordinates, resembling forlorn dogs, their spirits utterly crushed. Although his injuries were not life-threatening, his dignity had been thoroughly obliterated in front of his peers. Before his followers, he felt his authority diminished, and the simmering humiliation within him burned like an inferno, threatening to explode from his chest. Upon entering the room, Chen Yu could not help but inquire, her curiosity piqued by the disheveled appearance of Zhao Yong and his companions. What happened? How could so many of you end up in such a state? Her voice carried a hint of bewilderment, and her eyes reflected her confusion. Zhao Yong, upon hearing her words, felt as if a powder keg had been ignited, his temper flaring instantly. His eyes widened in fury as he glared at Chen Yu, bellowing, "Damn it! Are you pleased to see me in such a pitiful state?" His expression, twisted with rage, resembled that of a ferocious beast ready to pounce, instilling fear in those who beheld him. Chen Yu, taken aback by Zhao Yong's fearsome demeanor, paled, her lips quivering as she dared not utter another word. In a panic, she turned and hurried to fetch the medicine box, clumsily assisting the scar-faced man in tending to his wounds. Her hands trembled slightly as she meticulously bandaged his injured hand, each movement imbued with tension and trepidation. At that moment, a cacophony erupted from downstairs. The clamor surged like relentless waves, punctuated by the sound of banging on the door. The sharp, jarring noise echoed through the corridor, piercing the hearts of those present like daggers, leaving them fraught with anxiety. Zhao Yong, already seething with anger, felt his irritation escalate like ants on a hot stove. Unable to contain his rage, he cursed loudly and turned to Huang Mao, saying, "You two, come with me. I want to see who has the audacity to make such a racket and drive me mad." His voice brimmed with indignation and impatience, as if he were determined to unleash his fury upon the source of the disturbance. Huang Mao and his companions, equally frustrated and seeking an outlet for their pent-up anger, did not hesitate. They grabbed their weapons and followed closely behind Zhao Yong, their footsteps heavy and urgent as they strode toward the source of the noise. In the dimly lit corridor, their strides resonated with an impending explosion of wrath. Upon arrival, they found Aunt Lynn, frantically banging on the door and wailing. Her hair was disheveled, her eyes filled with madness and despair as she hurled curses into the air. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhao Yong lunged forward, delivering a powerful kick that sent Aunt Lynn sprawling across the ground. She fell like a kite with a severed string, crashing heavily onto the floor. Zhao Yong, still cursing, shouted, "Damn it! What are you making such a fuss about? Go home and behave yourself. If I see you causing a scene here again, I'll take care of you and your useless son, understand?" He believed his harsh words would subdue Aunt Lynn. Yet he could not have anticipated that his threats would only serve to stoke the flames of her fury. Aunt Lynn had just risen from the ground when Zhao Yong's words ignited an uncontrollable fury within her, particularly enraged by his menacing declaration to take her son's life. Her eyes instantly filled with bloodshot rage, resembling a wild beast as she charged recklessly towards Zhao Yong. Her speed was astonishing, akin to a bolt of black lightning, leaving Zhao Yong momentarily stunned. By the time he regained his senses, the glinting kitchen knife in Aunt Lynn's hand had already struck his head with a speed that rendered him defenseless. A piercing scream erupted from Zhao Yong, a sound so haunting that it shattered the silence of the night, echoing down the corridor like a wailing specter, sending chills through the air. Somehow, despite the excruciating pain, he managed to swing the axe in his grasp with ferocity towards Aunt Lynn, fueled by an amalgamation of rage and a desperate will to survive. The axe cut through the air with a whistling sound, striking Aunt Lynn's neck with immense force. The impact was so powerful that her neck snapped like a fragile twig, her head rolling several meters away, finally coming to rest at the feet of a group of thugs. The eyes that remained in Aunt Lynn's severed head glowed with a venomous intensity, fixating on the thugs as if to pierce their very souls, dragging them into the abyss of her unending hatred. These thugs, who were merely small-time bullies accustomed to preying on the weak, had never witnessed such a gruesome and terrifying scene. Their faces drained of color, turning as pale as parchment, their legs trembled uncontrollably, and they could not suppress the shameful release of bodily fluids, a foul stench permeating the air. Terrified beyond measure, they scrambled away, wishing fervently for wings to escape this nightmarish hell. Their panicked footsteps and cries intertwined, resonating in the corridor, amplifying the atmosphere of horror. Meanwhile, after delivering that lethal blow, Zhao Yong felt as though he had exhausted every ounce of strength within him. His legs buckled, and he slowly collapsed. Blood gushed from his wounds, spreading beneath him to form a ghastly pool. The entire corridor was engulfed in this macabre scene, the air thick with the metallic scent of blood, exuding an unspeakable chill and terror. The commotion outside was deafening, filled with anguished cries and the sounds of doors being battered, reverberating through the cold. Silent corridor like the sound effects of a horror film, one wave after another, sending shivers down the spines of those inside. Cold sweat trickled down their foreheads, soaking their backs as they huddled in bed or in corners, clutching themselves tightly, too afraid to make a sound, their eyes brimming with fear and despair. In the darkness, they trembled, yearning for the horrifying din to cease, yet the sinister noises lingered like a demonic curse, echoing relentlessly in their ears. After enduring this torment for half an hour, the outside finally fell silent, descending into an eerie stillness. Within the dim confines of the room, the occupants huddled together, their eyes filled with trepidation and fear. After a prolonged hesitation, one individual timidly rose from the bed or corner, exchanging glances laden with dread. Yet a yearning to venture forth and assess the situation lingered in their minds. Thus, emboldened, someone inhaled deeply and cautiously approached the door, trembling as they reached for the doorknob. With a creak, the door swung open, revealing a scene of unspeakable horror. The floor at the threshold was drenched in blood, the dried portions a dark crimson, reminiscent of eerie maple leaves scattered about. Nearby lay the severed head of Aunt Lynn, her eyes wide open, seemingly imbued with a lingering resentment, fixed intently on the room's inhabitants. Zhao Yong sprawled not far off, the blood surrounding his body resembling a grotesque bloom, shockingly vivid. The tableau appeared as if extracted from the depths of hell itself, cruel and terrifying, sending chills down the spine of anyone who dared to glance upon it. The sight instantly disoriented the onlookers, their spirits shattered by fear. Much like the earlier group of yellow-haired youths, their legs weakened and they lost control, succumbing to their primal instincts. In their panic, they hastily retreated into the recesses of the house, collapsing to the floor, pallid faces and trembling lips betraying their utter terror. At that moment, they lacked even the strength to rise, their minds consumed by the horrific imagery, drained of all vitality, ensnared in an abyss of dread from which they could not escape. Curled up on the ground, they murmured incessantly, beseeching that this was merely a ghastly nightmare. The commotion they had stirred was overwhelming, the anguished cries and sounds of violence seemingly taking flight, echoing throughout the entire building. The other residents, upon hearing the disturbance, were gripped by fear, retreating into their own abodes, doors and windows tightly sealed, barricading themselves with furniture, terrified that the horror might invade their sanctuaries. They held their breaths in the darkness, not daring to utter a sound, let alone venture outside to investigate the cause of the uproar. Yet Zhang Ying was different. She understood that such a ruckus could only be the handiwork of Zhao Yong and his crew. The recollection of Zhao Yong's earlier bullying of her father, which had left him injured, ignited a fierce anger within her, burning brightly in her heart as she sought an opportunity for vengeance. Consequently, she rushed to her father. Zhang Shu, her expression grave as she urged him, "Stay inside and don't wander about. Lock the door securely." Her eyes reflected concern and care. And after receiving a nod from him, she turned, gripping the baseball bat tightly. Her knuckles whitened from the exertion, her gaze fierce, reminiscent of a hunting cheetah. She strode purposefully towards the source of the commotion. In her heart, she resolved that if she could seize the chance to confront Zhao Yong and his gang, it would provide a measure of satisfaction for her pent-up resentment. Zhang Ying hastened towards the cacophony, her mind racing with thoughts of how to settle the score with Zhao Yong. She envisioned confronting Zhao Yong and delivering a severe lesson with a baseball bat, making him pay for his previous misdeeds. Yet, upon arriving, she was utterly paralyzed, her eyes widening in disbelief. Before her lay a gruesome scene, the ground stained with dark red blood, some of it already congealed, exuding a nauseating metallic odor. Aunt Lynn's severed head rested nearby, her eyes wide open, seemingly harboring endless resentment even in death, while Zhao Yong lay sprawled not far off, the blood surrounding his body glaringly vivid. The entire tableau resembled a nightmarish vision from hell, brutal and terrifying. Zhang Ying could scarcely bear to glance at it. A wave of nausea surged within her, and she retched violently, bending over with her hands braced against the wall, tears welling in her eyes. After what felt like an eternity, she regained her composure. Yet the horrific imagery remained indelibly etched in her mind, causing her body to tremble involuntarily. Struggling against her inner turmoil and discomfort, she dared not cast another glance at the bloody spectacle, turning on her heel and fleeing without a moment's pause, her footsteps echoing in the corridor, each step resonating with her fear and panic. Meanwhile, Chen Yu had spent the previous day ensconced in his villa, absorbed in his own affairs, utterly oblivious to the harrowing and bloody events transpiring outside. It was only the following day that the news began to spread like wildfire, finally reaching his ears. Chapter 52. My rules are the rules as usual. Chen Yu awoke and instinctively reached for his phone. Upon checking, he discovered a flurry of messages in the community group discussing the events of the previous day, vividly depicting the gruesome and terrifying ordeal. After reading through the messages, Chen Yu couldn't help but frown slightly, contemplating the unexpected demise of Zhao Yong, who had failed to survive until dawn. He had originally intended to confront Zhao alongside Uncle Zhang to settle the score regarding the injury inflicted upon Uncle Zhang. Now, it seemed that fate had been too lenient on Zhao, allowing him to escape so easily. However, Chen Yu quickly reassured himself that although Zhao was no longer present, his gang of underlings remained. Seeking them out could serve as a means of venting his frustrations, which was better than nothing. With this thought in mind, Chen Yu rose, exited his home, and mounted his motorcycle, revving the engine as he sped towards Building 3. Arriving at the foot of Building 3, Chen Yu parked his motorcycle and ascended the stairs, approaching the door of Zhang Ying's residence. He knocked lightly, and within moments, the door swung open to reveal Zhang Ying, who stepped aside to allow him entry. Upon entering, Chen Yu noted with relief that Uncle Zhang's injuries had nearly healed. Turning to both Zhang Ying and Uncle Zhang, he announced, "You two will accompany me shortly." Although they were somewhat perplexed by his words, they did not question him further and promptly donned their clothes. Following Chen Yu out the door, observing their trust in him, Chen Yu nodded slightly and stated, "I am taking you to Zhao Yong's place to settle the score. We cannot let them get away with this." The trio swiftly made their way up to the 7th floor, where Zhao Yong's residence was located. Within approximately 2 minutes, they found themselves standing before the door. Chen Yu signaled to Uncle Zhang to proceed with the knocking. Understanding the cue, Uncle Zhang approached and rapped firmly on the door, the sound echoing in the hallway with an unsettling abruptness. Before long, an impatient voice erupted from within, cursing and demanding to know who was knocking, threatening dire consequences. The tone exuded a sense of aggression. It was clear that the occupant was not to be trifled with. Standing stoically, Chen Yu remained silent, seemingly unfazed by the insults hurled by the bespectacled man inside. After a brief pause and receiving no response, the man's irritation surged, prompting him to angrily swing open the door to confront the audacious intruders. Upon seeing Uncle Zhang at the threshold, he erupted into another tirade, bellowing about their previous encounter, claiming they had taken advantage of his gang during a moment of weakness, and now they had the audacity to come to his home. Yet, before he could finish his tirade, Chen Yu, dismissive of the man's bluster, swiftly advanced with a powerful stride, raising his baton high and striking down upon the bespectacled man with an intense force that sliced through the air. Though the bespectacled man was generally quite agile, he instinctively tilted his head to evade the impending danger, narrowly avoiding a blow. However, he ultimately could not evade entirely. The police baton struck his shoulder with a resounding thud, the force of which was astonishing. Instantly, a surge of excruciating pain coursed through him, eliciting a pained cry as the hammer he held slipped from his grasp, clattering to the ground. Chen Yu had no intention of letting him off the hook. Seizing the opportunity while the bespectacled man was momentarily incapacitated, he delivered a powerful kick that sent his opponent sprawling. The man soared through the air like a discarded rag, hurtling several meters before crashing against the wall with a resounding thud, finally collapsing to the ground, unable to rise, groaning pitifully, a stark contrast to his earlier bravado. The others in the room, initially lounging about, were startled by the sudden commotion outside. They quickly grew tense, rising from their seats with wary expressions, scanning their surroundings with vigilance. In a flurry, they scrambled for their weapons, some grasping steel pipes, others brandishing daggers, and still others wielding sturdy clubs, all ready to confront the unfolding situation with fierce determination. With an air of calmness, Chen Yu strode confidently into the room, undeterred by the presence of those within. Uncle Zhang followed closely behind him, stepping into the charged atmosphere without hesitation. Inside, they encountered 6 or 7 men, each armed with glinting daggers, heavy steel pipes, and robust clubs, all glaring at Chen Yu and his companions with a mix of hostility and challenge. Ignoring their menacing glares, Chen Yu maintained a composed demeanor, turning to Uncle Zhang and inquiring steadily, "Which of these individuals robbed you?" Uncle Zhang furrowed his brow, surveying the group before pointing to one of the men, revealing that the bespectacled man groaning on the ground was indeed among them. Chen Yu nodded slightly, his gaze shifting from the identified assailant to the others as he calmly articulated, "I am a reasonable person. The individuals who attempted to rob me yesterday cannot simply be absolved of their actions. Today, I require you to hand over this man. The rest of you, if you remain compliant and refrain from any underhanded tactics, I may consider sparing you, should my mood allow it. However, should you choose to resist, I cannot guarantee your survival." His voice, though not loud, resonated with an undeniable authority, intensifying the already charged atmosphere within a room. The group opposite him, taken aback at first, soon erupted into mocking laughter, their derision palpable. The blond man laughed uproariously, his amusement so intense that it took him a while to regain his composure. Pointing a finger at Chen Yu, he mockingly exclaimed, "Have you truly grasped the situation? Just take a look around. There are 7 of us, each armed, while you are merely 3. With such a paltry number, you dare to threaten us? Huh, perhaps you are still dreaming, unaware of your predicament." As he spoke, he brandished the steel pipe in his hand, exuding an air of arrogance, completely dismissing Chen Yu and his companions. Chen Yu, however, maintained a stoic expression, gazing coldly at the laughing blonde, his eyes reflecting an icy murderous intent. At the height of the blonde's laughter, Chen Yu raised his hand without hesitation, and with a resounding bang, a bullet surged forth, piercing the blonde's forehead. The laughter was abruptly severed, as if an invisible hand had clamped down on it, plunging the room into a profound silence. The remaining individuals stood frozen in shock, their eyes wide with disbelief, as if they had been struck by a spell of paralysis. They could hardly fathom that Chen Yu possessed a firearm. In an instant, their previous bravado was extinguished, replaced by a profound sense of dread. Chen Yu coldly surveyed the terrified faces before him and chillingly remarked, "Why have you ceased your laughter? Continue. It was so delightful just moments ago." The remaining few dared not utter a sound, trembling in fear, their weapons clattering to the ground as they dropped them, terrified that any misstep could lead them to a fate akin to that of the blonde. Seeing their lack of response, Chen Yu's expression darkened further. Raising his voice, he demanded, "I told you to laugh. Why are you silent? Is my command ineffective?" With that, he fired another shot, this time aimed at the scar-faced man's calf. The powerful desert eagle created a gaping hole in the man's leg, blood gushing forth instantly. The scar-faced man let out a horrific scream, collapsing to the ground, clutching his injured leg, tears streaming down his face. His anguished cries echoed through the room, sending shivers down the spine of anyone who heard. However, upon catching sight of Chen Yu's furrowed brow, imbued with impatience and ferocity, the scar-faced man quickly stifled his cries, desperately covering his mouth, though his body trembled uncontrollably, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. Chen Yu then shifted his gaze to the others, his cold stare penetrating as if it could see through them. Under his scrutiny, the remaining individuals felt their legs weaken, involuntarily soiling themselves as a warm stream trickled down, saturating the floor, filling the room with a pungent odor. At that moment, the bespectacled man lying on the ground noticed Chen Yu's tightly furrowed brows and was filled with an overwhelming sense of dread. Fearing that he might be the next target of Chen Yu's gun, he hastily exclaimed, "I'm laughing, please don't kill me, I'm laughing." With that, he forced a laugh that echoed strangely in the tense and oppressive atmosphere, sending chills down the spine. Observing this, the others seemed to find a cue, and they too began to laugh, their laughter disjointed and rife with fear and helplessness, reminiscent of clowns compelled to perform under duress. Chen Yu, already simmering with rage, was taken aback by the sudden outburst of laughter from the bespectacled man, igniting his fury. He raised his hand and fired, the bullet striking the man's arm. The bespectacled man let out a blood-curdling scream, while Chen Yu coldly remarked, "What are you laughing at? Are you mocking me?" At this moment, the bespectacled man felt utterly shattered, internally berating, Wasn't it you who told us to laugh? Now we can't laugh anymore. What do you want from us? Yet, he dared not utter a word, enduring the excruciating pain radiating from his arm, biting his lip tightly, and curling up on the ground, trembling in fear. Chen Yu surveyed the group and commanded, "Those not involved in the robbery, step aside." As soon as the words left his lips, a chubby man and a tattooed individual darted towards a corner as if they had seized a lifeline, standing there frozen. Simultaneously, Chung, who had long been paralyzed by fear, crawled towards the corner, huddling there with bated breath, praying that Chen Yu would spare them. With an impassive expression, Chen Yu handed the pistol to Uncle Zhang, his tone calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority, stating, "The rest is up to you." Upon hearing this, the Westerners accused of participating in the robbery turned pale, terror flooding their faces as their bodies trembled uncontrollably. They fell to their knees, desperately bowing to Uncle Zhang, pleading, "Uncle Zhang, we beg you, spare us. We understand our mistakes and promise never to do it again." Despite their verbal pleas for mercy, they dared not approach. For after handing over the pistol, Chen Yu leisurely retrieved an MP5 submachine gun from his coat, the ominous barrel aimed squarely at them. The cold metallic texture seemingly exuding the scent of death, instilling a profound sense of dread. The men on the ground felt paralyzed, as if all their strength had been siphoned away, their hearts brimming with despair. In that moment, they could only cast beseeching glances at Uncle Zhang, hoping for a moment of compassion. They dared not plead with Chen Yu, having witnessed his merciless nature. He was a man who shot without hesitation, and they feared that uttering even a single word could seal their fate. Chen Yu appeared utterly unfazed by the tense and fear-laden atmosphere surrounding him. He leisurely procured a chair, settled himself with poise, and retrieved a cigarette from his pocket. As he lit it and inhaled deeply, the smoke languidly dispersed into the air. In truth, Chen Yu's actions were calculated. He aimed to test Uncle Zhang's limits, seeking to cultivate a resolute and obedient spokesperson who could assist in eliminating potential threats to the villa's western perimeter. In the midst of this chaotic situation, relying solely on manpower to breach the villa's defenses seemed arduous. However, should someone employ nefarious tactics, such as flooding or arson, the consequences would be dire. Thus, he deemed it imperative to ensure the villa's absolute security and to broaden its protective radius. Only then could he live with peace of mind. With a calm demeanor, Chen Yu accepted the handgun that Uncle Zhang offered, gently patting his shoulder. In a steady tone imbued with conviction, he remarked, "You have made the most prudent choice. You will never regret this decision." There was an almost enchanting quality to his words, instilling a sense of reassurance within Uncle Zhang, whose initial apprehension began to wane. Next, Chen Yu directed his gaze towards Zhang Ying, his expression grave and earnest. He spoke slowly. "As I mentioned yesterday, this extreme cold will not simply dissipate. The current situation will only descend into greater chaos and brutality. If we do not resolve to be resolute and continue to harbor unwarranted compassion, we may find ourselves the ones perishing." Uncle Zhang and his daughter listened intently to Chen Yu's assertions, while they recognized that he provided no concrete evidence to substantiate his claims regarding the unending nature of the extreme cold. Something about his unwavering demeanor and composed tone inexplicably fostered a sense of trust. They exchanged glances, each finding affirmation in the other's eyes regarding Chen Yu's words. Though their hearts remained heavy, a newfound determination began to take root within them. Chapter 53. Who opposes a Chen Yu cast a languid glance towards the three individuals slumped in the corner, his tone steady as he remarked, "You are to transport all the food from this area to the 10th floor." Upon hearing his words, the three instantly regained their vigor, as though invigorated by a surge of energy, and promptly scrambled to their feet, hastening towards the storage room for the provisions. Once inside, they swiftly commenced their task, their movements brisk and devoid of hesitation. At that moment, an instinctive obedience to Chen Yu's command took hold of them. The thought of rebellion did not even cross their minds, for fear of the dire consequences that might ensue from any semblance of defiance. Chen Yu, accompanied by Uncle Zhang and his daughter, leisurely returned to the 10th floor. Upon entering the room, he brewed a pot of tea, sitting back to savor its warmth while patiently awaiting the completion of the food transport. The trio tirelessly made dozens of trips, panting and drenched in sweat. until they finally finished relocating all the provisions. Chen Yu rose and approached the pile of food, assessing the quantity with satisfaction. It was evident they had been thoroughly diligent, bringing everything they could carry. Thus, he regarded the three with a measured tone. Seeing your earnestness, I shall grant you leniency this time. Their faces, once overshadowed by despair, now illuminated with hope, their eyes brimming with surprise and gratitude, as if they had been reborn. However, before their joy could fully blossom, Chen Yu's expression turned grave as he continued. You three shall henceforth follow Uncle Zhang, obeying his directives. Yet, let me be unequivocal. Should I discover any inclination toward betrayal, the consequences will be dire, and you shall have no one to blame but yourselves. The trio, upon hearing this, trembled in fear, hastily dropping to their knees, their heads bobbing fervently like garlic being crushed, repeatedly assuring, Brother Chun, rest assured, we would never dare betray you. We shall dutifully follow Uncle Zhang, complying with whatever tasks you set for us, without a shred of insincerity. Their demeanor radiated an urgency to express loyalty, palpable to anyone who beheld their trepidation. Chen Yu, observing their state, nodded slightly and waved his hand. Enough, rise. You have worked hard today. Each of you may take a box of instant noodles home. Upon hearing this, the trio expressed their heartfelt gratitude, cautiously lifting a box of noodles each before departing as if liberated from a great burden. Chen Yu retrieved his phone and captured a photograph of the scene before him. Subsequently, he opened the owner group chat for Building 3 and shared the image. Along with this message, from this day forth, no acts of robbery shall be tolerated within this building. Should anyone have objections, feel free to voice them. I'm always open to rational discourse. The words, seemingly placid, betray an undeniable firmness that makes it apparent that this is no idle chatter. Should anyone dare to oppose, they would likely face the unrelenting visit from Chen Yu. Once the message was disseminated, the group fell into an immediate silence, akin to being muted, as if the air had been sucked out of the room. Those who typically reveled in discussions, offering their opinions on every matter, were now rendered mute, not daring to utter a single word. Particularly, Wang Dama, who often enjoyed opposing Chen Yu, found herself unnerved by his message. In the past, she would jump at any opportunity to challenge him, but now, as she read his words, her resolve faltered. Her lips moved as she attempted to type a rebuttal, yet she lacked the courage, ultimately deleting her words one by one, obediently remaining silent, afraid that if she spoke, Chen Yu might indeed confront her with his reasoning, a consequence she could not bear. In truth, amidst this profound silence, many felt a clandestine sense of relief, even a tinge of gratitude. They reflected that it was fortunate to have someone as formidable as Chen Yu in the building. His presence ensured a semblance of order. During Zhao Yong's reign, chaos reigned, with his henchmen acting with impunity, leaving everyone in a state of constant anxiety, wary of becoming targets. But now, with Chen Yu asserting his authority, those accustomed to lawlessness, like Zhao Yong, would undoubtedly think twice before resurfacing. The days ahead promised to be more stable, alleviating fears for their possessions and personal safety. In this light, many began to appreciate and even feel gratitude for Chen Yu's formidable demeanor. After a moment of silence, observing that no one dared to speak, Chen Yu resumed his messaging in the group. From today onward, if any matters arise, I will have Uncle Zhang inform you of the necessary actions. You all need only to remain compliant. As long as you refrain from causing trouble, perhaps on a good day, I might even allow you to continue living peacefully. His words bore an air of undeniable authority. While they were blunt and resolute, in these tumultuous and perilous times, everyone understood that for them, it might be a stroke of fortune, and thus, no one dared to challenge Chen Yu's pronouncement. Noticing Uncle Zhang's hesitant demeanor, Chen Yu turned his gaze towards him, speaking with a tone of reassurance. Do not feel pressured. Here, take this handgun. It will provide you with a measure of security in critical moments. As a seasoned worker who had navigated the complexities of society for years, Chen Yu had often encountered the empty promises of superiors in the workplace. Although he had never held a management position, the accumulation of experiences had endowed him with a wealth of knowledge on how to navigate such situations. At this moment, he gazed at Uncle Zhang's daughter with sincere and earnest eyes, slowly stating, I will venture out shortly to seek firewood and provisions. It is imperative that I ensure the two of you can survive comfortably. Zhang Ying understood profoundly that Chen Yu's willingness to do so stemmed entirely from the deep affection they had cultivated together in their shared upbringing. With this thought, her heart swelled with gratitude, her eyes slightly glistening with emotion. She looked at Chen Yu with eyes brimming with appreciation and resolutely declared, "Rest assured, Chen Yu, we will take good care of building number 3. If there is anything you need us to do, simply notify me, and we shall not disappoint you." Hearing his daughter's words and witnessing her firm resolve, Uncle Zhang felt the last vestige of his concern dissipate. He confidently extended his hand to accept the handgun Chen Yu offered, nodding gravely in acknowledgement, conveying that everything was entrusted to the two of them. Chapter 54, A Desire for Recognition Before His Rebirth. Chen Yu had endured a mere month in this merciless apocalypse before meeting a tragic end. The harrowing memories of that experience remain vividly etched in his mind. Now, as he embarks on a fresh start, he must rely solely on his own strength to navigate the chaos of this tumultuous world. Thus, he is acutely aware of the necessity to proceed with utmost caution. After all, in his current state, as long as there are no large-scale invasions from external foes, he possesses the capability to survive for a century or more. This understanding renders the expansion of the villa's security perimeter a paramount concern. Only by broadening this safety zone can he create a more stable environment for himself. In this endeavor, Uncle Zhang plays a crucial role, tasked with eliminating potential threats around the villa to ensure Chen Yu's safety. However, Chen Yu is well aware that at this stage, he cannot afford to allow too many residents of the community to perish. If the populace dwindles significantly, he risks finding himself without anyone to assist him in the future, complicating many matters. Therefore, while maintaining order and ensuring safety, he must also strike a delicate balance, ensuring that sufficient manpower remains available. After pondering these considerations, Chen Yu resolved to venture out in search of supplies. He contemplated that this expedition would not only fulfill his own needs, but also allow him to gather food items that he either disliked or could not procure for himself. As long as he could prevent the residents of the community from starving, he reasoned, it would suffice. He recalled tales of the armies from the Elephant Nation, which could thrive on feed for years, and mused that the residents could likely sustain themselves on ordinary food without significant issues. With these thoughts in mind, Chen Yu began to prepare for his journey to gather supplies. Uncle Zhang, wishing to accompany Chen Yu for safety's sake in this perilous world, expressed his desire to join him. Yet, Chen Yu politely declined his offer. He harbored reservations about revealing his spatial abilities to others. This power served as a vital secret in the apocalypse, and should it become known, it could invite untold complications. Thus, he felt compelled to graciously reject Uncle Zhang's well-intentioned suggestion. Subsequently, Chen Yu approached his dog, Laifu, replenishing its food bowl. Watching Laifu enjoy its meal brought him a moment of solace before he turned and mounted his snowmobile. With a roar, the vehicle sprang to life, gliding smoothly out of the community, leaving a cloud of snow in its wake. As Chen Yu raced forward on the snowmobile, he noted that the surrounding shops had already been thoroughly scavenged, yielding little in the way of useful supplies. With no other options, he pressed onward toward the outskirts, where factories might still harbor a wealth of resources. He reasoned that if he did not take these supplies, others would inevitably claim them. Thus, he rode for an entire hour, and the surroundings gradually became more expansive. The towering skyscrapers had long since vanished from sight. At that moment, he vaguely noticed a factory emerging ahead, accompanied by a construction site nearby. Chen Yu parked his motorcycle and approached the excavators, and with a mere thought, he summoned them into his own space, believing they would undoubtedly serve a purpose in the future. As he looked further ahead, he discovered that the factory was actually a processing plant for fresh meat. A surge of delight filled his heart. This was indeed a fortuitous beginning. Without hesitation, he drove his motorcycle straight into the factory. However, to his surprise, as soon as he entered the workshop, a group of individuals blocked his path with a fierce demeanor. One short-haired man, wielding a wrench with a menacing grip, swaggered over, his expression hostile as he declared, "Outsiders are not welcome here. If you leave immediately, we can pretend this never happened. Otherwise, well, you'll regret it." Chen Yu remained unfazed, pointing to the mountains of fresh meat piled within the workshop. "With so much meat here and just a few of you, how could you possibly consume it all? I'll just take a little," It won't affect you. The short-haired man shook his head vigorously, akin to a rattling drum. We may not finish it all, but we can take our time. You simply cannot take anything. If you wish to do so, you must first consult whether my wrench agrees. Chen Yu chuckled at this remark, responding, very well, I shall inquire if it consents. The men behind the short-haired man froze momentarily, their minds racing, questioning if they had encountered a lunatic. Who speaks in such a manner? Yet the short-haired man regarded Chen Yu with an amused expression, convinced he was merely posturing. Go ahead and ask. If it agrees, then all the meat in this warehouse is yours, and I shall not object. With a piercing gaze, Chen Yu replied, then it is settled. In an instant, he drew a Desert Eagle pistol from his coat and, without hesitation, fired a shot into the man's calf. At such close range, the bullet struck with unerring accuracy. The short-haired man had no time to react, feeling an excruciating pain surging through him. He screamed in agony, clutching his wounded leg, his face contorted in suffering. As his wretched cries echoed throughout the workshop, Chen Yu, seemingly unfazed, casually waved his gun and addressed the remaining men, speaking leisurely. I just asked this wrench, and it consented. Do you concur? At that moment, those men gazed at Chen Yu as though he were a demon risen from the depths of hell, trembling uncontrollably, too frightened to utter a sound, let alone speak. Seeing their reaction, Chen Yu fired another shot into the ground, coldly stating, have you all lost your voices? Speak up. The gunfire sent shivers down their spines, shattering their silence. They frantically nodded, stammering, why yes. We agree. We hear you. Take whatever you wish. Chen Yu gazed at their terrified expressions, pondering that there was truly no necessity to eliminate these individuals. After all, he was fully armed, and no one could recognize his identity. The people before him posed no significant threat, and he feared that should he grow accustomed to the sensation of wielding power over life and death, he might one day transform into a cold-blooded monster himself, which would be disastrous. Chapter 55. Madness. Chen Yu merely cast a fleeting glance at the few individuals kneeling on the ground, their spirits utterly shattered with fear, showing no intention of acknowledging them as he proceeded directly towards the warehouse. Upon entering the warehouse, he was taken aback by the scene before him. The warehouse spanned a considerable area, nearly 10,000 square meters. As he surveyed the surroundings, he was astonished to see a mountain of finished hams, roughly counting to nearly 100,000. Furthermore, there were whole pigs awaiting processing, lined up in numbers exceeding 10,000. In addition to this, the various cut meats amounted to nearly 500 tons. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Yu activated his spatial ability, swiftly collecting all this vast array of resources into his space. After securing the hall, he locked the warehouse door thrice before leisurely turning to leave. The remaining individuals, watching Chen Yu's series of actions, felt utterly despondent, akin to a stampede of 1,000 wild horses within their hearts. They pondered in disbelief. He could simply take the goods, yet he chose to lock the door as well. What was the purpose of that? In a state of panic, they rushed forward, pulling and tugging at the door, exhausting all conceivable efforts, but the warehouse door remained obstinately shut against them, as if mocking their attempts. Meanwhile, Chen Yu had long since departed the cold meat processing plant on his motorcycle, heading towards his next destination. The subsequent factory was a producer of frozen foods. Upon arrival, he found the situation remarkably fortuitous. The factory was quiet, devoid of any personnel. Entering the warehouse, he discovered it brimming with frozen delicacies, an array of frozen staples such as dumplings and wontons, an abundant selection of hot pot ingredients, including various meatballs, sliced meats, and vegetables. There were even numerous frozen desserts. In total, these frozen foods amounted to several tons. Chen Yu contemplated that, since these were high-tech processed ingredients, he would not consume them himself. However, bringing them back for the residents of his community would be beneficial, alleviating the meal concerns of many. Thus, he collected all the frozen foods as well. After riding his motorcycle for a while, he noticed no additional food processing plants along the route. Concluding that the day's harvest had been quite fruitful, he decided against continuing his search. This outing had indeed yielded a bountiful reward. Although his space was already well stocked with various foods, who could possibly complain about an excess of provisions in this apocalyptic world? After all, even if he couldn't consume it all immediately, it was prudent to store more. Perhaps this was an intrinsic human instinct. As he made his way back, a sudden flash caught his attention. A small rabbit darted across the snow, moving with surprising speed. Chen Yu was genuinely astonished. He had not expected to encounter a wild rabbit surviving in such extreme conditions, with temperatures plummeting to -10 degrees. This was nothing short of a miracle. A flicker of thought crossed his mind as he contemplated whether to capture a few of the wild rabbits. Their reproductive capabilities are astonishing, with a single litter capable of yielding over a dozen offspring. If he were to care for just a couple in a matter of months, he could enjoy the freedom of meat at his disposal. With this in mind, he drove after the rabbit, which led him into a lavish villa area. There, he spotted a hole in the snowy ground, and the rabbit darted in with remarkable speed, leaving not even a strand of fur for Chen Yu. Just as he was about to leave the area, he heard a commotion emanating from the villa's window. Although the distance made it difficult to discern the words, his curiosity drew him to the front door. As he stood there, the door slowly creaked open to reveal two women shivering from the cold, their eyes reflecting a glimmer of hope. One of them inquired, "Are you here to rescue us?" Shaking his head, Chen Yu replied, "No." Upon hearing this, the woman clad in a fur coat immediately fixated her gaze on Chen Yu's backpack. Pointing at it, she commanded, "You have food in there, don't you? Quickly, share some with me." Chen Yu, bemused by her tone, couldn't help but retort, "Who taught you to issue orders like that?" The woman, sensing his reluctance to comply, straightened her posture and said with an air of superiority, "Do you not know who I am? I am a renowned star, Lin Fei. It would be your honor to share your food with me. You should be grateful." Chen Yu was struck with incredulity, thinking to himself how absurd her reasoning was. Before he could counter her claim, the woman who appeared to be Lin Fei's assistant chimed in, "Hurry and give us the food, or I'll unleash a wave of online harassment from Fei's fans upon you. Do you have any idea how many fans she has? It's a considerable number, and you would not fare well." Feeling a tinge of pity for the two, Chen Yu shook his head and said, "If you're unwell, seek treatment. As for food, you might as well forget it. I have no time for your nonsense." Lin Fei's expression shifted to one of distress, and biting her lip, she seemed to make a considerable sacrifice as she said, "If you give me food, I will provide you with my autograph." The assistant gasped, "Fei, your signed photos have sold for over 1 million each. That's incredibly valuable." Turning to Chen Yu, she added, "Consider yourself fortunate. Hurry and give us the food." Chen Yu felt as if he were witnessing the extraordinary. His sense of helplessness grew. He had no desire to engage further with these two, fearing that lingering too long might infect him with their peculiar mindset. He prepared to turn away. At that moment, seeing that her autograph had failed to sway him, Lin Fei gritted her teeth, her expression one of profound grievance, and said, "Let us take a photo together." The assistant quickly intervened, exclaiming, "Fei, a photo is out of the question. It could spark rumors." "Absolutely not." Chen Yu was utterly weary of enduring this torment. He gazed at the two individuals, pointed at his own head, and retorted with irritation, "Do you both suffer from some great affliction? If not, I suggest you seek medical attention." With that, he resolutely turned on his heel and departed, silently contemplating that should he ever encounter such ignorance again, he might as well eliminate it swiftly to spare himself the disgust. Unfazed, he continued his forward march, yet the assistant's threats echoed relentlessly behind him, warning him that if he dared to leave, he would undoubtedly face repercussions, as Fei's fans would not let him off easily, and he should brace himself for a backlash across the internet. Chapter 56. The internet celebrity's visit. As Chen Yu sped back to his community, the sky had already begun to darken, signaling the approach of evening. His outing had proven to be remarkably fruitful, and he felt a sense of satisfaction swell within him. Upon entering the villa, he was immediately enveloped by the warmth of the interior, a stark contrast to the frigid cold outside. He quickly shed his heavy coat and stretched his somewhat stiff limbs, then made his way to the kitchen to brew a pot of tea. Leisurely, he strolled over to the sofa and reclined upon it. The moment he lay down, a wave of comfort washed over him, dissipating the fatigue of the day. At that moment, the family dog, Laifu, caught the scent of its master and eagerly bounded over, settling down obediently beside Chen Yu. With a smile, Chen Yu affectionately patted Laifu's head, then rose to refill its food bowl with some dog kibble. Watching Laifu eat contentedly, he returned to the sofa, lit a cigarette, and took a slow drag, allowing the smoke to curl and disperse into the air. After a brief respite, Chen Yu opened his phone to check for any new messages. He discovered that the government's emergency measures remained unchanged, reiterating the advice for everyone to seek safe shelter and refrain from venturing outside unless absolutely necessary, quietly awaiting governmental assistance. Chen Yu felt a sense of disillusionment. After all, it had been nearly a month since his rebirth, and the promised aid had yet to materialize, with the bitter cold only intensifying. Just then, a notification appeared on his phone indicating a new friend request. After a moment's contemplation, he accepted it. The requester was a woman, and it seemed she had been waiting. No sooner had the request been confirmed than a message promptly arrived. "Hello, I'm Lin Guer." The name struck a familiar chord within Chen Yu, yet he could not quite recall where he had encountered it. Thus, he replied with a simple inquiry. "Who are you?" Lin Guer, clearly taken aback by the fact that he did not recognize her, felt a twinge of disappointment. She quickly sent a screenshot of her short video account profile, eager for Chen Yu to grasp her identity, and added, "Take a look, this is me." Upon viewing the screenshot, Chen Yu experienced a moment of revelation. She was indeed the somewhat famous internet celebrity he had often encountered while scrolling through short videos. He recalled how her provocative videos would frequently catch his eye, and he often found himself wishing for the opportunity to verify the authenticity of what was portrayed. However, back then, he was merely an ordinary university student, acutely aware of the vast disparity between them. She was a celebrity, and he doubted she would even spare him a glance. After mulling it over, Chen Yu sent her a message. "What can I do for you?" His curiosity piqued regarding Lin Guer's motives for adding him as a friend. She swiftly replied, typing on her phone, "I heard that you still have a considerable amount of food. I haven't had a proper meal in days and am truly starving. Could you possibly lend me some food?" Upon receiving the message, Chen Yu did not immediately respond to her inquiry about food, but rather shifted the conversation, inquiring, "I've heard you dance quite well. Could you record a dance video for me? I'm eager to see how your figure looks." Lin Guer, thinking it was merely a dance, did not delve deeper and promptly replied, "What dance would you like to see?" Chen Yu responded, "Then let us go with shaking the sun." After reading his message, Lin Guer replied, "Please wait a moment, I will prepare." Seeing her response, a subtle smile graced Chen Yu's lips as he rose to the kitchen to brew a cup of tea. He then leisurely returned to the living room, reclined on the sofa, and found himself filled with anticipation. After all, while scrolling through videos previously, he had admired Lin Guer, his impressive figure from afar. And now he had the opportunity to view a private video of hers. This thought alone was quite exhilarating. Chen Yu, an ordinary individual leading a simple life, seldom encountered the likes of a female internet celebrity. The mere thought of soon witnessing Lin Guer dance exclusively for him caused an involuntary smile to form on his face. After a few minutes, Lin Guer sent a video, and Chen Yu eagerly clicked to open it. However, he was disappointed to find that although she was swaying to the music, her attire was excessively bulky, concealing everything he wished to see. Disheartened, he could not help but send a message. "You're wearing too much. I prefer something a bit cooler." Shortly after, Lin Guer replied with a voice message, her tone pitiful. "It's so cold now. If I take it off, I'll one T be able to bear it." Chen Yu was unconcerned by her objections and responded, "Find a way around it. If you one T remove anything, there's no need for us to continue chatting." After a moment of hesitation, Lin Guer ultimately capitulated, saying, "All right, please wait a moment." Indeed, under the powerful allure of food, half an hour later, Lin Guer sent a 2-minute video. This time, she did not disappoint Chen Yu. In the video, she had rearranged some furniture in her home, kindled a small fire, and began to dance beside it. She wore a loose, short-sleeved top, the fabric gracefully draping as she moved, perfectly accentuating her alluring figure. The top was adorned with Pikachu's eyes, which seemed to come alive, continuously rolling, making it all the more captivating. Chen Yu was entranced, watching the video with a critical eye, replaying it 10 times before reluctantly closing it, still yearning for more. At that moment, Lin Guer sent another voice message, her tone sweet. "So what do you think, brother?" Chen Yu replied, "Come and collect it." Upon seeing this message, Lin Guer sent a pitiful expression and said, "It's so cold outside. Could you possibly bring it to me?" However, Chen Yu was unmoved, responding, "If you want it, Come and get it. A 1T deliver. Lin Gur, realizing that her attempts to act cute were in vain, finally said, I'll be there shortly, so please wait for me. With that, she hurriedly dressed and made her way downstairs. Although the distance from Building 2 to Chen Yu's villa was merely a couple of 100 meters, traversing the icy terrain proved to be quite a challenge. It took her nearly half an hour to reach the entrance of Chen Yu's villa, her body shivering uncontrollably from the cold. Upon noticing Lin Gur had arrived through the surveillance cameras, Chen Yu carefully scanned the surroundings to ensure no one else was present before he opened the door to let her in. As Lin Gur stepped inside, she was taken aback. She had not anticipated the warmth of Chen Yu's villa. Even with a fire burning at home, she still felt chilled to the bone. She looked at Chen Yu with pleading eyes and said, Brother, may I rest here for a moment? I'm so cold that I can barely move. Would it be all right if I rested a bit before heading back? Chen Yu appraised her from head to toe and replied, That is permissible, but I must first check to ensure you are not carrying any weapons. I would prefer not to be caught off guard. Upon hearing this, Lin Gur quickly shed her outer down jacket, but when she noticed Chen Yu's dissatisfied expression, she had no choice but to continue removing her layers. She stopped only when she was left in her thermal undergarments, feeling somewhat wronged as she said, This is all I have left. If I were to hide something, wouldn't it be evident at first glance? Chen Yu, however, merely smiled and remarked, I trust only my own eyes. With no other options remaining, Lin Gur reluctantly removed the rest of her clothing. Chen Yu gazed intently at her, secretly marveling at the enviable life of the affluent. The scene before him was indeed a feast for the eyes. Feeling a bit shy, Lin Gur asked, Are you done looking? I haven't concealed any weapons, have I? Chen Yu mused to himself, wondering if the sight before him could be considered a weapon in its own right. Still, he nodded and replied, That's sufficient. Chapter 57. A mutual desire. Lin Gur hurriedly donned her clothes, although the villa was pleasantly warm, rendering any chill completely imperceptible. Despite this, her lingering sense of modesty compelled her to hastily put on her attire. Chen Yu observed Lin Gur's flurry of movements without intervention. Instead, a subtle smile graced his lips, concealing the stirrings of desire within him. He then turned and made his way to the kitchen, shortly returning with a roasted chicken and a steaming cup of milk tea. Upon seeing the food that Chen Yu brought forth, Lin Gur's eyes widened with longing. Her gaze filled with desire as she swallowed hard and hesitantly inquired, Is this for me? Chen Yu placed the items before her and gestured reassuringly, encouraging her to indulge. At that moment, Lin Gur abandoned any pretense of politeness, eagerly seizing the chicken and devouring it with gusto, as if she had been starved for an eternity. In a mere 10 minutes, the chicken was reduced to nothing but bones. Eating so hastily nearly caused her to choke. Prompting her to grab the milk tea, Chen Yu offered and gulped down several mouthfuls to regain her composure. Once satiated, a hint of embarrassment flickered across Lin Gur's face as she looked at Chen Yu and said, I apologize for my manners. I truly haven't eaten in a long time. Chen Yu nodded, expressing his understanding of her situation. Subsequently, Chen Yu placed 2 cups of instant noodles on the table. Lin Gur, noticing this, asked, Are these for me as well? Chen Yu replied, Take them. They are your reward. Upon seeing the meager offerings before her, Lin Gur furrowed her brow and suddenly exclaimed, Could you possibly give me a bit more? This is only enough for 2 meals. With a teasing smile, Chen Yu replied, If you desire additional food, you may need to offer something in return. Lin Gur, hearing this, burst into laughter, playfully responding, I wonder what price I must pay. As she spoke, she deliberately let the recently worn clothes fall to the floor, her intentions unmistakably clear. In response, Chen Yu playfully smacked Lin Gur on her curvaceous backside and pointed towards the bathroom. Although Lin Gur had not experienced such encounters before, she had seen enough films to understand the next step. Grasping her clothes, she made her way into the bathroom. Having gone nearly 2 weeks without a shower, she paid no mind to how Chen Yu still had hot water and turned on the shower head, luxuriating in the warm water for a full hour before emerging wrapped in a towel. Their eyes met. Chen Yu said nothing but walked directly to the bedroom. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Gur followed him inside. As Chen Yu reclined on the bed, he watched Lin Gur slowly remove her towel, her flawless form unveiled before him, instantly capturing his gaze. Chen Yu beckoned her over and she obediently lay down beside him. Chen Yu extended his hand, kneading the towering figure that was almost touching his face, which immediately elicited a low gasp from Lin Guo'er. As Chen Yu's movements grew increasingly forceful, Lin Guo'er's gasps became more frantic, reverberating through the tranquil bedroom, igniting a surge of excitement within. At that moment, Chen Yu seemed to be ablaze with fervor. Waves of heat cascaded through the room. He paid no heed to Lin Guo'er's pleas for mercy, remaining engrossed in his endeavors. It was no wonder, given that Chen Yu's physical prowess had been enhanced tenfold by the space, granting him boundless energy. While Lin Guo'er felt as if she were a melody soaring through the clouds, perpetually in motion, unable to pause for even a moment, nearly unraveling from the strain. Eventually, she found herself utterly exhausted, her strength entirely depleted by her cries. After 2 hours had elapsed, Chen Yu rose to fetch a cup of milk tea, offering it to Lin Guo'er with the words, "Here, replenish your strength." At that moment, Lin Guo'er felt utterly drained, exerting considerable effort to sit up, sipping the milk tea languidly, her thoughts drifting to the inevitability of further trials after finishing it. Half an hour later, she reluctantly placed the empty cup on the table. Upon seeing Chen Yu return to his seat, she hurriedly pleaded, "Please let me rest a while longer. I truly have no strength left." Observing her weary state, Chen Yu reassured her, "Do not worry. You may lie down." With that, he resumed his previous activities, and yet another hour slipped by. Finally, feeling satisfied, Chen Yu rose, washed himself in the bathroom, and changed his clothes. Emerging, he noticed Lin Guo'er had succumbed to exhaustion and fallen asleep. Considering he had already been quite relentless that day, he decided to let her be. Thus, he settled onto the sofa in the living room, finding a comfortable position, sipping coffee while indulging in a film. At that moment, Lai Fu trotted over, affectionately nudging Chen Yu's arm. Understanding its hunger, Chen Yu stood and approached the dog food, replenishing Lai Fu's bowl. Watching the dog eat joyfully, he returned to the sofa. Once he finished his coffee, Chen Yu made his way to the gym. He was acutely aware that in this apocalyptic world, only through relentless physical training could he fortify himself for survival. Consequently, whenever he had a moment to spare, he would dedicate himself to enhancing his physical capabilities, preparing for the myriad of unknown dangers that lay ahead. After a while, Chen Yu exited the gym, just as Lin Guo'er had awakened. She felt a pervasive soreness throughout her body, gritting her teeth against the discomfort as she slowly descended from the bed. It took considerable effort to dress herself, and then she cautiously made her way to the living room. Upon entering, she spotted Chen Yu and felt a twinge of apprehension, hesitating to approach him. Instead, she sought out the farthest sofa, settling down gently, her gaze avoiding his as she dared not steal too many glances in his direction. Upon observing her demeanor, Chen Yu smiled gently and inquired, "You are awake. How do you feel?" Upon hearing his words, Lin Guo'er displayed a hint of embarrassment coupled with a trace of fear, hastily shaking her head as she replied, "I'm not well. Let us discuss this in a few days." Chen Yu, taken aback by her response, felt a wave of exasperation wash over him, and he replied, "Do not overthink it. I was merely asking." However, as he caught the unmistakable gleam in Lin Guo'er's eyes that seemed to say, "You must be joking," he realized she did not believe him, and chose to say no more, silently shaking his head, pondering how the more he explained, the murkier the situation became. Rising, Chen Yu made his way to the kitchen. With a flicker of thought, he retrieved 2 frozen ducks from his personal space, sizable specimens weighing approximately 7 to 8 pounds in total. He also gathered several packets of instant noodles, cradling them in his arms before returning to the living room. Approaching Lin Guo'er, he extended the items toward her. Seeing this, Lin Guo'er hurriedly reached out to accept them, her face radiating gratitude as she exclaimed, "Thank you." With that, she prepared to rise and leave, feeling somewhat uneasy remaining there. As the sky gradually darkened, the world outside took on an increasingly dim and frigid atmosphere. Chen Yu, considering the late hour, felt it polite to escort her to the door. Thus, he accompanied Lin Guo'er to the entrance, watching her step outside, lingering to see her off until her figure faded from view, before finally turning back to the house. Chapter 58. All for the sake of survival. Upon exiting Chen Yu's residence, Lin Guo'er did not dare to linger for even a moment, hastily making her way towards her own home. Her gait was indeed somewhat awkward, with each step pain coursed through her body. Nevertheless, this discomfort did not impede her fervent desire to return to the familiar sanctuary of her home, where she longed to rest. After much effort, Lin Guo'er finally arrived home. As she opened the door, a commotion within caught her attention. There, a 13-year-old girl, upon hearing the sound, looked anxiously towards the entrance, clutching a dagger tightly in her hand. Upon recognizing Lin Guo'er, she immediately dashed into her embrace, bursting into tears and choking out, "Sister, you're finally back. I thought I was going to die from fright." With a heart full of compassion, Lin Guo'er held her younger sister close, gently patting her back and soothingly murmuring, "Do not cry, do not cry. It was simply too cold outside, so I took a moment to rest at Chen Yu's before hurrying back." This little girl was none other than Lin Guo'er's beloved sister, Lin Wanwan. Years ago, their parents had tragically passed away when Wanwan was merely 7 years old, leaving Lin Guo'er at the tender age of 16 to face such devastating adversity. Their lives plunged into turmoil after the loss. The inheritance left behind by their parents should have rightfully belonged to the sisters, but being so young, they had no choice but to entrust it to their grandmother for safekeeping. They had hoped to reclaim it upon reaching adulthood, only to discover that retrieving the inheritance was far more difficult than anticipated. Unbeknownst to them, their grandmother had long since diverted those funds to support Lin Guo'er's uncle, her father's own brother. In a rural environment that favored sons over daughters, their family, having only 2 daughters, was often looked down upon. Even during their mother's lifetime, she endured much scorn and hardship at the hands of others. Fortunately, Lin Guo'er excelled academically and eventually gained admission to university. Unable to bear the thought of leaving her sister to suffer alone in their hometown, she resolutely decided to take Wanwan with her to the bustling metropolis of Zhonghai City. However, upon arriving in the city, she quickly realized the harsh realities of life. Lin Guo'er juggled her studies while working various part-time jobs, often feeling overwhelmed and frequently going hungry. The pangs of starvation terrified her. At times, when Wanwan gazed enviously at the children at McDonald's, happily devouring chicken legs, Lin Guo'er felt a profound sense of inadequacy and resentment towards her own helplessness. Believing that her lack of ability was the reason her sister had to endure such suffering, she occasionally wondered if she had made a mistake by bringing Wanwan out of the countryside. Perhaps it would have been better for her to remain there, where, though still overlooked, she could at least have a full meal. On occasions when their grandmother bought snacks for her grandson, Wanwan might have received some leftovers, thus sparing her from the current plight of sometimes not even having enough to eat. Fortunately, with the rise of short videos, Lin Guo'er, blessed with an exquisite physique and a charming visage, garnered considerable attention on the platform after sharing several clips. Gradually, she emerged as a modestly renowned internet celebrity. When she received her first earnings from her newfound fame, elation washed over her. Without hesitation, she took her younger sister to McDonald's and ordered one of everything on the menu. Witnessing her sister's unadulterated joy as she indulged in the feast made all the hardships Lin Guo'er had previously endured feel worthwhile. Embracing her sister tightly, a gentle smile graced her face as she softly remarked, "Look, I've returned, haven't I? You must be hungry. Soon, I'll warm up the roast duck for you." Upon hearing this, Wanwan exclaimed in delight, "Sister, you're amazing. Is Chen Yu really that kind-hearted, so willing to share food with us?" Understanding that she could not reveal the entire truth to her sister, Lin Guo'er replied, "He's merely a fan of mine." Upon learning that we had gone several meals without eating, he felt quite sympathetic, which is why he provided us with this food. Moreover, I noticed he has plenty more at home. Once we finish this, I can borrow some more from him. After this bitter cold passes, we shall invite him to a meal to express our gratitude. Wanwan nodded earnestly. He seems like a good person. We must thank him properly. "Sister, I'm hungry." Lin Guo'er affectionately tousled her sister's hair, saying, "I'll take care of it right away." With that, she retrieved the 2 roast ducks and placed them over the fire to warm. Before long, the tantalizing aroma of the roast duck began to waft through the room. Wanwan took a deep whiff, her stomach growling uncontrollably. Observing this, Lin Guo'er teased, "Oh, my little glutton, just listen to your tummy. Feeling a bit bashful." Wanwan blushed and replied, "Sister, how could you laugh at me?" Lin Guo'er enchanted by her sister's adorable demeanor, couldn't resist pulling her into another embrace. Although Nuan nestled comfortably in her sister's arms, her gaze remained fixated on the roasting duck. After a couple of minutes, the duck was ready, and Lin Gui'er carefully removed it from the fire, placing it on a plate before her sister, saying, "Here you go. It's all for you." Nuan obediently tore off a duck leg and offered it to Lin Gui'er, saying, "Sister, you eat too. Let us each have a leg." Lin Gui'er, with a look of indulgence, responded, "You enjoy it. I've already eaten before coming back." Nuan blinked innocently and inquired, "Is that true? Please don't trick me." In the past, Lin Gui'er had often deceived her sister into believing she had already eaten to ensure Nuan had enough, and after being found out, Nuan had become skeptical of such claims. In playful resignation, Lin Gui'er unzipped her down jacket and said, "Come and feel my belly. See if it's full." Warmly reached out to touch, exclaiming in surprise, "You actually did not deceive me this time." Lin Gui'er smiled and gently patted her little head, saying, "Nuan is grown up now. Your sister cannot fool you anymore." Nuan puffed out her small chest and proudly declared, "Of course, I am your little sister, so being clever is a given." Lin Gui'er gazed at her sister, who bore an uncanny resemblance to herself, and chuckled, "Hurry and eat. It will get cold soon." Nuan nodded vigorously and began to eat, but after just a duck leg, she stopped. Looking at Lin Gui'er, she said, "Sister, I'm full. Let us save the rest for tomorrow." Lin Gui'er's eyes instantly brimmed with tears, and she fought to hold them back, saying, "Eat up, dear. I promise we can borrow more later." However, no matter how she encouraged her, Nuan remained reluctant to eat more. Seeing this, Lin Gui'er ceased her insistence, returned the roast duck to the kitchen, and, after a quick wash, took her sister to the bed by the fire. Nuan curled up in Lin Gui'er's embrace, and suddenly, as if catching a scent, she sniffed and asked, "Sister, what's that strange smell on you?" Lin Gui'er's face flushed crimson as she hurriedly replied, "It's probably because I haven't bathed. Now, let us sleep, okay?" Nuan obediently tightened her blanket and nestled closer into Lin Gui'er's arms. Before long, her steady breathing indicated she had fallen asleep. Lin Gui'er gazed at her sister's serene face, planting a gentle kiss on her forehead, silently vowing to take good care of her. She then pondered whether she could borrow some fuel from Chen Yu in a few days. She knew he still had the air conditioning running, keeping his room warm. Although she was uncertain of where his electricity came from, she figured it should be fine to borrow a little. Her thoughts drifted to Chen Yu's extraordinary physical prowess. Today had truly exhausted her, nearly leaving her unable to rise from bed. Even after several hours of rest, she could barely move. Yet, considering that her first time had been with him, she didn't feel entirely at a loss, as Chen Yu was young, handsome, and possessed remarkable stamina. As these thoughts wandered, her cheeks began to flush with heat. She quickly stifled her musings, the ache in her body reminding her to refrain from further contemplation. Embracing her sleeping sister tightly, she too gradually succumbed to slumber. At that moment, Chen Yu was comfortably nestled on the sofa, engrossed in his gaming. Suddenly, a jarring phone ring shattered the tranquility.